Yeah, so I agree, and thanks, old dude. Sorry, I was chatting with somebody else. Yeah, I've been getting better with the loss of an animal. Not an animal, a pet, a dear friend. I was pretty good with it as a child because I lived on a farm and I had to feed turkeys and slaughter chickens. So life had a different meaning when I was a child than it did when I was, an adult. But I've been getting better with taking care of them as when the end is near. I've been more accepting of it. But between 20 and 30, I was a wreck every time I lose a pet.
Yeah, I hear that. It is tough, man, when they when they go. But yeah, I think that would give you a really unique perspective living on a farm and being around that cycle of life stuff.
Yeah, you have a very connected feeling to the actual full cycle of life when you live on a farm. And once you get away from that, you lose that sensitivity to the cyclical nature of it, and so you become more susceptible to overwhelming emotion.
Yeah, and I think sometimes some losses hit you harder than others, even with pets for some reason. It seems to be kind of random.
Yeah, there are pieces of your there are pieces of your soul that aren't connected to you that you find in the world, and they just plug in a weird and mysterious way, and letting them go is harder than letting go of something that you're familiar with and you love, but it's not like plugged into you like that.
Mm-hmm.
Each one is going to be a different, special, unique situation.
Yeah. Yeah, we got it. We didn't have dogs. My wife and I and our kids, and we just got a little poodle mix about 2 years ago, and I mean she's only like 2.5, 3 years old now, so we got some time. But I'm sure that one's going to be hard on at least the kids and me. But they kind of
This
grow on you.
with kids, always get them things that have a quick cycle to start off with,
Right.
like uh, little rodent pets and fish, because it's much easier to describe the circle
Goldfishes.
fishes. It's much easier to describe the circle of life and how it, you're here one day and gone the next, when it's something that they're not as
But
attached to it.
the thing is with like Asian people, the kids are really exposed to dead animals in an early age.
Well, anybody who lives on a farm or has to deal with animals on a daily basis will understand it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've had ducks and chickens and pigs. We live on a we have a little bit of property, and it does help. You're exactly right. The ducks started going. I don't know. I guess it was probably 3 years ago or something. There would be like one a night disappearing, and I never did find out what was getting them.
Raccoon,
Yeah, it could be a raccoon or a
possum.
bobcat, possum.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Rip the ducks.
Ducks are amazing, mysterious, and disgusting creatures all in one.
Officer Pecky ate it. That was the last duck. So did we get
Well,
Globers in here
unfortunately,
today?
You know what? Let me just say this because we're not going to find any Globers. Let's just admit this by now that that's over with. Deus, you understand there are no more Globers. That was yesteryear. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. Exo, do you think God made the platypus right before he made man, just to get it
Well,
out of
hold
his
on.
system?
No, hold on. There is no telling how God made it. I don't know how he made a mouse. How could I tell you anything else? I have no idea. Platypus, wonderful atheist nightmare of completely having zero lineage ever in the realm of anything. So that's why they always have to go insane when oh my gosh, just look at the anatomy. But here, losing animals is just like losing a family member because that's what they are, and it's really crazy how I think what God did is that he made so many different creatures he could show you perfection in different ways. So when you
Yeah,
develop a relationship with a being that isn't trying to take advantage of you, that isn't lying to you, that isn't making up stories and using you and is loyal, it is something that actually a human being can't fulfill. It's almost embarrassing. And it shows again the glory of God's creation. A lot of people try to look at the DNA to try to figure things out, Deus Vult. And the big problem is the animal herself is the evidence. That's the point. It's
I
her.
agree.
It's this
And the
creature.
relationship is also
Right.
evidence.
Correct. Yeah, it's so much more than what the pseudo. It's an intellectual one. Even if you go to the Christian sectors of the internet, they're doing the same thing. They're very egotistical. They love themselves. They actually are doing it to boast, and they want to be at the intellectual level to use the same words as the opposition, thus playing the game of the devil anyway, not even leaving it. So they're giving away the argument, and they again leave the creation for what is seen, and they'll try to look at the code. The code is not understandable, and the code does not matter because the final outcome can never even be predicted by the code. So when you get that particular creature and you happen to, they're all different.
Yeah,
It was meant to be. It's
Right.
one of those things. How God can look how good I can make my animals, right? Look how good I can make my things, and it again, it's her herself that is the evidence.
I agree. And did you understand what I said about that piece of your puzzle that you didn't know was missing that animal fulfills? And each one is different. And each one is
yeah,
special.
because that something occurred that could have never been imagined until it happened. That's what wisdom is. So it's something that it's an understanding beyond what we can guess what it's going to be like. Because we always admit, I thought it was going to be one way, but it was actually something much more. So just imagine how all these men are always asking, well, how does the sun work? They're asking, it's the same thing. They're going crazy and they think men can answer these types of things at all. We can't even answer why we feel a certain way. I can't tell you why I prefer a black Dodge Ram. Why do other people, why are we so different? When it comes to creatures, though, it's a different level. You'll give anything up for them.
Yeah, well, as long as you're willing to admit it's because of the Cummings diesel, then I mean that's what matters.
I mean, see, I'm such a rebel. That's the obvious good notion of them. That's the obvious beautiful. That's why the whole world hates that setup. The world always hates what is usually something to admire. That's the majority is always wrong. Everybody, and those that, that's just another story, right? So every single thing we look at, the haters are the majority. It's always the haters. You know that?
Yeah, the dissenters, the ones who are a little bit bitter because they can't attain the understanding that you've just accepted.
And it's pride. It's always the same thing. There is no mystery. It is pride and lust. Those are why we fail, but it's also why men worship themselves. And that's the insane part. They turn it around and they try to say, look how good I am. I mean, I used to do it. I used to be of the world. So that's how I know. This is not a mystery. This is just the pink elephant, the purple dragon that no one will address. That's what this conversation is about. Most people in this room don't realize it has nothing to do with evidence. You're testing the hearts and minds of their honesty and their morality. That's what you're testing, not the shape of anything. You're doing it right now when you meet somebody and you say something to them and they, again, answer a matter before they hear it, right? That's the folly. That's the shameful world we live in. They don't want to even hear it. And that's a beautiful thing. They're the haters. It's why would I want to be the majority? Why do people want flat earth to be known? Not only do I never bring it up, I thank God nobody will ever figure it. I thank God everywhere I can go, I can guarantee there'll be idiots to talk to and that I don't have to worry about listening to them. That's what it guarantees, Dan.
That's the Ouroboros. So.
Amen. Because God is right. I you know what? I got my Sky Daddy that I prefer to listen to him.
Yeah.
And you can make fun of me because I'd just rather read the Bible. What's the Bible say? That's it.
I agree.
I'm not going to say anything besides blanketly describe this for reasons that the audience doesn't have to know, Deus. But the actual time that we're in right now is Revelation 13. We're already there right now.
Okay, so we're on the precipice, and that's why I keep on questioning, because like everything seems so unevident to me, but it is a time of tumult. But where in there? Because like I don't know, and what I'm being told could or could not be. But while it's all written, I just know it's a time of tumult. I don't know which end it is.
Well, for 20 years, I scoured the earth for these men that we were told when we were young, they were experts. I scoured the earth for experts to figure this out, and I couldn't find anybody. I got bad news.
And you found Matthew.
I got bad news. All I found was people possessed by Satan. Yes. That's all. That's what I found. Not just like
I like joking
Dan,
with you.
Excuse me, listen. Listen. This is important since you brought this up. This is your fault. So we're going to elaborate on it. Not just like a side demon. We're talking about nobody could be this evil, and that's the person you got to worry about. That Jeffrey Dahmer style weird thing where people are just so psychotically robotic. That is the ultimate form of evil. You see, the robot is the opposite of the human. The robot pretends, and you can't tell. Just like in the movie Alien, the two greatest movies in science fiction history, which I'm not a fan of, but there are two good movies out there, and I hate movies, and movies should all be burned. They're mostly trash. But the movie Aliens and Alien with Sigourney Weaver showed you an example of a futuristic android's conception. You know, this was 40 years ago, over 40 years ago. It shows you this computer, you know, and that's, what was his name? I forget, Hal or whatever.
Bishop.
It was the exact... Bishop was the second one. Yeah, Bishop was the good guy. And the second one, the first one, she had a really bad experience with. That is the mark of the beast. That is the system. Listen, I'll tell you right now, this is going to be the craziest thing. Aliens and Alien Deus are actually the most based on a true story movies in Hollywood history.
Yeah,
because the real danger was not the unknown monster. It was the enemy within.
Right, the one pretending he's your friend.
The one pretending he's a human. And you know he's not.
Oh, and he's a Christian. Bro, that's how crazy, dude. Everything is that. It's an antichrist system. That's why it says test the spirits. Because, like, wait a minute, you'll be able to tell the wolves that are obvious and insane. You'll be able to tell the atheists and the scoffers and the Pharisees, but there's a different level to deception. And those are the antichrists that are completely programmed. Completely. They're not a human anymore. I probably have met now about 3 or 4 of them. Maybe 3 or 4. Is Antonio Subarets count? I don't know. So if Antonio Subarets counts, that's 4. If he's actually a human being and has his own thought process, then only 3. But for the record, this is the point. It's actually not a joke. It's very real, because this is a spiritual warfare. And that's the hardest understanding, is that this is spiritual. That's the main point.
No, it always has been. But how much do you think that is somebody who is either a psychopath or punified or, caught by a viral thought to be a psychopath?
That's where it's like I can't see it. That's where I try to understand that level,
Yeah.
and that's where I can't, because it is such an opposite of who I am. It is literally the polar opposite. I'm a terrible person, and I'm going to just admit that, but I'm also not going to hide from truth, and I'm going to accept what the reality is. There's two different types of people. That's it. And there's the quick and there's the dead.
Yeah.
And that's the reality, is that if you're not quick like the word of God is, the word of God is quick and powerful. That's, a sentence right there. So these people, and they're, again, the problem, the scary part, it's the I'm a nice guy and I'm going to speak softly and even admit that I'm basically admitting that he's lying, but because of the tone, the administrators don't know what to do, because they're like, I can't believe this guy is saying this to me, and I can't ban him because he's just admitting to a psychosis. That's what the future foretold. In Revelation, it would show that people would be just psychotic robot zombies, and he will fully, we would show him the mark of the beast in a year with the code and everything, and he'd be like, oh, that's just a coincidence, and he would completely deny it. Like he'd do the exact same thing. That's not really what it says. He would just say, no, that's really just a number, and they use that because it's just a popular number. Like he would say that. He would come up with anything to deny, and that's the highest level of evil, because that is what do you think somebody's going to be convicted by? Do you think somebody's going to listen to Xanax or Kosho or 50? People don't. Oh gosh, these people that scares people actually away to God, probably. Like, oh my gosh, these are atheists. I don't want to be. But you go and talk to these other types of influencers, there's a different level of cognitive dissonance that it causes. And let's not wonder why there's so many. He had over 1 million views on one of his videos. I just point that out to a much bigger thing than what people want to realize right
now. And the reason why I ask is, I think there are people born this way, whom are born a robot, born soulless. And then I think there are people who have been given a mental virus, a disease of soullessness, who just buy into it. And like, if you look at the pictures I just posted, those are people who have caught a disease of soullessness. That act of what they're doing, that is a degenerate, debasing, godless act of how they're looking at. It looks like they're demon possessed. I can't describe it any other way.
And I'm so glad this is going to be a household term soon, and I'm really excited about the progress that the channel has made in the past 2 years now, since November 2019. And it's just unbelievable how many, even the people that didn't want to go down this road, admitted, wait a minute, if we're going to be truthful about this, you realize you have to admit it, or you're actually there's such a biblical influence. It shocked the flat earth community to a core where they're scared, in a sense, because they know that it is biblical, but if you talk about it, everybody disagrees, which that's the whole point. Everybody is supposed to disagree. It is supposed to be the great deception. It is supposed to be turmoil, and fathers losing their sons and mothers losing their daughters and families breaking up and departing. And make no mistake about it, when they do these evil things that harm and maim and kill and torture, such as snake bites, those have not. That's not the mark of the beast. That's just to kill you, actually, just to soften the target. For the record, that's what that's called. That's called softening the target in warfare. We have plenty of ex-military people that understand this concept. That's all that is. It is to literally separate, so that everybody who's already compliant with them has this emotional, religious breakdown about it. So it separates the cultures, and now the people that are in the government that decide to go along with it are the only ones that continue working for them. So it creates a complete separation of the government from the people. It's a brilliant, it's the biggest chess move in 100 years.
Yeah,
it's satanic beyond the core.
Those people are now baseless. They have nothing to fall back on. They have no support structure. They have no God in their lives whatsoever. All cut. All separated from the light of day.
Right, and to not even see, it's such a great deception. Like, I understand if, like, older people fall for it because they've been in the concentration camp for 70 years, or, I understand that you've completely lived a fictitious cartoon life. So if somebody's 65 years old, I like, I'm not mad at them. Should I be mad at them? Like, I'm talking about the meme war here where they deserve it. Well, I think that's true. A lot of them do. And that's the embarrassing part about it. This is memes. The only reason I'm saying this is because it's not my claim. And God bless him for having the balls to say it. I mean, it's a little brass, but in some sense, it's true. However, there's got to be a limit. Like, we'll have an exception, some people, and that's the way I look at it. Like, look, there's got to be exceptions to these sort of, ideologies. So people are stupid, and I feel sorry for them. But the younger culture doesn't have this excuse, especially when they're on their phones, when they have access to devices, when all they have to do is look this stuff up and find out where people have done. Instead, they encourage the censoring.
Right.
Instead, they encourage the opposite. So that's why it makes the point is, it's a separation. It's actually supposed to happen. That's what people don't understand.
I totally understand that. And don't get me wrong. I believe in burning the dead wood. I believe in cutting away, cutting away the fallen things so that new things can grow. I'm okay with that. But as the way I see it, there's always been a second chance for me. And I always have to give the fallen people in front of me the last chance I can. So I always leave that door open for a moment of grace. And I agree that some people you're never going to be saved, or you're never going to save, but I feel it's my job to nonetheless give that chance.
Another thing about it, it just seems that, again, in that sense, that the world can't understand. If somebody comes in here, why would they lie? That's why it's impossible to answer that question. It's the number one thing that shocks the flat earthers so much, because it's so controversial to say why would it lie, because you're already talking about something that's spiritual.
But it's simple. It's so simple. I understand it's controversial, but it's so simple. And I've always said it. I've always said it since the beginning, that they're hiding the creation. It's so simple because they're hiding the creator. It's the simplest answer. That's, of course, why they're lying.
Right. It's just something that is very difficult to go to. And that's why when I get that kind of question, I have to immediately assert that, okay, is this going to satisfy you? Like, we're just going to skip everything else and you don't
It's automatically not. Yeah, right. It's not going to
so now okay, right, exactly.
And you're going to get pushback from your own house. People are going to be like, But the truth is, of course, they're exerting control over you. But why? Why would they need to exert control over you? Because you're more powerful than they are. They're fallen. They're hiding the creator from you.
Right, and that's why people don't understand. The resets were recent. We're talking 2 resets in the last 100 years, and I don't want to go past that, because that's the oldest. We can go back and look at things called photos or photography and video. We don't have any other examples besides paintings and mosaics. There's actually a 2,000-year-old mosaic. So we can use many different things to see how old the cultures are in a general time span. It's really not that impossible. And the reason is because those Middle Eastern cultures, specifically a little known group called the Hebrews, may have kept up with their calendars for the last 3,000 or 4,000 years. And then the Chinese also agree, and they have a different calendar, but it matches. And that's how we understand history. So everybody's deceived. Nobody references. It's just like when people think that the way words translate, like, you can make fun of the way American culture looks at everything. Do you understand that foreigners look at Americans like we're the stupid foreigners? Like, they'll come over here and they treat us stupid.
Right.
Because, that's just amazing. So if you're in America, you don't understand the other cultures. All the other cultures understand America. Well, what this is describing is Babylon. This is describing the Babylon, the one central babbling people that the whole world has to now adjust to, because we're babbling, and the whole world gives to us, trades with us. We're the most influential. Just look at that in the last 100 years with the music cultures and media, MTV, especially black culture in America, has influenced the entire plane of existence? Why are there just millions of Russian rappers in Russia? Where did they get
Yeah,
this
good
idea?
question.
Oh my gosh, like really? There's like 2.5 million Russian rappers, and they're all insane street fighters that drink alcohol. It's an amazing culture, God bless them. But where did they get the idea for that music? They got it from America, and that's what Mystery Babylon is, because it's
Yeah.
so undefinable. That's why it says the United States of America. It's just the same name, Mystery Babylon the Great, United States of America. Wow, the exact same amount of flowing syllables. I mean, then it says fine linen, scarlet, and purple, so that would be another way of saying red, white, and blue. So that leads to, of course, what's coming next, which this conditioning is leading up to, which will be maybe in a couple of years. I don't know. Could be 2 years, next year, or 10 years. But this mark of the beast is going to be implemented. And that's how we know now that we are literally in Revelation 13 right now.
Yeah, it's so evident that the mark of the beast
By
is either
2025, David Rockefeller said everybody will be chipped.
right. It's so obvious that the mark of the beast is either already upon us or about to be introduced, because we may not be able to see the mark of the beast, and that's why I say it may already be upon us.
Well, listen,
No,
I'm
you
so
will
hold
not
on.
get
No.
it
Listen,
without your
excuse me. Hold on. This
consent.
is something that's been taking quite some time to do. This is leading up to something actually in a couple of days on Tuesday. But I don't want to make an official announcement or anything like that, Deus, but I'll just say this. This is why I need to talk to you about something, because this is what I've found recently. And it's hard because I don't like to talk about this kind of stuff, and I hate to try to make a big deal about it. But I've only talked to a handful of people. I've mentioned a couple things related on the server, but these are actually in play right now, and it is being revealed. And it's too late right now tonight, and I got to get off early tonight anyway, so I won't be able to do anything like that. But this is what I want to talk about. So I just hope before here's the point. Let me tell you this: they are going to absolutely know it, and here's why. It's not going to be something where you can get tricked into.
It's not subtle.
You can't get tricked into it. It's the
Okay.
Bible doesn't say, "Oh, don't fall for the mark of the beast." Hold on, listen. The Bible makes it very clear. People will be begging for it, okay? And it says the others will eventually get their heads chopped off, okay? So there's such a very big. It's not going to be a mystery. People, you will have to literally probably sign a ink and pen contract, and completely sign away this. I mean, everything. It's maybe if there's not a contract, it's going to be a digital contract. It will be a system. Let me just say this: it's going to be a system that's not like any of these snake bites. It's totally different. It's going to monitor, input, and extract information, and it's also going to work like a polygraph system. It's going to be able to tell if you're being honest,
Right?
And it is going to be related to currency. So yes, it is written already. It just hasn't been implemented yet. So it has been identified. And again, that's why Revelation 13. Yeah.
I'm super interested because my biggest thing is I can never really tell. Like I have a dim idea of what things are, and I can never tell the truth. I mean, I can never discern the truth through the multitude of lies, is what I mean to say. I can tell the truth, but I can never discern the truth.
Yes, I'd be interested in hearing about it too. I know you were going to tell me about something a while ago, and then we never got to talk about it at the EXO. So I would like to talk about it some other location sometime.
I think Tuesday, Helio, and again, I'm going to show up just to make sure Helio doesn't talk. That's the only reason I'm going. But he said that he invited me there, and that's where I have to talk to a couple people about it. It's been something, that's been boiling for many months now, and it's not describable because it gets very emotional. So I can't talk too much about it at this point because I'm not supposed to. So it definitely. I want at least a couple of you there on Tuesday night in the Bible room, and I think a time will just appear and we'll end up being there, and eventually I'll have to get you guys the download, and that's it. So I just want to keep it simple. I don't want to talk too much about it right now, but yeah, I would appreciate it if at least both of you, and you can each bring one friend only. Thanks.
I'm bringing Dandelion.
Thank you. That's so sweet. I'll bring Deus Vault.
There we go.
Perfect. Now you can just dress. You don't have to dress formal or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I could put on a button-down shirt if you want me to.
Yeah, I could put on a formal gown.
Now we're talking. Wearing a dress like you should.
I just want to point this out that of all the places on the internet, and I have been listening for a long time, this is the only channel that has even had access, not just on Discord, the entire internet. There's only literally less than 2 places that are talking about this specific issue here. Nobody else on this isn't information gathered from other people. It's very frightening, and that's why I'm so worried about it, because I noticed that other people aren't noticing it, and that's why it's making me more worried. Like, people, they're not going to notice it until it's going to be several years.
It'll be too subtle for them to discern, and that's my biggest fear, is that it is going to be subtle.
Well, to sign the contract, it won't be.
Right.
But putting you in a position where you're already getting more and more comfortable is what they're already doing.
Right.
And again,
but they're already boiling the frog. They're already saying you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this to even participate.
Right. So So those people are the ones that are ready for the next step. They are going to be integrated into the beast system. You see, currency has something that supposedly backed it. Remember, it's all a scam, right? But this new form of currency is backed by something I can't even mention.
Massive computer system, also known as the Beast?
No, but you're very close. That is definitely a tool. And so we're already in the beast system. The beast system referring to the computer age. So the beast system is here. We're forced to use the beast system as slaves to the system. We're in Babylon. That's not what you're going to get in trouble for. Yeah, go ahead.
IBM created the beast for collating information on citizens, internal and external, for the Pentagon. It's an actual building that is the size of a regular building that has nothing but computers in it.
A building? It's nuts. A big computer.
Yeah.
Yes, and to old dude, I was trying to joke and walk my way out of spilling my guts. So yes, anybody can be there. I don't think there's any rules there. So I'm sure it's fine, because they already allow everybody in the Bible room anyway. So
Yeah, I think we should be able to boot out reprobates. I'm just kidding.
That's the
you're
thing.
You're supposed to want a pew full of sinners, not a pew full of saints.
That's
right.
I mean,
how can you avoid it?
Yeah, exactly. Somebody asked me, well, how do I feel about the growing number of atheists? I said, God bless them. What are you talking about? There aren't enough of them. Where are they right now? I haven't seen many. I mean, they're like a dying breed, an endangered species. Their favorite word. That's what
they're falling off precipitously. Or they're getting really freaking quiet because they're realizing that they've been wrong this whole time, because they see the sign.
Yeah. Well, Glat Flobe knows. Glat Flobe has been, the reason he has done a 180 in 6 months is because he's been watching atheists. He's wondering, wait a minute, all these people that hate this flat earth topic are almost all of them are antichrists? I wonder if that means something. Like, what is the correlation here? That's what you'll notice. If you look at this topic honestly, you'll see that actually the flat earth is here to complement something much bigger, right? Not just your relationship. That's so you can understand what God is showing you. You don't even know what up and down is. God can't even talk to you like you have a brain. You ask, well, why doesn't God talk to me? You don't know what up and down is. I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it. Like, I don't know. Like, how do I explain why you are an idiot? That's the point. We're all stupid, but why can't you just go, you know what? I might be wrong about this. There's a bunch of people that believe in something that I don't, and that's it. If you can't do that, if you go into this with this attitude, Deus, it is a suicide. It is literally a mental suicide, and you don't realize, because of you in this server and so many others like Dandelion, it's a beautiful thing, by the way. Many people have been scared away from being bullies, and it's literally, you're taking the wind out of what this is a level of hatred, right? I just said earlier, why do they hate? It's always the haters. These bullies have been destroyed. And that's what happened. The whole culture shift has been the last 5 years. It's been insanity. It's a household term now, and I don't even use it.
Yeah. I agree. And you heard me before say that I was an ardent atheist before I found flat Earth, right?
Exactly. Figured it out. Yeah.
I mean, how can you hold that position once you realize?
You were? I never heard you say that.
Oh yeah, I was pretty well into damnation, pretty well into ruin. That's why, like, when it comes to biblical stuff, I read the Bible, but I'm so fresh to it. I'm so new to it. I get it, but sometimes I might seem a bit biblically illiterate.
Every time I go to it, it's new to me. And I've been doing it for almost 15 years, and I'm a terrible student. I'm the worst student, and I never read enough, ever. Not even in the last 5 years, and I've increased my reading sevenfold, and it's still not enough.
Yeah, I'm literally still on my first reading. So
Well, and the last thing you want to think you are as an expert, man, it's always humility, always learning. There's never an end to it, ever.
I agree, because every time you experience something, it is with fresh eyes because you have new experiences behind it.
Yeah, it's always learning, I think. In my experience, that's my personal experience. The last thing I personally want is to think that I'm an expert in the deepest possible things.
I think that's why I speak up on so much on like the wild theories that pass around, and then, like, I kind of bring them here. What about this? Because I don't know. So,
Right. Yeah, for sure. There's very few things that we can nail down for sure. I mean, that's why we got 3 points and a black swan, and
Hang on.
beyond that
I
go
have
ahead.
a bit of a problem just with the general room, the whole room on this 3 points thing. I was never really introduced to it, never explained it. I'm sure it's based off of things I've said, but I don't know what the 3 points are. Can you dissertate them to me?
Oh, I can do my best. There's probably people that are better at it. It's essentially there's 3 ideas that appear to have incontrovertible empirical foundation. First of all, we know that the Earth is flat because it measures flat. Secondly, there's never been any. So it's 3 questions, right, around these ideas. Secondly, there's never been any. We've never detected axial rotation.
Okay.
I mean, Einstein tells you that in his paper. And then finally, gas pressure. There's no gas pressure without
Without a container.
without a container, right? So the questions are, have you ever seen these things? And then
Okay.
nobody ever has an example. That's
Right.
it. That's all it
And
is.
this is my biggest problem with these 3 questions. One, when we propose them to the new layperson or the intentional dissident, when we propose them to them, we're asking for a concession, which is great, but it's formulaic. It's not based off of your interactions with them, so it's not organic. You don't have an actual conversation with them. 2, I've never heard anybody hold their feet to the fire about their previous answers when they get that little mark on them that they've answered the 3 questions. They've agreed, they've conceded, right? So when they come up with, oh, well, what about satellites? Well, you've agreed to the 3 questions. You've already said that there's no gas pressure. That never happens. I never hear anybody who's given the 3 questions hold somebody who's had the 3 questions feet to the fire on the prima facie evidence of those 3 questions.
Yeah, you'd have to ban Matthew. Doesn't if we need to go by that standard.
But these aren't my standards.
I already did
though.
ban him. Then he got out. Should have really banned him.
These aren't my standards though, because they're not my questions. Because I would never do that. I would never have a inorganic conversation with someone. I mean, I do things formulaically. I agree. I do things in a certain manner, and I always ask certain things, but I always let the answer dictate how I react. But you can't do that when you have 3 questions. But that's all well and fine. It's especially good for people first interviewing, when they're first introduced to interviewing people, but they'll never get their own voice or learn how to use their own voice in dealing. I mean, because this is half about flat Earth and half about you. It's half about you growing and learning more about the world than you ever thought you could. And that's why everybody's like, well, it's not about, it is about you. It's absolutely about you, and you're special. Stop taking yourself out of that role. But if we're going to have those 3 questions, we need to hold people's feet to the fire way more on it.
I think it was used way too often. I think it should be more of a use if necessary, because it creates a sort of establishment or groupthink sort of, I guess, face. It's a problem because, like you already said, it's not organic. But if people are hostile, then it makes sense. But this happened because Miggy would just blow through all the ups like a green pea on the lot, and just
Right.
blow through all the ups just because if they weren't an immediate deal, Miggy would have. And I remember talking to this about Jemsy, and Jemsy was laughing because Jemsy would even tell me, "Wait a minute, I wanted to talk to that guy." Jemsy tried to talk to dozens of people, was never allowed to because people would just blow them out. Oh, you can't answer 3 questions? All right, well, you're banned. And so he developed this method to cope. To develop a shield so that I'm just going to talk to people and they're going to have to go through the system that answers all the questions and then make them concede to it. So it developed this cult-like thing. It's no insult to him, men have done worse, but that's how these things happen, and people develop extra methods because they get butthurt because they don't know how to maybe defend in a normal conventional way or something. I don't know, but it's a huge compensation and it got a little weird. Thanks.
I agree. It either should be done away with, refined, or ignored. Well, there's no difference.
It's nowhere near as bad as it was during the era that. Yeah, I was like nutty. I couldn't even be around the server when that was going on. That was ridiculous. Like, you were not allowed to speak to someone, Deusvald. You probably missed it too, unless you did it this way. Like, I remember starting to talk to people and like have normal conversations. They're like, "You got to go through the 3 points. They just came in. You got to go through the 3 points." I'm like, "Okay, you guys go ahead. I'll see you later." I mean, I don't mind doing. I mean, I've done them before. But it's kind of like that era that the XO was talking about was insane. Yeah, I don't think I was around the server for months when that was going on until it finally ended. But now
it was before my time. It was before my time. I haven't been here that long.
It was insane.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the things I appreciate about the idea behind it is like coming to this Discord was like boot camp, because you really have to get your arguments in order. You got to have your evidence, and you can't be just making claims that you cannot back up. So in that sense, I appreciate the sentiment, and I understand the idea too. Like, if it's going to be used, why not hold people's feet to the fire?
Right. I was told that this was based off of the way I conduct my interviews with people. And for that, because I do things formulaically, but I also let them happen organically. And it's fine if you're using it as a tool to teach somebody how to interact in that hostile environment with another person. But I don't think it should ever come back on me to where I'm told I need to go over 3 points with somebody that I'm just having a conversation with. Please don't ever talk to me again if you're going to tell me to do that.
That seems less and less true today, though, than even, say, 3 months ago.
Well, it's happened to me. Okay, I was here yesterday. It happened to me yesterday. I was here today. It happened to me today.
Somebody asking you to go through the 3 points?
I think we should go through the 3 points while I'm talking, cutting me off. I think we should go through the 3 points. And what am I to say to that?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. It's a thing.
So should I quit using it?
No, I'm not saying anybody should quit using it. But if you are going to use it, if you are going to use it, you need from that point forward to hold their feet to the fire to their previous concessions. That's the only thing I ask. If it is used, that it be actually used in a way that it should be. Because if I'm going, and I will demand that people concede on things that either they're giving up, they'll say, okay, so you concede, right? I demand concession. But when I do that, everything after that is predicated on that concession, and that gets forgotten about. It's not fair to the person who conceded, and it's not fair to the rest of the listeners.
Yeah, the
There is
conversation
something-
in whole.
There is a hindsight twist to this, though, and Glatt has made it appear is what just happened. So Glatt, you might be way too advanced for it. It is something that if people are just going to want to set a calm standard of let's just slow people down, and this is something that people can use if they need it. But it's one of those things where it's more like, I guess if you're kind of I don't want to insult anybody, but if you're new to this, then yes, it makes sense to use it. But if you are not new to this, you don't need it anymore. It's more of a training process kind of thing. I'll give it that, but that's all it is. Yeah.
Noted.
But
I like Dave's Volt's idea of you, because I try to give the people the role once they go through it, because then they only have to go through it once. But if you saw someone who had the role, then you could bring that up again if they're, like you said, asking about satellites or something. Oh, I see you went through 3 points, so you've already conceded that there's no evidence for any of this. I think I don't do that, but I think it's a good idea to do that. I like that approach. It's a good idea. But so I think we should make it a point, like if someone's doing that, if Gladflow goes through the 3 points, then maybe ask
Yeah, if we're going to give them
Ahmad to put the role on there, because I don't think everyone puts the role on. I always put the role on if I'm here when it happens, but
if they are to get that scarlet mark, they should be treated as such.
Right. I agree.
Well,
yeah, I think
Totally.
we should be more conscientious
Gladflow-
about putting the role on.
Yeah, Gladflow is this musician, so you learn things in a different way. You have all these musical things about you all the time, man, and sometimes you can become a machine with it, right? Like you can watch this, and you're gonna just get this person in the conversation in 1 minute and 30 seconds. You're gonna be like, "Yep, sorry, the Earth's flat, bro. Sorry." So anyway, next.
Yeah.
Like that, which is funny, and but sometimes that's the greatest thing. Like if you find somebody that's being a smart aleck or has a chip on their shoulder, okay, that's it. Let's just cinch this up, and we're gonna end this right now. People need to be treated that way. But if you get like the kid earlier who was like, "Oh, I'm scared," that's a perfect example. The guy was like, "I don't know anything," and this and that. Everybody was like jumping. I'm like, "Yeah, relax, guys." The guy said he's 15 years old. I go, just go easy. Don't ask him questions.
Was that Noah? That was Noah, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Noah. And I'm not saying you do this all the time, but he was like, "I'm scared." Like he literally.
No, he sounded like a good kid, man. A good man.
He was being very frail. So if people are going to act frail, you got to go easy on them. You can't. Again, they come to get a drink out of the drinking fountain. You turn the fire hose on, and you wonder what happened.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, with those people, I tend to meet them where they are. And that's why I think that the 3 questions would be a detriment when it comes to that, because you're not getting to the person, you're getting to the subject, and sometimes you need to meet the person.
Yeah, their only purpose is to establish that they have a belief. Or
I think that's really easy to do with most people, unless they're liars.
In very rare cases, there are some who have some knowledge about heliocentric model and stuff, and they will give you the answers, which are official ones.
Right, and I think
you bring some more. Is the horse dead, or should we keep going?
No. I think he brings up a very good point that should be elucidated. Is that this server will? I mean, all your answers can be found on the server.
Yeah.
All of the 3 questions aren't a mystery. You can get those concessions from them very quickly if they want to. If they want to shine you on.
Either way. To me, either way with that is the seed is planted. Those 3 questions, and if that's as far as we get, then that's as far as we get. But if we get to go further, that's cool too.
what I'm saying is past that point is if we don't hold their feet to the fire, then they just got their
I
foot in
agree.
the door with trust
Yeah.
for no reason.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it'd be counterproductive.
Well, and if not, they take that away and think about it. They have to be thinking. Some people have to be thinking. Well, I conceded that all these things I can't have no proof for them. So that's like a plant a seed kind of a situation in the best of circumstances.
Sure. Yeah, right. And we get a lot of those, actually.
Yeah.
No, you've been appropriate when using it. It's mostly appropriate. I haven't heard, any instances where like, oh, that person, the 90-year-old grandmother probably didn't need the 3 questions. I'm just saying there are going to be those special exceptions when, like, I hate to say this. If I came in the room and he did that, I'd be like, I don't know about these guys. Like, I would be it would put me off. I got to be honest. And that's the way I look.
It would give me a cult feeling. For sure.
I see, said the blind man.
However, they still trust me. Most of these people are haters, so it's actually still not saying it's a problem. The haters should be treated that way, and it is demeaning. So
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I
got you. Right. Oh yeah, it's.
I was a flat earther when I came
Which
in
edge
here.
is sharper? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's all right. I was a flat earther when I joined the server, or I was a flat earther when I started interacting with the server. So I was that was a useful tool for me to learn a lot, to sort of get the foundation down, so that I can say, well, these are things that I can claim and I can talk about, and I don't have to speculate about a ton of different things. I can just talk about what can be proven. So I personally, and I was already sort of on the same page, that was useful to me in sort of in solidifying my point of view. But I can see how it could be, be kind of combative for people who are, trying to learn, even though we do have a lot of anti-flat earthers come through here.
Don't get me wrong. I'm perfectly fine with combative. I'm probably one of the more combative people here. I'm generally disagreeable. But nonetheless, I
did agree with that, so.
Yeah. It's because you have an agreeable
disposition. Am I a yes man? Don't do that to me. Don't.
I would never do that.
Down to that level.
I would never do. Yes, man.
Anyway.
Sometimes you make me feel like a huge asshole.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So I grew up around bullies. So I learned how to bully the bullies. And so when I feel like someone's even just being sarcastic to me, I'm like a fish when you're holding on to it. Sometimes it'll splay out its sharp shit, right?
Yeah.
Cut you.
What you're saying is you're slimy.
Well, you said it.
The harder you squeeze it, the easier it escapes.
Well, that's true too. Yeah, see?
And you're kind of smelly is what you're trying to say.
See, I'm Romanian as well as get, so that's why we're on that level right now. Y'all ain't honest level.
Trying to keep up, bro.
It's all good.
But I don't know what you're saying.
See, I need to mute myself more because y'all can't keep up with me, and that's my fault. Just keep going and going.
What are you playing, dude?
Fucking CS:GO.
Oh.
Did you play in 1999 also?
1999. This game?
No, the old version, the old.
Oh no, but I did play. I've played all the Half-Lives. Those are fun
I played
games.
the first CS and the second CS. I must have been a teenager.
Counter-Strike Source, is that what it was?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Half-Life was the best ever, man.
Dude, and the engine is still top notch in my opinion.
Well, the only one that was better was the Fear. If you ever look at the Fear ones, but did you get Black Mesa?
Yep.
Dude, I haven't been able to put down Half-Life 3. It's pretty good.
You liar.
There's a third? I'm like, what? Why am I wasting my time with this fucking decade-old video game?
This is witchcraft. Witchcraft when he says things like that. That's you just like to play games. There's no such thing. There never will be because you'd ruin it. So listen, here's the
Unreal
deal.
Tournament
Half-Life
2004.
Okay,
It's the best game ever.
2004, Zach.
I'm trying to give you an actual location. This is the
double
only video
kill.
game. So okay, I'm gonna try this one more time.
I'm sorry, bud.
This
Here.
is the only game, right? Fictional story, supposedly. This is the only one that's true on location where there's a secret military base in the Grand Canyon, which have black ops vehicles. You can't go there, obviously, right? It's in northern Arizona, just probably closer to Matthew in the room than me, Joshua, because I'm south. And that location is called Black Mesa in real life, and it's not
Right.
in
Oh yeah, Mesa.
that's the real name. This is a real place, and when you dig a tunnel out from it, you end up in the Grand Canyon. Well, that's exactly what's up there. Right up next to Black Mesa is the canyon, so it's a 200-mile stretch of area. It's a real place.
Aliens, bro.
No, he's not saying aliens, but he is.
No.
Yeah, thank you. He is correct. That is an actual place.
Right.
As in, instead of Area 51,
Military.
it's here. It's this Black Mesa area. This is the real Area 50. The Area 51 is the distraction. That's not the worry about that. Yeah.
Clearly, because nothing. You watch Area 51 for days, nothing happens there.
Well, I only saw
have
it
a
for about 2
question.
minutes and I had to leave.
What? Hi, Dave.
Hello,
What's up?
people on Discord. I've got a question. Has anyone attempted to converse with Sleet Love, VC verse 5? Sleet Love.
Sleet Love?
Sleet Love.
Wow.
Are you here, Sleet Love? We are speaking to you. I guess
Sleet Love
not.
Sleet Love is typing. Yes, I've spoken before on here. I will translate.
Okay.
I will
That's not true.
TTS for him.
No. Okay. Instead of worrying about 3 points, Glat Flow needs to write up a credit application before people are allowed to even come in this room, so that they can say if they have a microphone or not, if they understand what up or down is. This perfect example right here. Do they, again, do they have a working microphone?
So that needs to be part of VC verification.
Well, I've gone over this before and I've been overturned. I'm not allowed to demand people talk. I'm not allowed to demand people, if they're in the live stream voice text, that they be in live stream. I'm not allowed to do a lot of things. So if you guys want to rise up, that's on you. But I'm all for it.
Bro, my scissors are dull from
Did
cutting
someone
red tape.
discipline
Let's
you?
go.
Who disciplined you while I was gone? Did someone discipline you?
Oh no, this was well before you came to the server. I've been disciplined
Gosh.
probably more than anybody else on the server.
Well, gosh, it's probably expired by now. Then it's been several years. So you think that
you would think so, but it's still thrown in my face every now and again.
We won't tell anybody.
There are people on the server who are higher ranked than I. Nobody here right now who knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Not as far as I'm concerned. When I first started coming around, it was Judas, Mary Mom, and Jose, and they all treated me excellent. So as far as I'm concerned, you guys are top dogs.
Hell yeah. Right there with you.
Well, I'm not trying to start a mutiny, but I've had to change my name due to... I've been banned from the server.
Maybe you should change it to Fletcher Christian.
To what?
Fletcher Christian.
Fletcher Christian.
He's Mutiny on the Bounty. Isn't that his name? Pretty sure that's his name, Mutiny on the Bounty. He not only me, but he was
Christensen, I think.
Okay, yeah, he was justified in his mutiny. I'm sorry, I should be encouraging you. And then he started a whole nother island of people. Like they actually used that to do genetic studies. I think it's called Pitcairn Island because he and his mutineers went and mated with the native ladies there, and so very unique things happened because it was like an isolated population. Yeah. Anyway, it's a good story. Mutiny on the Bounty.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it sounds
like I don't need to read the book now.
Sounds a
I left out Battlemod. Battlemod was always here in the beginning too.
It was a Mel Gibson and Anthony Hopkins movie back in the 80s. It was pretty good.
Clark Gable was Fletcher Christian, Dave. Now, come on. Nobody can replace the Clark Gable version I never saw. I don't know. I might have seen the version you're talking about, but if it did, it didn't even stick in my mind because Clark Gable was the best.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Hopkins did a good Captain, whatever his name was. Quaid.
Captain Bligh, wasn't it Captain Bligh? I think
Captain
so.
Bligh, yeah.
I'm gonna have to check this out because I
Clark
like everybody
Gable.
you're talking about.
I have to mention the excuse me, greatest fact about Clark Gable is he is the literal sole inspiration for Superman.
Wow.
Clark Gable's the inspiration
The
to
literal main, yes, he was. They literally saw this guy and they had, let's make up a Superman. That's why Clark Kent is Superman's name. Yeah,
So he's Clark Gable is the Ubermensch.
he is really where they built Superman off of Clark Kent and took away his mustache. That's exactly what they did. Go look at it.
Oh, and you think that Clark Gable can fly? Is that what you're telling me?
They apparently thought he was the best action hero star ever. He was literally for several decades, I believe. He was like the biggest, like women loved him. So that's it. He is the main guy.
Of course. I mean, yes. Have you seen Gone with the Wind? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Right. So he was literally, that's who Superman is based on, the husband hero guy in Gone with the Wind. How crazy is that? Thank you.
I did not know that. Thank you for telling me.
That is an interesting piece. That's an interesting nugget. Mm-hmm.
He flew in bombers. He probably didn't see any action, but he at least he did his fake "look at me, I'm a soldier" thing. I'm sure he got a nice job, but he at least there's pictures of him using weapons. At least he picked up a 50 cal here and there. You get a nice meme.
This all started because Deusfall is going to force Sleet Love to speak, and he's not going to get punished for it. And if he does, we're all following him to a remote island.
We're all going to Dr. Moreau's island, you said?
Remote island. Pitcairn. Yeah. I wonder what's going on there now.
The island of Dr. Moreau?
Pitcairn Island.
Is that the name of the place? I didn't know that.
Pitcairn.
That's where the mutineers went.
Oh, got it.
So they wouldn't get executed. If they went back to England, they would have gotten executed. Oh, look at that great picture old dude put in there. He put in a Clark Gable gif.
Did Helio come back?
I don't think so.
I haven't seen him.
He hit Salt F4.
Well, he was the one that checked me in, I think. He was like, if I remember right, you're on the fence. I was like, yeah, on the fence.
Did he sing for you?
When does he not sing?
That's a good answer. El Baba Yaga. Jose, check me in. BC verified me.
I'm surprised with the thousands and thousands of people I checked in. I've checked in none of you guys. It's crazy to me.
Panto checked me in.
I don't think I've ever checked on anybody. I've been in the room.
Me neither. I've only been here like 9 months.
Yes. Wasn't it you that checked me in?
Was it I?
Yeah.
Wasn't it you that checked me in, or was it you that checked me out?
Yeah, definitely checked you out.
You got that second one down, sure, yeah.
No, I didn't check you in, old dude, but I did harass you for months about being on the fence.
Yeah, bro. Yes, you did. You kept me on the fence, thank God. You made me choose. You made me test. Made me test every bit of it because I thought you were all fake. You're not, are you?
No.
You're all real. You're not all crazy. You're all real.
Thank you. You know what? That's probably the best compliment I've gotten in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Woohoo,
wow.
10 minutes. I'm doing well.
Yeah, I've gotten some pretty good compliments lately. Feel the same way. I'm doing well.
Well, that's good. What? Shut up.
You want a story? I hate it when people compliment me
Yeah, I feel
because I know that I'm far better off being humble than being arrogant, because up until I was like 13 or 14, I was extremely arrogant. And it was because I was so much bigger and stronger than everybody else. And then I boxed a counterpuncher, and he beat me. And ever since then, I've been humble. And ever since then, I don't underestimate my opponents anymore, do I?
I don't know, dude.
Not that I've seen. And I've
Were you
seen
asking
some.
yourself a question?
Yeah, it sounded like that.
How do you pull a key out of a keyboard? Got a mechanical keyboard. I got to replace the mechanism in it, but I can't figure out how to pull it out.
You gotta. What kind of keyboard are you talking?
Cherry Brown.
Cherry Brown what?
It's a. Oh God, what is it?
A keyboard. Is it a computer keyboard?
Yeah, it's a.
Oh, I thought you were talking about music stuff.
No.
There's
like,
pullers.
Yeah, I have the puller out. I just can't get the. I can't get the freaking thing out with the puller.
Is it like a tweezer type deal, or is it a wire thing?
It's a tweezer type deal.
So you can get the key off, but then the tweezer won't pull it, right?
Right.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
Get a safety pin and use the sharp end to dig in there and get it kind of. Is it like a little plastic piece that needs to get out of the middle there?
It's the whole mechanism. It's kind of a module.
Okay, there's no way we're gonna know what you're looking at. So, but yeah,
anybody who's ever dealt with a mechanical keyboard would know.
You're talking about the big clunky keys, right? The big keys.
The ones that make sound, yeah. When you.
Yeah. Ridiculous ass. Just, I can hear you typing from next door, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm annoyed.
What'd you have for dinner?
I made myself a Reuben.
Did you know? Oh, man. I was about to dox myself. I love Reubens. Love them.
Reuben, I've been thinking.
Because I love cabbage.
This would be if the girls
yourself,
were
bro.
all transported.
Let's just say Reubens. Reubens are dear to my town. I'm not kidding.
Gosh, I don't know what town that would be. I have to look that up.
Oh, shit.
Reubens?
New York.
No, it's not.
New York City. Katz's Diner.
The Flat Earth app says he's from Wisconsin.
Yes, it says I'm from Wisconsin. That's right. And that was intentional. You guys don't know how lucky I got, man. I was on a vacation. Not a vacation. I was going somewhere. And I drive through Wisconsin to get there. And while I'm on this long drive, I download the app. This is like a year and like 2 or 3 months ago. 15 months ago. So the app was kind of brand new. And I downloaded it, and I could see there was a friend finder on it at the time, and so I kind of signed up, and I was like, this is kind of cool. And then I just kind of put it away for a little bit, and then I was on my way back, and I decided, you know what, I don't know if I want this, because I didn't think the friend finder thing was very secure. It's a brand new app, this kind of deal. So I was like, whatever, I deleted it. Then I'm talking in a Globebusters chat one day, and this random guy, never seen his name before, real nice and pleasant, he said, hey, Gladphobia, I saw you on the friend finder. You in Wisconsin too? And I was like, well, no, but but that I was there when I downloaded the app, and that's kind of creepy because that was a while ago. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what that story will do for y'all, but
well, gosh,
I'm guessing he's in Minnesota. Is he in Minnesota?
Who? This guy?
You're in Minnesota.
He doesn't want to tell
No,
you.
I'm not in Minnesota.
You're in the Americas.
Minnesota. No, I'm not. Wisconsin's right next to Minnesota, but that doesn't mean I'm from either of those places.
Yeah, it could be the UP.
I don't sound like a Uber man. Ha fucking E, right? Fucking E, right?
There's pasties there. If he was eating a pasty, he might be
Sorry.
suspicious. I make really good pasties, by the way.
You make good what?
Pasties.
What are those?
Pasties are like meat pies. Like, and usually the traditional UP pasty has rutabaga in it. You can have beef pasty or chicken pasty. Or I guess you could have vegetable one if you really want it, but I don't want to talk about that.
I think you could probably put anything in it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you just surround it with, pie crust. Yeah, it's really good.
Basically an empanada.
But I was just going to say that. Yeah. Do they candy it on the outside?
No, I usually brush it with butter.
Brush it with butter, yeah.
Make it shiny on top.
But my experience...
that would be egg yolk, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I've done that before, I think, but maybe I've done that. And I've done that with regular pies. I don't know with the pasty. Yeah, my experience with the flat earth, certain flat earthers and toxicity that can surround certain flat earthers would want me to have an app that would repel them rather than tell them where I am so they can come find me. I mean, I have no desire to.
Exactly right. So I was like, if people think I'm in Wisconsin, you bet. That's fine with me.
I mean, I pretty much like all you guys here, but yeah.
Right.
I'm not in a big hurry to draw people to me, flat earthers. I'm sorry, but it's just
you would
I've
think
been through the ringer. Most of them are permabanned from the server, I'm pretty sure, at least. But they might be able to find me on the app. Yeah, so I'm definitely.
You would think it's a problem just with this little society we have going, but no, it's a problem in the wider society. Period.
Yeah, it is.
The world is sick, and so it seeps into every aspect of your life.
Yeah, and that's what, because like Hank was talking about how he doesn't like the compliments and all that. Like, I've done a lot of studying in the past couple of years about narcissism and so on, and one of the things that really hit home for me just the other day was this person was talking about how what these narcissists do when they attack you is they say, "You've set yourself up as being this, but you're not really this, and the world must know." And then you say to yourself, "Gosh, have I set myself up? Do I portray myself as being a good person? Do I run around saying like I'm the greatest person in the world?" No, I never make any claims of any sort. Like, I'm definitely a sinner like everyone else, but like it's because these people who we've talked about this. We just talked about yesterday, didn't we? The external locus of control. That, these people who get all of their cues from the outside, who are like basically living plastic, soulless lives, like you were talking about.
Yeah.
They assume everybody else does that too. So they assume that like you're doing what you're doing, like to get the props or to get the attention or to get people to say you're this way, when actually you're just living your life. Like I'm not going by what other people say. Like I'm just living here. Sorry if you guys don't like it.
I like it just fine.
Thank you. But even if you didn't, I'd still be the same way.
Oh, I know that. That's
because I have an internal locus of control.
Right.
Welcome to
and
my
integrity.
world.
Integrity is a big one.
I mean, try it, guys. I mean, try just like not paying any attention to what anybody else says. But that's you would think people who are flat earthers would do that. But of course, we know not everyone who calls himself a flat earther is in it for the right reasons, right? Just like probably any other movement.
Just because somebody calls themselves something doesn't make them a good person. We're all fallen, so we all have a natural tendency towards that. And I mean, you're in a world of crazy when you go to Flat Earth. Regardless, if you go to a party of normal people, you're the crazy person in the room. If you even bring this subject up. So you're already in a world of crazies. And all of the people here realize that they've been lied to all of their lives. That makes people automatically, I mean, the world breaks. You can't go a day without thinking, they're probably lying to me about that. But now we live in a world where that's normal. We live in a world where we have people call the news fake news. And it doesn't matter what channel you're on. So we're less crazy by the day, but nonetheless, everybody's getting more crazy by the day. So
I just can't wait to stop using the word planet instinctively.
Yeah,
Gosh,
that's
still
a
do
hard
it.
habit to break.
It's a hard one. Anyway, sorry, Dandelion, were you saying something?
I think I was just agreeing with Day as well, but yeah, I agree with you also. You should stop using it.
It's that one is hard to break because that's the one that it is. You can call it a world. You can call it you can call it the Earth. You can call it a multitude of things, but a planet is not, and the sun is not a star.
Right.
Those
So
two
can
things
say,
are.
Right. Wait, I'm sorry. I hate to do this. I'm embarrassed. When they ask you, well, what are you saying the Earth is? I just go, the Earth is under the heavens and in the water. That's it. It's over. Because I'm explaining what the Earth actually is that it's something in water. So that's the big gap, is this not comprehension that the waters continue. We're in water, face of the waters. Like Latflobe said a few hours ago, that's what he remembers from the Bible. That's because it's in the very first page.
Yeah.
There it is. Face of the waters. So the Earth is under the. Also, when you're saying this, you're emphasizing the fact that you're under, which is only possible on level. So when I say, well, the Earth is just under the heavens and in the waters, they can't straw man me on anything. It's over. And that's why it's too effective on us. Yeah, you'll lose friends fast.
And the people you shed coming into this out of your life, you realize weren't your friend.
Correct.
It's worth
been
it.
the greatest
It's worth it.
thing ever. Yeah, the greatest thing
It's
ever.
like
is
loaning
to
someone
give money away.
$20. It's like loaning someone $20, and because they're too much of a piece of shit to want to pay you back, you never have to deal with them again. So you got rid of that person for $20.
I wish that were true,
No,
Hank. I wish that were true,
no,
because after that they start resenting you and they become your enemy for no other reason than because you lent them $20.
Yeah, homeless dudes do it.
That sounds like their problem.
I wonder
They
why.
got nothing to do with me.
No, they try to make it your problem real quick. We live in a society.
Yeah, we do.
A ritual.
You paid him $20 to make him your enemy.
I've paid less. I've had better.
Yeah, so I like what you say, in the water, below the heavens. I tell people, word association, what do you see when I say Earth? And if they say, the spinning water ball, I say, no, that's just a model, right? Earth is that stuff you get between your toes when you're at the beach, or that stuff that earthworms crawl around in, right? That's what Earth is, right? And it's like, if people could just realize that, and I have to give you credit for that one, because that was you who were telling me the other week to stay away from models. And I can't tell you how much that's helped my arguments. Thanks.
Oh, he meant like coke or narcissists.
Yeah.
Oh, don't even get Glatflobe started. He's on a whole new kick and he can't stop it. So stop it, Glat.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll stop
We're moving
it.
right along. Yeah, we're moving right along. I knew that.
Go.
Right. I'm trying to think of what I was going to say. You distracted me with your. I knew you were going to have a reaction, so that just happened. Yep.
Settle down.
Well, it's actually Deus's fault then, because he did that.
Calm your.
Not intentionally.
That was completely intent. But yeah, that's a good thing, Hank. What was I going to say?
Models.
Yeah, models are bad.
We don't live
Right,
on a
if you
model.
need a model, you're missing the point. But yeah, people, because I remember you never say that. Listen, this server is the exception. You're getting people here that's here. Listen, before we get ahead of ourselves, the reason you guys are off the hook is because people come here. You didn't go out to the street and put it in their face. They came to you. So if it ends up that you got to treat somebody like an animal, like Glatflobe does, and just give them the 3 points and push them into a corner and force them, that's fine. That's fine if it has to happen. But if someone needs a model, anyway, that's so. When somebody asks you what is the Earth, you say the Earth is under the heavens and in the waters. It removes the object, because remember, these people are stuck on an object Earth mentality. When you say the Earth isn't flat, they start thinking of geometric shapes blinking in front of their eyes in magical outer space, just changing the shape of this ball. into something else. They're completely missing the point, right? So when you're outside, you just look at the sky and raise your hand. We're under the heavens. And that way, the whole point of this, Hank, since you're the one doing, you're going to these other channels, you're getting recorded. Good. The whole point of this, Hank, is so that they cannot straw man you, because all they want to do is say, well, how do you explain how? I just said I'm under the heavens and earth is in the waters. What part of that needs me to now explain the way the sun works, which of course a man can't anyway. We go down the line of believing that you're a god, because apparently flat earthers are gods. Just so you guys know this, because everybody, the first thing they do after they meet a flat earther is start asking them questions that only God can answer. It's the weirdest psychological extrapolation I've ever seen in my life. And it happens constantly. And that shows you how disconnected people are. You're all of a sudden going to tell them how the sun, moon, and stars work. That it's already too late for them.
Yeah, they're
Yes.
looking for another authority figure to replace.
Falsification does not require replacement. I think someone said that recently here in the server.
The funny thing is you may think that they're trying to replace their authority figure, but I think they're trying to catch you up because they know they don't know, and they know you don't know. They know it can't be known.
Yeah, that could be too. Yeah.
Well, it's a knee-jerk reaction. I don't have an intelligent thing to discuss, so why don't I ask you something that's ridiculous? It's kind of like it's because they don't have it, they don't know what to say. It's really what it is. And your mind starts searching for information and it goes, oh, we don't have any. It was just something you watch on TV. You have an inherent unknown panic that you don't even realize you're having. So you just start saying things. It's not in your attitude. You're pretending you're calm. But that's just how the psyche works. That's how your soul works. Your soul is not going to immediately react. And well, some people it does, right? But most people, they just immediately have this knee-jerk reaction because they're uncomfortable in their position. That means they're out of answers. Now they need to start asking questions that can't be answered, or they're out of ideas.
Yeah, so when they thought that they were on a ball in space, a planet in space, they thought they at least somewhat, sort of, knew where they were. But then when you point out to them that the Earth is flat and stationary and contained, they very quickly come to the realization they have no idea where the hell they are, and most people around them have no idea where the hell they are. And it's a little bit terrifying.
You've forgotten obvious creation.
Oh, yeah, and it's obviously created. Yeah, and they find that terrifying.
The problem
having
is
higher power is terrifying, I guess, to some people.
They don't come in, they don't come in here too often. So most of the clientele that you guys get are atheists. To just be honest, that's what the internet's full of, is Sodom and Gomorrah. But on the street, you're going to meet a lot of believers in God that have the same robotic reactions. That's the weird part.
Oh yeah, I mean, go to any, well, not any, there are some good churches, but go to most churches nowadays, and they're not nowadays. People are waking up in churches because they've been denied their ability to go to church for a year and a half, 2 years now. So a lot of those people are waking up. But before that, oh my goodness. Just going to have a normal conversation with people. Impossible.
So something that I said to this guy, with the megaphone today, I ran into a bunch of religious people in downtown Portland today when I was at Saturday Market with a friend of mine. And like one of them was handing me like an Islam pamphlet, and then like these other two guys were like yelling on a speakerphone, talking about Jesus or whatever. And I pointed out to one of them, how gas pressure without a container cannot be demonstrated, and how that container is a natural creation, and basically is evidence of a natural creator, direct obvious evidence, of a natural creator. I was like saying that you can get an atheist to at least not be an atheist if you point that out to him, and he thought that was interesting and all. But I tried taking another approach to him to help him be more productive in a certain sense, and I guess I've sort of said this to other people, but I said it really mainly to him for the first time, which I was trying to like basically say to him. So if you go and do your own research and know for sure that the Earth is flat and stationary, that's knowledge that you would have, and that's the truth. And don't you think God would want you to tell other people the truth if they don't know the truth? And I don't know, I couldn't really get him to exactly give me a hard yes on that, but it seems to me like the obvious answer would be fuck yes.
Well, I highly doubt that an Islamist would, or a Muslim would be swearing, but
Oh, well, this was a Christian guy. I didn't talk to the Muslim guy for more than a few seconds. I was talking to this other guy, two Christian guys, megaphone.
Well, flat Earth is the foundation for faith. I mean, I had that experience of being a believer as a young person, and it wasn't until I found out the nature of the Earth that I could say, no, there is no option. There's no other option. It's not a matter of believing something. It's a matter of knowing it. And to me, that's a much more powerful place to stand. I mean, I don't run around trying to manipulate or, coerce people into thinking. I just don't do that. But, when I am talking to somebody, to me, I can speak with more conviction now because I know that the Creator exists, because this world necessitates a Creator. I think it's a much more powerful, and that's just my own experience. Like, I have much more confidence now.
It is definitely a powerful message. Undeniably.
Oh, yeah, it's changed my point of view, that's for sure.
Just remember, if anybody ever says to you the stupid question, why do you even care if the Earth is flat or not? I mean, maybe a stupid question, may not be, or whatever. Point is, don't forget the answer of all the answers you could give to that question. Don't forget to tell them the truth is important. Like, isn't it? Like, look them around the eye and say, isn't it?
Well, I'm still amazed that, like, Kent Hovind won't concede that, or won't even discuss it, really.
Well, he's deceived big time. There's some interesting circumstances behind it, but it doesn't matter. I think that he's very deceived. He has a Solomon complex. That's what.
So he knows God but denies him.
Right. He talks about how many people he has saved, so he's got this huge ego.
Okay. So a person looking at their works as an account book.
Yeah, he's so comfortable because he's been doing it 40 years. He hasn't changed. So he hasn't even, like, he's really behind the times. He just has a huge following. He's very much, it's the same thing over and over again. He's stuck in that his own understanding kind of thing. But
right.
Because I remember talking to him about 5 years ago when it first started, and I knew I was going to have to go in without ever talking about it, because he was immediately, again, he was bombarded by thousands of letters, so that must have scared him, I guess. I don't know. Thousands of people were trying to tell him when he got
out. I liken that to modern day churches, though, and it's unfortunate. But I mean, there's a lot of people you can reach in church, so it's not horrible.
Well, let me. Here's this is the scare part. I mean, I've seen him and talked to his son, so I guess that's why I'm a little bit on edge about this topic. But it is, I've planned on going there actually and confronting him about it. Because he hides. He got into it with Rob Skiba, several years ago.
Yeah.
And he didn't take the opportunity that Rob gave him. That would have he would have gained so much credibility. He turned Rob Skiba down. And of course, I know what the standards were, or the what the issues were. And Kent was saying the things atheists were saying. And that's when I knew he's gone. It's too late. There's not going to be a debate. There's not going to be a conversation. He's done for. When a so-called believer starts saying the exact same thing the atheists, antichrists are saying, it's over. There is no hope for that person unless they fall, unless God, decides, okay, listen, you got to take another fall. He can't be fixed. I'm not saying he's not saved. I'm saying he's proving that it's the great deception. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think someone like that, though, I mean, I haven't looked into what he says exactly, but yeah, like you said, someone who has a giant following like that, who's, not only not accepting it personally when it's presented, but then also leading other people astray who might otherwise find the truth. That's very bad.
He has done good work, though. Like, it's
Right, no,
undeniable.
he has. Yeah,
undeniable. The man is a giant in the. I mean, when I first came to Flat Earth and I was looking for that spiritual side, I listened a lot to Kent Hovind because, I mean, that breakdown of what I believed to be true because I was told what to think. He helped me a lot in that. I can't deny that, but
I have to. This is just like Metallica. Master of Puppets is great, but after the Black Album, it's terrible.
Awful.
So Kent Hovind is the same way. I'm sorry to insult you. Kent Hovind is the same way, right? His old stuff is great. Now he's kind of lost that. He's lost the child is the problem. He couldn't keep the child part of him. He used to act like a kid. He'd joke more, but now his grin has a little bit of grit. He's not as happy as he was. He's putting on a facade because it's again the pride. He can't let it down. He can't just like, oh man, this has been tough. No, he has to have his repertoire and his normal rhetoric and his methodical ways because he's attached to himself. He's not listening to what God's understanding is. He thinks he has the understanding. He thinks he did it. He doesn't give the credit to God. Again, not saying he's not saved. It's a great deception, just like King Solomon. Some great people in the Bible were still greatly deceived, did bad things. That's why I'm not condemning anybody. But that's the point, is that you can only take so much information from somebody, and you're going to have to you're not able to discuss certain things. You're not able to get information. Here's the two things. First is that he said, yeah, they probably faked the moon landing, but they really went because they had to cover it up. Okay, so now you know that, okay, there's a serious psychological problem here when somebody says they faked the moon landing, but I trust them that they got there. So he's in no danger of ever learning this. And number two, one is the worst. One is this, and this was deleted for about 4.5 years ago. Again, I got big ears, and God wanted to show me this. He was in a big debate with a Christian, and this is way before Rob Skiba. This is when it first happened. And I remember being in anyway, very specific moment. And he said, I don't care what the original Hebrew says. Ken Hovind, 2016. Yes, that's
come
what he
on.
said. I don't care. So that's when I knew that was it. 3 strikes. You're absolutely done for, So I knew I had to literally be separate of that group. It was over. Yeah.
Cog disc can be times 10 for religious people sometimes, because there's times where they struggled with these things like dinosaurs and space and all this stuff, and they prayed about it, they did this, that, and the other, and they've reconciled the two things together, and now they've doubled and tripled down on that, so it can be even more difficult to break through with people like that.
Okay.
Well, the Bible appears to be very flat. I mean, Job 38:14 says it's pressed out like clay under a signet ring. And the biblical cosmology is understood even by people like Michael Heiser, who is, even takes the Bible sometimes with a grain of salt, although he does appear to be, Christian. Say that the ancient cosmology was on pillars on top of a watery deep, flat and covered by some sort of solid dome section of sky under waters above, under the heavenly throne of God. I mean,
yeah, you're talking reasonably though, and objectively. When you read the Bible, it's objectively a quote unquote flat Earth book, obviously. But for somebody who has spent time actually reconciling modern day scientism with their Bible, they've made that decision, and it's like a salvation thing almost in their mind that you're disrupting and challenging. Like they've already reconciled that and buried that. So it's like ultra cog dis.
Hey, Lemon, good to hear your voice. You're always on 100%.
Oh, thank you, good sir. Good
Yes,
to
for sure.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Lemon's great, man.
I love his delivery. It's so Lemon.
Thank you.
You're definitely correct. I just noticed that, like my parents, for example, they're pastors, and the cog dis is so dramatic because of the years of reconciliation with modern science. Like I got booted out from this guy's online thing because he was preaching about dinosaurs, and I challenged him on it in a nice way, but he's already reconciling it. He's already teaching that reconciliation to other people. So he's kind of in too deep with the pride, like he was saying a minute ago about the pride with Kent Hovind. Now you're disrupting
what
their
is this that you're
pride, their
saying, though?
cog dis. Sorry, go ahead.
Anderson, what are you saying though? No, what are you saying, Anderson, though? Because this is a problem I've mentioned today as fault. What is this thing you're saying about dinosaurs? Because obviously there's opposing opinions about dinosaurs. So which one are they? Which deception are they falling for?
Well, I mean, what scientism has presented, the Royal Society via Richard Owen and all that. I'm talking about dinosaurs as presented. I mean, it does mention the behemoth. It mentions the behemoth and all that in the Bible.
Sure. So okay, so right, but if someone's, especially young people, you got to be careful. I'm just saying, eventually you're going to come across some kid that's or excuse me, some young child or something that's looking at something or asks you about these things, right? Because they're still in media and they're everywhere. But obviously they lied about them. Doesn't mean they don't exist. Some of them, obviously are real if they're alive today. And the reason we know this, because even Sir Richard Owen, here's the funny part. Sir Richard Owen was actually accurate. They had to change his findings. They had to recondition. They had to evolve the religion. They had to pervert it. Sir Richard Owens was literally, when they put this big statue of the animal that he presupposed from certain things, he really made a giant iguana. And that's exactly what he found, was an iguana tooth. And then everybody else, then they started changing what the animal looked like. So actually, he was very close to being one of the closest credible people we've had in the last 200 years of history, showing that they didn't agree. Remember, they keep changing their minds. Right now, they put feathers on them. There weren't feathers on them 150 years ago. So something happened here. Wait a minute. Something happened.
Not even 20 years ago.
Well,
I mean, that's what I mean. Ironic, that script that's taken over.
Right,
not necessarily Owen. The overall script, the narrative that's taken over, you know what I mean?
But it's changed, right?
Presented,
so the script is changed.
Well, that's because it's bigger than Richard Owen. When you belong to these secret societies, just like Isaac Newton, when he said, "Don't ascribe this gravity thing to me," when you're part of the Freemasons and all these secret societies, they're bigger than you are, so they're going to use your name however the hell they want to.
Right. The whole let me show you the point of the whole point is they're covering up giants, because giant lizards are just giant versions of lizards today. It's just, there's no complicated mystery to this. They used to get lots bigger. Even I can tell them, a lot of truthers believe in giants, and that's all dinosaurs are. They're just giant lizards that were killed because men don't get trophies for tiny animals, last time I checked. So in reality, this is why men kill dragons and even talk about it in their literature for, I don't know, 4,500 years. That's what these dinosaurs are. And this confusion on the internet saying, oh, they never existed, there's no such thing. That's ridiculous and insane. You're saying giant lizards never existed when half the community talks about giants being literally the second most important topic. So that's just shows that we've become extremely stupid. We've become extremely
but you just mentioned two different things, though. It's giant. Giant lizards never existing, and me saying dinosaurs as presented is nonsense. Is two separate things.
I know, but that's not what you said. You say dinosaurs. You don't say that. That's why you had to clarify. That's the point. If you didn't say it, if you said it correctly, if you said,
absolutely
the way that they depict dinosaurs is incorrect, well, then I wouldn't have had to ask you. But when somebody says, yeah, dinosaurs are fake, well, now we got a problem, because actually I've owned a dinosaur, and there have been now 5 known kinds of living dinosaurs. Now they claim they're supposed to be, which is not true. There's very little kind, and these are just of the lizard kind. There's 5 different kinds, and there's different breeds. So there's actually literally many of them are still alive today. And again, if you just added size, so simple, if you just added again 5,000% size increase, there's Godzilla, and it's over. That's what they were.
Well, yeah, I was much more specific with the guy at the time, and I didn't deny Behemoth or any of that. So it wasn't me just coming in there saying dinosaurs are fake, like I was doing a meme or something.
Right, that's
It
the
was
old
it
Christian.
was an
Remember the
actual
old thing that
conversation.
the devil put the bones in the ground? I used to have to be confronted with this question 30 years ago. Oh, the devil put the bones on the ground. So I take it very seriously. That's the stigma. It's a flat earth stigma. It's the same thing that Christians don't believe in dinosaurs. Actually, no, we own it because the Bible already talked about them. And yes, so that's why it's still got to be put out there, because people are missing the point. They listen to Eric Dubay and they go, oh yeah, they're all fake and it's a joke. And then that's why I can't be part of the team. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not about teams. I'm just saying.
It is though.
When you say dinosaurs,
hold on, just a second.
You
said it's not about teams.
You understand that when I say dinosaurs, people are thinking about the dinosaurs that are in Jurassic Park, the raptors, the T-Rex, the Stegosaurus, all that crap. The Bible says nothing about that.
Yes, it does. It says they were terrible dragons. It says that there were even flying ones. What are you talking about? A T-Rex is not, how much more terrible is a T-Rex than a 100-foot crocodile? They're actually within the same realm of dangerousness. There's no difference.
So are you really pretending that you don't know the difference between the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park and what's written in the Bible?
No, that's the point, is that those are fictitious examples. There are bipedal dragons living today. That's what you're not getting. They are bipedal, small dragons that live today. Again, this is the third time. If I increase their size by 5,000%, that is literally a 2-legged dragon, such as all of these examples we've been seeing for 100 years.
Okay, no, I hear you, but show some evidence of that instead of just your fantasy about it.
I've been posting videos for 5 years about it, bro. Talking about this is what I do. I owned one. That's the point. I've shown it to Hank Hill. Hank Hill doesn't agree with me on everything, but I know he remembers that. There are some alive today.
You your own definition of a dinosaur, it sounds
like. No,
like.
that's the point. You need to know the definition of the dinosaur. This is my field. That's the point. It means terrible lizard or great lizard. Do you understand? That's all it is. It means great lizard. That's it. That's what it means. I'm telling you what the original meaning.
What I'm talking about when
that's
I say
the
dinosaurs.
point. That's the point. I'm giving you what the word means. That's the point. They change the meaning of the words. That's the point. The dinosaurs have feathers now. No, they don't. No dinosaur has a feather. It's just a big lizard. That's all it means. That's all. That's why he admits, Sir Richard Owen, it's just the dragon of history. He admitted it at first. That's why they had to cover it up. Yes, it's a conspiracy.
You guys allow me to bridge the gap?
Go ahead, but that's the point, is that they're still alive today. I've already posted the evidence. That's the point. Nobody knows about it because it's not going to be talked about often. Do you think people want to give credit to a guy named Exo on the internet that found a living dinosaur? No, people are prideful. So you're not going to know about it. That's the point.
Well, you're right that archaeology is tainted, and even if you presented the evidence in mainstream archaeology, they'd blackball you. So I get all that.
And I don't want to do that. I'm here to teach children and to teach families and to strengthen the people that already know, and so I can unwrap these deceptions, because again, you wake up from one deception and you realize that then you go to this, you go to groups like this, and this is great, but most of the internet is wrong, guys. They're not giving you correct information, especially if it says flat earth. You shouldn't trust it. Thanks.
Exo, on that point, if he said, if you present the evidence, if there was any evidence that dinosaurs existed, wouldn't we have already found it?
For some reason, there's many things that I have discovered,
or at least in the way they describe it.
Let him answer, Healer.
I know that's the point.
Well, I was giving an addendum, at least in the way they describe it.
Publicly made. I don't know. Hank Hill probably did not share my video. There were probably 12 witnesses that day. I don't like to just go public and put my stuff out there, but when I'm talking to someone, right, and I want to display my evidence, I do that. I don't know why the rest of the world hasn't caught up, guys. I'm not a genius, but these things are out there. You can find them.
Yeah, I tried to bridge the gap a few seconds ago. So I've seen what he's talking about, Exo, right? And Exo's right. We don't agree on everything. But what Exo has showed me, And what I know about oxygen in the past have been much greater than it is now in the atmosphere. If you were to allow these lizards enough oxygen, which is energy, and enough food and enough time, now I'm not talking millions of years, I'm just talking some lizards can live a long time, right? Like turtles. I know that a turtle is a lizard. Right. If they could live hundreds of years with an exuberant amount of oxygen and food and water and everything they needed to grow, and they were just allowed to grow naturally because men hadn't expanded into their area, there would be dinosaurs. Like
Give me a
terrible,
break.
terrible lizards
If a
to
turtle
deal
was a
with.
dinosaur, it would have feathers. I'm just kidding.
I think you're straw manning because there was no feathers on dinosaurs in the 80s when I was a kid in school.
I'm just fucking. I'm sorry.
No. Please don't tell me to shut up again because I'm really getting pissed off at this point.
I don't care if you get pissed off if you
I
talk
don't
over
give a
somebody.
fuck
I'm
if
going to
you
tell
get
you.
pissed off at me or whatever. I was listening to the conversation. Can I just speak
How do you
for
listen
30
with your mouth?
seconds?
How do you listen with your mouth?
Can I listen? I don't listen with my
I'll
mouth.
allow
I
you to
listen
listen.
while you fucking assholes
Come
are
on,
talking all
guys,
the time.
take it to the locker room. Let's
Anyway,
have fun
so anyway, as far as the dinosaur thing, yes, I agree with what Pillbox is saying and everyone else. The timeline is the question. Now, yes, there were terrible lizards. There were, but as far as them being fossilized and them finding the bones and all that kind of stuff, there's no physical evidence, like real physical evidence that these giant lizards were. The only way a fossil forms is by rapid burial anyway. And so there are fossils, but there's no fossils of a T-Rex or anything like that, or a Brontosaurus. There's no physical evidence for
Well,
that.
it's called a black swan. If I show you one example, how many more excuses am I going to get? That's the point. There's thousands of examples. I didn't say any of those names. You apparently only attribute dinosaurs to a T-Rex or a brontosaurus.
No. That's what I'm agreeing with you. We're agreeing. So
what you're doing is you're taking back the meaning of the word terrible lizard. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Just like if someone
no,
were to take back the name of planets being wandering
No,
stars.
no, I'm teaching a biblical truth and a reality that I can demonstrate myself personally as a teacher. That's what I do. And I base it on the Bible. So for instance, I don't want to have to use Latin or Greek, but if I have to cross-reference, like, okay, this one's called Spinosaurus. Good thing that's not too confusing. It's just the spiny dragon, spiny lizard. Great. Well, there are a group or a kind of lizard today that has a giant spine on their back. Again, if I just increase the size of this lizard, that actually matches 80%. Again, they can't give you accurate descriptions, but some of the ones that they're depicting are identical that are alive today. Another example would be the Chinese water dragon. Another one would be the basilisk. And the one that I've just put in the chat right there, that's actually called a sailfin lizard. And it's also called a sailfin dragon. So they're still named dragons even. And also there's a frilled dragon. So I'm just saying there are black swans. There's 5 or 6 of them. Still, you can go to a pet store and buy one. I'm just saying if there's a giant version of this, that's it. That ground, the technical term for a Chinese water dragon would be called Allosaurus. The name Allosaurus just means different lizard, which is ironic because that's what it is. Dragons are not normal lizards. They don't have detachable tails. They have a different muscle structure, and some can run on 2 legs. Well, that answers the bipedal question because there's 3. Hold on, here's my crescendo. There's 3 known kinds of living reptiles that run on 2 legs. So that's solved. I don't have to make a claim. These are already known organisms. They're living today.
Yeah, but can you dig down in the ground and go back in time and find these?
I said they're living today. I said they're living today is the point. That's all that matters.
And you and I are
I'm not
challenging
making
the
claims about
point.
anything that aren't living today. I
I
just
know
know that
we're not
giants
making.
used to exist.
We're not
Yes,
making a claim.
giants used to exist. Okay, who denies giants? Is there somebody that's going to deny that giants used to exist?
Okay.
I think they say giant people did exist.
Fucking A, I give up, man.
Ones
Fucking
that are
A,
like
I
the size of
fucking
a
get
city.
5
We've
seconds.
got pictures of giants
Stop crying.
too. But
Yeah, we could debate the biblical use of giant.
Well, I think they say they're shorter than you'd expect from the Bible. They're not cyclopean city-sized things.
how the word giant was used in the Bible. It was in reference to a large group or tyrants.
But basically, like big city-sized giants, they would deny.
Yeah,
But they say
walk
that they
around
have
it.
kind of bigger people, slightly larger people. They would.
Great men of old, that was a reference to a group of people.
They kind of sweep it under the rug, but you do find skeletons with 6 fingers, 6 toes, double rows of teeth, red hair, large, big enough to tower over 2 men, that sort of.
What, Michael?
Despair. What? What do you
People,
mean, what,
people
bro?
have a
Come
different
on, let's move.
people have a different interpretation, and you have to say.
Well, they do, but we compile word etymology. So, I mean, words are specific to their usage and meaning that was intended at that time, not your redefining of them or taking back a word. How do you take back a word that was written in a certain format as a unit of measure for a certain thing? I don't get that, taking back a word. You can't do that.
Can you show me on a dictionary where it hurt you? Because there's several words in there with multiple meanings.
No, that's dictated
Just point
by
it out.
usage.
Just point it out. We'll talk
So,
about it.
so multiple meanings
Awesome,
is
Jesus.
dictated by usage, whether it's an adjective, verb, or a noun, and the placement or usage dictates the definition. I have no problem with that.
Context. I
It still
agree.
doesn't change. It still doesn't change word etymology.
I'm really hurt by the late 20th century coinage impactful, which is way overused, never used to be a word. An impact is an event that happens or it doesn't happen. You can't be full of an impact. Impactful was never a word. Then they started using it. Now people use it all the time. They act like it's they're like, oh, it's really impactful. I cannot
Is it in the
stand that
dictionary?
word. Can we just rip that out? It's not going to be in any old dictionary. It's a late 20th century coinage.
I agree with
It's
you,
in
Dana.
new dictionaries saying like new. It's called the late. It was not a word until like 10 years ago is when they started using it. Couldn't stand it. Now people use it like it's a real word.
I agree with you, and that's an impactful statement you just made.
Oh my god! You're
In
gonna
the
get
movie Deep
banned.
Impact. Show them Deep Impact in school, and they'll get it.
I'm with these people that want to get rid of you, Daceful. I use that. That was
Now I
really
feel
mean.
You're being a bandwagoner.
look.
I
Now
am.
I feel constipated or impacted.
Oh
Oh,
my god!
you sound
Now
impacted.
you guys are going to use that word all the time.
I bet
never
I do.
told you that. I told you my kryptonite. It's good. Oh my gosh, my mistake.
Angel
Just forget that.
kryptonite. Words.
Never share
Well,
with your
a
friends
teacher
what you wouldn't share
would
with
have
your
a problem with words. No, I get that a teacher would have a problem with words. That's what they use to teach people.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I think never mind.
People should just say powerful instead of that silly thing.
Absolutely, yes. You could be full of the potential to impact, but you're not full of impact. That doesn't even make any sense.
I'm sorry me and Helio fought, for everybody listening.
How sorry are you?
I'm sorry enough to say it.
I guess so. He's not here anymore.
Yeah.
You're one of the few people that care enough to tell him the impression that he's making and makes him cantankerous. I used to do it. I kind of gave it up. So better you than me.
I'm done dealing with it.
Really? Who's going to be the next one then? Who are you passing the baton to?
I'm done being patient with it, and it's not just him. I've stayed away from the server because of it, and I love this place. But I'm really sick of listening to it or dealing with people and their lack of self-control.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think, doormats of the world unite. I'm all for it. We don't need to sit around and pretend that things aren't happening. We can call things out the way they are. And I'd give people way too much patience and mercy in my life. I'm pretty much done with it.
I appreciate your understanding. Very kind.
Well, yeah, it's because, just people, bad behavior in the world has been tolerated for far too long. I mean, and I am, it's my fault. I just let things happen because I just realized this world was such a disaster, and once I realized that, I was just kind of like, yeah, well, I don't really care what happens to it. So these people seem to really care about, but I've always been like that. Like, these people seem to really care about winning this game. So I'll just go ahead and let them win. But it's much more challenging to actually let somebody win, especially when it's a game of luck. You have to work really hard to let people win. And I just pretty much spent my whole life doing that. And I've decided to stop doing that because it's really not fair, because I really should take more responsibility, because it gives people the wrong impression, and it lets people get away with things that they should not get away with.
Agreed. It is an abject or a throwing off of your own responsibility, and I've been doing.
Yeah, it's a lazy way. It's like appeasing people so they don't throw their little tantrums, so they think they get what they want, because they're the obnoxious people, right? That are doing all this, that do really want to win at all costs. It's oh yeah, go ahead and win. That means that much to you. I couldn't care less. But it's really wrong, because that's why we've gotten to the situation that we're in on a macro scale. Yeah. We really don't care. We don't care about political power or hoarding resources. I mean, we just want to have what we need to survive, right? So
right, that whole leave me alone attitude actually gets you so you're not left alone.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because you are enabling them. So you're secretly they are looking to you for approval. So if you're not calling them out, then you're tacitly approving. So therefore, I guess you have some responsibility for the mess. You, meaning me.
Yeah.
So I got to respond to the chat moments here. Do you guys know what I'm saying though? I that's the point, that if I'm saying
Dinosaur?
they're alive, if I'm saying they're alive today, that means they lied about when they lived. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That's 100%.
I'm getting asked, well, what about I keep getting asked about what they claim. I'm saying they're alive now. And and then I'm getting shown pictures of I know if you put flesh on a hippopotamus bone, look, it looks nothing like the real thing. That's exactly right. That's why I'm showing the real thing. I'm not talking about what they're claiming. I'm saying, well, some of what they claim, though, happens to look just like the ones that are alive already right now. That's
right.
all. And it's just, people don't get it.
To the question of fossils, there are a total of 7 chimpanzee fossils in the world. That's not a lot of evidence of chimpanzees, and we don't know how long it takes to make a fossil. It could be just a few months to hundreds of years,
millions,
depending on the conditions.
Yeah.
How long ago was the flood? 4,500 years ago. So between then and now, which is not even a fraction of the percent of their claim.
Right.
That's nothing. Their claim is millions and millions. Mine's 4,500 years. And then, well, we already know things can fossilize rapidly. That's the problem. They told us it took forever. It turns out it doesn't.
Monkey fossils are very important. I mean, I haven't seen them, but do they have any humane characteristics?
Well, I would say that monkeys alive today prove God made monkeys. Dead monkey bones is going to prove that a monkey died.
Yeah.
That's it.
Let me answer the question. So, no, there are no human fossils in the pre-human record, meaning that there is no monkey with a human clavicle or fibia or skull. None of that. It doesn't exist. There's no transitional fossils whatsoever. And the only time we see such things is like Piltdown Man, where they take a skull of a human and the jawbone of an ape and they file it down. Or when they're running out on their funding and it's like the last week of their funding for what Artie, and they take some bones that weren't even at the same place and they put them together in this, amalgamation of some, two different creatures, and they call it one creature so that they can keep their funding.
Every one of those has been shown to be a fraud, including Rosie. Was her name Rosie?
Yep, that's right, Rosie. Yep,
Okay.
not Lucy.
Yeah,
Rosie.
she's been shown to be a fraud. Piltdown Man shown to be a fraud. Every one of those has been shown to be a fraud, and they still have them in the museums. That's the maddening part. When they agree that they are not accurate, but they say that we need them as a representation of what they were, but you can't prove that they were. It's insane.
Was it the name Lucy, or am I having a Mandela thing? They made a movie about it called Lucy.
Lucy, yeah, Lucy, thank you.
Lucy from Africa. Yeah. The hairy monkey woman.
What?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
anytime anybody ever asks you that, just remember to say there are no human fossils in the pre-human record.
And guess what? In front of my house, they found a cave, underwater cave, where they found a man, the skeleton of a man and a boy. And they say this was, I don't know, hundreds of millions of years ago. And they
Yeah,
are
is that what they
saying
said?
that this actually is the cross species between the Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon.
They should be shot for that immediately. Real quick,
Yeah, yeah.
in the voice, they should be shot and hung and then
And
burned alive.
in the front of my house,
Yeah,
it's
I know.
that cave,
Bro, you gotta be
know?
kidding me. I had to put
yeah,
this picture in there again. Look at this picture. Is this real or fake?
yeah.
It's because they know you're a flat earther. They somehow know you're a flat earther.
Yeah.
They just know.
Is this picture so? Is this picture real or fake? This picture of this lizard right here, this dragon, this monster. Is this real?
Oh
or fake?
yeah, that's a lizard. Yeah.
No, it's a dragon. It's correct, right? That's the point. So there are places where they find these things, and again, some of them are in pet stores, and that's what I'm saying. The truth is always right under your nose. This is not even. This is not an iguana. This is not a lizard. This thing is ridiculous. This thing literally looks identical to a Godzilla toy. What else? How much more evidence do you need? It's literally identical to a Godzilla toy. I'm serious.
Kimono dragons, and we know they get bigger if you increase their environment in the ecosystem.
Is that a Komodo? That's not a Komodo dragon, is it?
No, this is a sailfin dragon.
No, I'm using them.
A kimono is a jacket.
No, Komodo dragon. Komodo. Komodo.
Yes, and we know the Komodo dragon will get as large as the environment allows it to, and it'll live as long as it can in a warm environment.
Yeah, the Komodo dragon.
So
is
a better environment, a large area, and it will grow to massive sizes. We actually project through studies that it could be 10, 20 times its size.
Axel, do you have any cryptozoology information on the Cameroon River monster or dragon?
What?
I have read about it several times.
Mukele and Bembe?
Yeah, besides Mukele and Bembe, there's a couple. There's actually like 3 or 4.
Umbella.
Mukele and Bembe means one goes to stop the river.
Yeah, hold on though. I'm not done. We can't run away from this. The actual name of this kind with the horn face, this one right here, this is actually literally the name of it is Hydrosaurus. So it's a living dinosaur that they literally gave the actual correct name for, because a lot of these are dragon lizards, so a lot of them are called water dragons. They called it Hydrosaurus, and it's alive
It could just
today.
be called. It could just be called a horned dragon. A horned dragon.
Sure, right. You can call right. The name doesn't matter, but I'm even pointing out that they can't even not name them the same names. It's literally
Wait a minute.
the same thing.
That can't be real. Why is that guy's eyes blue? Is it a blue blood?
Yes, no, that's the thing, is that some dragons have blue eyes. Yes, and most reptiles have very dark colored eyes. Dragons are a whole nother thing. That's why, again, Allosaurus is the other appropriate name, because that's what Chinese water dragons are. So I'm giving away the crescendo, but that's what they are. Allosaurus is a Chinese water dragon or an Australian water dragon, but there's several different types of water dragons, even though they are
Look at those
separate families.
chompers.
Like, right? So there's so many of them. So there's 5 known kinds living today, and the other one's the basket.
Wow.
Now, see how that one has a frill going all the way along it, and it's most pronounced on its tail. I bet you over time throughout its life, that's probably a male because the coloration. The coloration would get a little bit dimmer, and that frill would get more pronounced. It would never stop growing. So those big dinosaurs that they find with the frills.
Yeah,
Spinosaurus.
Right. It's the same name. That's the point. When I first saw this, but here's the deal. They moved the sail fin. The sail's in a different spot. But the point of this is those are Godzilla spikes. Those are literally Godzilla spikes. Like, I thought that was a fictitious, like, oh, these Japanese people overdid it and put these ridiculous spikes on the back of this. No, that's a real thing. That's the point. That's not fiction. That's anatomy. Welcome to the real flat earth. Thanks.
Oh, you finally got to cover a subject all the way he said thanks.
That's happened a few times this week or month, maybe.
That's what happens when you let him talk.
I try to let Exo.
Yeah, I do it too. I say thanks when you guys let me finish.
Your leg, you just let him finish.
Yeah, see, you just got cut off. I bet you do, Hank. I'm always telling motherfuckers to let you speak. So I can give biblical references to the use of the wording giant if you want, or Nephilim, which basically means causing to fall or violent group. The Nephilim was considered giants, and because they were a violent group of people who were tyrannical and fell on others.
Was the name used, or the word used in the Greek, gigas, which was where we get the word giant from in English, but it simply means earthborn, coming from the Sumerian as well. They had stories of the earthborn as opposed to the Anunnaki. So the Anunnaki were the ones that came from heaven, and then their offspring were the Nephilim, right? The giants. But they weren't really giants. They were just these earthborn, this gigas. Those
Wait,
who
who
dwell
came
in the earth.
from? You said Anunnaki.
Well, like Sumerian texts, they talk about the Anunnaki and
sons of Anu.
the Agigi, which are the earthborn. And then you have Gigas, which comes from earthborn, from the Greek for gigantic.
I think that's from Chuck Missler, right? Chuck Missler used to teach this.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you.
So they weren't necessarily giant men. They could have been giant men with 6 fingers and 6 toes.
The original
But you would
meaning
think
of Nephilim.
Yeah.
Yes, the word, right. So the Nephilim gave offspring to the Gigantus, which means earthborn, because the Nephilim were not earthborn. Yeah, that makes sense.
The Nephilim were born from the.
You had the Rahaim, the Nephilim, the Ananakim, or sons of Anu.
So we're saying there were no giants because I'm not sure that's true.
I'm telling you what the biblical reference was. was meant to describe.
Well,
I
that no,
didn't
that's
say
true.
they were.
Whatever way it
Hold on.
leads,
I
if you're
wasn't
guided by
saying.
the Spirit, then.
What did you
I
say?
wasn't saying they weren't
Bob?
giants.
No, I didn't
I just
say
want
you
to say
were.
this. So
I was.
right, I want to point out to my specified topic, because this is an issue I have obviously with the dinosaur complex, that I would use those specific examples of the two creatures mentioned in Job 38 and then of course Job 41, referring to Leviathan.
Coherent.
Right. So I would specifically, just for this topic, have to go there when it comes to these giants, which were clearly obvious then. Yeah.
Have you read any of the studies of Thomas Hobbes on man being the Leviathan or the giant of the deep? I mean, God inscribed a circle on the face of the deep, and we live within that. We're a giant group of tyrannical men.
No, I don't know about that.
Aristotle.
No,
all the
I'm just
natural
going just strictly on
philosophers
Job
covered
41.
this. You know, Aristotle had his own etymology about the scriptures and what they meant. They weren't reading from a KJV Bible.
Oh, well, I have to go to the original Hebrew and Greek anyway. So this would be Hebrew. So I'd have to go to those words. That's why in Hebrew, in the very first page of the Bible, they missed the word dragon. They switched it to whales. So in the Hebrew, that is dragon. So I have to go to the Hebrew to know what it says. And that's what I'm basing all the information.
Yeah, the Hebrew word is tanin, right? And coincidentally, it's the same word for dragon as dinosaur, tanin. It just means giant lizard.
Right. It could be more general, but yes, that's what it is. Yeah, and it's all, the main thing about it is that it's a reptile. That's the main thing.
Yes, the hunts or henceforth lizard.
Right. Well, they got us with the words and they lie about everything. And if you could just get it through people's heads that these, some of these animals, like they find giant cockroaches and insects and things like that. I don't know if that's worth faking. If they're faking animals that are still alive today, that's not helping their case. You see, so some of these fossils are real. I'm not saying I know most of them. I'm talking about like crabs, horseshoe crabs, seashells, cockroaches, dragonflies, like things that are still alive. I'm talking about that. And if they're not real fossils, I don't need it. They're still alive today anyway, so it doesn't matter.
So you're saying Goliath was a bunch of people, Michael?
Well, he was facing an entire people, was he not?
Was he a bunch of people?
He had six fingers.
Was
and
David
2 rows of teeth
fighting against all the people of one nation?
No, he was fighting Goliath.
So all the peoples of one nation weren't gathered on two different sides in the valley?
Oh, was David fighting just by himself, all those people, or did he have an army behind him?
He threw the first blow.
Was Goliath a bunch of people?
Against a giant.
Because they named him as one person.
Goliath was the head of the army.
How am I misinterpreting that this one person was named as a giant?
He was the head of their entire army.
How am I misinterpreting then when they were going through the desert that they were but the size of locusts compared to that
I'm
to
just
the
telling you
tribe?
the biblical use of it is. Now you want me to
I'm
give
asking
you an
you
entire study
if that's the biblical use. How am I misinterpreting?
Well, you're taking from a translated book where they twisted every original meaning and usage of the Hebrew word.
So they intentionally wrote down two different situations.
The XO goes to Hebrew. I won't argue against the KJV, bro. And people who buy it as the original story, I won't argue it. Define the word in its original usage.
So am I misunderstanding the word locust, in which they referred to themselves?
Locust.
They said they were but the size of locusts. I don't
When you
understand
go
how I'm
back,
missing. No. I'm not trusting men.
I
I
know
read
you're
what I
gonna.
read.
Yeah, you're not trusting men. You are. You're trusting their translation. No offense, but this is why
So
EXO.
they
Listen,
they were
don't
talking about a
overtalk me while
multitude.
I
They
do
were
my
talking about a
statement, bro.
multitude.
I'm not going to be as polite as I normally was. So when you go back to Hebrew, you get an entirely different story. When you go back to the original usage, you get another story.
I'm done
And so
arguing
I'm
this with
just
you
not going
because
to argue.
I don't think you're correct.
Well,
But that's
it's
okay.
not
If
an
you can't handle
argument.
being not correct, that's fine. I don't care.
It's not about that. You can't handle it. You accept the translation over original usage.
I'm
It's
asking you.
language. You speak Babel.
If that's, I don't disagree, and I'm not disagreeing about that.
Yeah, when you use the words in their original usage, it changes the entirety of the story. David stood against a large group of tyrannical men, which he did do, even in the biblical story. He faced an entire people. He took his little ass out there and took out their leader with one fucking rock from
They
a
refer
stone.
specifically
I
to
know
Goliath
how it's
as a
translated.
giant.
You just refuse
I'm
to
asking
accept
for
it's a
the
translation.
translation. How that translation is wrong.
It's not. Goliath was a tyrant. It doesn't just refer to large groups. It also refers to tyrannical people who stood up and above other people because their aggression and their ability to fall on other people, just like you're doing right now. You're trying to be tyrannical to prove a point,
No,
but
I'm
it
not.
doesn't prove your point.
I'm just asking questions. How am I being tyrannical?
Well, you're acting just like a Glober. You keep on asking more questions while I'm trying to
I'm
answer
sorry.
the
I'll
first
stop
one.
asking questions, even though you made your point. I'll stop asking questions.
Well, it's a two-way sword.
It's a sword, huh?
Well,
Interesting.
it is.
It's an interesting choice of words. Two-way street is
Rebuke.
usually how it's put, but that's interesting.
What is it? Cuts both ways. Yeah, that's the image you get in the King James Bible. Yeah.
Well, there are some things that I do have an issue with, some of the words, but then at the same time, it is accurate to a point. Yeah, there are some issues for sure. Yeah, the farther away from the original, there's some issues, but I would have to say that without the Hebrew, I wouldn't know how to read the Bible.
Yeah, and then it comes into what do you use for Hebrew translations? A Strong's modern word usage or an antiquity word usage translator? Because if you translate it by the modern usage, you probably get the same word, same usage. All languages change.
Huh. Sorry, I said locusts. I meant grasshoppers.
Same thing.
Well, it depends on what version or revision you look at, too. If you look at an NIV, who owns the NIV? Who owns the King James? These are all copyrighted. They're not God's word. They're copyrighted by men. Men created them. When you create a thing,
So we should believe nothing.
You own it and rule over it.
Well, here's what I have studied. Well,
Is that what
studied,
I said?
Well, specifically the 38 and 41 Job, I have studied in Hebrew, and it is known to be the literal animals and the amazing creations of God. These two dragons mentioned, and God is so happy with Behemoth. He says, "This is the chief of my ways." So God is so specific. This animal that is towering, that eats grass like an ox, that is so big it has to go around the trees. It can't even go underneath the trees as the willows of the brook compass him about. He is the beast of beasts, the behemoth, and he's the chief of the ways of God. He is the greatest land creature God ever made, and that would be the dragon.
So when they're describing Og's bed, and it's 9 cubits in length
What if
and
I
4
was put
cubits
that
in breadth. Are they talking about a multitude or a tyrant?
measurement is different than a term like giant, right? Does it say that Goliath was a giant, or does it mention how tall he was? I'm just curious.
Yes.
He
I'm
was
talking
about
about
7 foot. Here's the thing: Numbers 13:33. And we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants, and we were in our own sight, as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Now, that word, the giants in the Hebrew, is Strong's
Yeah, here I
H5303.
got that
It's
definition for you
Nephal,
right
Nephil.
now. Nephil,
It's
yes.
properly a
And it can
feller.
mean a
That
bully or a
is
tyrant
a
too.
bully tyrant. The sons of Anak is Anunnaki, right?
Yeah.
I just gotta
Right
say,
there's
I
the
love
definition
listening to all this
Amos,
shit, guys.
sorry
In that
everybody.
one where it says in our own sight, it's Ayin, which is beheld, and we beheld as grasshoppers. We beheld locusts, and in their sight, and their sight is Ayin again. So behold, we were beheld.
So in the book of Amos, it says the Amorites were as tall as the cedars. Now the cedars in different locations, they're different heights, but if they were referencing the cedars of Lebanon, which grow 120 feet, that would have been really, really big and tall. But if you take the same cedar seeds and plant them anywhere else in the world, they don't grow to those heights. Only in Lebanon do the cedars grow to be those heights. So it depends on where they were referencing.
Don't you think 8 feet tall would be really big though?
120 feet tall would be a little too big for me to fathom.
Right, that's exactly right. I'm saying you meet a guy that's 8 feet tall, and that's a big deal. I'm just saying 20 feet is ridiculous.
Yeah. And 120 feet is like, what the hell?
Like I'm like 9 feet when I'm on a stilt walking.
Here's the thing. So a large group of grasshoppers is considered what?
A swarm.
A swarm, yeah. They were like locusts. They swarmed on us in a large group. So it's a reference to the usage.
But he sent out a few people, and they were referring
They
to
give
themselves
those-
as grasshoppers.
No, they beheld as
No.
grasshoppers.
We were as
They
grasshoppers?
beheld in their own sight. It's Ayin. That's what it says. In our own
And
sight.
with David and Goliath, there were two large groups.
Foundation.
It wasn't just two men. It wasn't just two men. It was two large groups. You guys did read David and Goliath, did you not? Wasn't just two men fighting in the desert.
Goliath was their champion.
He was.
And he had 7 other brothers.
He was the biggest of tyrants.
Yep. And he had other tyrant brothers.
Yeah.
That dude, he was a
Oh
Glover.
shit, he's got the
manga.
Castlevania whip going here. But yeah, check out that shepherd's staff sling. It's basically a handheld trebuchet.
A handheld trebuchet.
Yeah, man.
Fuck off.
Oh, see, this man
I
studied
gotta
this.
see
Dude, that
this
thing will
shit.
fucking launch a fucking fist-sized river stone.
Where's the handheld trebuchet? Oh, well, no. I mean, he's pulling it back with the rubber bands, and it hits him in the nuts. Is that the one?
God damn it, no.
No, okay.
What?
That's not a trebuchet. That's a catapult. That's different. Handheld trebuchet, man, it would be probably impossible because of the weight you're dealing with to launch the object. So that's all I'm saying. Nothing, I used to look into trebuchets years ago, a couple decades ago, actually.
Hang on, goddammit. I'm loading
God
up my
damn it.
fucking
God
shit.
damn it.
God
Damn
damn
it.
it.
Damn it.
You're gonna sit there and you're gonna be like, ooh, I
Damn
like
it,
that.
Jim. Damn it, Jim.
I used to make them with my Science Olympiad team. It's one of the Science Olympiad events, making a trebuchet. It was fun.
There you go.
All right, I'll be back. Let me check it.
It's basically a pole, a pouch, two cords, one longer than the other. The longer one is affixed to the staff, and the other one's allowed to slip off with a hook.
Yeah, they used to use something similar to launch spears a farther distance.
Yeah, addles. Little piece of horn as a knock. And usually, like with archery, you would have the knock on the projectile itself, but this one, the knock is on the addle, which would be the projectile, but not the missile, I guess you would say, because it's what's being projected and then the missile's let loose.
Hey, you guys were talking about Goliath's brothers, but how about David's brothers? When Samuel came to the family there,
what?
Who was anointed? Where was David when Samuel came to anoint the Savior of Israel? Where was David?
In the field, watching a sheep.
Thank you for saying that. All I mean, Samuel came and all of his brothers. He's like, "No, I'm not, you're not the one I'm looking for. You're not the one for." Don't you have another son? Oh, well, that's David. He's over.
He's
Like,
the little one. Don't worry
bring
about
here.
him.
Bring him
He's
here.
kind of
Yeah, bring him.
he's
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of special. He likes dancing with the flowers. He's
Yeah.
Let's not talk about him. But
Yeah,
he's
let's not
really
talk
good with
about
that
him.
sling. I'll tell you what.
So there you go. So yeah. Anyway, just wanted to point that out because you guys were talking about Goliath's brothers.
Oh shit.
You talk about a superhero. There you go. Five smooth stones, but it only took one.
You know why he grabbed 5 stones? He only needed one.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some significance to that. Enlighten us.
Because of Goliath's brothers were in the regiment.
Yeah. You know what? You know what happened after he took Goliath down with that one stone. You know what he did?
Cut off his head with his sword.
He fucking grabbed his sword and cut his fucking head off.
Yeah, because that stone wasn't going to kill him. It just dizzies him. That's what you do with, you stun the freaking lion so you can take it out with your sword, your dagger.
Where were his big brothers? They were just watching him do it, basically. As far as I know from the story, his brothers were just like, "Oh, I see now. I see." I see. Because they could have stopped him from grabbing Goliath's sword and cutting his head off. I don't know. I mean, this is ancient history or a story or whatever it is, but it's prolific. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. I mean, you guys were talking about Goliath's brothers. How about David's brothers?
Apparently, they were pretty freaking lame.
Yeah, they made fun of him and stuff, and but that's really one of my favorite stories from the Bible is when Samuel came to anoint the chosen one. He's like, "You, I mean, who was the father in the book of Samuel? I can't remember. Somebody from one of his tribe of Judah or whatever. Anyway, Jesse, yeah, that's what it was. He's like looking at all the sons. He was like, you no. And then he's like, don't you have another son? Oh, he's tending to the sheep. That's not the one you're looking for. These are my favorite sons. And he's like, yeah, we're gonna have to get him over here because you didn't bring all your sons when I came. So yeah, it's really cool. And that's when he anointed David.
God damn it!
It's really good. It was really cool. And then all the other sons were jealous, and they're just like, David can't do anything. And then guess what? He killed Goliath. Yeah, he defeated the Philistines. So good stuff.
But was Goliath a giant?
I think probably so. If you want to take it literally, I think he probably was 9 feet tall. 9 to 10 feet tall. But I don't think he stood a chance against David. Just like he wouldn't stand a chance against anyone. He's just a lumbering fool. He was a giant in size, but he might have been a shrimp at heart.
What did Goliath do before that battle? The battle before, what did Goliath do?
I don't know. Ask the Philistines. See if they tell you anything about Goliath.
Do they even say what Goliath did? I don't remember seeing it. But my memory is also not super great.
I said that on purpose because I didn't think there was a Philistine record about Goliath, about his heroic advances leading up to his confrontation with David. There might be. I just haven't seen
it. Hey man, what about Samson? He fucking slew 1,000.
One of my favorite stories, right there.
Samson, wasn't Samson a drunk? Maybe I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't think.
No, he took a vow, Nazarite vow. That's why he had the long hair.
No, hold on though. But he wasn't
allowed to drink. No wine.
No wine?
No. Wait, no wine and no horse, right?
This is horrible.
No, it's no wine. You can't cut your hair. You can't eat meat.
Huh. Oh yeah,
he had to walk everywhere.
No, come on, man.
This is
what do you
good,
think?
Man. This ain't good.
God dang, man, you guys are just really. It's like Samson was as pure as the driven snow.
Yeah, he was, right? That's why I'm just dicking around with you, man. I'm like, no, yeah.
Well, I'm taking around with you guys, and somebody's like, no, he didn't cut his hair because he was totally dedicated
No,
to God in every way.
Jezebel got him drunk so that he would tell her the source of his power.
Delilah. Hey there,
Delilah.
Oh yeah,
Delilah.
Delilah.
Hey there, Delilah.
There's a song there, right? There's a song about
There must be.
I actually wrote NASA's a Liar parody of Hey There, Delilah.
That's
Hey,
awesome.
NASA liar. Baby, I don't know. Yeah, that's funny, man.
NASA's a lion beach.
Man, how dare you talk against Samson? He was pure as white and snowy. He was dedicated to God in every way, every point in his life.
Right. Oh man. Ah, you guys crush me, man. Crushing. Hey, Precious Metals, awesome today, man. I don't know. I just shot that out real quick.
Yeah, it was. I'm gonna upload. I recorded it. I'm gonna upload it.
My
Oh, she
wife
was
was
listening.
listening. She's like, "Dude, this is a great show." I'm like, "It's not always this great. Trust me."
Oh, I'm sorry I missed it. I wish I heard it.
No, I'm kidding. No, it was a great question. I thought about it all day long. That question. I still
What
don't
was
have
the
an answer.
question?
What's your idea of a perfect society? And that one, it'll take a minute to suck that one down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was the question, and I was listening, and people asked me. I was like, "Man, I can't jump in. I'm a mod." So,
No,
but yeah,
exactly.
I want to hear Dandelion's answer to that one. That it was a good question. A lot of people.
Yeah, think about it. Don't
Gosh, I don't
rush it.
know.
Don't
Every
rush it.
society so is not turned
Right?
out too well, has it? I don't know. It seems like they're always taken over by bad people. I don't know of any good ones. But I guess a lot of the times, I was just thinking about this earlier today because it seems like but we already know that. It seems like the obvious answer to our wider society being a complete failure and Western civilization being destroyed is for people to start over in small communities. But we know that when people tried to do that in the 60s, the FBI infiltrated communities such as the farm in Summertown, Tennessee, that was declassified by FOIA request that they had a concerted effort to break up these communities because obviously they wouldn't want any true grassroots movement starting, just
Right.
as we know that they did with the Flat Earth movement. And so to me, I would guess if you had I would think it would have to be just starting over it with the principle of subsidiarity from the smallest organization possible, making decisions where you band together. I don't know. I guess the Amish, if I had to answer, the Amish are all around here. They seem to be doing pretty well. Sure, they're not perfect, but they're as far as everything I've ever seen on this earth right now, I'd say the Amish is closest we can get to ideal. We can't be ideal because of the nature of this world, but it seems like they're doing pretty well.
Name one thing wrong with the Amish.
What?
Go ahead. One thing wrong with the Amish? What's that? Go ahead.
Does somebody have a thing that's wrong with the Amish? I'm not saying they're a utopia. Obviously not. I'm just saying
Obviously not. Right.
they cooperate. They stay out of the federal government. They don't fight the federal government. They just don't participate in it. And the federal government leaves them alone. They don't participate. They don't overuse technology. They spend a lot of time outdoors. Yeah, I think they seem cool.
I like the way they come together and
Has anybody
help each other.
I was gonna say, you're talking about come together. I was just gonna say, has anybody seen the Amish move a barn at the same, like totally built barn? Like they
Yes.
just pick it up and they move it.
Yep.
So amazing.
Awesome.
That is
Yes.
amazing. They
I've
all
seen
chip
that in
in.
real life.
I like I like your answer. That gave me something more to think about. I'm going to take a week to answer this question, but I'm digging
All right, we'll have to check
everybody's
back with you.
I've
everybody's.
also seen their entire community come together to build a home and a barn and everything that two people need once they were married.
I love the Amish.
I love my Amish neighbors. They're good people.
So, do you think the American Indians were similar to the Amish as far as like that, like helping each other and well, Joey needs a freaking teepee. All right, let's
Well,
let's
yeah,
get
they had
you
to
know,
teach each other to build a teepee, right?
right? I like I
When
love
your
the.
kid
I
married
mean,
and moved
if you
out of your teepee, that's the thing. Though, hold on. An entire family could live in one teepee.
right, they're huge.
I
Yeah.
lived in a
Yeah,
teepee before and a yurt. I liked both
they're
of them. The yurt was fancier than the teepee, but I enjoyed the teepee. I used to sew them actually. I
you're
made
in
them.
a yurt.
Yurt, yep, yurt,
Yurt,
yep. I used to make
yurt.
teepees and yurts. Yes, when I lived in Arizona, I worked for a company that made them,
Oh
and I also
man,
lived in them.
that's so awesome.
And
Tell
I
me
used to
more.
sit there and listen to Art Bell at night. That's all there was while I was sewing, because
Hold
I
on,
always sewed
it
at
was
night. Yeah.
Richard C. Hoagland. There's bases on the moon. I know it. They're on the other
Yeah,
side.
yeah. And the remote viewer. He always had that remote viewer guy on. I can't
Remote
remember the remote
viewing.
viewer.
Oh shit!
Yeah, they
What was
always
his
were talking about remote
name?
viewing. Yeah. And they also talked
Ah,
about that one ship that where the people supposedly phased out of the ship or something and then reappeared like in the ship. I can't remember what that
Uh,
ship was called, but you know the one I'm talking about,
The
maybe.
Philadelphia experiment.
Yeah,
the
yes, that's the
Philadelphia
one. Yeah, yeah,
experiment.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. That's a good one. Ah, time travelers. Right? Ah, crazy. So yeah, Art Bell was a trip, man. I'll give you that. Just when it got interesting, it'd be like, "Hold on, we got a commercial coming up." Yeah, we'll be right. It's like, really? That's what makes this channel and Hangout and fucking live stream so awesome. Is that there's no fucking commercials now. It just keeps going,
That's right.
and I love it, man. I mean, that's what I've always dreamed of. I'm like, I hate commercials, man. I hate them so.
I hate them too. My mom
To,
always mutes them, which I do. I've started doing that too. I don't even really watch TV except for when I'm with her, but she's very diligent about muting the commercials, which I appreciate.
yeah, absolutely. Mute
Hey,
that stuff.
hey, I want to say something, and it leads into why I've been quiet so much lately. We got a lot of old people coming back. It's like a drawing together, and I enjoy to hear them listen, even though a lot of them got fed up or just had things going on in their life. Now they're all coming back. So it'd be nice if those of us who usually run this could afford them the opportunity too.
No question, man. I'm a newbie around here compared to some of the old cats like Jose Mesa.
Yes,
It's
we
good
have
to
to
hear.
be nice to Deus Vult. He told me that people
You,
pick on
you
him and
have to.
persecute him.
He's a giant here. See, we stand on his shoulders.
Oh, I'm a multitude.
He was he
I'm
was
a
one
many
You
of the
are.
peoples.
people.
I'm a
Yeah,
Well,
tyrant.
the thing is, there's multiple meanings in it. Usage
you're a
dictates the
Oh,
titan.
definition.
imagine that. That's what I was saying.
I know it is. Yeah, I agreed with that.
No, you
You're
didn't.
not.
You
No, he's
disagreed
not a lead.
intentionally.
No, I didn't disagree with that usage. That's language is specific to usage, so definition. I agreed
In
with it.
this situation, BattleMod's
But I
Captain
wanted to.
Bly and Deus Vult, you're Fletcher Christian, which means you
Well,
get to be Clark Gable, so that's pretty cool.
yeah.
Thank you.
See, I wanted to point this out. See, Deuce is one of the people that helped build a welcoming voice chat. When this first started, we used to sit in the voice chat and just argue amongst ourselves during the fucking day. And then when we get somebody come in, I'd let him run the talk because he articulates so well.
Thank you for
And
letting me.
I just moderate. Well, I didn't let
I
you.
would love to see if
I
you
just
tried to stop me.
I moderated myself because I know what that's like. I don't have a large group of people to walk around your walls for 5 days, and blow trumpets. But
those weren't called
he,
giants.
he built this VC.
Titans.
And then we had other guys, while we were doing this, we'd sit in BC all day long with people like Grizz. Remember Grizz? Grizz was the original flat earth asshole, oh my God, and Cass Andrews. While Jose, Indio, and Memore would go to other people's platforms and live streams and destroy them. And then they'd come in here and call them out by name. And that's how our platform started. That's how our voice chat grew. And it's why it was so welcoming. We'd let Deuce run it. And he'd mute everybody and pick who talked and give each person the same concern and attention as he muted and unmuted them. So we had people that hung out with us, even though they disagreed with us, just because they liked it. And they said this was one of the best places to find intellectual conversation.
Got that right, Mike. It's hard to find these days, man. People want to talk about, hey, do you see that television show and them sports? Nah, fuck off.
Yeah, I just don't want people to know because just because me and Deuce disagree. Look, we've always been like that, but we accent each other. I don't ever get mad at him.
Do it again, I might not be so polite. I'll tell you that.
I'm gonna eat my crackers and cheese. Damn it, you bored me.
What's up, my flat Earth friends?
What's up, baby? What's
Shashi.
What's
Hello.
I'm just playing
This
guitar.
Felix. Hello, Felix.
Hey, we're not spinning, man. I checked it out.
Dude, I don't know. When I get drunk, I feel like the Earth is spinning.
You got to
That's
put
the only way you're going to feel the Earth is spinning.
The only way to stop that is when you got to put one foot on the floor while you're laying in bed. You'll
I've
stop
tried. It makes things worse.
Here's how you stop that from happening: is stop getting drunk.
Good point.
Well, that's easier said than done sometimes.
No, it's easy. It's as easy as not doing it. You literally have to not do it, and that's as hard as it is.
You just don't put it in your hand.
Well, I'll get there. I'm
you could
working
simply
on
not buy it. It's a purchase. You actually have to make a purchase.
You do. It costs money, man. It does.
Different route home, so you don't
it
pass
costs
that
your
store.
liver.
It could. It could cost your liver. It could do that.
I'm glad we had this talk.
Me too. All is well. All is well on the flat Earth. I can dream, right? Can I be a dreamer?
No.
Why can't I dream, man?
Nobody's allowed to dream anymore.
I had a dream
Don't
one
bum
time.
my dream out, man. You're a bummer.
Open up the window. You're living in a world burning. Stop fucking dreaming.
I am sitting next to a fire, by the way.
All right, I got a crazy theory. This might actually be a thing, but
you have a hypothesis.
Yeah. The stars on the firmament, could they be like some type of like, I don't want to call them lasers, but it's like a light, kind of like a laser.
It's a light. I'll agree it's a light.
Yeah.
Beyond that, we don't know.
Maybe it doesn't make a difference, but I'll say this: like, the best way, if you have astigmatism, is to look at a red dot on a gun, and if you have astigmatism in your eye, that red dot won't look like a dot; it'll look like a star or like a bunch of little dots. When I focus on a star, like outside at night, it'll look just like the red dot does in the scope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that weird.
I'm gonna pay.
Maybe it's just because I have astigmatism, but I don't know. I thought it might have something to do with the light itself. Maybe not.
I'm extremely nearsighted.
So am I.
So it's hard for me.
Nearsighted. Nearsighted means
nearsighted.
you can't see things far, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see microscopically with my eyes. I just put the smallest thing you could print, and I can read it.
Yeah, me as well.
Across the street, I can't read the license plate on the car. I'm like, it's a green car. I couldn't tell you what the fuck kind of car it is, but you know.
Maybe some people are just nearsighted and some people are farsighted.
Right. I build
Yeah.
things up close. I pay attention. I build guitars, so there's fine detail when I got to be up close. All right.
I refuse to wear glasses though. I'm just like, I don't know.
I got to wear them when I drive, man. Otherwise, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna be a wreck on the road. I think that's green. I swear it's a green light. Fucking, you guys are all dead if I don't wear glasses.
Not sure if threat or not.
You're all dead. Kenny's driving. He's without his glasses.
But you could improve your eyes quite a bit if yeah. I've improved my eyes a lot by now. I don't wear my glasses mostly except for driving.
Yeah,
and
I only
my eyes
wear
have
them.
gotten way better.
That's so cool. You can do that.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
you
gotta
can
eat.
too.
You gotta
If you
eat
look at
organ
the
meats.
sun with your eyes closed, if you look at the sun with your eyes closed, it is very good for your
Oh,
eyesight as
isn't
well.
that cool, man? When you do that, you start seeing all these like little.
How's it good for your eyes?
Sun gazing. You must stare into the sun.
Well, I mean, the sun
Sun
gives you
gazing.
vitamin D.
Yeah, for your skin.
But
Are
what
your
about
eyes
for
made of
your
skin?
eyeballs?
But your eyes are also
I love this. Is
absorbing
a great
like frequencies of
conversation here,
light.
man.
Are your eyes made of skin?
You'll just go blind.
Doesn't matter. Are you saying a fallacy right now? I just heard a fallacy.
I think the eyes are made of, you know, fuck. What the fuck are they made of? That's a good question.
Are they
You
made
know
out
what?
of skin?
You know what I heard recently, man, is that your eyes never ever change size, even from the time you're born.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard
What do
that.
you
I think that's
think of
true.
that? Is that cool as shit or what? And your nose and ears always grow, no matter what.
That's funny.
It's interesting, isn't
You're
it?
funny.
But I just wanted to say, no, your eyes are not made of skin. I did not say that.
You
What I
didn't
was
Maybe they
saying
are.
is that your
What
eyes
could they be made out
see
of?
things, and so you receive frequencies of light, which are vibrations of some sort. Like, that's my point. That's all I'm
Right.
saying. So when you
What
look
is
at the
skin made
sun,
out of?
just be. Oh
Poop.
man, that's a big question.
Poop.
It
What are
is.
the cells of the eyes made of?
Oh man, we're going
Tissue
deep here.
fiber.
Let's do it.
Like a mushroom.
So your eyes are mushrooms?
Yeah.
Very similar to mushroom.
You didn't know that?
I don't think anybody did, and until this moment.
No, I've never heard that shit. That's all new on me, man. Shit.
No, your eyes aren't a mushroom, but the way that mycelium mat grows is very much alike to the way your neural pathways grow.
I can see that. That makes sense.
When they've taken a picture of both and they look like just alike, it's wild.
Are your eyes made out of
Poop.
nerves?
They're made out of
There
glass.
are a bunch of nerves in your
Skin's
eyes,
made out of keratin.
probably
Yeah, I
coated in
agree. There's
fat,
nerves in your eyes, but
and
are there nerves in the skin?
I don't think so.
yes, there are nerves throughout the
Could
skin.
vitamin D help
I
your
wouldn't think
eyes?
in every.
No, vitamin C helps with your eyes.
So vitamin D doesn't help with your eyes.
No, that's vitamin C.
Only vitamin C helps with your eyes. What happens if you become vitamin D deficient? Where does it show up? I know calcium
You'll get
deficient.
rickets.
On your skin.
So it shows
Well,
up.
when you're vitamin D deficient, you can't absorb. I can't remember which other vitamins, but it makes you unable to absorb other vitamins.
So you could get jaundice, and then your eyes will turn yellow.
But if you just get plenty of sunlight, you'll be fine.
Okay. I'm just checking.
It's
It's hard to
interesting
get
topics.
sunlight. It's hard to get sunlight during the winter.
Is it? Tell that to all those people with solar panels on their roof.
I mean, yeah, but I'm sure the solar panels don't get cold. Have to go inside.
You do know that sunlight doesn't mean you have to have direct sunlight. Just light it all from the sun can actually be good for you. Helps you make.
I mean, it absorbs through your skin. Yeah.
So if you want to maximize your vitamin D intake, would you get indirect sunlight or direct sunlight?
I mean, I'm guessing you could get vitamin D from even indirect sunlight, but direct sunlight's obviously best. You gotta tan your balls. You gotta suntan your balls. That's direct sunlight into your body.
What do you believe the shape of the Earth?
I don't think he'll do that.
Hang on. What do you believe the shape of the Earth is?
It's flat.
Felix. Okay, I'm just making sure because you do sound a bit sodomitic.
Sodomatic? What does that mean?
Sodomitic.
What does that mean?
Like you hail from Sodom.
I hail
Like
from
you
Sodom?
More like Gomorrah, maybe.
Mm.
What does that mean?
I don't know. This just came off very, very degenerate that you wanted me to put sunlight on my balls.
It's degenerate? That's natural.
I don't know.
Like, it would be
don't get me
degenerate
wrong.
if you do
Don't
it
get
in
me wrong.
public.
I think mine are natural. But
I don't know. I don't think
mine,
that's natural.
hang on. Mine are natural, but I don't know if you thinking about mine are natural is natural.
Oh, oh yeah. I'm not thinking about yours. I'm giving you advice.
About my balls. Please don't.
I don't think the sun was as intense in the Garden of Eden. So like when they got cast out and God like made Adam like a pair of pants, it said, "Here, cover your balls."
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
You did it,
But
didn't you?
you're definitely going to get a lot more testosterone if you sun your balls. Direct vitamin D. The people who rule this place.
Does vitamin D help with the with the production of testosterone?
I think you can get indirect
I can
sunlight
imagine
too.
it wouldn't affect it.
But the problem is if you live in the Pacific Northwest, you might have a problem of even getting indirect sunlight.
Yeah, that's probably my problem.
I was suntan all the summer. I had no problem getting suntan this summer.
Same.
Dude, come down here. If you're vitamin D deficient, come down here. Shit.
I want to.
Like, we only have like maybe a month out of the year total, like overall, where it's not sunny, clear blue skies.
I got too good of a job to leave. I'm too busy slaving.
What about the kids?
I don't have kids right now.
Well, you never will with that attitude.
I mean, I plan on it.
Kids can get their own sunlight.
I plan on having like 6 kids.
That's good. You should plan on more, and if you know,
you need land to have
you get
kids.
less, at least you'll get closer to that 6 number.
And I'm gonna homeschool them and teach them all about flat Earth. It'll be our little cult.
Why would you teach goats about flat Earth?
Goats? Oh, because it's detrimental to goats as well.
Hey Felix, let me
Everyone
ask you a
needs to know
question.
the Earth is flat.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what makes you believe the Earth is flat? What's your direct?
Because that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, and we can see much farther with our own observations. Water is always level, and you need a container for a vacuum or a pressurized system.
I agree. So, why did you say you were going to teach your kids that flat Earth is a cult?
I was just making an ironic joke.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
I mean, my goats mow my yard for me. What do your kids do for you? I have 3 children as well. They have my good looks. My wife still has hers.
Do your goats also jump up on your vehicle and on your house and eat everything?
I think you're missing.
No.
Well, bullshit.
I think his point.
No, I have them in a fence. There's 3 cattle panels, and I move them around the field, and they just kind of clear the spot, and I move them to the next spot the next day.
All right, on. It's like
Hey, does your,
rotational
It's not
grazing.
meant to be
does your
raised
wife come and talk
on
here?
equipment.
What?
No. I wish. Oh man, I wish. She would love it, but she's shy.
Oh.
Oh.
Actually, I have a theory on that, Justin. But yeah.
Who has a theory on what?
Yeah, about what he was talking about, the every 100-year thing.
If you just do the history, just look back into history.
You're low, Justin.
Single time, man. I'm telling you.
You're really
It
quiet,
may
Justin.
happen a slightly different way because, of course, technology is advanced. Of course, but it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. They're just they destroyed the reality that we live in so that they can make their own.
I mean, before this, it was the flu, and then before that, it was what?
SARS.
The SARS.
The
Or, no,
bubonic
sorry.
plague?
H1N1.
No, wasn't it the plague?
Way back. What was it?
Before this, it was the Spanish flu, right?
Spanish. That was it. Yep.
And then before the Spanish flu, what was it?
Small. No, not small.
Polio.
Polio, wasn't it?
And then before polio, it was the Black Plague.
The Black Plague.
Literally every 100 years since the 5-year reset. Since the heliocentrics took control.
Wait, what did they blame smallpox on?
The globulists.
That's a made up thing you just said.
Good job.
Explain.
Yeah,
Please.
I know. I was really confused.
Oh, did you hear about what they had found, apparently? They had found a vial of said smallpox, and there's only supposed to be in 2 locations. And not in this warehouse. I can't hear you, Justin. You're real low.
It was in a freezer.
Yeah.
And there was this huge plot, right? With smallpox, was a thing among certain populations, but apparently the American government decided to, or not, they weren't even government yet. They were just like, how about instead of trying to fight these Indians or indigenous America,
we'll give them blankets.
We'll give them blankets infected with smallpox. Let's just throw that shit out.
They didn't even say that. They're just like, let's do a goodwill thing and just give them blankets. And they didn't realize that they were giving them smallpox.
They didn't realize that. Yeah, man.
That was the Spanish, by the way.
Well,
not the English. They
was
gave
that?
them.
Well, Columbus was Spanish.
Yeah, the English were the Pilgrims, the Puritans.
Well, they were so pure.
They were not the invaders, not the slavers.
Yeah, but this smallpox thing with the blankets was after they were already here. Because I guess because supposedly the English came through the north and the Spanish came through the south through like New Orleans.
If anybody had,
the French came through the.
If anybody had contact with the Indians, they could easily transmit smallpox, even though not displaying any actual pox.
Did they even know what smallpox was?
No. Well, no, they knew about the pox, but they didn't know how it transmitted.
Is it small or chicken? I mean,
chicken pox isn't deadly.
I know.
It can be.
I'm just
hang on. Chicken pox can be deadly.
Maybe if it's shingles.
Chicken pox comes with a fever. You can still die from chicken pox.
Only if you're old, though.
Anyway, all right. So this story about the indigenous Americans being given blankets with that were infected with smallpox. I mean, how did they even isolate that? The smallpox.
It's not possible. The story is a lie.
Yeah, of course. It's just
Yeah,
as normal
that was
as
my.
smallpox.
Hey, don't tell anybody. That was my point.
We should probably stop. This is going a little.
That's his story.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't.
Sorry, guys. We should not.
Why, Justin? Why can't we talk about
It's
real
a
shit?
little bit off topic. Plus, it's a narrative.
Because on the live stream it gets yanked.
We're destroying
Hold
a
on.
narrative.
I haven't.
Just for live stream.
No, sure. Well, I mean, I don't remember us actually talking about this aspect of history that could be misconstrued. I don't think it's.
Right
I
now,
don't think.
with what's in the news.
Yeah, maybe.
What's in the
Yeah.
news?
Not needing to not go
Are
there.
you watching the news, Justin? You should stop.
Dude, I have to.
I'm just playing.
Hang on.
I want to see all the
No,
bullshit that
I'm
they
messing
say
with you.
and
Hang
keep
on.
up with it.
What is in the news that we can't talk about smallpox blankets?
I know.
No, I'm not going to censor myself just because something's in the news that doesn't even relate to what we're talking about.
All I'm saying is the word.
Well,
It's just like
Kick
saying
me.
the other word.
Well, that one we don't actually say, but we can talk about smallpox all day long, as far as I'm concerned.
How is
frog
this any
snacks.
different? I'm just saying.
No.
I hate smallpox.
Yeah.
I
Smallpox.
don't even know what it is.
Smallpox
I've never
is fake.
I've never seen a person with smallpox. So.
Nope. I've never even seen a
deep
smallpox.
it's a cow disease, isn't it? Or a pig disease?
Pig, I believe, yeah.
There's no such thing as smallpox.
Come on, man.
What?
Well,
Have you seen
not
smallpox?
anymore. I've never seen it, so I mean, I guess I
Did
would
it ever
believe the
exist?
story if I.
Have you ever seen Big Pox?
Yeah,
Big
chickenpox.
Big
How about
pox.
Two Pox?
I've seen it. 2 pox.
In here, yeah.
I got pimple pox.
Have you seen
Sometimes.
the new video of Tupac rapping?
I like Big
I'd rather
Pox.
not.
I mean, it's another fake, of course, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Like smallpox.
There you go. See,
I have to go to
twisted it.
bed,
I just put
guys.
it right
I
in the
just
mix
want to
right
say
there.
goodnight.
You know
Good night, Dandelion.
Good night.
Dandelion,
See you
thank you
next
so
time.
Mary
It's been
Mom.
fun.
Good night,
Thank
love.
you.
Yeah,
Night.
thank you so
Good
much
night.
for everything you do here, Dandelion. You're awesome.
Peace
Oh,
out,
thank
Girl
you
Scout.
for the appreciation. That's very sweet. Thank you.
Oh, we love you. I think everyone loves you, and the haters that hate you, they're just wrong. They're dumb.
They're mostly banned. So that's
Well,
as we were discussing earlier. No, but it's fine. Yeah, I don't mind being hated because haven't we already discussed that in this world today? You got to expect some opposition, right? Because if everybody loves you, then you're probably not doing enough.
It's like who wants some people to just fawn over you all the time? It's just like
Trust
I want
me,
you to disagree, bro.
I know what it's like to be hated.
Yeah,
What's it like?
Just look at me. Just look at me. That's what it's like.
Anyway,
Yeah,
have a good night.
All right. I will see you.
All right, bye.
We'll see you. We'll see you next time. Yeah, Mary Mom's awesome. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team.
I'm gonna go spread flat Earth. Wish me luck.
Good luck, Felix.
Where are you gonna spread the flat Earth at?
And fucking blankets. He already told you.
Oh, we're gonna put some flat Earth juice on some blankets and pass them out.
Don't call it flat Earth juice. That's disgusting.
God damn it. Oh, deuce, man, bro. This is insane.
You're much better now, by the way.
Hey, you left out Demoro Degenerate, damn it. I want him to get the same love I get.
What, he came back way better. Look,
you talk about I was see,
you were on one. You were.
I go in, it works in stages for an alcoholic, you know.
I know it does, and I'm always going to tell you when you're beyond. please understand it's coming from a place of love, even though it sounds like hate.
I only get
No, I get it. It's
I
all
only
good.
get stoned in waivers, and enough is enough. Yeah, that comes in waves. It comes in waves.
Hey, man, a lot of people that drink shitloads of coffee, it kind of works that way for them too. You know, I can't even drink coffee anymore.
Oh, speaking of getting stoned, dude, holy fuck, man.
That's
I only
great.
drink,
That's
drink
great.
coffee when
I got
first wake
one
up.
of my plants is turning purple. I'm excited.
Yeah, how
It's
did that
wintertime.
turn out?
It's still going. I'm about ready for another harvest. Like it's about done.
Yeah,
The
tell him,
leaves are
Deuce,
turning orange, so
you can leave all weed out in the cold till it turns purple. You know that, right?
Everything turns purple.
Yeah.
Bruises are purple.
Give it enough phosphorus and cold, and you'll get purple for days.
no,
Yeah,
like I mean, Mike, I mean, like this stuff, like it grew and it never flowered when the other ones did, and now it's flowering and it's flowering quick and they're nice and dense. And I just looked and like the flower parts themselves, the little pestles, purple.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
When I
sweet.
grow outside, I leave the ones. Some are, auto flowering. Some fucking flower late, and I leave the ones that flower late. I'll leave them out till well past fucking Halloween because they end up purple and orange and auburn.
Yeah,
They look good. The trichomes will be over mature, but it ends up to be choker weed thick.
I'm going to probably, if I don't start any other ones, I want to start some more,
Hey,
but I
Michael,
just don't have the room.
do you ever
I usually have 2 harvests per year.
Well, Michael
Fall and
or
spring.
anyone else that's growing, do you guys make wax out of any of it, or you just smoke the leaf after
Not
it's
anymore.
done?
Not after I went to prison for it.
I let my son make.
But yeah, I used to make fucking killer wax.
Well, I mean, Mike's in Michigan; he can grow it and do whatever you want to with, can't you? Right?
Yeah, it's legal for recreational use. You can grow 12 plants for every person in your family that lives at your house.
But do you smoke wax, or you just smoke the cannabis
No,
leaf?
I don't smoke that shit no more.
Yeah, it's freaking, dude. It's so
Chokes the fuck out of me.
well, it
and
chokes the
I
fuck
work-
out. But I
Yeah,
get.
dude.
I mean, it's just like I take one hit, and I'm just like, I'm somewhere I don't want to be. You know, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
No,
And
Helio,
there's
imagine this, right? Imagine you have like asthma and emphysema, and like you have like a 1/2 ton elephant sitting on your chest.
yeah,
That's what it's like
exactly.
when you take a dab. You know, it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, the
oh,
dabs, bro. Yeah, just
at least the ones that I
Yeah.
would take, fucking some big old gobbers, freaking pea gobbers.
that's too high. That's too high.
What is Sleet on about? What Indians folk? What the hell is he talking about?
The Indian has spoken. I have no idea. What is that?
No, we seen the juice.
Oh my god. I think he is wanting to go there.
Well, that's a weird ass meme, Flatman Can. Emerging from the ball earth lie can be painful.
That looks so gross.
Yeah. What the fuck? Where'd you get that shit?
I'm not an authority on weed. I've grown weed since I was 13, Sleet, and
Globe's pregnant.
I grew up on a farm. The only time I didn't live on the farm was when I was in service to my country. Who knows better about agriculture than farmers with agricultural degrees?
Me.
What the fuck?
What was
Tobacco?
happening
No.
Actually, tobacco.
Right. That's a funny thing you said about tobacco. Do you want to know what a wild tobacco in Mexico is called?
A tabaki.
What?
Marijuana. 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 So where we get the word marijuana from.
Yeah, I'm not the expert. I just read the book from the expert. You know who Ed Rosenthal is?
No. Like,
He wrote the big book or the Marijuana Bible, the Big Book of Buds.
no.
I've heard of it.
No,
Well,
he's from Michigan too.
well, let me ask you this, Mike. Since we talk about Native American stuff a lot, the peace pipe. What's in the peace pipe?
Lots of different herbs. Not
Hang on,
just
Michael.
one.
What's that guy's name again? Really quick.
Ed Rosenthal.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, yeah, that's a Jew.
That's funny. I never thought about it.
Nice timing too.
So he Jewed the marijuana. Damn it!
Don't put a wedge between us.
You chewed the marijuana.
My whole world just collapsed. Damn it!
Holy shit!
Fuck you, Judas! You motherfucker! You.
Holy shit! Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Anyway, Rosenthal. Okay, I'm gonna stop laughing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to tell my son that one. That's funny as shit. We're Jewing the marijuana when we use this process, son.
Good luck with your timing.
Yeah, I was gonna say good luck finding the timing.
Yeah, I figured I'd wait till he said this is fucked up. Why do we do it this way? Well, we're doing it, son. We're doing the marijuana.
We're Jewing it. We're Jewing it. Anyway.
How the hell did I never? Yeah, how did I never get that? What the fuck?
You didn't know Rosenthal is a Jewish name?
What's that name again? Rosenthalenberg?
Probably from the beginning, but
That's kind of like Davenport, sofa, and like it's the progression of something.
Yeah.
Remember when your grandma used to call it a divan? Remember that? The couch was called a divan. Remember that? Does anybody remember?
I
do.
I do. It depends. Was it in the foyer?
Maybe
or in
maybe it's a Midwest thing.
My grandmother calls her purse a pocketbook, and she calls the refrigerator an icebox.
Yeah.
And she calls her shoes a purse. It's really weird.
She calls an alligator a purse.
Now, remember, I was young. She told me to get something out of the icebox, so I went and found the cooler and didn't find anything in the cooler. And I was like, "There's nothing in the cooler." She says, "I said the icebox, not the cooler." And I'm like, "Huh?"
Hell, I could have got that in his travels. He was born in the Bronx, moved to Michigan, then went to California. Ed be hanging out with what's his name? Snoop Dogg.
And I bet she calls her feet dogs too.
No.
Biscuits.
My dog.
My grandmother. No. She originated in Japan, then went to Florida, then Washington D.C., and then to Seattle, then San Diego, and then Oregon, and then down here.
All the liberal places. She's been to all the liberal places.
She never said her dogs
all the
are
big
barking,
military
huh?
spots.
Never
No.
said her dogs are barking.
Holy shit! Nice shooting star, dude. Hey, why do
yeah, if
shooting
you wear
stars
boots, trust me, you'll
fucking
know what
suck?
dogs
I want to get
Hold
this
on.
out.
Hold on.
He wrote a Bible. His is a Grow Bible, the Bible, marijuana Bible. How did I not know he was a Jew? What the fuck?
What?
What's
So
wrong?
you missed it? That's
I
okay.
did.
It's okay. It's okay.
Only Jews write Bibles.
Yeah, only Jews write Bibles.
Check it out. Like, I've seen a couple of these shooting
That's
stars do this
nuts.
because right now we're in the middle of this Leonid shower, right? It's like peaking tonight.
I wasn't joking
You'll
when I
see
said
these things.
destroyed my damn world. Damn it.
You'll see these things come in moving pretty fast, and then they'll slow down and then almost stop and then fall straight down. That's not a shooting star. That's a falling star, isn't it?
It's a shooting then falling star.
Yeah, because it's like.
Well, how does
moving
a
and then
star
falling.
fall? How does a star fall? I don't think there's such a thing.
Oh, really?
Can they shoot or fall?
Have you
What
read
are they
any of
doing?
the
Are they
Bible?
shooting
Okay,
or falling?
usually when a shooting star shoots, it's fast, right? But these things are slow and they're arcing, and they start, and it's like they stop and then start falling straight down.
Well, isn't that like during a meteor shower?
I mean, look
God
at
damn,
this.
we're in the middle of a
Juno.
meteor shower right now. We had a fucking lunar eclipse, meteor shower conjunction.
Okay,
Look at that Jew nose, man. Look at that. You see that? I posted the enemies. Tell me that's not a Jew nose, damn it.
Damn, Mike is really, really freaking. He's fucked up.
He's losing sleep over this.
I might.
You didn't know Rosenthal was a Jew name? This is weird.
Oh, here's the other thing. He's got red hair, so he's one of them Jews.
I mean, it's if I remember right, David, the one we were talking about earlier,
It's a
the one
ginger
that
Jew.
played Goliath, he was a redhead.
Yep. That's why I say he's one of them.
Fruity Pebbles.
Or a ginger. Ginger.
Fuck.
Fuck. Well, look at it. Does it not look like a big clump of Fruity Pebbles?
It does, but I was saying fuck because he give me a gift, a bunch of Jews styling on me. They're doing their Jew dance.
We're not. And by the way, we say Jew all the time. We say we've been saying Jew much, but it's like all Jews are welcome here. I mean, come in here as a Jew because we don't really get a lot of Jewish people in here, man. But come in here and talk to us.
Yeah, disclaimer. In no way is this meant to be anti-Semitical. I love the Jew marijuana. I just didn't know I was Jewing it.
You didn't know we're Jewing it? Oh, that's fucking fun. Anyway, so yeah, if we offend someone, if we offend someone, when I offend someone, I do it on purpose, and if I make fun of you, you can make fun of me all day long, and we'll be even, so it's okay. And but I'm not even necessarily making fun of Jews. It's just what we're talking about.
Sounds like it. It sounds like it, though.
I don't give a shit at the end of the day. But I mean, you guys can fucking make a YouTube channel and fucking make fun of me all day. I don't give a fuck.
We do.
Was that an invitation for all the Jews to come in and make fun of you?
Yeah, all the Jews go make fun of me, and I don't even know.
Are you Jewish, Helio?
I just go to BC check-in and I give guys a one free band pass to troll you.
Yeah, everybody. It's a free pass for everybody to troll me and Michael. All the trolls come in and just make fun of us.
Yeah, Cyrus does it to me. He just fucking sends people up. He said, "I'll let you in right now if you troll the bad mod." They're like, "Really? You gonna unban me?" "Yeah, I'll give you one unban." Well, we know Battle Mod's gonna ban me if I troll him.
Helio,
he let Taryn in one day, or
did you watch my
Taran,
video?
or whatever the hell his name is. Sorry, go ahead.
Did you watch my video?
Who's this talking?
It's Ron. Did you watch my video? Remember yesterday I sent you that video?
It's the Shekelson. See, I told you.
Well, I warned you guys that he was back.
Well, old school members are coming back. It's a great gathering, bro.
No,
White Buffalo.
which video,
Prophecies of
Ron?
White Buffalo.
It's another show.
I talked to him for about an hour last night.
Why does
Me
a
and
buffalo
Ron
got to
talked.
be white, Michael?
It's another show.
Oh, bro, because Ron
Well,
is the white buffalo.
Because I'm a cracker.
No, I'm wondering why does it got to be a white buffalo?
Hey, check this out though.
That's
When we
the
start,
damn
when we bring up, here's what happens when we start talking about the J. Ron Sheckleson shows up.
You could say the JQ.
The J.
Did you see the
Duke
video?
I love
Mike?
watching somebody assault someone with a vacuum cleaner. So funny.
No.
Let me
No,
send it
post
to
the
you.
link. Yeah, post the link up. Hey, I chewed the white buffalo. Okay.
I chewed the white buffalo.
Hang on. Now the white buffalo is a prediction from a Native American tribe, a Plains tribe, about the coming back of the Star People. So when the white buffalo comes, then the Star People are coming back, something like that. So it's not racist when he says white buffalo. It's part of his culture, you fucking bigot.
And more than likely in that culture, it could be true.
Am I wrong here, Michael?
There's a
No,
song
you're
called
not.
The Great...
And you posted the verse that actually a lot of natives have tied into that.
Remember the Ted Nugent song? It's called The Great White Buffalo.
Great white buffalo.
Ted Nugent he lived
Yeah,
by
I used to
Mike
date his
somewhere.
daughter.
Ain't that some crazy shit?
Right down the street. And
I just wanted to be able to call somebody a fucking bigot, to be honest.
Hey, Ron, which video were you talking about? We talked
Odyssey.
last night. I watched a lot of shit.
That was the Fortunate Son parody.
Oh, yeah, your
My you guys want to hear it? Hold on, I'll play you the audio. Oh shit, my battery's almost dead.
Well, I think we should. I think before somebody's hitting the bong.
Look, teaching motherfucking chong.
No, I think we should revise.
It wasn't me this time.
Make it better before you actually started.
Shit.
Let's work on it.
My battery gotta plug in. My battery's about to die.
Ron, bro. All right, if you want me to share it, I can share it, but it's not. Let me see if I can share it. Hold
on. Yeah, my battery's done.
Ron Sheckleson. Hey guys,
I got 0%, dude. It fucking died when I plugged it in.
Okay, if you have 0%, you wouldn't be talking to us right now.
It's on my phone. I'm on a tablet.
Oh, your phone. So you got your tablet and your phone. Your phone died.
I got 4 mobile
Some
devices.
folks are born laying away the flag. Ooh, they're red, white, and blue.
Oh, hold on. I can share the link that he's talking
what
about.
Did he poop?
I posted it. I posted it in the chat the other day.
Cool.
And when the band plays Hail to the Chief, they point that cannon at you, Lord.
I changed up the lyrics. I don't believe.
It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no global son, no.
What the hell are those things?
Wait,
It looks like a
those are cannon
Ron, I'm not. Well, I'm not.
Why is there a stick? It looks like a bottle rocket. What's that stick about?
Looks like
it allows for better smoking.
I'm not seeing Ron's posted here.
Those are bamboo skewers for like shish kebabs.
Oh, you pull them out, right? You don't leave that shit in. I got you.
No. And then usually you would take weed like after it's dried, and while it's still like kind of subtle, you'd trim it, you'd cut it off the stem, and then you'd pack it around the stick and wrap it. After you have it all wrapped, you unwrap it, and it should be stuck together because it's still moist.
Are you saying subtle?
And then roll it in fucking wax, and then
Are you
put leaf
pronouncing
around
the
it.
B in
They have
subtle? No, that's kind of annoying. I just heard
What?
you say the word subtle.
Oh, fucking calm down. So, but usually fucking just wrap like cannabis leaf around it, but this one they put blunt wrap on it.
What?
Yeah, but you can do the same thing with the joint. Take like a paper clip or a toothpick and sacrifice a rolling paper where the sticky part is. Lick the sticky part and let it roll back on itself around to where it creates like a little tube, a paper pipe. And then you roll a joint with that toothpick inside of the joint so you can pull the toothpick out and leave that paper behind. So when you smoke the joint, you have an air tunnel for better breathing, better smoking, no runs.
I've never
Just
had
leave
a
the
problem.
toothpick in, bro.
I mean, it's a joint. I never had a problem with it burning the wrong way. It's like, I don't know.
Try it. Just try the plumber's joint. It burns different.
Maybe with that
more airflow.
thick joint, that thing's pretty thick. You know what I
Well,
mean?
it's a
got like
cigar.
a cigar.
That
Yeah,
shit
I
hits
know.
a little different, if you know what I'm saying. It slaps a little different.
I'm going to attempt. I'm going to attempt to try to play. Attempt to try, but that's a redundant.
Hey,
statement.
before you do,
Anyway,
Helio,
Why are you guys yelling at me? Why are you yelling at me? Ron asked me to play a song, and I'm going to play it. God damn it!
Before you do, I just wanted to say I'm going to go.
Well, I'm going to fucking kill you one day.
I was gonna say, don't let the door hit you.
Anyway, I was just letting you know. I don't even know if this is going to work from the link that he gave me.
Wait, Helio,
God dang it.
Helio, can you play that song?
All right, I'm back. I just had.
I'm going to attempt to play the song. I don't know if from the link that he gave me. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but we'll see.
Could you just do it?
Well,
we'll find out if it works or not. Well, I don't
right.
think the hey, Helio, hang on. He's not in here. The bot isn't in here.
It will be once I hit this command.
Okay.
God damn it.
Sorry.
Here we go.
Jeez, come in.
Somebody's excited.
Trying to help
tonight.
you out.
So exciting! You ready for Run Song? But I hope it.
I was born ready, baby.
If you could give like an hour more of like summation of what you're about to do.
Music bot's here.
See, I wasn't sure it was going to work because it's not from a standard platform and a lot of platforms we use, and I don't think it's working.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Does it usually pop in and start playing, or does it pop in and wait a minute then
Oh,
start
it
playing?
would definitely. With the command that I used in the bot channel, it would definitely work. But it doesn't work with Odyssey. So, Ron, can you send me a link to it from a different channel so that we can use it?
Sorry.
No. Laughing is fun. Because
I was laughing at that fucking that kid trying to kick that guy and just completely miss and then collapse into the wall.
Yeah, but anyway, I talked to Ron last night, and we had a good time talking. And he played this song, and we're going to work to improve it.
Can we hear
in
it?
the future? Well, we can't from Odyssey. I was just trying to play it, but we
can we hear
can't
it though?
from Odyssey.
Have you tried downloading it?
I can send you the MP3 file.
Ooh,
if you just want to hear it.
Yeah,
I
if
got
you
an
send the
MP4 video.
hold on. If you send me the MP3 file, I can actually
Yeah.
play it on here. I can actually do that.
All right, give me a second.
Hit up my
We can
SoundCloud
clean
player.
it up too, because it's not the best quality, but it's maybe
How's
you could
so the Odyssey account does give you a better audio quality.
No. The Odyssey is
Okay,
more
well
precise.
then that's all I'm saying. I mean, just send me the
Hold
MP3
on,
file.
hold
I
on.
like it when you yell at Ron for no reason.
Yeah, you like it because me and
Why don't
Ron
you just
been
put it on Spotify?
buds. No, well,
Hold
because
on.
it's. Anyways,
Yeah, that's a Candigar right there, my friend.
yeah, it's like me and Ron been buds for a
And
while.
then you
Ain't
cure that
gonna
bitch for
freaking
like 6
it's
months.
like Ron just like he's coming out saying, "Hey, check this out. It's only a couple minutes long, but it's it's one of his new creations. Come on, man, just help him
We'd
out."
like to hear it.
It's
Yeah,
Flat
we're
Earth in
about to
10 minutes.
fucking hear it. He's gonna send it to me.
All right,
It's
give
only
me
a
1
couple
second.
megabytes in MP3, and it's just gonna be right up
Just
before you
bear
know
with
it.
me one
Here, you gonna play the song, dude?
I had to reboot my. Oh, there it is.
Oh my god!
Hey,
You should have sent the.
you guys hear it?
Yeah, let's not
we can hear it.
do that. Let's not do that here on the live stream. That will give us a fucking strike. Don't
That's his
play.
Hold
song,
on, hold
though.
on. It's not, dude. It's not his song. It's all a remake.
I thought you were going to send me your.
I'm sending it to you. That wasn't CCR. That was just a karaoke.
Okay, cool. It was a karaoke track. Cool, but
hold on.
It still sounded like shit. I mean, send me the original.
I gotta put it
good.
through.
And then I
Let me
can.
send it. Let me
I
send
thought
it.
it sounded good.
Hold on. My Bluetooth I got to turn on. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
that's fine. I'm fine with it.
I can
All right.
play it. I can play
shit,
it.
my bad. Get out of here. Hold on.
OTA.
Tablet.
Over the air.
Hold on. All right, you guys conversate. I'm gonna get this hashed out.
God damn it! I'm holding
all
the
you
phone.
have to do is hit the plus button and then hit upload and contact me. Just send it to me, and then I will share it here as an open freaking song. It's just that simple. And Discord does the rest. It's just really easy.
Oh shit!
Seriously, Halo, are you gonna play it though?
Yeah, I'm gonna play it when Ron sends it to me.
Did you break it?
Hey, we already broke the internet a long time ago, so
Well, yeah, obviously.
we have a lot of patience, don't we? I mean, as flat earthers, we have a lot of patience.
I mean, as an official space and time distributor,
space and time obfuscator. We're obfuscators of space and time. We have a lot of patience. If you can wait for a song, then
I've been dealing with space and time my whole life. I sit out on the corner. I give little cubes of space and time. Also, energon cubes. Don't forget about those.
It's like, hello,
Helio sounds like he's broad.
gentlemen.
Helio,
Hello,
are you sure you don't work for like WQAZ?
Well, I mean, I might as well have. Be working.
I think you missed your calling. I think you should have been a disc or a radio disc jockey. Yeah.
Well, I can make my voice sound very low or very high.
Oh no,
Isn't
it's just
this
like your
amazing?
average voice. That way
You
you can
sound
actually
like
sit there and be halfway slosh on at work.
When you did that, you sound like a little girl. That was crazy, Helio.
And
Do it
this,
again.
and this is Dennis Cash with the rest of the story.
Go
And-
do
and
your little girl
now,
voice. Do your
for
little
the-
girl voice.
My low girl voice.
Little
you
girl
want-
voice.
all right, little girl voice.
Do the little girl voice.
Hey, check this out, though. A lot of
This
people
is your
say,
This is your opinion with Cash Kate, or with Mr. Cash. You get to take that.
the cash cake. Anyway, but to be honest, like I listen to a lot of audiobooks, and like someone can read a whole audiobook and create characters. I mean, they're voice actors, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah. You guys don't. A lot of you guys don't even listen to these audiobooks, but these guys are great voice actors, and when they're reading the book, and people are
They're
listening.
monotone.
No, it's not monotone. They're creating a character while they're reading the book. You know, I mean, it could be a little girl, it
That's
could be an
crazy.
old man.
They're not
Could
even
be an
doing
old
what the
man. It's
reading.
one person. It's one person creating several different voices, you know, while they're reading an audiobook. Right?
What?
What? You guys don't listen to audiobooks?
No.
I do.
All right, so Michael understands what I'm talking about. So I can create the voice of a little girl.
Oh my god, dude, it's like a little girl.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, if I
Oh
was
my God,
reading an
not you.
audiobook, you know, do you guys want me to just sit here and read audiobooks all day? I mean,
Yes. Do it.
No.
Okay.
Do it.
Fuck
No, it wouldn't be happening here, but maybe I could have
That's
that
you right
job. But anyway, I could probably do that job if I would have to read through the whole book and create the characters before I.
Helio, books are for reading, not audioing.
Are
Yeah.
you fucking serious?
He's not
I
wrong.
listen to audiobooks all the day long.
Can you
man.
read?
I listen to audiobooks.
Yo.
No, I forgot
Hey,
how
I
to
don't know
read.
about
I
when
used
I
to be able to
read a
read, but I
story,
can't
I
read
have like
anymore.
It's a hard
15
process for
different
the
like
brain.
voices in my head.
Yeah, I used to be able to read, but I can't read it anymore. So I depend on
yeah, and I
audio.
forgot how to have sex.
Yeah. I mean, it pretty much
Sounds
goes
like a
Yeah,
personal thing.
I can't ride a fucking bike either.
I don't doubt that.
My name is Barry Lincoln.
I could when I was a kid, though.
I do doubt that.
People give me a shit for listening to audiobooks all the time, but they're not reading either. So why are you giving me shit about it? I don't
What?
read a lot. I don't have a book in my hand.
I was
all the
encouraging
time.
your lifestyle, bro. I don't know
Have
all this vitriol. I want you to live your best life, the best version
You're
of
the
you.
most
Hey, if there's
sarcastic.
money in it, there's actually money in it. You can actually Helio, dude, you should actually like think about like starting to do like audio book recordings and
All
like
I was
get
saying,
it
I don't give
mastered
a
and then put
fuck.
it out.
If you're
See how
doing that little
popular it
girl
I
voice,
could
that shit sells.
I could be
don't
an
give a
audiobook
fuck.
Yeah, you could
reader
start
and
with Clifford the Big Red Dog.
With all these flat earthers on my sleeve.
That's pretty popular right now.
Helio.
told you can't read them.
Sent it. I sent you the
Hey,
file.
I'm about.
Hang on.
I'm gonna find where you live and I'm gonna fucking kick your ass.
In your best audiobook
damn
voice,
song.
tell them to stop riding your coattails.
I know I've threatened to kick your ass many times, Deuce, but I'm not
Give
gonna
me my
do it.
address.
But
I'll give you a
yeah,
bus.
it's like we're gonna have fun. And
got
I'm gonna
gas
watch. I'm gonna
money,
watch
but
you fly your drone and do your freaking.
I've heard of
Helio.
procrastination, bro.
I got bus money, but we gotta advertise it and
Hey
sell
guys,
it.
Ron has it.
I want a portion of the
Wait,
pay.
hang on, Ron.
The song.
What were you saying? Yeah, Ron.
All right, so Ron, you sent it to me. Hold on.
I sent it to your DM,
right.
so check it.
Cool. All right, cool. Let me get the original. Hold on, and then I'll be able to share it.
Song title and stuff. Man.
Oh no! Click on the wrong shit. Hold on.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes, but it's video.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I listened to it yesterday. It's pretty cool. Hold on. Just give me a sec. I'm gonna.
We would
what
like.
happened though?
Honestly, I just hope it's a fucking audiobook.
God, I'm gonna come and fucking kill you.
If it's Bon Jovi, I'm gonna laugh my head off.
TOS violation.
If he dies, it's because I killed him.
TOS violation.
Are you talking to me? You know I'm just giving you a hard time, man. Come on now.
No, I know. It's just like Deuce, you just get on my biggest nerve, and then I guess I'm the same way, but whatever.
That wasn't Deuce that said that.
See, I've had plenty of TOSs, but that was for discipline for talking on silence.
God damn it! Didn't even work there.
God damn it, Leo! What the fuck, man? I thought you said you could do it.
Maybe you're doing something wrong, Leo.
I can do it.
Have you considered that maybe you're doing something wrong?
No, I can do it. I'm gonna have to download what Ron sent me, then put it on a different platform, and then
God damn it
from there.
That's because you've been smoking all them tweeds and stuff, Helio.
No, it's because Ron
smoking all the Marlboros right there, man.
It's because Ron doesn't know how to do it, but that's okay because Ron doesn't have to do it.
Sure, blame Ron.
I'm not blaming
the
Ron.
file from my phone, dude.
I just said I told you that yes, I'm quite aware you sent me the file. Yeah.
We're having a real boomer moment here, Helio, aren't we?
No, we're not having a boomer.
You're boomering this up. You are boomering this up right now.
God damn it! Are you trying to figure out how to stick the fucking tape cassette into the fucking drive for the computer?
To be honest, I mean, I'm not trying to call out Ron. I mean, he doesn't know how to do this. I'm trying to protect his.
What do you mean I don't know how to do it? I made the fucking thing.
I know, but I'm just saying you don't know how to share it.
I don't know how to share it. I can post the link right in the chat.
I do. Give me the link. Listen, I'll give you the DJ bot. I'll give you the DJ bot. DJ roll. You go up to the bot lobby and you put M play. One error, one space, your link.
Hold on, give me 1 second, Mike. I'll send it to you.
So
Michael, I just did that with his link, and it didn't work.
Hold on,
I know because the link's it's not one space. The link isn't one space. It's got to be right after M exclamation play, one space.
I like the guy who can't figure out his fucking mic for like 3 years is the one who's trying to school Helio here.
You gotta admit though, you made the same mistake. Come on. Everybody's made that mistake.
Boomer.
Oh, I'm the boomer dick. Let me try it again. Hold on.
First step's admitting it, Helio.
No, it's the link.
Where's Glatt when you need him?
I'm gonna post it in lobby, Mike, because I don't have the other.
Discord.
Mike's about to play it. Go ahead and play it, Mike.
It's not a fucking audio link. It's not a playable link.
God damn it! Upload it to Spotify.
Give me the. You got
Mike,
a channel? Is it on a
go in
YouTube
lobby.
video?
No.
Mike, go in lobby
Odyssey.
and grab it. You got it?
I don't even see it in the lobby.
Well, the link we're sharing, I copied your link. That's not a fucking audio file link, dude.
It's an MP4.
I can download it, but I can't.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I can.
Doesn't it
I
play?
can download the link, but I can't. I can't download. I can't play it until I upload it to another platform.
So upload it to Google Drive.
Hold on. I got one on Odyssey. I can
upload it to Google Drive. You should be
No,
able to
I
play
already
it from
tried
Google
your
Drive.
Odyssey link, bro. It's not going to work that way.
Helio. If you have the MP3, upload it to your Google Drive and then play that link. Make it shareable and then play that link.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it'll work that way, but we'll see.
It should.
I can try. And fuck all you guys for thinking I'm fucking a boomer and don't know how to figure this shit out.
Hey, boomer.
Fuck you very much.
Yeah, fuck you very much.
This is Helio.
Hey, it do what it do. It's just we roll. We roll. 24/7. We roll.
He truly is a prick.
Yeah, definitely a good look. How many flat earthers does it take to play a song?
Hey, that's how you used to do selfies back in the day, man.
Well, hold on. If I make a song, I mean, I ain't trying to take the piss out of Ron, but if I make a song and say I'm going to share it, I got the link ready already for all you guys, and I'm going to share it
I
everywhere.
just sent
Ron,
it. I sent you the file
That's
from my
not a
phone.
shareable link. It's a shareable file. It's
I mean,
a
I
file.
I can fucking play it over my microphone. Let's do that instead of fucking doing all the other work.
Yeah, I'm with you. This just isn't an audio file link. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah, take the easy way out, Helio. I do the same thing.
It ain't me.
Hey, we're not supposed to talk about suicide like that.
I ain't no fortunate one. No.
Some folks are born made to believe that there's a landing on the moon. That's not true because we can see the flat horizon from a weather balloon, Lord. I don't believe that the earth's a spinning ball, son. I don't believe, I ain't no clueless for you, yeah. Some folks are born made to believe the earth revolves around the sun, y'all. But the North Star hasn't moved an inch, 'cause we ain't moving at all, yeah. I don't believe that the earth's a spinning ball, son. I don't believe, I ain't no clueless for you, yeah. Some folks believe ships disappear over the curve of the earth, y'all. When you zoom in with the telescope or camera, you can prove it's not a ball, yeah. I don't believe that the earth's a spinning ball, son. I don't believe, I ain't no clueless for you, yeah. I don't believe that the earth's a spinning ball, son. I don't believe, I ain't no clueless for you, yeah.
Hell yeah, Ron, that's fucking badass.
I'm no clueless, Goyim.
Don't believe. That's good stuff, man.
Oh man, the video was good though because I had a bunch of good memes in it. It was that Odyssey link.
Yeah, but we can't share it here.
The audio on Odyssey is even worse.
I mean, we can share the link.
Yeah, I did. I put the link in the.
We got
you
some
already did.
audio engineers here that could clean that up for you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, cleaned it up, man. The vocals sound shitty. I recorded on my cell phone. I don't have the best voice, obviously, but
no, but dude, to be honest, I didn't. I thought you had a worse voice than you actually do.
it is pretty bad.
No, it's actually really better than I thought it would be. You know, with that because. To be honest, anybody trying to sing, like I said last night when we were talking, anybody trying to sing like John Fogerty, it's fucking hard, you know. So
I wasn't trying to imitate.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's right between a scream and a sing.
Yeah, Fogerty is hard to do.
I didn't think
That
you sounded
song
that
is
bad.
fast.
I mean, you're singing in your own
fast
voice. You don't have a
tempo,
choice, right?
Yeah, it was good. I think it's pretty good, man.
That's a fast tempo song. It's like you gotta there's not much room. I kept running out of breath, man.
Yeah, it's hard to breathe. Yeah, I was gonna say it's really hard to keep up with his breath because he has big lungs.
Well, it's a fast pace, and it's
Fogerty,
like
dude, even John
think-
Fogerty can't sing like John Fogerty anymore. You know?
Yeah, well, it happens. He's old.
Yeah, there was a period of time where John Fogerty was like the fucking hot shit, and nobody could sing like him, and he can't even sing like him anymore. So it's okay.
You know what? It does. Like I got my voice sounded more raspy because I kept doing it, and I was getting like laryngitis or whatever. I'm like, damn, the voice actually sounded better.
Oh, you was starting to sound like him, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta fucking it really does a job on your voice trying to sound like John, bro. It really does.
I wasn't even trying to sound like him. I was just trying to make it fit to the tempo.
Hey, did you say
it ain't me?
To be honest, Ron, I mean what we just heard is more than I could have ever expected from you because I've known you for several years now. It's just like, holy shit, Ron is freaking rocking it out, bro. You're doing some
You know what?
John
You
Fogerty.
could hear me click the mouse, and I just went.
I heard the edits, but that's okay.
There was no edits. I didn't edit shit.
Well, that was a one. I thought
that was one take. I just clicked and I went.
Oh shit! I thought I heard an edit.
There was no edits. No.
All right, cool.
But I know Helio has it better. Helio could do it better. But
that's cool. Maybe we can collaborate later or whatever. But yeah, man, I think it's really awesome that
I made that shit. I got another.
Oh, but you're not a singer, but you put yourself out there. I'm a singer. It's just like it's
boy.
Yeah.
Down into my daddy's knee.
Yeah.
My papa
anybody
son, don't let the man get you and do
what you done to me. Yeah. Anybody that has balls enough to try to sing like John Fogerty. Right. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, that's balls.
Remember the 4th of July, running through the backwood bay. I can't do him. I try my ass off. That's usually listen, about a half a fifth of scotch, raspy voice. I'm like, hey, bro, I can do Fogerty now. Let's do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I can't even do it, and I'm a professional singer, and I can't fucking do it.
I'll post you the lyrics, and you can cut it. You can do your own.
That motherfucker holds a tune with a fucking raspy ass voice, sounding like his throat got a booger in it. He needs to cough out.
It's like, how the fuck did you do that? I mean, it's like him and fucking Led Zeppelin singer. What's his name? Freaking Led Zeppelin. Not
Jimmy Page.
No, Jimmy Page is
Robert
Plant. God damn it.
Robert Plant.
Yeah, Robert Plant. Him and Robert Plant. Nobody can sing like those motherfuckers, man. It's just like it was just a period captured in time, and we're fans of what they came up with,
Yeah.
Yep. You're damn skippy.
I think Helio's got the rock and roll singer voice down. He could belt it out.
Well, I mean, I have my own style as well. I mean, but I've never, been on the scene. But I mean, I've done recorded albums and stuff, but with original music. But I've also done some covers and stuff. But I do parodies because I'm fans of the people that I do parodies with.
Dude, you know whose voice I like is the conspiracy music guru. Flat Earth Man. He has a good rock singing voice.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, Alex. He's been in here before. He's talked to us.
Don't forget Joe
I've
Cocker.
tried to get him back here, and it's like, Alex, where the fuck you at? He came in here he was here for like a couple weeks. He'd just jump in every once in a while, and then
Robert
I guess he's
Plant
doing everything.
Cashmere.
Joe Cocker.
I see a moon rising.
I see troubles on the way. Don't go out tonight, 'cause you'll finally lose your life. There's a bad moon on the rise.
What the fuck, Michael?
I love that song.
Two different songs.
No, he was singing Bad Moon on the Rise.
I thought you were you said Cashmere, and then you started singing it. I thought.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, he started singing it.
No, it's a
I just went. I just
Well,
see. I'm easily distracted. You know.
I
so
like
I
I
just
like.
went in.
There's a bathroom on the right.
I see earthquakes and lightning. And I see bad times today.
What
Jump
would you
on the way.
do?
Well, it's just like even if
hurricanes are blowing.
I can imitate John's voice, John Fogerty's voice, but it's like I couldn't do a whole set like that because it's like you have to have some kind of guttural thing.
But
no,
yeah, it's got to come from the gut.
I feel trouble on the way. Don't go out tonight. Bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rhyme. Anyway, so it's kind of like that the really like guttural thing is kind of
like XROs.
It's like I could go. There's a bad moon on the right. That's the difference between what John was doing. You know, it's different.
Cashmere is Robert Plant.
I see the bad moon rising.
Oh, let the sun beat down upon my face, and stars fill my dreams.
Singing bread.
I'm a traveler of both time and space.
Joe Cocker.
Oh yeah, I think I was thinking of a different song than Cashmere. Isn't Cashmere da 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 da?
I'm a traveler
Back in Black.
Space to be where I've been.
No, that's not Back in Black.
To sit with elders of the gentle race this world has seldom seen.
Anyway, that's not one of my favorite Led Zeppelin songs.
Down upon my face.
Yeah,
That's
okay, yeah.
Is it real?
Talking in song from tongues of lifting grace. Sounds caress my ears.
Michael knows the lyrics to every single song ever written.
And not a word I heard could I relate. The story was quite clear. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Oh, baby, I've been blind. Oh, yeah, mama, there ain't no denying. Oh, yes, I've been blind. Mama, ain't no denying. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Yeah, that's where it kicks in. All I see turns to brown as the sun burns the ground. And my eyes fill with sand as I scan this wasted land. Dun-dun-dun.
It's a badass song, bro.
It is. Fuck,
Sing it
I
acapella.
used to. My first radio was a stereo, a Emerson with the 8-track and a turntable, and I used to listen to Cashmere off 8-track, right? And the 8-track broke, so I took it apart, taped that motherfucker, and to back it all up, I could only play it once, and I had to take the whole damn thing apart and back it up again.
I used to do the same shit, but I mean, it wasn't 8-track, but it was the the cassettes. I used to tape that shit together after I burned them out from listening to it. Some like the little cassettes, it wasn't 8-track, but the ones you have to flip over for side 2,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's pretty much the same thing. 8-track's just a bigger tape.
I heard Harry Nelson too first time on 8-track. You're breaking my heart. You're tearing it apart. So fuck you. You're stepping on my glasses. You're kicking my ass too. I'm going insane.
I don't think I've heard that one.
I can't boogaloo. I take a chance or two. Ooh, I'm going insane. You're driving the train, so fuck you.
That sounds
You
like
ain't
a
never
pretty cool song. No, I don't think. Well, I mean, it sounds familiar, but I'm not sure who was that.
Harry Nielsen.
Oh man, that sounds fucking
You're breaking
hilarious.
my heart.
Oh, we gotta
Parody that shit.
Harry
The
Nielsen. I'm
globe
gonna
is
look that shit
insane.
up. That sounds fucking hilarious. I'm gonna look it
Hey, you could parody that shit. The globe is driving me insane, so fuck you.
Oh,
Right?
man.
We should.
Yeah, that'd
we
be a
should
good parody. On Harry.
We'll make one with Cat Scratch Fever.
NILSSON Nielsen.
Oh, Harry Nielsen, breaking my heart. Is that what it is? You're breaking my heart. Oh, hold on, let
Yeah.
me see.
Yeah, you're breaking my heart.
Is it this? I'm not gonna play the whole thing.
You're tearing it apart, so fuck you.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the whole thing because we're gonna get copyrighted.
He's just a
You get a
fly
copyright?
boy.
Copyright?
Oh yeah, it might be a good idea for a parody. Yeah. Cool.
I think
I fell upon it by accident. I'm like, I just started my other one too. I'm like, you know what? I was just listening to the song and I started thinking of different words. I'm like, just made it up on the spot.
Oh shit! Fucking type them out, man.
I wrote down two. I got another song in my arsenal. I got to record it.
Yeah, I mean the way that Mike was singing it, it didn't really hit me. But now that I saw the video, I remember the song.
Yeah, well, I could adjust my tune now that I just heard that clip, but
yeah, me too. It's just like so
breaking my
fuck.
heart. You're tearing it apart, so fuck you. All I want to do is have a good time. Now I'm blue. You won't boogaloo. Run down to Tramps, have a dance or two. Ooh, you're breaking my heart. You're tearing it apart, but fuck you.
Oh man, Michael knows every lyric to every song
Stepped
ever
on
written.
my
Man.
ass.
Holy shit!
You're breaking
I
my
forget.
How do you
glasses,
do this,
too.
Michael? This is
You
insane.
won't drive my car. Buy a lot of stuff. I've had enough of you. Ooh, I'm going insane. There's no one to blame, so fuck you.
You know what's
You
funny?
lied to me.
I forgot
All those
I
things
forgot
you
my
said
own
you
song.
never do.
Yeah, see, this reminds me of my ex-wife. You can't have your way. There's nothing left to say. There's nothing left to do. Ooh,
So
breaking
fuck
my
you.
heart. You're tearing it apart, so fuck you.
What were you gonna say, Ron?
I made another one with TNT. You know the TNT where he says "Oi, oi, oi." I changed it to "Goy, goy, goy," and then it says, "You guys want to hear it?" I could just like half-ass it through the thing. See me read out of the Talmud another satanic Baphomet scheme. Spill the blood of Goyim children as they let out a scream. Goyim to the left of me and Goyim to the right.
Right.
We destroy your nation, Goyim, and rub our hands with the light. Because the Goyim know that we infiltrate. The Goyim know we silence all debate. The Goyim know that we celebrate. The Goyim know we made the towers disintegrate. And then after the bridge, I'm dirty, I'm greedy, I steal from the needy. I'm Kazarian, public enemy number one. Understand? So read the Kabbalah and Albert Pike. Lock up your borders and kick out the kikes. The Jews are going down.
Jesus Christ, this is insane.
The goys are done fucking around because the goyim know we infiltrate. The goyim know that space is fake. The goyim know Earth is not oblate. The goyim know I'm speaking truth, but they call it hate. So that's the TNT.
Oh, we can never play that on here. We can hear this.
He said,
I love it, Ron. That's fucking
"Lock up the
badass.
gate, kick out the kikes. Get ready for a fight."
I love it, bro. That's fucking badass, bro. That's way better than the last one, bro. Yeah, this is we'll do it and we'll put it on BitChute, but we can't put it up on here. Oh, fuck it. The Goyim, no!
Because I'm Talmud raised. I'm a kike. I'm a kike.
Oh my god. Yeah, I like
I'm
that
a
one.
kike
That
and
was
I'll
good.
win the fight.
I'm a
kike. I'm a power low.
Hold on. I mean, before people say, "Hey, all these flat earthers are fucking Jews," or
It's a
against
parody.
Jews or whatever. This is a parody. I mean, just
Parody is about humor, bro. It's all done in good humor.
dude, I think every Jew that would listen to Ron's
ugly.
lyrics on that song as a parody would be like, "That is funny as shit," and I completely concur with exactly what you're saying.
You know what? We need the soundtrack where it says "Goy, goy,
goy, goy, goy." Yeah. Oh fuck, man! That's your best one so far, Ron. So yeah, send me the lyrics to that one, and we'll work on that one. I love it.
All right,
but we can't put it up on here. But
I'll
put it up. I'll put it up somewhere.
To the right.
We destroy your nation, goyim, and rub our hands with delight.
Oh my goodness, man! Ron's been holding that shit back for a minute, but yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, send me. Let's work on that.
Deeper.
Yeah, he goes deep, with his talks, but
you and I,
you and I.
You and I, we've heard him go deeper.
Well, shit. Me and Ron used to have a freaking podcast together, and they haven't actually deleted any of them. So, I guess it's do what it do. So Ron, man, send me the lyrics and let's. I want to do that one, not the other one.
You got to do the highway to hell, bro.
Highway to hell. Yeah, let me see if I can make something with it.
Well, anyway, this one. What was
this is the TNT. TNT. Yeah. Goy. Instead of the TNT, the TNT lyric gets changed to the goyim no.
Oh, goyim no. Yeah. So anyway.
Well, highway to hell. Stealing easy, taking it free. Season tickets to run your life. Ask us for nothing. Leave us be. We're taking everything with our stride. We don't need reason. We don't need rhyme. The goyim don't know what to do.
Dude,
they're going down. Law defined. Their friends are gonna be there too.
Dude, Michael, you could do this all day, couldn't you? Like, just write alternate lyrics to every single metal song.
Yeah, I used to like to do it with old boy, man.
Well, you know what? We can't upload the. We can just download freaking karaoke tracks, and then you have lyrics. I'll freaking sing that shit. I'm on. What am I on?
I'm good at doing that too, adding lyrics to stuff.
Highway to hell.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but if you're on a flat, anyway, but I'm not on a highway to hell. I'm talking about how could you write alternative lyrics? I mean, highway to hell is kind of like how are you going to write a flat Earth parody to Highway to Hell? No stop signs. No speed
I'm on a
limit.
globe, lie to hell.
Nobody's gonna slow me down. Out for nothing.
A globe, lie to hell.
Leave me be. I'm
We
taking
don't
all
like
the
him, Sammy.
shit
Yeah,
down.
I don't think Highway to Hell is the best parody for for flat earthers. Because like Highway to Hell, that's the
Like
devil's
a
music,
needle
right? All of us are going to hell.
on a
It's like the devil's
spinning.
music. No stop signs, no speed limits.
You
This
don't
goddamn
use the
Mercedes
word.
moving.
That's the whole thing with the remake. I didn't use hardly any
No
of the words.
curve
I would
line.
replace Highway to Hell with something else. I replace it completely.
They're
I know,
taking
but
my way to hell. Yeah.
I'll think of something. I'm good at changing shit.
But it's
trying to say.
I mean,
I wouldn't even put
that's
that Highway to
that.
Hell. I would change it up. I would
Yeah,
say
I mean,
something else.
well, because that's the hook
You
right
just
there,
you
right?
just need the syllable. You need the syllable count. So you have to
No,
find something to fit.
no. The
What do you mean?
reason
No. You're gonna tell
I
me how to
know
write it?
I'm a musician. Have you ever
Okay, well,
like
how many
No
songs
curve
have you?
light,
I'm
I
straight
know
to
one
telling
of
you,
track.
these.
this is the reason that Highway to Hell is one of the most popular songs in the world
Breaking my heart.
is because they're
Tearing
going,
it
I'm
apart.
on a highway to hell. That's their hook,
Okay,
right? All
and
right, so
so is
now we're gonna
Fortunate
change.
Son. I changed the Fortunate Son to I ain't no clueless goyim. That's the whole thing. I don't believe instead of what does he say? How does the real song go? I don't
I'm
believe.
not, dude. This is not the argument. I'm just trying to think of how we're talking about.
Wait, how does that
turning.
song "Fortunate Son"? What's the lyric? I forgot his actual song. I don't believe.
Some
What does he
people
say?
Wave the
made
flag.
to wave the flag. Ooh, that
With
red,
that red,
white, and
white, and
blue,
blue.
yeah. And when the band plays Hail to the Chief, they point that cannon at you, Lord.
Hold on, though. I mean,
Wait. What's
before.
the
Hold
next
on.
line? The chorus. What is it?
It ain't me. It
It
ain't
ain't me.
me.
It ain't me. That's what it is. It ain't
I
me.
ain't no
Ronnie, what
fortunate
I'm
one.
saying,
It
what I'm
ain't
saying is,
me. It ain't me.
It's
I
not.
forgot the fucking lyric.
no, don't worry about it because what I'm
That's how
saying is,
frustrated he got you.
It's not him.
It ain't
Ron.
him.
All I'm saying is Highway to Hell.
No.
With that tag Highway to
That's
Hell, you're gonna have to replace it with something because that's
I'll
gonna be the
figure
focus
something.
of the song.
I'll
Well,
change that right out of there.
we
I'll get it
don't
right
have
out of there.
to. We don't have to
Listen.
do a parody of Highway to Hell. We have plenty of other
Maybe
ACDC songs.
we could
I
do
get it.
Byway to Sheol.
Highway to
Doesn't even have to be the highway. You
No,
can,
he said byway.
Whatever.
I was gonna say something like, "You think the something's level or something not level or something like that." You know,
Well,
like
that's what I'm
moving.
saying. Yeah, if you're gonna do a parody of Highway to Hell, you're gonna have to make because I mean, for the most part, most people don't know the lyrics of the song. They just go Highway to Hell,
In
bow,
Linda
bow,
Synagogue.
bow. So if you're gonna do a parody of it,
I'm not
find.
doing a parody. Then I'm doing a remake. I'm just doing something new.
Well, if you write different lyrics and write it over the same music, then you're doing a parody.
Listen,
well, call it what you will.
Helio,
Then.
what Ron has
don't-
is cowbell, and what I need is more cowbell. You'll sing his cowbell. Thank you.
There you go.
It's
all
You could do. They got the jack too. She got the jack. But how was I to know
Yeah, you
that
could say it with a
she'd
B.
been there before? She told me she was a virgin.
Well, at a certain point, I thought that we could never make a parody out of a Richard Marx song, and guess who did that? Me and
no one.
What? It's been done. It's been done.
What?
I'm a believer.
No, that's the Monkees.
Yeah, Richard Marx.
You haven't heard my Richard Marx parody?
I gotta go.
Oh, unfortunately, you're gonna have to listen to it now.
I liked Richard Marx when I was like 7 or 8.
Like
you're gonna
sexually?
No, I mean like this music.
Not too far.
I grew up. He's a pretty good singer. Chicks dug him.
I'm better.
You don't get to tell me how far I get to go, Demok.
Known better.
Should have known better.
Should have known better.
Well, I mean, if you're going
That's
to
a
go
good
Richard
song.
Marx on a motherfucker.
I can't believe you guys ran Ron off.
What?
You guys ran Ron off.
No,
Oh,
we
he's
didn't.
going to go
No,
parody
no,
that
no.
shit, and he's going to come back. See, Ron's motivated right now. Helio motivated him.
Yeah, we ain't running.
Yeah, the
When
the
you
little
say
Jew
it's
just came
flat,
out of
I said
Helio.
you better.
The little Jew came out of Helio to motivate Ron. Sorry.
When you said it's flat, I said you better.
You better, you better, you bet.
See, that's
All right. So since you haven't heard this yet, this is
You better.
me as Richard Marx.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever.
was really good, Helio. Helio, that was good.
The self-promotion around here is pretty shameless. When's the Christmas album coming out?
The one
That
at
is scary.
12:42.
Terrifying. It's funny at the same time.
You think his own song put him to sleep?
You look at
No, he's outside smoking.
He might have passed out for a little while.
Hi, Thamor. How are you?
Hey, Diz, what's up?
I tried talking to you the other day. You didn't even answer me.
Yeah, sometimes I get in here and I get caught up doing other things. Sorry about that, man.
That's rude.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Did you hear me doing the background vocals on the last track?
Nah, I didn't quite catch that. I didn't know you were stepping up doing vocals these days.
I did. It sounded like this.
That's a big step up for you, right? From 2-bit comedy.
2-bit comedy. I'm at least 3-bit. How fucking dare you?
3-bit.
Two-bit comedy is just throwing shade and calling names. I do way better than that.
There's definitely more layering involved. Absolutely.
Not that much more.
That's funny. I tried to stick to that.
What'd you say, Rook?
I tried to stick to that. I like calling names.
Reminds me of something.
It just puts a period on your insult. You know what I mean? Just dumbass.
Full stop.
Yeah, drive it home. No doubt.
Yeah, but I'm the guy that'll do that in real life, right to your face.
No, you're not.
If you beat my ass, well, then good for you. An ass whooping ain't nothing new to me.
Say my name. That's what it reminded me of. Never-ending story.
Yeah. Just say it. Bastion! say my name, Bastion!
It's coming!
See, I grew up loving that story. Are you going to crush that part of my life for me, too? Did they do that story, too?
It was based on real life. Don't worry.
I hate to tell you this.
Oh yeah. They did. Just say it. Just say it.
There were some clues. I'm gonna tell you there were some clues. Hang on, I'll show you.
I'm pretty confident that all information is Jew filtered by a Jew reality.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do. I really do.
Nobody tell me that girl's really
What
a
you
boy.
talking
It'll
about?
break my heart.
Oh, so
did you watch that?
Picking up what I'm Jew putting
Did you watch
down?
the movie?
What the
Did
hell
you
is
watch that
going
movie,
on?
bro?
I leave for 5 minutes and God dang.
Yeah, we're back to where we started from, bro. I'm asking Battle Mod if you watched that movie.
Don't make me moderate you, man.
How fun is that
Jew
movie?
you quick with the lead mod. Psych. I just wanted to get another Jew comment in there.
That's okay. I mean, I'd like to have some Jews come on and have fun with us. You know, so it's okay. We're not racist against Jews.
How can you be? It's a religion.
You got one of the rock.
Yeah, I know it's not a race.
Guy.
Hey, the Jews make
here
more
we
fun of
go.
this, the Jews make more fun of themselves in the public platform than we ever could come up with.
The racists are the ones that think ethnicity is a race
Is
and
real.
that there's
Exactly.
actually separate races.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Exhibit A of Neverending Story jewelry. Come on, pop up.
Yeah, I've been watching this.
They Jewed your exhibit.
They got. Oh, there we go.
You've just been Jewed.
Oh,
It's
I
not
love
you've
it.
been punked.
I
You've
love
been
those
Jewed.
movies, dude.
Oi, they got me again.
Oi, oi, vey.
Oy vey.
Hey, dude, I've been watching this show. It's an Apple
Jinx,
Plus.
show me a code.
It's an Apple Plus TV show. It's called The Psychiatrist Next Door. So I can't remember the exact name of the show. Whatever. It's
The Jew Next Door.
Yeah, The Jew Next Door, or whatever. It stars Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd, and it's a pretty good show. But it's all Jewish kind of thing, and they actually make fun of themselves in the show. I mean, it's just like
No, they're allowed to do it. You're not allowed to do it.
Oh, yeah,
Make
I'm
it.
not allowed to make fun of them.
Mashugana. It's funny. Have you heard the story of how they made Hollywood? Some Jew with 3 silver coins made Hollywood. That's the story. He came off a boat and he just made Hollywood.
This
That's
is
how it goes,
actually
so.
this is actually Exhibit B. Behold, Exhibit B.
Behold the pale Jew. Behold the pale Jew.
I agree.
At a certain point, we should stop, though.
Should we?
No, here we go. No,
He asked me to show him.
Oh,
He
hold
said-
on. Unless a Jew joins, then we should stop.
He's Jewing us with moderation.
Here's Exhibit A. Here's Exhibit A once again. There we go. There we go.
Providing proof.
Okay. The Night Hop.
Proof of
Exhibit
claim.
A. In plain sight.
Precious. My precious.
I want somebody that's Jewish to come in here and make fun of us, man. Fucking A.
They don't like us. They just want to kill us. They just want to take what's ours.
Come on. Stop it. You're scaring me.
Hey, this always happens on Saturday night, doesn't it, Mike? Fucking good. It's just nuts.
It does. It does.
Bro, I swear they sound like
Exhibit C. Exhibit C. Did you ever wonder what kind of princess she was? Maybe a Jewish American princess? Look at the Baphomet she used to sit underneath. You tell me.
Ooh.
You tell me.
That's a good
A,
question.
B, and C. You tell me.
Is that Jews in space?
No. It's the people
No,
fearing
that-
the nothing. What is the nothing?
It's
they don't have any more
ABC.
shekels. That's what's happening. Your imagination
ABC.
built.
Easy as 1, 2, 3.
Helio, listen. Okay? Their money is based off of imagination because it's fake as fuck.
Whose money are you talking about?
The never-ending story. Afraid of the nothing. Everybody loses their imagination, therefore their currency doesn't exist.
Oh.
Their Jew gold isn't worth anything anymore.
I can't buy anything. I can't buy the people.
Hey, and Jews in Space, that was History of the World Part 1.
You tell me.
Bro, I swear, every time they speak, they sound like they're gonna cry. They sound like they're whinging. Come on. No.
Let's not go too hard on the Jews, man. I mean there's plenty of
now you're sexualizing them?
No, man, it's like
I just want to push kick them in the throat. That's all.
It's just like, hey, let's make fun of the way they talk. No, you're talking about the Jews.
He's sorry, Helio. He meant them.
They. Them. They. I mean, which pronoun do you want to use? Which one?
Those guys over
What are they
there.
gonna? Bro, let them come in. What are they gonna say? Hey, listen, you big-eyed, blonde-haired, big guy.
If Dave Chappelle can make jokes about world-conquering space Jews, then so can I. Damn it! What makes Dave better than me?
He's black.
Oh yeah, black people can say whatever they want, but white people can't. So
I'm
don't
with
worry.
you. I'm with you.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
actually.
this.
Actually, though, Dave Chappelle has gotten a lot of shit about what he said about.
Hey, that's exhibit. That's exhibit D right there. I forgot about this guy.
Oh,
from Neverending Story.
Oh, dude.
A, B, C, and D.
It'd be exhibit. It'd be exhibit M, misdirection, so that you can say whatever you want, as if
look at the
you are. I don't know, man. It's like they give, which Dave Chappelle's show on Netflix. It was nothing new. It's
and it wasn't funny.
And it wasn't fun. I mean, he used to be a lot funnier, and I don't even really think that's between you and me. That's not even really him. But
man, you can't even Google search you joke, man.
No soup for you.
Yeah. I mean, I said between you and me, meaning everyone listening. Now, I don't think that's Dave Chappelle, the same Dave Chappelle that was doing the Comedy Central
He's
show.
just fatter and older.
Yeah, he's just older, bro. Like,
well, I mean, I guess.
Oh, here we go. The Jew voice came out. I don't know.
All right, so he's way. So it's the same guy, but way less funny than he was back in the day.
Iggs is doing a Jew investigation. That's what's happening.
That's it.
I don't know what you are talking about.
I don't know what
I collect the jewelry. I'm a jewelry collector.
You are just wrong. You are.
Holy shit.
That's my jewelry. Jewelry. It's mine. Draw mine.
Shekels.
That is why it's jewelry.
Yep.
Isn't it a jewel?
Yeah.
Aren't I a jewel?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think they got that one. I think it went over their head.
Yeah. It flew by.
Yeah.
My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, he get mad. He playing that aggressive rap music in the background.
No, I'm about to post that this
Just
fake Jake. I'm about to post a video from Jake the Asshole telling you how that's not the same Dave.
Just say, you are pissing me off. It's not Dave.
Hey, and to be honest, I'm not a huge Jake the Asshole fan, but this video is pretty good. As far as
I've watched it.
Yeah, I mean, some people.
I'm just not. I think he failed to build the bridge. He didn't.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like that Dave.
Oh, he's burning down the bridges. I like that. That's good stuff.
Yeah,
Let's
he
burn
didn't
them
do
out.
it. He didn't do it properly. He couldn't
All right,
build the bridge.
let me ask you this then. All right,
He
so
wasn't constructed properly.
all right, so Dave Chappelle he did 2 seasons on Comedy Central. They said, we'll give you $50 million to do a 3rd season, but we want you to wear a dress. This is and he was like,
$50 million, bro.
I'm not gonna wear a dress.
Well, no $50 million, bro. That's how it goes. There's the deal. The deal
hold on.
is 50 million. Where address?
Do you know what we're
Hey, but
talking about?
but he already had money, right? Check this out though.
Exactly.
Then he's like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm going to Africa.
He only went there for 2 weeks.
Down in Africa.
Everybody says that he went there for ages. He only went there for 2 weeks, and he was in South Africa, and then he just went back.
Yeah,
everyone's like,
that's the story. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Like he lived in the jungle for 10 years or something, in isolation. But yeah, he went there for a holiday for 2 weeks. He came back.
And so he turned down $15 million, came back, and started doing stand up again, and looks way different, and he's not near as funny as he used to be.
You know how singers will lose their ability to sing some notes?
Comedians
lose their ability to tell jokes.
You're hitting home a little bit for me right now, but I'm going to tell you what.
Yeah, see that the thing was that
real artists actually, as they age, they develop more.
Who said Dave was a real artist?
I would say Dave Chappelle's a real artist.
Listen, his stand up wasn't done right when he got back 2 weeks later. It was done years later.
Yeah.
So can we agree that replacement is a real thing though? Like they are replacing like
No.
Let's go back to the most infamous one.
I can't confirm.
Right?
I can't confirm whether or not Dave is the same person. The Dave that they're presenting now is the same person, but at the same time, I can't.
So is Paul McCartney the original Paul McCartney? That's what I want to know.
Oh well, yeah. That's not Paul McCartney.
That's obvious.
Well,
that's just an
Ebony
ugly little
and Ivory, bro.
That's what I'm saying, man. If they could do it with Paul McCartney, why couldn't they do it with Dave Chappelle? I mean,
why would they?
Oh,
I
why
haven't
would
seen
they?
valid evidence
Now
that
you
they
sound like
have.
a Glober, bro.
No, I didn't
Well,
ask
I
you
haven't
why would
seen
they
any
lie.
evidence that they have.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
People with presuppositions and assertions.
Hey, for this situation with Dave and Paul McCartney, we can actually tell you why they would lie. It's money.
You
can replace somebody. Yes, you can replace somebody with somebody and convince the world that it's the same person.
Have you been replaced?
For money.
Well, here's the thing: if you own the copyrighted image of Dave Chappelle, you can get whoever you want to play the part.
Exactly. And I keep on talking about it, the copyright.
All right. So, do you guys think that Dave Chappelle, that the Netflix comedy thing? Did you guys watch it?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So, is that the same Dave Chappelle that was doing?
I think it is.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, he's
I
just
don't
turned
think it
into
is
a bitter old fat fuck.
I don't.
Yeah, he's no longer funny because he's pissed the fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's still funny. Still funny, but not as funny.
No.
And he doesn't look the same.
He gets clapper. He gets applause. He doesn't get laughs.
And I've also noticed they sort of go back and forth on some of these characters. Like Eminem seemed to that wasn't Eminem for a while. Like whoever that guy wasn't Eminem. But now it seems like maybe Eminem's back.
Oh,
that's what he meant. That's what he meant.
Eminem still a thing? Is Eminem still doing shit?
Can I just quickly explain how it works? Once you sign the contract, they have the right to use the image, the persona that is presented. And they can throw you away. They can take some makeup and put it like a mask on a person. They've got that technology. They do it in Hollywood all the time. They can make somebody look like anybody. So you give up your so-called character or your persona to the company, and then they get to use it. It's a simple thing.
That dude looks like Dave Chappelle, but I don't think it's the same guy. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, Deuce, how much is it going to cost me to use your persona?
Oh man, you can get that for pretty cheap. Oh, you know who that is? That's that one rapper. from like the 90s. I
Too
don't know
short.
who that is. No. God, what is his name?
From when? 90s?
From the 90s, yeah. He was in a group. God. This is driving me
Yuki's on
crazy
the
now. No. What?
I don't fucking know.
The terrorists.
Mm-mm.
Shoestring.
Came out the same time pretty much as House of Pain. But it was a black. Kind of had the same vibe, though.
I mean,
oh, they do B-boy. I'm
Yeah.
a B-boy standing in my B-boy stand.
Maybe not.
Fuck, who is that?
Yeah, very familiar face. I know who you're talking about.
You do, right? Okay, so they had a similar song to House of Pain Jump as well. I can't remember what it was. Fuck. It was like it was like 1993.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember stumbling upon the Desilu effect, right? The guy that did all the research into these actors playing all these different roles and all these different claims of all these different roles. Like, who's Jimi Hendrix now? Or, some of these other infamous people. Is it really Morgan Freeman? I don't know.
Onyx. It was Onyx.
Onyx, yeah. Yeah, they did. I'm a B-boy. I'm a B-boy standing in my B-boy stand, so giving the microphone before I wet my pants. They call me Onyx.
Okay,
I deserve it.
They had that one song, Slam. It was just like Jump. That's right.
Slam.
Let the boys be boys.
Let the boys be boys. Yeah. It took me a minute, but yeah.
That's what that dude looks like. That's who that dude looks like.
Bokum Woodbine looks like him too, though. You know, my only problem with that, right, is Onyx is a tattooed up motherfucker.
What is that?
What the fuck? Sad face on his fucking forehead.
Dude.
And now the Jews got me.
This is Onyx. Damn, did it bow?
I have the lyrics of Ron's song. Now he sent them to me. This is he really has an issue with the
No, I'm not seeing him in here.
The Goy.
It might be that I'm thinking of that
Goy Masters.
Bokeem Woodby.
No.
Woodby.
No, let me post the image I got. This is the dude. Give me. There.
Should get Ron to work on a Beastie Boys remix. I think that'd be right up his alley.
That's not him.
That's Onyx, so.
The Beastie
That's
Boys.
one of them. There's
were
like
Jews.
5 people in Onyx.
Yeah, he's
We'll do.
Onyx the
Hey,
rapper.
Helio, we'll do one called the Beastie Goys because they were Jews and we're the Goys, and we'll steal their music.
They're black Jews.
No, they're Jews. They're just Khazarian Jews. Or Ashkenazi Jews.
Well, Ashkenazi. That's a different thing.
We double down on it. Yeah, they're the original ones. Rabbi. They're the actual, the Rabbi bloodline. The original Rabbi bloodline.
Yay.
There's 4 of them.
Oh, wait, did you say Talmudites?
Yes.
as if it's like some like Talmudites. They move this way. The Talmudites do this, and the non-Talmudites do. It was like we do Jew. I don't know. I'm just looking at the rap videos or whatever.
You know what he's saying. You know
Yeah,
what he's saying.
Jews, what's up? You know what I mean?
Juice up.
It Jew what it do. It do what it Jew what it Jew. You know what I'm saying?
Now who's being racist?
Now he's down with us. Leave him alone.
Yeah. Come on. Jump on board, bro. Jump on board.
Come on, we're rolling 30. We're going slow so you can catch up. I mean, should we say Talmudist?
Talmudist, yeah.
I can't stop laughing.
Wait, Bay. You're always making fun of us for following our God's law. Oy vey.
Why are you
Sucks
talking
to
like
be
you're
a goyim.
Why are you talking like you're a chosen one?
Oy vey.
Tribe.
It's okay
What
to
are the
be
chosen
goy.
people?
It's okay to be
Sucks
goy.
to be a goyim.
It's okay to be goy.
I was chosen to bring that down. I do feel I was chosen not to be a people.
Hey, Helio,
I
remember
know
when
that
that changed?
one
It said
man
it's
can make.
I do run.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
it put an A.
I do run. I do run. I do remember that.
You just sang it the right way. You just sang it the right way. It's okay to be goy, and then they changed it. They fucking changed it. They added an A.
Yeah, I mean, how did they magically change it from what we were doing? You know,
Dude, it was on your screen. On your
I
screen
know,
on the
I
live
know.
stream. It changed. It changed. I'm like, wait, I can prove because Helio had it on his screen. I'll just go get a screenshot of it. And motherfucker, there was an A in there. I'm like, what? How did that happen?
Yeah,
We
you
had
were
it
saying
Mandela effect.
it's okay to be a goy, and then
I never said A. I never said it's okay to be a goy.
oh no, that's what changed. Yeah, that would be weird. It's okay to be goy, and just
totally
like
weird.
yeah, and so yeah,
It freaked
exactly.
me out. I'm like, wait a minute, how did that happen? I know I sent you the lyrics. I sent it to you in the text. I'm like, wait, it changed. It changed in my text message, and it changed on your live stream after you sang it live, but you didn't sing the A.
You
were
didn't,
reading it right.
yeah, you didn't write it that way. I didn't sing it that way.
No.
But in the text, it said it's okay to be a goy when you didn't even write it that way. And prior to us, doing our stream, you actually sent me the lyrics beforehand, and when I went back and looked at it, it said a goy. But you wouldn't have written it like that. It was never in your mind like that. It would say, it's okay to be goy. There was not an a goy, in the thing. I remember it, certainly. Yes, of course.
Dude,
very,
it
very
was
strange.
altered. Everywhere that I put it, it was altered. Even on your live stream. Like something that already went out on the airwaves, it was already recorded, and you're doing a screen share of your computer as you're reading it, and it shows up on your computer.
Yeah,
with
I was singing it, but
it was on your Discord. On the Discord.
We're
doing a screen share.
we were doing a live stream, and I was
Right.
singing what you sent me. It didn't have. I was just, oy vey, it's okay to be goy. Oy vey, it's okay to be. But the lyrics, when we looked at it later, it said it's okay to be a goy, but
Yeah.
you didn't write them that way. And
And you know how we stream to YouTube? You know how we have the Discord chat in the chat, like in the message part? We had that streaming on your live stream, and you can read it, and it's altered. I'm like, what?
Yep,
What?
it's still up. It's still up.
It freaked me out, man. I thought the
Yeah.
Mandela was like all hocus pocus. I'm like, I don't know. That's I mean, some of the stuff I recognize is changing. I'm like, wait, that did
Dude,
change.
yeah, and I still, I think I still don't really totally buy into Mandela,
Well,
but
some of the shit, but I'm looking at it.
that one was it totally freaked me out. It's just like I
I'm like, how
remember
did
that
this?
totally thing. I know that the Agoy was not there. I know that for a
It
fact,
messed with
and
my
you
head.
know that
I'm
for
like,
a
wait,
fact. Everyone that was watching the stream knows that for a fact.
and I'm like, how did that happen? How in the world is the devil himself? Like, how did this physically happen? And how how did that happen?
It's still
And it's
there
only
now. It's still there now. You can pull up the video. The
but it's
Agoy
only
is
one.
there.
People would say, oh, it's only one letter. It's one little letter. Yes, it's one little letter, but it wasn't there before. It inserted itself into our realm. I don't know how. It's the
Yeah, we
weirdest
never
fucking thing.
intended. You never intended for it to be
I
there when you
know.
wrote the lyrics, and I never intended for it to be there when I sang the
It
song.
doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the syllable count. There's no reason to put singular a goy. It's okay to be goy, meaning plural, meaning goy.
Yeah,
goyim,
that fits the structure. Oy vey, it's okay to be goy,
right. It doesn't flow. It ruins the tempo.
if you watch if you watch the channel, you can see where Ron did not put an A before goy. When you introduced me to the lyrics, it wasn't
I
there.
sang it too, didn't I? Or I read you the line.
Well, actually, you're the one that gave me the idea. I was just like, "Oh, it's okay to be goy." And
so how did it happen? Like you obviously would have put it in there if there was an A. You would have sang it.
fuck no.
It doesn't even sing. It doesn't sing right.
Hold on. You sent me the lyrics, and then I broadcast your message onto YouTube.
Yeah.
And you found it afterwards because we were just going oy vey to be goy, it's whatever. And then afterwards there was an A in there, and so what? Nobody said.
You know what? I was sending it to other people, and when I sent it to them, I'm like,
didn't you put your lyrics up on Reddit? There was
it's on Steemit. It's on Steemit. And here's the thing, Steemit is considered blockchain. So once you upload something, it cannot be altered. This Helio was altered. So that means Bitcoin, they're like, oh, Bitcoin's on the blockchain. Well, guess what? So was that poem I wrote. It was on the blockchain and it changed. It fucking changed. 100%. I'll bet my fucking life it changed.
Dude,
there's no way.
I remember going back and looking at that shit too, and the A was in there.
Blockchain is not secure, dude. It's not secure.
Well, hold on. Maybe it is. See, this is what it's like. A lot of people is like, "Hey, Mandela."
A lot of people don't get it. If it happened to you, and you had it physically written, and Helio sang it, I did. I sang it. I didn't sing it. I just kind of read it, but he sang it, and I'm like,
well, you wrote it. You wrote it, and then I sang it.
I'm the
and
author.
We were doing a show. You wrote it. I did a show. The A wasn't there.
No, it never was intended to be either. It's like,
yeah. I mean, you told me you wrote it in the shower. You were just singing it, in the shower. You told me
it popped in my head. It popped in my head.
Yeah. Oh, oy vey, it's okay to be goy, and so why would you send me the lyrics and oy vey, it's okay to be a goy? No, that wasn't. That was never in there.
You trip on it. The A makes you trip on the whole. It doesn't flow. It trips you up. Oh, it's okay to be a goy. It just throws off your flow.
Yeah. So then the next show we did, we did what we did, and I actually put the lyrics in the live stream voice text.
Elio, we're going in
while we're
circles. I
doing
know
it.
you're bored.
I know we're
everybody.
doing it again, but yeah, this is and I'm not a huge fan of Mandela stuff, but that one right there, that gets me, man.
And it's a small one. You know what else I found out? You know the band The Ramones? They were never called The Ramones. It was just called Ramones.
Well, I
You know,
already
that
knew
would be-
that. I already knew that.
That's to me. That's like the Beatles. What if the Beatles were not
No.
the Beatles? It's Beatles.
No.
It sounds stupid. It was the Ramones. The
No,
Ramones.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was Ramones.
It wasn't?
No, it was Ramones.
Well, I remember it. The Ramones. I remember the Ramones. You like the Ramones? Everyone would always say the Ramones, not Ramones. Hey, do you like Ramones?
I mean, as far as I remember, it's Ramones.
What about the Rolling Stones? The Rolling Stones.
No,
The
it's
is part.
Rolling. No, it's Rolling Stones.
No. It's the Rolling Stones.
No, it's not.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, I mean, I guess maybe
Go look,
not.
it's
I don't
still-
know.
It still
I
has
mean,
a the. in the Rolling
you
Stones.
know, go to a record store and buy an old album and see if it's the Rolling Stones or
It's
it
the
might be
Rolling Stones was
I
never
don't.
changed. The Rolling Stones was never changed. It's still called the Rolling Stones, like the
Okay,
Beatles.
cool. The Rolling
Just
Stones.
saying, people did that back in the day. They were all from the same era. The Ramones, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones. It was all the for whatever reason. I don't know why they called it the.
So what do you think? What do you think, Deus? Is Mandela effect nonsense?
It is Mandela.
We gotta
effect
worry
nonsense.
about some sort of boomer effect happening here.
No. What Ron and I are talking about, just a
This is a
small
personal
Mandela
thing.
thing. This is
This is a
something that happened to us. We never intended for the A to be there, and
It somehow
it
inserted.
just all of a sudden it surfaced. It was just weird.
Yeah,
Whatever.
it's AI. It's AI. They can change whatever they want whenever they want. AI has
Right.
been active for 30 years, bro. People think it's a new thing. It's been active for 30 years.
All right. So is the Ramones or is it Ramones?
Just
Ramones. I'm just saying. I know that AI is active and they can do that stuff.
No,
Once you
I'm
have something
asking.
to
I
do-
mean, I'm a fan of the
Why did it
of
happen?
Ramones.
Why did it happen for me? And just like it was just an insignificant thing, right? It just like, why did my shit get altered? I'm not the Ramones. I'm not the Beatles. I'm not a big, it was just a little thing I wrote. How the fuck it's happening to normal people is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Deuce knows. Deuce, what's the deal, man? Mandela, real? Not real?
And I don't know. I wouldn't even call it Mandela. I don't know what it was. It was some kind of fuckery. I don't know, some kind of Jew hocus pocus, man. I don't know what it did. But somebody has control. Some kind of Wizard of Oz or whatever is fucking with people. I'm like, what? How did that happen?
Yeah, Ron, that is absolutely true. Now, you're making a good point. So, is anyone else here familiar with Ramones? Is it the Ramones or Ramones?
That's
No,
not
it's
even
Ramones.
important.
But yeah, most people talk about these bands. They say the Ramones, right? You wouldn't just say, "Hey, Ramones."
I've always heard it personally. I've always heard it as La Ramones. So
because you're an asshole, and that's okay too.
Hello, Ramon.
Ramones.
Ramon.
La
Are you talking to me?
Elio, it's the Goyim. It's the Goyim. It's not Goyim. It's the Goyim.
La Goyim.
This Mandela stuff goes pretty deep, right?
No, it'd be La Goyim.
They're saying body parts have changed. Like physical body parts have changed.
Dude, I've seen my penis get bigger. You can't tell
That's
me
what I'm
that's not
asking,
real.
right? You sure it didn't get smaller though? Like
Sometimes I'll admit sometimes it does get smaller.
It just depends on the condition. It depends on the conditions.
It depends on whether you're satisfied. I'm not. This is weird.
Sometimes,
Take
listen,
your
bro.
mind out of the gutter.
Let's
move
not
along.
talk about. Let's
Move
not
along.
talk about.
We're getting
Sometimes
distracted. We're getting down another
sometimes
rabbit hole.
continue, bro.
We're getting on the strange rabbit hole. This is not the what's that coast to coast AM. We're talking about weird shit. Let's get back on
let's
track.
get out of the rabbit holes, please.
What
We're
I
in a
thought. I
weird
thought
hole.
coast to coast is where we get.
He's
Actually, we're talking about the level stationary plane that we all experience, and we love to take the piss out of each other because it's fun. But yeah, sure. I mean, so where's this?
You know what they're going to do? They're going to say, no. It's always been a flat plane. We never said it was a spinning ball. What are you talking about? Like this whole globe is going to go away. It's going to be like pigeonholed away from everyone's realm. No, we never said there was a globe. And then all the globes will disappear. All the globes from the classroom. You won't be able to find a fucking globe, and everything. What do you mean? It's always been flat. No one's ever said it was a globe. They're going to switch our reality to that somehow.
Globe? What are you, crazy?
Yeah,
that's what they're gonna say.
Globe? What?
What's a globe? What are you
Are
talking
you serious
about?
right now? Your brother's gonna be like, bro, it's always been flat. What's wrong with you?
They're going to switch the reality, dude. They're going
You'll
to
run to the you run to the mirror and fucking look in the mirror and touch your own face. Like, am I even here right now?
Yeah, I mean it's similar. Yeah. I mean, think about it. I mean, it's like well, there was a point where I thought it was a globe, but it's really flat, and but I'm seeing the Earth for what it actually is now. My mind has agreed with what they're.
You're a horrible
telling me.
actress.
I'm doing it on purpose. God damn it!
You're being a bad actress on purpose?
Yes. All right, continue. I mean, if you whatever.
Bad luck. I agree with Ron 100%.
Yeah, I do too.
It's La Ramos.
Yeah, they could flip this on us very easily. Like most people believe it's a globe, but they could flip it.
No,
very
and they'll
fast.
gaslight you the whole time.
Yep.
They will gaslight you the whole time. They'll know, you'll know, and everybody else will be none the wiser.
And be like, those fucking globe. You really think the Earth is a globe, third rock from the sun? I mean, I can't believe what the hell is going on with
Dude,
you.
you're just misremembering. That's all. That's what.
Yeah, I fucking hate when somebody says that. Try to punch them right in the face. Oh, you fucking didn't remember it right. No, you really thought.
You didn't remember that. Fucking Forrest Gump. He never said life is like a box of chocolates. He said life was like a box of chocolates because that makes no literal sense.
Because we live in a chocolate. This world is a big chocolate.
Life is a bar of chocolates.
He said, Mama always said, life is like a box of chocolates. But now in the movie, it says life was like a box of chocolates. But Mama wasn't dead when he was telling that at a certain point. And he still said was. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he was going to see Mama.
How was life like? Well, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. That's the line. But it doesn't say that in the movies.
Life is like
get
a
upset
rag.
about it, man. They just changed a word.
Hold on,
they
though.
just changed
Hold on,
the word,
though.
but they changed the meaning of it.
Yeah,
that changes
the whole
the
meaning.
meaning.
The whole meaning goes outside the window.
Life used to be like a box of chocolates. That's what Mama always used to say. No, she used to say life was like a box of chocolates, or is like a box of chocolates. No, I'm fucked up.
See, I was about to say the same thing. Go ahead.
It's just a movie, man. It's just a movie.
Yeah.
Just
it's
a movie.
Just don't worry
Just
about
a
it.
movie.
It's a little thing. It doesn't matter.
It's one word in a movie, man.
No, Luke,
it's little
I'm
things
not your
right
father. No.
But what if they change it to big things, like the globe thing? Like, we never said it was a globe. And then we can't find a globe to save our lives. Where's all the globes? What the fuck? I can't find a globe. It's got to be in a book somewhere, and you can't find it. The residue, they call it. The residue, like the way you remember.
What about Alex Jones and Sandy Hook? Like, that was probably his most bold statement over the years, right? That
He wasn't wrong.
Commentary on Sandy Hook.
He wasn't wrong.
He reneged. He reneged on it.
Yeah, but he wasn't wrong at
now
the
he's
time.
found. Now he's found guilty, right? By defamation of character.
For what?
Yeah, it was in the news.
What?
I think it was yesterday. Indio came in talking about it.
What did he do?
He got a summary judgment against him, so he didn't go to court to defend himself. So there's a summary judgment, and summary judgments can't be enforced by law anyway, because he wasn't there to defend himself. So he just didn't rock up to court, and now they're presenting that as he lost. He just didn't want to go. It's your actual right if you want to go to court or not. You don't need to go. But that's a whole different story.
So I guess there are some Sandy Hook parents that filed some sort of lawsuit, or at least a lawsuit was filed on their behalf, right?
Oh, for God's sakes!
I still haven't seen it though.
Show me the great. Why were they at the fucking Super Bowl? Why were your dead kids at the Super Bowl? Weirdos.
They're ghosts, bro. They were just ghosts. They wanted to come back.
That's a Mandela effect, bro. You didn't see them.
Yeah,
what are you
just
talking
shit,
about,
bro.
man?
You just seeing stuff.
I
Yeah,
think you're
exactly.
dreaming shit.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. Something's wrong with you. We'll give you some more medication. I'll take some too. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm the crazy one. The more you're a flat earther. Shut up.
Yeah, but you're seeing dead kids on TV, bro. Like, whoa.
I know. It's just dead people just appearing out of nowhere.
Yeah, just like I didn't see Building 7 when they said it collapsed on fucking BBC. I'm crazy. Woo! Look at me go.
Live footage. They're like, yeah, Building 7's it's collapsed, and you see it. It's still standing there, and as he's speaking, it's like falling down. It's like, what the fuck? All right. Oh, don't worry. Don't look at that.
That was a Mandela effect too. They went back in time and time-stamped that shit before to make you think they knew.
She was saying it has collapsed, and she was pointing to the building that was still standing. I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
I remember that too, and I was young too. I was like, bitch, what's wrong with you, man? It's collapsed. You point to it's still there, and then,
And then Larry Silverstein admitted, he said, yeah, we had to pull it, which means
we had to pull the plug. Yeah.
Are you sure you know what you're talking about?
Silver rock, silver, and then Stein, which is Stein is German, means
stone.
rock.
Means stone. Yeah.
Stein, my bad. Rock,
It's
Stein,
okay.
whatever. Stein. Sorry, Stein. Silver rock.
Bush's brother in charge of security there at the towers. Good stuff, man.
What's that? Oh, yeah, Bush's brother. Sandy Hook, total psyop. They closed down the school directly afterwards and demolished it.
Did you see that there was an interview with the guy? It looked like he was just released from a mental institution. He was meant to be like the sheriff or something, and he's laughing as he's saying it. He was like, "Yeah, they died."
Oh no, that was the forensic autopsy.
Oh, was that okay? Even better. Wow. They looked like they plucked him out from a mental asylum, bro. And he's like telling about this gruesome thing, and he's laughing. He's like, "Yeah, this is gruesome." I'm like, what the fuck?
All of them had the same bullets in them.
Have you guys seen Tom Hanks' son's videos about the jab?
No. What's it about?
I just posted.
Yeah, but what's it about? I don't want to watch it.
It's him. It's funny, man. It's good. It's good. I'm not.
You still doing
Do you think I would fucking post something bad?
What's it about, bro?
It's about he like Tom Hanks. You've seen him out there, just like, oh yeah, but I'm not gonna go. We're not supposed to go totally into all that stuff in voice, but the link, just watch it. It's funny, man. Chet, his son, is totally against it. So anyway, just watch. He's funny. He's a cool dude. He actually makes music. He does rap videos and shit, but he's a funny dude. Chet Hanks is fucking funny, man.
Yeah, I've never seen his son. I mean, that'll be an interesting watch.
Yeah, it's Tom Hanks' son.
He makes funny videos and stuff.
Well, he makes music videos. I mean, he does music. I mean, he does rap videos, but he also makes some of these jab videos too, and that's really interesting. You know, and he's like, I ain't taking that shit. You know, whatever. Just watch. Funny.
Tom Hanks is a sodomite.
Dude, I got punished. I
He
posted
might be a
the
sodomite. I don't know, but I'm just saying
video.
he don't want nothing to do with that.
The bot punished me. I posted the song lyrics and there was the F word was in there and I got punished.
Well, if you get banned by the bot, it lasts for 5 minutes. So you just
No, I know the story, dude. I've done this for a while. I know.
All right.
I know the 5-minute timeout.
Like I've been around a while.
White Boy Summer. Yeah, that's the one. Dude, you seen it before? White Boy Summer. He's fucking hilarious. I think his dad probably hates him, but yeah, White Boy Summer is crazy. And I don't even like White Boy Summer, but he's a funny dude. That's all I'm saying.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be
I'll
right
be
here waiting for you.
Damn it, Iggs. Damn it, Iggs. That was good.
It was playing in my head, bro. I had to out loud.
I'm watching.
Yeah, it's all good. That's pretty funny, Iggs, man. I like that.
Cheers, bro.
What did he say? What did he say?
I said,
No,
wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here waiting for you.
Like, we've been on the Jew thing for a while, and then I was playing my song. And dude, Iggs, have you seen that video that I posted with Chet Hanks?
I'll have a look at it now.
Yeah,
it's not bad. It's actually not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, man, he's like, I recommend everyone. I've been doing this. He's doing social media kind of thing. He's like, I recommend everybody go get the shot, and he's like, psych.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, I like it. So anyway, yeah, Chet Hanks. I'm pretty sure his dad doesn't like him, or maybe they're working together or whatever. But then he does, his freaking White Boy Summer videos and whatever.
I love that part.
Yeah, it's funny though. I mean, it's just like the whole thing's funny.
Do you know why they did that? Because before White Boy Summer, they were talking about. There was a couple colleges talking about canceling white people, so they made it a White Boy Summer.
Oh, that makes it even better.
That
makes it even better. Yeah. It's just like, bro.
They said, no, cancel us. No, we're going to make it a White Boy Summer. So that's where that came from. It was pretty funny during the time.
Yeah, I wasn't paying it. Well, I wasn't paying attention because I wasn't into that. But
there's this black radio announcer on conservative radio, and she started singing White Boy Summer. She's like, you know what? It's a White Boy Summer. She started singing it.
Because that bitch wants to get hold of some white boys, you know what I'm saying?
No, because she was taking that whole canceling thing seriously about them talking about canceling white people because they weren't getting vaxxed or whatever.
Oh man, this is so slow though. This only happened for a couple. It's like oftentimes, a lot of the top stuff we talk about when it comes to flat Earth information, we're talking about hundreds of years, and the way that they manipulate media today, it can only last 2 or 3 years, and then it's forgotten. It's like, moving to the next propaganda piece.
They've been canceling us for the last 7 years now, so
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
what you're
pretty.
talking about. It's been a while.
No, it's been over 100 years.
No, what I mean specifically speaking out against whiteness, white people talking bad
Oh,
about
as
white
far as
people,
that
all
goes,
that
yeah,
shit.
yeah,
It's
sure.
been about 7 years since it's been out.
Oh, it's going back and forth. Is white good? Is red good? Is yellow black? Red and yellow, black
No,
and
it
white,
hasn't
they are
gone. It
precious
hasn't
in
gone
His
in
sight.
any direction.
Jesus loves the little children of the
Whatever. I
world.
can't talk to you. You're too. You're
I just
too.
watched it.
You're too cucked
That was funny.
to understand what I'm talking about.
Hey, Deuce, do you have anybody in your life that is a hardliner on this vax stuff that is like preaching it?
Oh hell no. No,
Really?
everybody I know, every single person I know, well, except for my direct neighbors, they're old, but like every other single person I know that I'm friends with are like anti-vax, not anti this vax, but anti all vaxes now, because they're like, well, if they're doing this, they've probably been doing it for a while. So like they've pushed people who were okay with vaccines to anti-vax. My daughter, her boyfriend, just everybody I know, every single person.
That's pretty refreshing. Yeah, my pops, was very proud to get both doses of his, jab. And it's interesting, right? Like the pride that people are taking in committing to this is almost more telling than the people that are saying don't fuck with me, right? Like leave me alone, my body, my choice kind of thing, versus the level of just I did this for the greater good. It's like, whoa,
The greater good. That's the scariest part,
right?
Yeah, 100%.
I killed myself for everybody else.
Greater good.
That's basically.
And you should too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I've had customers who are like, "Oh, you have to be vaxxed to come in my house," and I'm like, "Okay, no problem." Talk to you later.
What did you tell them? I'll be there. I'll be there at 5 o'clock sharp. And don't rock up.
It's exactly this. It's okay. I disagree. So you have a good day. Have fun finding somebody.
Well,
you're kind. Then I would have said, yeah, no worries. I'll be there. I'm gonna go get one now, and I'll be there between the hours of 6 a.m. till 3 p.m. in the space of a year.
Check this out. The guy, I was telling something about this earlier. The guy that I work with said, "Hey, have you gotten the jab?" And I was like, "No, I don't do that. I don't take vaccines." And he's like, "Well, I got mine. I'm set up for my booster next month, whatever." And then he actually pulled his wallet out.
To show you.
Like, "You're gonna have to carry around this card to get, to show that you got this." And I was like, "No." And what I said to him, I said, "They're gonna have to kill me."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm on this. I've stated that.
And then he didn't really have any same thing to say after that.
That's exactly how I feel about it too. They're gonna have to kill me, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Well, this new thing they're
This
pushing
is not the end, bro.
The real ID too, right? As far as forms of identification that make you legitimate. The real ID is now being pushed to be able to travel.
Because they're giving illegal immigrants the regular ID. So now you have to get the real ID because they were giving illegal immigrants normal IDs.
Yeah, because an ID is not. It's not really you. People think that the ID represents them, but
I don't want to hear you guys justifying this tyranny. This is ridiculous.
I think it's stupid. They shouldn't be giving illegal immigrants IDs. If you've got them in custody, as soon as they come in for an ID, you no longer have to do anything but send them back home. Why do we have to keep on getting different IDs? Because you made the ones we had illegitimate.
Oh, I was watching this thing, bro. This is the funniest thing. Apparently now, illegal immigrants can sue and get up to $450,000 because they were deported.
Yeah. by Donald Trump.
I'm going to come to America now.
Yeah, might as well.
Get rich.
Come through the southern border. It's free, man.
Yeah, and $450,000. You can't go wrong, bro.
Not only is it free, if you come through, right, they'll give you free room and board, free travel to any city you want to go to, and then they'll probably set you up with welfare.
Well, you get free shots too, right?
No. They're not. There's no vax mandate for illegal immigrants.
What?
There's no vax mandate for illegal immigrants. I'm surprised you didn't know that before.
Yeah. They have rights, bro. You can't force them to do that shit.
You can't force them. That's against their country's rules.
Holy crap.
I'm surprised you didn't know that.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
that's why I'm going to America.
I'm trying not to pay attention to any of it and really just go about my business because holy crap, are people getting caught up in it? I've heard some language just judging other people. Oh my goodness, it's pretty heavy. We got 5 new different variations. It's morphing into something else. This is the boogeyman of all boogeymen. It just doesn't want to go away. They keep bringing it back. Oh, we got another wave. Let's shut down everything. It's like, what the fuck? Like, how long are we going to be doing this?
Yeah, it's like the day that you're scared to breathe air is the day. Maybe you should just go kill yourself. If you're scared to breathe, you just kill yourself.
So our military is forced to get a vaccine, but illegal immigrants are not.
Well, they have rights, bro.
Yeah, you can't.
It reminds me of Utopia. Have you seen this?
Oh, I love that show. My God, that is such a good show, dude. Yeah, both of them, both the new one and the British one.
Yeah, I enjoyed both. I thought they both had their own way of telling this. Yeah, telling the story. But
what's it about? Is it about the boogeyman?
Oh no, dude. Okay, Utopia is exactly what we're living through right now. Go watch it right away. Like it is 100% worth watching. There's a lot of bullshittery, like forced race mixing crap in there, but beyond that, it's damn good.
Yeah, it's going to have your standard propaganda in it, but
right.
You'll be able to recognize it pretty well. It is definitely made for those that are aware. Like
you'll get it. It's a television show.
I think it was on Netflix, so you can watch.
No, it's on Amazon.
On Amazon.
Yeah.
It should be called Dystopia.
No.
Obviously, it's a joke, right?
No, it's not a joke. It's telling the story of exactly what's happening.
Well, Utopia.
Except it's not just what's happening. It's just the right amount of subterfuge. And in fact, in both versions, the main bad guy gets to make his speech and even get some of the people that were against him to join him because it's for the greater good.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the theme of the whole thing. Like the whole globe gets us in. I mean, the whole global mindset is about the planet that we're ruining, right? And so once you accept that, then you might go along with depopulation if you think that there's not going to be enough food for everybody and the oceans are overfished and everything else that they're telling us, right? But the show is telling you that in the show, the government's totally like, playing both sides and
this is what I'm gonna give a summary of the plot really quick. This is what they do. They set up a fake disease, and the disease isn't the problem. Oh, the disease is a problem. It hurts a lot of people, but that disease is very limited. Like a lot of people don't end up getting it, but then they push this vaccine. The vaccine is what ends up.
Can't say that word, Vaughn.
Well, regardless, it's about this show. This drug that they're giving sick people is what makes them infertile, so that the people can no longer have children.
Yes, I mean, watch this. Don't watch. I mean, watch the first season, the American version. They canceled the second season of the show, but watch the British version. It's just 2 seasons. You got to watch it, man.
Can I just ask?
I watched the British version first.
Is the bad guy white? He has to be white. Yeah.
Yeah.
The standard operating procedure.
It's not really.
If he's a bad guy, he's white.
It's not really like that though. It seems like they're a mix of people. But the interesting part is that some of the things they left in there, like,
I'm gonna
what I
send
found
a link.
shocking is you could watch that and still not be against the jabs because first of all it's a TV show and it's a way of covering it up because sometimes they do that. Also, the way that they present it is that these things are real. Like there is a virus to be like afraid of, which there might not even be that. You know, I mean, what we're dealing with is made up from scratch. It seems, right? And then the other idea is that the other V might help you against whatever it is. You know, like so those two premises are accepted as real. So they're never going to say the whole thing's fake as fuck.
All right. If you have the time, I'm sending the link where you can watch this.
The whole falsity is like, oh, the government is beneficial. It's here to help you. We're doing good by giving people this potion, so we're going to save them from this evil disease. Everything is inverted. You know, just like the globe is inverted from reality. That show should be called dystopia, but they call it utopia. So everything, even that is inverted, and they're feeding you. This is what utopia looks like. Here, we got cures for diseases. Problem, reaction, solution. But the
whole premise in the show is that they'll reach utopia once they decrease the population.
Yeah, that's
and they
why
justify it in the show. They justify it and don't try to. I mean, the government's totally lying to you about the vaccines and stuff, but they're justifying the whole thing in the show, which is how they get away with it. Like it's okay because we're depopulating for the good of all.
Dude, Bill Gates was giving a TED talk, and he said just that, and the audience clapped.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, he wants to kill you, you stupid assholes. You people clap, and he wants you dead.
Well, that was taken out of context, and I ended up looking into the whole context of what he said there was, and it's just as bad because what he really said was, if we vaccinate the population, eventually these people, well, it's education and vaccination. Because people are educated about their health, they're getting vaccinated, and more educated people have less children, so therefore we would have less of a population. That's literally
and also see, like they'll put movies out like Idiocracy as well, where they explain that quite directly. Like the educated people aren't having children because they're more concentrated on their careers, whereas the uneducated are concentrated on families and stuff.
Yeah, and they're aware.
Hang on. That's not what he said. That is not at all what he said. He said that we can get carbon emissions closer, or our carbon emissions down to zero, if we have better Planned Parenthood
through education and vaccination,
better vaccines.
We've all heard what Bill Gates said. I mean,
but it was taken out of context on purpose so that it made the people that were claiming it look dumb. But really, the claim is as stupid as what people are actually saying he said. I looked it up because I sent it to my sister, and I had to make sure that I had it right.
I watched.
I looked at his website, the whole speech. He's got the graph and everything. It's just stupid. Either way, more educated people have less kids.
Hold on.
Or more healthy people have less kids. That's ridiculous.
That's cool. Let Desvolt say what he was going to say, please, guys.
He had more. Okay, he had more than one TED Talk. This is when he's talking about getting CO2 down to zero. CO2 down to zero, in and of itself, would kill everything on the planet.
Yeah, that's another.
At 150 ppm of CO2 in the atmosphere, all plants will die. It's now at 400. At 1200, the deserts would bloom. He wants to get it down to zero. That kills everyone.
Did you call the Earth a planet?
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry.
Well, but check this out, though. He did say he wants to use vaccinations.
I was listening to him when I
the
said
population. He said that.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that they use that. I think that he even said that so that it would be taken out of context, so that we would have the conspiracy, and this whole thing's a play, and he's going to go down even though it's an actor playing him because the guy's already been killed. That's how crazy this world is right now. I mean, I'm not saying I think that for sure, but that's how crazy it could be.
He wants zero carbon emissions globally. That's what it says by 2050.
It's like no carbon dioxide. Just
That's
like
ridiculous.
Understand that the yearly amount of carbon dioxide put into the air by humans alone is 3%. But he wants to get the total emissions down to zero. How would he do that?
Well, I mean, that's impossible. But
97% is put out by the Earth itself.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, most of the carbon dioxide and oxygen is produced by Earth itself. Humans don't really cause.
Yeah, but the carbon dioxide is not even a problem. That's the point. Even if you got it down, lowering that does nothing unless we're actually on a globe and it works the way they define it.
If you were to get carbon emissions down, or if you were to get the carbon in the air down to 150, all plants would die. So it would matter quite a bit. If you got it up to 1200 ppm, if you got it up to 1200 ppm, you would not be able to stop the rate of growth because it would also go ahead.
Here's one thing they're trying to do is like, let's make electric cars. Well, where do you fucking think the electricity comes from?
Coal.
This guy. Hey, Deuce, you've seen that pie in the face of Bill Gates video, right? Like,
yeah, I really feel like he could have done it much harder than he did.
I was wondering if that was you. And the character in Utopia, definitely the villain there, has a little Bill Gates ring to it, right? Like he's a technology company.
Oh yeah,
talking about talking about vaccines. Like, what the fuck, you know? Like,
what the scariest part of that show, you guys, is that they probably told us the truth about what's actually happening with these people, like these farms of kids that are raised to serve the cause and totally sacrifice their life and do whatever they're told through the MK Ultra program.
No spoilers. If you haven't
that is crazy.
Yeah, I was wondering if Deuce related to the monster, right? The murderer kid that gets awakened through his journey of finding.
Yeah, I love that character. In the English version, he's even better.
He's much more in depth in the English version. I like it.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, I like the English, but at the same time, you should. I guess you should watch the first season, but it's just so disappointing they canceled the second season.
You know why they canceled it,
was
right?
in the middle of pandemic.
I know why they canceled it, but at the same time, you can watch it, in the British version. And so, yeah, I've watched all three. I've watched all three, but
the British version.
No, it goes to completion. It goes to completion at the end of it.
Was there supposed to be a third season for the British version?
Yeah, I watched the British version. The 2 seasons complete the cycle.
That's it?
But the English or American version is really good. But
we're living.
Plus, it mixes in the whole fandom thing, like the fanboy, the comic tied to it is awesome, because it's like us or whoever, like we're there on the sidelines trying to figure this all out.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of us, right? I mean, we're like flat Earth, and it's like you flat Earthers are you're just believing in conspiracy theories. You
but
don't
it's real.
really know what
it's fake, but real. It's a psyop, but actually it's based on the truth.
yeah. So
what'd you say, Thamor?
Jessica Rabbit.
Jessica Rabbit.
She's the White Rabbit, right? Like in the
scene. Oh yeah.
No,
I didn't even think of that.
Hyde. Jessica Hyde.
Yeah. But she's the White Rabbit in the comic book.
Follow the White Rabbit.
Well, she's Jessica Rabbit's the wife of Roger Rabbit.
No, I know, but
the human wife.
He's right. She's the rabbit in the comic book.
Oh, is she? I don't know about the comic book.
There's what?
In the animated version,
are you telling me you're watching the lady in the red dress?
Yep. Sorry, Eggs, what?
Well, who framed Roger Rabbit anyway? Go ahead.
Eggs, what did you say?
I was gonna say, what song explains all this? The best is Controversy by Prince. I just can't see what people say. Controversy. Am I black or white? Am I straight or gay? Controversy.
Well, now he's
All
his
this dumb
sister. He's playing the role of his sister Taika. By the way, if we want to get back into that kind of subject, but that is for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was also saying we're
Prince did
living
not
in the
die.
current version of Utopia, right? We are the new season of Utopia.
Yeah,
It has
you don't
now.
even have to watch it. You're living it.
It's right there.
Exactly.
Just walk outside. It's Utopia.
But it's even worse than what they were. Like the depopulation, making people sterile, is a light version of what it seems like they're doing. Actually,
Well, they've
nanotech
actually
and
what
fucking black goo and shit.
you know what's really bad is they've convinced everyone this is a good thing.
Yeah, even in the show, the show's theme is actually the government's doing something really bad, but for the good of the whole, and that's why they get away with it. Like I was saying to begin with.
Well, it ties in with the motto of what they've preached here, right? Like, don't kiss your mom, don't kiss your grandma. I don't know about having a girlfriend and all that. Like, stay 6 feet away from each other. You know.
No, they told you to wear
distancing.
masks when you were having sex at that time.
There you go.
They did. They actually did.
I remember not too long ago agreeing with the idea, like, okay, yeah, so there's cancer cures, but they can't give it to everybody or we'd be overpopulated. I remember saying that, you know, like, okay, yeah, I'm woke enough to figure out that there's cancer cures, but I still think that there's a population problem, you know what I'm saying? Because then flat Earth solves that, right?
Why are we looking for cures through medicine instead of prevention? That's something.
Well, no, not cures through medicine, cures through like all kinds of shit, natural remedies and shit, right?
Yeah,
Electricity.
but at the same time,
treatments.
There's no
Cure
such
means to
thing
preserve.
as a cure for cancer. There's no such thing.
Well, you can get rid of it, is all I'm saying.
Really?
You probably get it many times over your life, and you just get rid of it. But if you
all of a sudden there's no cure,
they detect it, then
all of a sudden there's no cure for a disease that your body produces.
Exactly, and it's the same thing with the virus. The virus is something you have a viral reaction to an infection. It's not an actual thing you get from the outside, right?
All of a sudden there's no cure for cancer when there always was.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it comes from the other side. It comes from prevention. You know. It's just
no,
it doesn't.
It's a fungus, probably.
Oh, it doesn't. All right. So there's a
Candida.
Oh, sure.
Which sounds like
knows what cancer
yeast. Is that a yeast?
Yeah. Well, a mold.
Candida. Yeah.
Yeah. Candida. Yeah. Sure.
I think the best thing that Utopia really did was portray how the system creates monsters, right? And they are identifiable monsters, and like you could relate to them, and just how this really, puts people in this mindset of,
it's okay to be bad
of their beliefs. Yeah. And then you recognize, like you were saying, I once believed in eugenics. Like, holy shit, man, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you monster. Like. But yeah, they have you convinced of this shit, right? Like, oh yeah, it's for the betterment of, man.
Taught from a young age too. You go to any zoo or like an aquarium in a city, and they'll just sit there and hammer home about how awful you are to these creatures. Every single thing you do is killing them, and you should stop living.
Right. And carbon footprint is now taking place of the original sin. It's just the religious doctrine now. Like you're born into sin. You're born with a carbon footprint. You should feel guilty your whole life in the same way Catholicism does.
Yeah,
carbon is not bad. Yeah.
Carbon dioxide is not bad at all. That's the point. It's crazy. They've even convinced the people that know what carbon dioxide is that it's bad, right?
It's a trace element, dude. There's like 0.02%. It's almost nothing. And it's necessary for all life. Like we need it for plant life to live. For photosynthesis, you need it.
The more of it in the atmosphere, the better plants grow. I know, because when you grow plants, you pump them full of CO2 up to 1,200 ppm, and they go crazy.
Exactly. And they're trying to reduce it.
They fill the whole
plant food
area in which you're filling with CO2 with oxygen. more than CO2, more than the CO2 you can produce.
But you know what they do? They do it like this on purpose. Like it's just like what we're dealing with like the benefit and or detriment that these jabs might cause. Like they're giving you the truth and the lie at the same time. Like to say the carbon dioxide is bad makes the idea that it's bad a belief, and therefore you have to have faith in science. Just like the moon mission, you have to have faith that they did it. They can't make it look too real because then you're not having faith. They have to make it that you believe in it because then you're under their control, and they know that you didn't come up with that idea on your own. They gave you that idea because it's wrong, and you still believe it.
I don't believe. Where's Helio? That the Earth's a spinning ball, son. It is crazy what you can convince people of. You can make them believe the most ridiculous things,
when you've been
including
lying
what
to them.
the situation we're in, right? The situation where people are afraid of their own breath. I see people in a car, not so much anymore, but they had rubber gloves and a mask in their own car by themselves.
I
like,
still
what is
see
this?
people in their car with the mask on.
And rubber gloves too. I'm like, what are they? They're afraid of their own breath. Are they?
Oh, people are swimming with them on. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Now, what does that do to your quality of life? If it's mind controlling you to that amount of fear, where you're afraid of your own breath, it's like it's mind control.
Oh, it's totally back to They Live, right? It's like you've got a pair of sunglasses and you realize everybody else is a fucking zombie. It's like, what the hell's going on here? Like, what the hell is going on here?
Dude, my own brother took the jab. I got two brothers, and one of them is a globetard, and one of them's a flat earther. And guess which one took the jab? It's like I couldn't convince them. Yeah, I couldn't
I don't know
convince
any
them.
flat earthers that are lining up for this shit.
I just put the lyrics of the song that I was telling you about. This was the whole point.
I'm also posting the song "I Wear My Mask in My Car" instead of "I Wear My Sunglasses at Night" by Media Bear. It's a great parody if you want to watch that.
Yeah, that song from Prince lays it all out. The whole time you guys are speaking about it, I was just thinking of a song.
So the whole thing with him becoming a sister, by the way, if anyone's curious and didn't already know about that. Okay, so his last tweet to his fans was, I'm transformed, right? I'm transformed. That was his last tweet to his fans. Then this woman that he might have had a sister named Pika, but she doesn't look anything. There's two women that they're mixing them up, so you can't really, someone could look at this other woman and say that's Tika and doesn't look anything like Prince, but it's obviously Prince in a fat suit if you look at the right footage. And at his concert, I'll even post it. You can tell it's him because she comes out and starts singing all of a sudden with a singing career. And her first album after he dies is called A Brand New Me.
Well, yeah, I told you about
much more
that
obvious.
one. Yeah, that's why he changed his name.
I knew it before we talked, but yeah, I think maybe we talked about
did you?
it. For
yeah,
sure.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's why he changed the name to the symbol. That symbol means the union of male and female. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or he changed his name. The artist formerly known as Prince. It's like, okay, he hit a bunch of weird shit.
Yeah, that was so that he didn't have to pay because his contract was bad. So he didn't want to use the Prince name. He couldn't use a new name with the same song. So he got out of it by saying the artist formerly known as Prince somehow. With the symbol.
Yeah, that's because when you claim the name, that means you're claiming something that's not yours. I keep on saying this. I don't know. It always comes back to it. But it doesn't matter. Fuck it. I just like the Prince song. People should read the lyrics of that song.
Deuce, look at all these new people here, man. Are you getting excited? Like, you ready to calm down? Look at all these new people. What's up? Speak up.
What new people?
What's up? Speak up.
Just look at the list of them. All these VC verified. They don't even have a globe or a flat Earth role. Are you kidding me? How could you be here and not have a role?
Who? Jew.
None of them are muted.
600 N-men.
Yeah,
In
see,
English, I believe.
600. Yeah, what's up?
I don't have a
I'm
role.
talking to Jew, mate. I'm talking to Jew.
Hold on. We're not going to get back on the Jew stuff. 600 E-men. Are you new here? I saw you.
I've been around before, you know what I'm saying? And I do believe the earth is flat, you know.
Really? How did you find our
believe it?
server? Hold on. How did you find our server?
I don't remember. But you know, I found it and I'm here. So yeah.
So you're a listener more than a talker?
Yeah, I like to listen before I talk.
Oh, but you're talking now, and
Well,
apparently
there ain't
you've
nothing to
been
really
listening
listen
for a while.
about.
You found your way here. So
Why are you
yeah.
harassing him? Jesus.
Who?
I believe God.
Hey, I'll stop.
What made you
I'll
think that
stop
the Earth was
harassing
flat?
you by asking you a question. How you found our server? You know, that's harassment, apparently.
Oh my God, you're still doing it.
I'm feeling
It was
very
the tone. It was
harassed.
the tone.
Hey, E-man, how flat is the Earth, man? Is it really flat? A little flat? Like totally flat? Why you believe it?
I believe it's flat, and then the earth and the moon is in our atmosphere.
Stop harassing him.
The butt hurt is real.
I just can't believe all the things people say. Controversy.
How'd you find the server, bro?
Say what?
Ooh.
What's up, Rambo?
600 N-men.
I've been
How'd you find the
here.
server?
I don't remember. I just been
A long
here.
time
People
ago?
invite me to stuff. Yeah.
What are your top 3 flat Earth proofs?
Flat Earth proves just the diagram makes sense. If everything the government tells us is a lie, why not believe the Earth is flat? Fuck it.
But see, everybody here is triggered automatically when you say you believe the Earth is flat because we don't think it's a belief. It's just we lost the belief in the globe, and therefore we go back to our default reality, which isn't a belief. It's just a stationary plane.
Is it
So
only
you say you believe in it, then we're already going to be suspicious.
Is it only harassment when I do it?
Now you're
I was trying to explain it to him.
Yeah.
The way you have a much more assertive voice that sounds threatening. That's all.
You do. You sound threatening.
Just like me.
Yeah, I feel very frightened right
Intimidating.
now. I'm intimidated.
Well, I try to do it. I
Thank
try
the
to do
heavens
it.
you're not talking to me or Helio.
Anyway, so continue,
Mike Tucktail and Ron.
the gentleman might be able to. They wouldn't. The other gentlemen would not even let me address
Come on,
600.
bro. Let new perspectives talk.
Well, I was just trying to see if you knew. It sounds like he's
trying to
interested.
listen
I sent you
till
some
it
links,
got
bro.
unpalatable. Go ahead, perspectives.
What's up, bro? How you doing, Mike? I don't know. I was just asking him if he. I was just saying the belief thing. The belief thing. I'm not trying to get anybody. I'm new in the conversation.
Well,
Sorry,
check
just
what he said. You know what I mean. Just get him on what he said.
So yeah, I just told it. I told. Do you understand what I said about belief? You know what I'm saying, man? It's not a belief. It's a loss of a belief.
Oh, all right. What you mean? What do you mean? If you believe something's true, then that's your personal belief. I could say instead of you, like you may believe the Earth is flat, but I could say it's round. Everybody has their beliefs based on the information they have gathered.
Right, but I'm trying to get it back to like a more pragmatic level where it's like if you're sitting in a chair, you don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair, do you? You just know you're sitting in a chair, right? And if you were born on this earth and you were never told that you're on a spinning ball, you would just rightly assume that your everything is as it seems. And nobody ever experiences anything but a stationary plane their whole lives. So there's no belief there. It's just what we would assume, unless we were given this crazy idea that we're actually spinning and we can't feel it, and it's round but we can't see any curvature. All these things that are totally the opposite of what everything seems to be. So you can't. That's the reason that it comes to that point. Maybe you have to do some research. I sent you a bunch of links, but once you look into this, you'll see what I'm saying. It's not. It's like your default reality Your basic axiom is that we're on a stationary plane because that's exactly what it seemed in every single possible way you can imagine. So it's not a belief, but the loss of the belief comes when you give up the ball idea because it's ridiculous in every single possible way. And people try to equate it.
Have you ever been to
the flat Earth with the same like a belief? They try to call us out as believers. The flat Earth believers, and it triggers us because that's how they try to frame it all the time. And it's not. It's totally the opposite again of what it is. It's just like we lost the belief in the ball. So what are we left with? It's not a belief. It's just what you're left with. Sorry, go ahead. Somebody else is trying to talk.
Emin?
Huh?
Have you ever been to the beach before?
Uh-huh.
And when you looked out over the ocean, freaking, what'd you see?
It was flat. You couldn't really see no curvature. You wouldn't see nothing dropping off. It's flat.
It's a totally straight line from
Have
the
you ever
horizon.
looked up one of those videos?
Huh? You don't have to believe that's a straight line. You can see it's a fucking straight line, right?
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Do I believe in God?
What makes you think? Why would people? But my question is, why would people come up with the idea of a round Earth? What would be the point of that? If
it limits your intelligence, it limits your intelligence. They've got you in every single possible way. If they can define your actual what you think your reality is the opposite of what it seems, then they've got you because they can lie to you about everything else they want to, and because you have to depend on them to tell you if you're spinning or not. Like if you went to a doctor and he said, "Oh, you're really dizzy right now. You need to take these pills," but you knew you weren't dizzy. Would you believe him?
No.
Would you believe him? No, right? You know if you're dizzy or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the same thing. If you were on a spinning ball, you'd be fucking dizzy.
You went right to why would they lie? Damn.
Ask the lie, bro. They're asking us why liars lie. Ask the liar. Don't ask us.
Yeah, I mean that's the last. That's the end of the conversation. I mean,
When you ask the liar, they won't tell you the truth.
Yeah, I mean don't ask the liars why they would lie.
No, but what kind of circle jerk reasoning is that? Why are you going to ask me why somebody else does something?
Well,
it's like somebody kills something. Wait, hold on. Yeah. If just say you killed somebody, you're going to ask me for your motives. It's, bro.
When you're new to the conversation, it's the first thing that comes to mind. Like you don't realize why it would be, but then all of a sudden you start thinking about it, and speculation can come into play. Like maybe hiding more land, more resources. What would that do to the price of gold if there was like infinite land and all that? There's so many reasons when you really think about it.
I get that. It's just that to get out of the speculation mode, because you can speculate all you want, and even if you can prove a few things, it doesn't really matter. A lie is a lie at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what.
I think
until you realize it, though, it's one of those questions.
Yeah.
Well, new perspective. I think it was a really good question. You were talking about the horizon. 600 said he's been to the shore and seen the horizon. It's what you perceive it as is what it really is. It's a level, stationary horizon. It's not like it's not the curvature of the Earth. I mean, it could be. Once you go through this discussion, you can actually confirm it for yourself if you do some simple tests to determine whether or not that horizon at the ocean is the curvature of Earth.
Yeah.
Anyway, I sent you a bunch of links, bro. You can check out those. You have to watch a bunch of videos. When we found out that this might be true, we all binged on videos for like weeks on end. Didn't shower or eat much for the whole time. We were doing it, a lot of us, right? So you have to actually want to know, and then you have to deal with like most people not wanting to know, and you're gonna want to tell people. But you have to really know your shit before you tell anybody, and still don't probably recommend it to too many people because it alienates you. But they might be planning on telling the world it's flat to sell us more lies. That's what I think. So just be aware of the whole context of everything.
I've got a few documents that state that they're gonna drop it and they're gonna
Really?
tell us.
Send me those, will you?
All right, I'll have to look in. Yeah, let me look at my stuff. I've got a shitload of them. I need to find. Actually, I had them a while ago.
I'll tell you what. In order to not misrepresent myself, I found out about flat Earth about 6 years ago. I haven't been to the ocean since.
Why?
It makes him cry.
He should cry.
Because listen, I'm landlocked. I live in Arkansas. I'm in the central. I'm in the heart
It
of
sounded
America.
like you were giving it as a reason, like because you found out the Earth is flat.
No, because a lot of people. I mean, I'll give recommendations for people to go do observations, at the ocean or whatever, and I do that a lot because because they're going to find the same results that other people that I've talked to have. They've had the same results, the same tests. They actually experience the same thing that I would if I did do it, but I haven't.
Here. Before I lose this thought, I've got a song for us to read. Though, it's Amy Weinstein's Rehab. They told me to go to the ocean, but I said no, because they told me it's a globe.
No, hold on though. I mean, I have been to the ocean shore before, but not as not as a flat earther. I have been to the
I'm
ocean
just
shore
saying,
before,
we can make a remix of Amy Weinstein's what's it called, Rehab.
and I've been to large lakes and stuff. Around this area. But so I don't. The tests themselves actually show what common sense tells you. This Earth. I mean, when I when I started looking into flat Earth and I was looking, people were like, "Look at the sky." It's like, okay, I'm looking at the sky. Oh shit, the sun. It doesn't do what they say it's doing, or at the way they're saying it's doing it, or the sun, moon, and stars, all their other predictions about galaxies and all that stuff. Bro, I was totally into that shit before flat Earth. I was all about it, even though I wasn't even into the evolution idea and the age of Earth. It's like, oh well, it formed over 4.5 billion years, and it just like this freaking rocks gravitated towards each other and they melded together. I know their story. Go ahead, guys.
I'm getting to know 600 here. You came in saying that the government lies to us about everything. I was wondering, like, where you are on your journey. What makes you say something like that? Like, what are some of the things that you've identified as lies? And how'd you end up at Flat Earth? Like, what keeps you here?
What you mean?
Are you talking about me?
No, the new guy, 600E man, said, government lies about everything.
We're actually. I mean, I think a lot of the flat earthers went down on a similar path, but yeah, sure.
But he was asking the new guy.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
I don't know, just doing my research and stuff like that, and I became into religion too, also. So all the things they do against God and whatnot. In the foods too, they give us all this bullshit ass food. They don't want to. They even killed this guy named Dr. Sebi for teaching people how to do home remedies and stuff like that. There's a bunch of stuff going on. Who knows what's really going on? See, in Antarctica too. That's the thing I want to bring up to y'all. Like, if the Earth is flat, have we ever been to the edge of the Earth is the question. And is that Antarctica? And what is at the edge of the Earth? Is it a drop off or, like, I don't know.
Have you looked into Antarctica at all? Like, have you searched
I heard there's a lot of conspiracy theories about it, and I watched a documentary on like fallen angels and stuff like that. And there's people trying to explore Antarctica, and people are
Well,
getting killed and a
let's
bunch of stuff.
before we go into falling off of Earth. Earth is the only place that exists. This is a realm. Let's study Earth the way that it presents itself. We exist on Earth. There is no falling off of Earth. That's ridiculous. Because people would say, "Hey, we're the third rock from the sun," but that's not even true. Earth is the only place that exists. The sun, moon, and stars move above us. This is the patterns that they move are for signs and for seasons. Nobody's going to fall off the edge of the earth. I mean, if anybody tells you that, they're full of shit.
That kind of makes sense, though. I could believe that, because if God did create everything, He could create something like this. I could believe that. I just got like the image in my head.
Well, just let the image in your mind growing and yeah, man. It's like, have you ever pictured yourself going to the edge of the earth and falling off? Where are you going to fall off to?
Yeah,
it's fucking ridiculous in my mind.
For the 600 E-Man, Dr. Sebi, he didn't invent that, bro. If you want to read about that kind of stuff, the original man who postulated that, who did experiments, is called Dr. Schussler. He was in the 1800s. So all that Sebi so-called did is just he brought out the same information, and that was known 200 years ago. I just thought you'd like to know if you like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What you'll find is that's sort of a projection question, right? Because everybody knows that things don't stick to spinning balls, right? They don't stick to the bottom side of spinning balls. They don't stick to any part of a spinning ball. It just doesn't happen. So they got to come up with all these ideas for you that things stick to the earth, right? That you don't fall off into some place out there, void, whatever. So if you turn that question around and you recognize, well, the only thing you're falling off of is a spinning ball, right?
Yeah. I'm texting people. I'm not even paying attention. You said what?
And people don't stick to spinning balls. They don't stick upside down on them. That just don't happen.
It's 600 speaking English.
Huh? I speak English. I believe I speak English.
I know, but what did you just say?
I don't even remember. Yes.
I mean, in response to what Timor was talking about.
Yeah, do you think things can stick to spinning balls? Is that
Stick to a spinning ball? I mean, they say we have gravity. Now, I don't know if you believe in gravity. I mean, if we're spinning, I believe gravity could possibly hold us down while we're spinning, but spinning like 100,000 miles an hour, it doesn't even make sense. What's the point of it spinning for?
So you think gravity holds things to spinning balls?
Maybe, I don't know. Possibility.
Yeah, that gravity question.
Hey, nobody here intends to say you're ignorant. Hey, all of us used to believe in spinning balls and gravity. So tell us what you think about gravity in your idea. Now, as far as traveling across Earth or looking across water, I mean, can you help us out? I mean, we're giving you the opportunity here to actually tell us about what you know about globe Earth.
Well, I only know what the school has taught me. Pretty much.
Yes, and we're all familiar with what they say about that. Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
Except this place, no.
No, not this place.
You know, the server, Like I never have before the serve. I never even heard of flat Earth.
All right,
Nobody never
cool.
mentioned it.
So you found your way here. Now you're talking to people talking about flat Earth that used to believe the same thing, the standard narrative. We all used to believe that. Now you're curious. You came in, you're talking to us, and how can flat earthers exist? And you're asking decent questions. Just just kind of flow with it, right? So here we're willing to give you our story about how we came from globe to flat, if that's a thing, But in my mind, 5 years ago, the globe was dead to me. But I'm willing to take you through the baby steps to understand how I came to that conclusion. It's not, and I'm not the only one. So. So why are you curious about why people think the Earth is flat?
I seek the truth. That's why I seek.
Cool. Well, that's a good start. That's a really good start.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people that come across flat earthers or whatever, they'll say they think that they'll strawman us and say, "Hey, we're the third disk from the sun. It's a flat Earth, but the sun is still the center of the galaxy or the solar system, right?" So you're still you have other planets that are still globes, but the only flat planet is the Earth, right? And that's at the center. It's the third rock from the solar system, and so you can drive boats off the edge of it, right? Is that what you think Earth is in your mind?
I mean, we all. Well, I don't know about the rest of it, but like growing up, we go based off what we're told in school program. That's a certain way of a belief system. If you go to school, not a lot of people will start believing in God. They preach an atheist mindset of the Big Bang Theory, and nothing came out or something came out of nothing, which doesn't make sense.
Well, sure. I mean, yeah, that's religion, and don't tell your atheist friends that they're more religious than they actually think they are when it comes to this topic. What do I mean by that? They actually believe that they live on a ball that doesn't exist. Is there?
Do you believe that there's other planets out there, or we're just the only planet, and the government or whatever made some bullshit up? We're the only planet. The sun and the moon is inside of our atmosphere.
This idea of planets, these are like the movement of the sun, moon, and stars. Where do you think the calendar comes from?
I don't know.
It's a good question to be curious, right? Like, what do you think about this stuff? But then there's like, what can you prove and what can you do for yourself, right? Because you recognize there's some shady shit going on. A lot of people lying around here, a lot of bullshit, right? A lot of nonsense. So how can you figure shit out for yourself? How can you make an observation for yourself? How can you look for yourself and determine for yourself? Because if you're going to be listening to other people and what they're telling you, then it's more speculation or ideas or conjecture, right? So how are you going to get out there and look up at the sky and say, I can figure this out? Like that's really the question here. You want to figure it out for yourself.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and a lot of people often given questions like, "Hey, instead of looking at Earth, we're going to look at the sky." I'd welcome looking at the sky, right? Because there's
let's look, man. The answers are there, right? Like you're gonna define the globe as nonsense real quick if you start looking at what the sky actually does, what it is, what it looks like. Like, no, they've created an image of your mind of what the sky is and how it works. If you pay attention to what it is and how it works in reality, it doesn't match their ideas. And you got to recognize that pretty quickly when it comes to the sun and the moon and the stars. Right off the bat, star trails. We take pictures of Polaris in the north and in the south, and the southern void. There's Sigma Octantis, and we got these star trails, and we're like, well, what? Everything in the sky is doing perfect circles? What? How is this possible? Has it ever changed? And that totally debunks everything they're telling you about how we're zooming through space and circling around the sun and rotating on an axis and all this bullshit, right? Like, they've come up with so many ideas that don't match reality. All you have to do is observe reality and say, look for yourself. Like, is that really what they're saying it is? So what do you think the moon is? What do you think the sun is? What do you think the stars are? Just from your own observations.
I don't know. What do you mean, like what they are, like what they're made of?
Well, everyone that has developed maps of the sky and the earth have made them from the simple observation from Earth, and real maps never involve this idea of outer space and multi-trillions of light years and shit. Nobody actually. If you look at a map of Earth, it doesn't involve space.
Or even a star map. Even a star map, the maps are not plotted as such as they have different depth, right?
Depth. Yeah, exactly, Timur. Depth is not involved.
Exactly.
The patterns are repeated, and that's how we come up with seasons. That's where astrology comes from. I mean, these patterns have been repeated for as long as anyone can understand through recorded human history. As far as depth and how far away these stars are, that shit's made up by astronomers. In your mind, are astronomers scientists? Have they scienced how far away that star is?
Yeah, how can you tell how far a star is? That doesn't even make sense.
Hey, I know the answer, but I'm just I know how they have determined that, but I'm not going to tell you.
The other question is do we know if our vision is limited, and what are those limiting factors? Right?
That's true.
As far as I can tell, I can only see so far. Like, I can't see forever. That's not reality. I have a hard time reading a newspaper or seeing reading a street sign 2 blocks away. Whatever. Like, it's limited. There's 100% proof of that.
All right. I can give the answer on how an astronomer determines that a star or a galaxy is multiple trillions of miles away. I can give the answer, but I'm not going to. You guys Google it. That's Google it.
Because colors, bro. Because there's colors. Yeah.
We got all kinds of courage. We got some freaking Google courage everywhere. And even if you Google it, you're probably not going to Google it right. I know exactly how they determine how a galaxy is multiple trillions of miles away. You try to figure it out and tell me.
So, E-Man, in the ball idea that's we were taught, you're given two options, and I wonder which one you choose. It's the small ball or the big ball. The idea of a small ball meaning boats go over the curvature of the Earth, or the big ball, you can't see the curve of the Earth unless you're in outer space. You really need to deal with this question, right? Can you know what to expect to see at what distance? Or is it just one idea or the other, and which one would you choose?
I don't know. You said big ball and a small ball. What you mean by that?
Well, do boats go over the curvature of the Earth? Is the Earth small enough where you could go to the beach and see a boat go over the curve of the Earth?
I mean, you can't really see that because of the limitations of your eye.
So you would say that it's a bigger ball. You would have to go to outer space to see the curve of the Earth.
Probably.
Okay.
Did he say probably?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. But even they even say NASA's lying about a lot of stuff. So the pictures of Earth and all this and that. There's a lot of conspiracies and a lot of lies and a lot of truths.
Yeah, but who's saying NASA's lying? I'm going to say NASA's lying, but who have you come across that says NASA's lying? I mean, is this the first time you've talked to anyone that's talked about flat Earth, and are you saying that us flat Earth? You're saying they say NASA's lying. I could say that, but NASA itself, I mean, that's a pretty broad statement. But I mean, why are you looking into the topic in the first place? I mean,
why?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to be a robot like everybody else. A lot of people are robots. Just walk around and obeying everything and just not even questioning life.
All right, so you individually are curious about this topic. Why do people think the Earth is flat? Well, sure, yeah, I bet you are. So you're curious in this instant why people think the Earth is not a globe.
Yes.
Well, welcome to the club. All right, so we're moving forward. We're asking you questions. You're giving us answers, and so we're talking about images from space. Or, I mean, how have you observed Earth, either from space or from Earth? I mean, what is your favorite proof for a globe? If you really have a good question about this.
What you mean? Like, what makes me think the Earth is round?
No, well, you found your way here, so you're in a room full of flat earthers. Now, whether round is a shape, and it's mostly it describes a circle. We talk about the globe as a sphere. So round, and we all used to believe the Earth was a sphere.
So yeah, man, the idea that Earth is a ball in your head is still fresh, right? Like it's still there, and you have to confront this idea. You have to understand that it is an idea and not reality. So you have to go, what is proof of the ball? What do I have for proof that this is not just an idea, that it's reality? So what is your best proof? What do you think you're holding? What would be worth holding on to or pointing to as proof? And then you got to ask yourself, how would you prove if the Earth was a ball? How do you prove that? Like in reality, like what would you do to prove the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, I mean, in your mind, you came here, you're talking to flat earthers, just like, I'm curious why people think the Earth is flat. Now you came here, and we're using kid gloves here. How about you show us why the Earth is a sphere?
I don't know how to do that.
All of us used to think the Earth was a globe. So, you're
because you were told the Earth was round.
Yeah, sure.
So that's the best you got, is that other people said so. There's nothing else that comes to mind.
Not really.
What about NASA images? What about pictures from
NASA images? Well, before I came into the truth, I would just believe anything because as everybody else is being programmed to be gullible. That's what pretty much what it is. The government is conditioning and
So
programming us to be
are you gonna
gullible.
block? So you're gonna just stand out there and block the freeway because everybody else is doing it? Is that what you're gonna do? You're just gonna block the freeway and keep people from going to work because of some stupid idea that they said on the news? Is that what you're gonna do?
No, what are you talking about?
All right. Well, are you going to say, hey, well, everybody else believes the Earth is a globe. Let me go ahead and believe the Earth is a globe because it's easier.
Well, yeah, nobody really don't really get the question. I don't know. I never really questioned stuff like that when I was younger.
All right. Well, welcome to opening your mind.
Yeah.
Fine. I challenge you from this point to find Earth curve. Find
Bro,
the Earth curvature.
have you listened to this dude? He said he can't prove it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, just welcome
It sounds
to.
like he's halfway there, and you're acting like
I'm being
he's
a
all the
dick.
way on the other side. A
I
little
know
bit.
I'm being a dick, but that's okay. Yeah, welcome to the place
in
to
your mind.
up yourself, open your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Tamora, where'd you go?
I'm still with you, bro. What's happening, Battle? Good night for you, man.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to listen, man, and keep it palatable. I'm trying to gauge just from the outside looking in whether or not it's good. I'm trying not to pollute it. 'Cause I got a damn good buzz, too many muscle relaxers, back hurts, I don't want to be slurring all
All
over.
that shit. Hey, Michael, and I'm kind of in the same, but we got this new guy. He's like,
I've been listening, bro.
I'm curious about the flat Earth, and I don't know why you guys think the Earth is flat.
Tamora is talented, and he hardly ever shows up, bro. Have you ever wondered
No, I do
why?
understand why the Earth is flat. I seen the models. It makes sense.
Hey, Mike, I'm going to defer to Timur because he is doing an excellent job, and I apologize if I'm overstepping.
Nah, man, it's all good. Helio, we've been around a long time.
Yeah,
You do you. It's all good. But yeah, the idea of proof, right? Like, have you looked at what NASA shows you, or the ball? Like, have you looked at those pictures at all?
Yeah, you talking about NASA shows us? They always showed us at school too. Like when you open up the little science book and it shows the pictures of the Earth, it's like, oh, get around.
So, what do you think about those? Is that proof that the Earth is a ball?
From what I learned, it's time to question everything, really. So I don't believe.
So you think maybe you should look at those and say,
I know NASA has Freemason ties, and I don't condone Freemasonry. I believe there's a lot of secrets they're hiding. So, yeah.
Is there anybody else claiming that Earth is a ball and showing you that it is, besides NASA?
School.
Okay, and in school, all the stuff you see is NASA, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the one organization we can say is for sure telling me that Earth is a ball. Maybe I should see if they have any proof, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we would go there and say, all right, what are they giving me? Do they give you anything? Do you think there's anything there? Or you're just saying, it's skeptical?
I think you have to go on a rocket ship and see.
Do you think they got a vehicle up there in the sky? Something floating around Earth that they're taking pictures of in orbit?
I mean, we're not there, so it's hard to tell.
Do you think they have a little remote control car on Mars?
Maybe.
Do you think they've been to the moon 6 different times?
It's hard. I've never been there, so it's questionable.
Do you think they have a bunch of satellites in the sky that are constantly, helping us down here on Earth?
This is things I'm told, so I don't know, man.
how many different satellites do you think are up in the sky? How many, like, if they told you there's satellites up there, right? How many do you think there are?
I can't see them.
So you haven't seen any of them?
Mm-mm.
How many do you think they claim they put up there? Different, machines in the sky.
I don't be paying attention too much what they like. You saying what's up there? I just know they say that's up there, and that's what's supposed to be. Supposedly.
Yeah, you think there's a few things up there? You think there's a lot of shit up there?
Who knows? I haven't been up there.
Yeah, neither have I. I guess, the claims, right? And that's what we're looking into. They're claiming Earth is a ball. They're claiming they're doing all this stuff. So we have to look into the claims if we're going to know what their claim is, because we didn't come up with the idea as far as we can tell. It don't move. It's flat, right? No one's ever seen anything different. So what are the claims?
Click on that link that I just posted and see. If you're on a phone, it won't work as well. But if you're on PC, look on that link. And it tells you what stuff they claim is space.
Would you say that man on the moon is the greatest achievement of mankind?
I don't know. That's how I see. I don't know. That's what they say is the greatest achievement. I don't know.
You watch a lot of man on the moon stuff? You seen a lot of
No, I don't even watch TV. I don't watch the news no more. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, that's a pretty good watch though. Like they did this stuff in the 60s, right? So you're going back in time watching what they did a long time ago. And film was different back then. Technology was different back then, right? No cell phones. The way they filmed things was actual film, a lot different. Nothing was digital. So how far do you think you have to see to know if it's a globe?
I'm gonna have to go out of space and see. I'll let you know when I get there.
So you admit 600? It looks flat from where we are.
Yeah.
All right. So what is the horizon in your mind? Or you can even look up the definition of horizon, and I would accept that as a definition.
I mean, it's hard to tell, like, because the horizon, you can only like see it being flat by like how far your vision sees. I don't know. Your vision sees straight.
I accept that already. Yes, as far as you can see, it's where the ground appears to meet the sky.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Cool. So when you're standing on an ocean or a beach shore anywhere, or even on a mountain, as far as you can see, it's where the ground appears to meet the sky. You know the ground never meets the sky physically, right? All right. So when you move toward the horizon that you see, it changes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You'll never see the ground actually physically meet the sky. Right?
And what he's getting at is that what you described was an optical horizon, right?
Yeah, it's an optical illusion. Well, it's an optical illusion, but it's physical in the way that you observe it. When you move toward the horizon, it's going to change. When you stand somewhere on Earth, it's going to it can change depending on the atmosphere, but where you're standing on Earth, the horizon will be where the ground appears to meet the sky. If say there's a heavy fog, you're not going to see the horizon the way that you saw it on a clear day, right? Going to appear to be closer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so the big issue with that is the geometric horizon. You ever heard of that term? Geometric horizon? That's what you would have on a ball. If you lived on a ball, you would have a physical horizon that cannot be variable. It cannot be optical. It has to be specific distance away from you. Do you understand what that means? That makes sense. So if the Earth is curved, it has to be a specific dimension, right? The amount of curvature has to be based on the size of the ball. It cannot change, right? So that would create a physical obstruction of Earth for your vision at a specific distance. This would be called the geometric horizon. So that's what we're out testing, right? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for that physical
600.
obstruction of
Wait,
Earth.
wait. Yeah. Do you understand that? 600? Do you understand that? Like,
It's like 4 in the morning. I'm kind of tired. I don't know. I believe the Earth is flat. I don't know. The best possibility to the conclusion is the Earth is flat. The government's lying to us. Don't take the vaccine.
Nobody here is trying to convince you of anything. We're trying to help you understand that you can think for yourself. When you look across Earth, the horizon can be this or that. But what Timur, I think, is trying to describe here is that if the Earth were a spherical ball, then the horizon can only be in a certain place. Am I right about that, Timur?
Yeah. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. A boat would have to disappear at a specific distance. At a specific distance away from you, you would no longer be able to see a boat. And that's all you got to know. You got to know what distance that is. It's not that hard.
Yeah, hey, 600, bro. You found your way here, man. If you really have this question in your heart, bro, we're trying to give you the best answer that we have, and you haven't asked a lot of questions, but this is why flat earthers exist, because I'll tell you what, they gave us a number of the globe, 3,959 miles radius. 24,901 miles in circumference. We can test how far we should be able to see over a body of water, and this is why we're asking you these questions. It's not hard to figure out, because I mean, most people are decent at math. It's not hard to figure out.
Yeah, big idea put in your head, right? You know, it's an idea put in your head. So first is identifying that. All right, what is that idea? What does it consist of? Right? Is it images? Is it language? What have I seen? What have I heard? Trying to figure out what those things are so you can put them to rest. Are they valid? Is there any proof behind them? Like, you've heard a lot of things about gravity, but you don't even look for yourself at like what they're actually saying about it, because the idea that gravity makes anything stick to something is an old idea that is dismissed and no longer used. It's still being put out there. Like, it's an idea that exists in people's head, and everybody that comes into this recognizes that, yeah, we think it makes people stick to spinning balls, right? We think it turns things into spheres. We think it's responsible for all this different kinds of stuff. These ideas exist in our heads, but are they in reality? Like, or are they just an idea? And how do I prove one way or the other?
It's like, why shouldn't I believe my own eyes at the end of the day?
Right. Yeah, my favorite was
shit looks flat, but it can't be flat because everybody's telling me it's a globe.
Yeah, the good old Elon Musk quote, it looks so fake it must be real. Looks so flat it must be curved, right? Like, everywhere I look, it looks so flat it must be curved. You ever check out that Tesla in space, Iman? I mean, they got cars in space, bro. Like that's some. You want
I know
a Tesla?
Elon Musk is trying to transfer consciousness and do a bunch of whole satanic stuff.
Oh, jeez, what are they selling next?
Oh, bro, so 600. What should I call you? 600 or Elon or both? It doesn't matter. Have you? So you've seen Elon Musk's talk after the Tesla launch? You know, the Tesla Roadster in space. You saw that?
No, I don't really pay attention to all that stuff. I'm more on a religious search of truth.
Oh well, hey, you know what? We're gonna have a talk on this coming Tuesday. Me and Blaze are gonna host a. Are you new to the server?
I've been around here, but I don't be active that much in here.
Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna have a biblical talk and biblical VC, which is lower in the VC. Not lower, it's higher, but it's like as you move lower, you actually increase knowledge because the higher knowledge is lower in the inside the server. You scroll down in the server, you will find higher knowledge. But in the biblical VC room, we're gonna have a talk Tuesday night. So if you're curious about biblical stuff, we'll be talking about that. But it won't. It will be a talk about flat Earth. But it's like to most people that will be there, Earth is already flat, so it's not like we're gonna do any flat Earth discussion in there necessarily. We're gonna be talking about scripture.
And in the Bible, it says the earth is a firmament. Ain't that mean the earth is flat then? Because I believe what the Bible says. You know what I'm saying?
Well, as far as a firmament goes, firmament itself could be. I mean, some people think it's a dome. I mean, why couldn't it be? I don't know, but sure. I mean, you might consider it this. But here's something to consider: is the second law of thermodynamics, gas pressure without a container. How can the pressure system that we exist in, and it's layered and it's dynamic, how can it exist if there was not some type of container? In the third rock from the sun globe Earth model, center of the solar system being the sun, and we're the third rock. Where's this barrier that contains the gases that we exist in? Oxygen, carbon dioxide, all the different gases, nitrogen, all that stuff. Why aren't they just immediately absorbed in space?
Inquiring minds want to know. Definitely
inquiring minds want to know. I mean, let's fucking call the fucking tabloids, man.
Hey, man, what do you think if the Earth is actually flat? What are the implications in your mind? What do you think? What would it change in your world? How do you think you would view things differently if the Earth is actually flat and you can prove it, like without question? It's not even a question anymore. It's not because people said so.
And by the way, as an addendum, where do the gases come from? They certainly don't come from outside Earth.
Helio's got a gas problem he wants you to solve.
Yeah, I want you to solve my farts.
What the?
So what do you think, E-Man? Is it a big deal?
I want you to smell my farts.
No, I said
Brother,
solve. I said solve my farts.
I thought you said smell, bro. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, I said solve. I want you to solve my farts and Earth farts. I want you to solve Earth's farts as well.
I'm sorry, bro. I think I didn't have my ear things. I was like, that's just that's full on. That's something that I would say. You know.
I know, right, Iggs? But I guarantee this. This guy won't be able to answer it. But anyway, all gases come from Earth, and they're sourced from Earth. And Earth is a dynamic system. It's. Do you think helium just exists on its own and it just comes from somewhere? I mean, fucking, this is fucking nitrogen, oxygen. I mean, it's just like, oh, everything just happened. I mean, see, here's what.
Breathe.
I don't get. I'm gonna breathe. I was about to get on a fucking roll. My bad. I was about to go on a dynamic freaking roll against fucking Big Bang, but okay.
He's gone up against the elements. Helio against the elements.
Yeah.
Fucking helium, nitrogen.
Yeah.
Kiss my ass.
But I still want. I want. What is this? 330 or 600?
I thought it was a good question, man. I want to know what he thinks the implications of flat Earth.
Yeah, he left, but that's okay.
Chilling up there.
He's probably still listening. Yeah, I think he left.
Who left?
That's okay.
No.
I'm sorry, you meant. Yeah, you're still here. Yeah, I mean, where do you think the gases that are created come from? They don't come from the outside. They come from the inside of Earth. So when we're talking about the natural gas cycle, not natural. I mean, there's a label of natural gas, which is propane, right? I'm talking about the natural gases as a function of Earth. They are produced by Earth. They don't come from the outside. They come from the inside. Consider that.
Yeah, I think you forgot to ask the question, but you can answer my question now.
I'm lost right now. I don't know. I don't think about all the gases and stuff. If the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat. I don't know. I look at the firmament model, and the firmament model kind of proves the Earth is flat. It shows in the firmament model the moon and the sun is inside the atmosphere.
Yeah, models never proved anything. Yeah, that's silly, man.
I don't know. Maybe the Earth is what do you want to call it? A triangle? Who knows?
If you meet a flat earther that claims a model, they're not necessarily a real flat earther.
Religion is not a real proof. I mean, it's good to have, nobody's saying you shouldn't be religious. But it's not a scientific proof. That's all. You can't say, it's like this because this book said so. You can do measurements.
Sure.
So you go out there and measure the whole Earth?
No, you can't. You can't. At this point, you can't measure the whole Earth. Hey, Timor, I think Timor was really trying to bring something up. Go ahead, brother.
My bad, Timor. Sorry, bro.
Oh, no, we're all good. I was, E-Man started going off the rails on us. He don't even know Earth is a triangle now. Come on, bro. Like,
it's an ice cream cone, bro. We live in an ice cream cone.
haven't heard like dodecahedron in a while or something. Like, let's go.
What a dodecahedron is a 20-sided sphere, not a sphere. I mean, it's
20-sided sphere
object.
That's a globe thing. It's a 20-sided sphere.
It's 20 flat areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
how many flat areas make a ball, huh?
Exactly, bro.
That's it, bro.
Yeah, and
Well, even the top.
if I rumpused you any time this night, Timur, I apologize.
No, man, never. Like I said, we've
You know
been
what?
around you for too many
But I
years to take anything you're doing or say it personally.
I'm
Like,
doing it again
I'm
right
waiting.
now, but I want the new guy to actually understand where we're coming from, because
Yeah.
he actually seems to. He's still sticking around.
Yeah, he's good, bro. We're just cracking some jokes in there because even the top of the pyramid where the eye is, that's where we are. I'm just saying.
There you
go. Team was in agreement with me. He knows what I'm about. God help me. Sometimes you have to make fun of these things, bro. You know. See.
Yeah. Hey, Iman, we make fun of each other all the time, so don't worry if it sounds like we're taking the piss out of you or either one of us. We do this to each other all the time. So what we're doing, we're actually helping you to understand how we've come across this topic, and you seem the fact that you've stuck around for this amount of time is proof that you're very curious about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interesting topic for sure. And I think the implications question is one that you don't know until you get into it, right? But you recognize pretty quickly that it would be the most massive lie told to humanity, right? Like, as far as you know, everybody thinks the earth is a ball. Like, this is a very narrow group of people that are talking about this subject. It isn't, everywhere you look. So, recognizing the weight and depth of the implications can get very overwhelming. Like, it's a journey that we all go through. It's a process to deal with this shit. So, once you recognize that you've got nothing to stand on when it comes to believing in the globe, you personally, right? Like, you just admitted that to us. Like, I don't know. Like, I got no proof. I just, people said so. Like, yeah, they said so. So, right there.
Yeah, that pretty
right
much
there,
ends it, right? Yeah, that pretty much ends it. Yeah.
And then
It's
from
like-
there, it's up to you to decide whether or not you're going to go out and try to prove anything and
It's like
change
now I
system into
yeah.
a reality. Like,
I used to think the Earth was a globe because I saw that shit on TV. And I'm going to go to YouTube, and everything that NASA puts out, that shit I'm gonna believe. And you flat earthers are full of shit. Even though we'll share the same NASA videos, and it's like, oh yeah, that shit's real, but otherwise, it's like we'll also show some other videos that will be like, hey, this is why that's impossible. And so we're not here to convince you. You have to find this truth for yourself, and we've been saying that for hours now. So anyone that's listening or watching or inside the Discord, this is up to you. It's your choice, not ours. We're not here to convince people. We're here to help. We're here to help people.
so, I was a NASA fanboy. I got to go to a launch, right? Not many people get to go to launches. And it was important to me to sit down and, let's not just say they're lying. Let's look at what they're giving us. And IGZ, do you remember the day? I don't know, maybe you didn't do it, that you sat down and actually said, okay, I'm going to watch the ISS live stream. They say it's up here. It's a live stream. It's on. Let's plop it on. I don't care what I'm doing. I'm going to have it on all day. Let's see what's going on here. Did you ever do that? I mean, that was
I did it.
Oh yeah, I did it too. I mean, all of us. I mean, all the real motherfuckers did it. So
you got to, right? Like, all right, what are they doing? Like, let's check it out. Oh, well, it didn't take long, did it? Like, oh.
No. I've never was a part of the globe thing. That was just something I did so others could see, because when you read down what they write, it says that it's not really a live stream.
No.
So they're not streaming it live.
Well, sure.
You
I
know?
mean, but not even a live stream. I mean, when it comes to like going looking at the moon landing or any certain aspects of ISS, it's like they do damage control with the ISS thing, like once a year, and it's so easy for them. It appears to be easy for them, but yeah, it's so fucking putrid. Pardon my
I think
French again.
no, you're right. I think what Tim was trying to say is you go there and just to have to kind of ingrain what is already in there. So whatever you're truly feeling will come out. So if you're really, really pro globe and you like the globe, you'll look at it and you'll make an excuse, even though you see it's bullshit. And then you'll just, you
Well,
stick around.
it might as well be if you're a globe believer. Might as well be. I mean, even if it looks like shit, if you're a globe believer, you just freaking own that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if you're somebody with an open mind, you'll look at it, you'll examine it, you'll read what they are saying. You know what I mean? Because they have to state what is going on in the so-called live feed for legal reasons and whatnot. And you look at it, and it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And then you're in two minds. You don't know whether to laugh or cry, or you just do both at the same time.
I cry sometimes, but I don't necessarily share that amongst gentlemen. But I do cry sometimes about these fucking globe fakery.
Well, then you watch him, hitting golf balls on the moon, and you laugh a little bit, right?
Yeah,
I'll laugh, but I also cry. I ain't gonna lie, I do cry.
It hurts, bro. I'm feeling you.
It is. Yeah, I'm with you 100%, bro. Like, how do you rape and pillage your people and give them this false, like, no benefit to mankind, nothing good. You can't sit there and cheer it on. If you cheer it on, then you're kind of adding to the dumbness.
Yeah, heavy stuff for sure. That moment where it all just becomes personal, right? Like, they got me good, man.
Bro, it's all personal. Like when someone tells you a lie, it's like, hey, Grandma, I'm going to school. I'm going to learn the truth about Earth. And they tell you this goddamn lie, that's fucking personal.
Yeah, man. Your 6-year-old comes home from school with all this fucking globe propaganda as homework, Ooh, it's hard, man.
Yeah, the whole system, bro. You like literally, it is personal, bro, because this goes within every aspect of your life. You go to school and you're there for what 12 years, bro. 12 years wasted. You do not learn one thing that you can apply in everyday life except for adding up 1 and 1 equals 2 to be able to count your change when you give money over. The rest is fucking nonsense.
Well, then you recognize the depth of it, right? Like, it's a diabolical brainwashing program that every aspect of it was designed, from the layout to the number of kids to you name it.
Yeah, bro. That's the depths that we go into. When I look at something, I look at it all the way, bro. You know what I mean? Even if it hurts me, it doesn't matter how much it hurts. You have to go all the way, otherwise,
Check this out, though. Here's something, as an addendum. All right, cool. All of us. I wouldn't say this for everyone. I had a different idea when I was in high school, when they started teaching me about the evolution idea. I was totally against that shit. But most people are like, well, why the fuck were you argue with the professor? Well, the not professor, the high school teacher. He was a basketball coach, and he's my biology professor. I mean, teacher. He wasn't a professor. That's for universities, right? Those are people that profess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So-called academics. Yeah. That's
All
right.
right, cool. Anyway, so the evolution theory was promoted in my high school, but I happened to be going to church with my biology teacher, and I was like, bro, this evolution stuff, man. What the fuck are you talking about? I was fucking 15, and I'm
contradictory a bit,
like,
huh?
bro, this isn't how God did it. I was going to church with him, and I'm like, this isn't how God did it. I mean, why are you teaching this? And he's like, pretty much was just like, just learn it, and we're, all right, fuck it. So I passed the biology class, but I never bought that fucking evolution theory. So anyway, this is where we are,
Yeah, evolution is a little different in that it's still considered a debate, so to speak. You're given an opposition with religion, and God created everything as it is. And in the sense of flat Earth, you're given the opposition of those people are fucking idiots. Laugh at them, right? Like they think people fall off the edge.
No, I actually understand why
saying?
they believe it. I understand why they believe it, but I never bought into it. So tell me your experience, Timur. I mean, how did you come across this evolution idea?
Well, the evolution idea was, like you said, planted in school, right? This is how it was.
So it was in your biology class?
Oh, yeah. The monkey man idea was pretty much solidified. They were working on proof of it, right? Like, there wasn't any religious option. I didn't go to Catholic school or anything, so I was in a public.
Well, I was at high school. I was raised. I was in a Catholic church, but it just so happened that my high school teacher went to the same church. So,
but I was also aware of the opposition idea. A lot of my friends went to church, and the idea that hey, God created everything, Adam and Eve. That idea is still present in my upbringing. So I had something to balance it, right? Like, yeah, they think it's this way. Yeah, they think it's that way. I remember when they found Lucy. Like, Lucy was a big deal, right? Like, all of a sudden,
no, man, I can give you some shit about Lucy. I can clear that shit.
So they've been promoting this idea, and through my lifetime, at least in different ways. But Lucy was the major one.
Really? No, well, that's pretty weak.
I think so too. I mean, I think the big stickler for me with evolution is what is the active mechanism, right? And if it is an active mechanism that is creating metamorphosis or random mutation, why don't we see random mutation? Like,
why don't we have arms?
Why isn't it happening now? Right? Like, yeah, if it's better for us to have wings, why aren't we growing wings right now? Like you know what I'm saying? Like.
Well, no evolutionist would ever say that. They're actually trying. They're trying to figure out how man came about in the past through natural selection. I mean, why would you say? How are we going to be moths in the future? I don't know. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. How is there anything going from one species to another?
There's no evidence that it can happen.
And then the whole idea of this random mutation being intelligent, right? Like, how is it choosing to be best for itself? Like, what? It's making a choice for what's best for it to survive.
Exactly. Yeah.
The
mutant is very clever. I thought mutants were disgusting and disfigured. But apparently mutants are clever,
Exactly.
I remember I asked this when I was 10, and I can still remember it. Like, the teacher was like stumped, and I kept saying it, and like I kind of got nudged away when they told me, the theories, and they said it was a theory, which was fair enough, and they're like, came from monkeys. I'm like, okay, if we came from monkeys, why is there still monkeys? And she's like, what? I go, if we came from monkeys, I'll go, why do we still have monkeys? This was just a logical question when I was 10. If we came from monkeys, then I'll go, there shouldn't be monkeys. There should be all fucking humans like us.
So hold on. I mean, and that's a good question. And if you understand evolution, do you know what their explanation of it is?
Well, the explanation was apparently we ate something that they didn't eat, and hence the development of the brain and that blah blah blah. It made no sense whatsoever.
Well, sure. I mean,
It
if
was in
we
the debate,
just totally
apparently.
discount it, and then if we're in a debate or an argument or a talk with someone that's an evolutionist, I mean, we can discount what they say, and they can discount what we say. But hey,
Yeah, but they've got no proof for it.
hold on, though.
Yeah, they've got. Okay.
If you understand their argument completely, then when they make their statement, then you already have a rebuttal. It's already
there. Yeah. Oh,
so
no.
why wouldn't you learn it before?
Well, I did learn it.
Did you? Because I just asked you what they would say, and you were close, but not. You were close, but no cigar.
Well, I just gave you a rough statement. So it's the mutation.
I mean,
but you can't
I
prove-
wasn't. Yeah, you weren't talking to a Globie, but anyway, see, that's what I'm saying. So anyway, Globies and Flatties should know both sides of the argument before we actually just boom butt heads. And most flat and most. Well, I won't say. I think more flat earthers know the actual argument before they would actually.
I have a question about the Big Bang.
Oh, what's your
or a
question
statement
about the
really?
Big Bang?
Like if all the mass was in one point, that mass would be so dense. How could it even expand or explode? I mean, the gravity would be such that it would just turn into like a black hole situation.
All right, so since you asked that question, and everything, there's so much leading shit in it. How
That's
do
a
you?
lot of imagination, man. Like,
Yeah, but it's like, what do you? Where is this coming from?
I think they forgot about the gravity they claim because how
No,
could
no. Okay,
mass
so it's
expand
they. It's
to the
they.
Big Bang?
So are you a flat earther? Oh man. Because we can make shit up all day like they do with the Einstein theory.
Yeah, like they did with evolution.
I'm afraid, but how did they even believe that? Because how would it even expand to begin with if it was all
Hey,
thrown together like that?
I'll tell you what though, if you're curious about this and you want to exploit the idea to tell them how this is impossible with black holes, freaking if you understand the entire theory, Einstein's freaking bending of space time, and freaking go for it, bro.
So yeah, basically you can't use their concept to prove their concept isn't real because in their concept they can make whatever real they want, right? Like
that space time would be bendy as hell right there in that one spot. That one.
Yeah, if it wants like
singularity.
everything came from nothing, everything came from nothing. That's just the way it is. Like how are you going to disprove that everything didn't come from nothing?
But nothing is everything. See, I've been trying to tell you guys this whole time, nothing is everything.
I heard a new theory. A evolutionist told me today that the Big Bang exploded, and he said actually it expanded at 1 trillion miles a second. Not exploded, but expanded.
Yeah,
and
but how
then,
can you argue with that? Like,
hang on, it created monads, which are
Monads.
basically dead,
Oh, you're gonna have to
but they
describe
have
monads.
they had a chemical reaction, and that created life. So that's how we got life from the monads.
All right, so you're gonna have to describe the monads. I'm not familiar with those.
Basically, they're dead particles, but they're energetic, so that they have chemical reactions. So that's going to snap the life force together.
Yeah, but
it has a name. It's monads, right? I mean, tell us about the monads.
Yeah, well, he can. I think it's bullshit myself.
I was gonna say they measured the whole thing, and it all measures flat, right?
That was another topic, but yeah, I think it's flat.
I'm pretty sure the monads have to do with theoretical magnetism. I'm just assuming because I've never actually heard of them.
No, I've never heard of them myself.
Well, I'm gonna fucking Google it right now. I mean, fucking
Monads and the Big Bang. Or the first where life came from. They came from monads. That's the new theory.
Oh, is it new? How new is it? Like,
I don't know. That's new for me. I haven't heard. It's just there's new shit every time. Science is always changing to keep up with the bullshit.
Science is always changing. No, it's not.
Scientism.
Science doesn't change. Who told you that?
Well, hang on. Monday we got 9 planets. Tuesday, Pluto, we got 8 planets.
Yeah, that's not science. That's observation. It's not science.
That's
the only way. The only way that science exists is when you practice it. When you look at objects in the sky, then you're just using observation. If you want to science the objects in the sky, then you're going to have to physically prove what anything.
Right, but Monday we got Newton. Tuesday we got Einstein.
Ooh.
Science changes.
Oh, those are calendars. I already discussed that earlier.
He's gonna sell my book. I'll be there.
Did you guys see Cowboy Bebop on Netflix?
What? That's like Ninja Turtle shit, man. What is that?
They just showed. I'm gonna show a picture of it. They just showed like puddles of Earth puddles all together, like the flat Earth puddles.
Oh.
It's amazing. I'm gonna show it to you guys. Hang on.
It's amazing. That is. I'm gonna know it. It's splashed everywhere. And all that Netflix fucking cartoon and stuff. It's like,
you guys want to hear about the monads? You want to hear about the monads? I just found it.
I don't know if I really want to know, man.
You probably don't.
Yeah, but I'll check it out.
Read it to us, Julio.
It's certainly it's related to Pythagoras.
And that's okay. We don't mind triangles. I mean, he's the king of triangles. It's funny when you explain the Pythagorean theory around a sphere and the calculation to a person. They don't even know what trigonometry and sphere and the arc of a triangle is. I mean, it just blows their minds. Anyway, carry on. Let's keep going. I just went too deep.
No, sure. I mean, this is Wikipedia as far as monad philosophy. It's modad, and then it has philosophy in parentheses. Historical background. According to the worldview, holy shit! I have to zoom in on this.
Consensus of the world.
According to
important.
Shit. Monad from Greek philosophy. Concept is reportedly conceived by the Pythagoreans. Those are the ones that believed in Pythagoras. And may refer variously to a single source acting alone or to an indivisible origin, or both. The concept was later adopted by other philosophers such as Gottfried Wilhelm. This sounds like a German guy. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Or he might have been Prussian or Polish. I don't know. Who gives a shit? Who referred to the monad as an elementary particle. It had a geocentric counterpart, which was debated and discussed contemporaneously by the same groups of people. All right, so tell us about the monad. According to Hippolytus, that's a Greek name. There's no denying that shit. The worldview was inspired by the Pythagoreans, who are Greek as well. Go ahead. I'm.
Oh, that's great. Let's go more into Pythagorean. I want to chase Pythagorean.
Yeah, somebody brought up the monads. I thought it was a really interesting topic.
Let's save some money. Let's chase the money, man. I like that.
So what happens with these Pythagoreans who called the first thing that came into existence the monad, right? This is the monad, which begat bore in quotations bore the dyad from the Greek word for two.
Wow.
This is really interesting. This is becoming very interesting for me because I hadn't necessarily looked into the monad before. Monad, which begat bore the dyad from the Greek word for two. I knew that was Greek, because of the name. And I'm gonna which let's see
I'll take that rabbit.
To fitness or finite. No, it's finiteness. Which is might as well be the Ouroboros, but that's it meant divinity, the first being or the totality of all beings, referring in cosmogony.
These sound like cool people, man.
Creation theories, variously to source acting alone and or an indivisible.
What?
Origin and equivalent comparators. Holy shit. I need to actually shut this down because this is the shit that's always in my brain because
What, you know Greek?
no,
What is
I'm
Greek
not
stuff?
Greek. Well, I'm not Greek, but I've studied
Well, nobody's, but
Greek,
yeah, that's
Roman, freaking Jews and all that shit. Oh, I've studied all this shit. It's just like this shit is making too much sense right now. I should stop reading it.
What? Oh yeah.
I think he was trying to make a point how the Greeks weren't Greeks and there was no Greece at that time.
Yep.
Well, and well, at the top of the ladder, there were people that are exploiting the people like they always have, and like we've been describing and prescribing, or what we're describing to people is how they've been exploited by religions and media. But there's not, just because they've exploited you doesn't mean there's not truth in what you understand and how
they
spirit.
They lied about all of Greece or Greek people because it wasn't Greece then. Greece just became a city-state in the fucking 1900s.
Yep.
There was no Greece then. So no Greeks believed. So you started from a false dichotomy. Greeks didn't believe that shit you're saying because they weren't Greeks.
Yeah, but when Alexander the Great was a Greek, that was Greece.
Alexander of Macedon, bro. How does somebody that is called Alexander of Macedon be Greek, bro? It's in the name.
Yeah,
it's like
I want to know.
Battlemod not being Native American, him being.
But that's like 1400.
European.
Right? I mean, it's like time. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry, brother. Sorry.
Oh, the Native American name, it's Wabe Makunt. Little White Bear.
So the whole term ancient Greek is all a bunch of hogwash.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
It's essentially, I mean, Rome pretty much.
When did the Greeks?
There is a Grecian culture, but it was essentially
Let the Macedonian
Roman.
tell you what.
Yeah.
They were Macedonians, bro.
When did the Greeks initially start?
There's the verbal culture and there's a written culture. The Greeks are the written culture, and their Aboriginal.
Well,
where the
Eggs,
verbal culture.
you're Macedonian, aren't you, Eggs? You're one
yeah,
of the
I'm
people that
Macedonian,
was
bro.
called Greek.
He was
Let the
called Macedonia.
Macedonian tell you.
The whole what you call Balkans now, the Balkanization of a nation, means to tear apart a nation. So the whole thing, what you call the Balkans, was all labeled Macedonia. But when people come in and try to disrupt it, break it apart, like they're doing everywhere now, that's what happens. You get
When did
these
the Greeks
interlopers.
officially start? When did the Greeks officially start? Sorry.
1880, and they did not speak what they speak now. That was introduced. Same with Bulgaria. You look at Bulgaria, that was the invasion of Russia down and taking the land and instituting.
Yeah.
Sorry?
It's European wars, right?
Well,
yeah. Well,
yes and no.
Europe, man.
Yeah, in the Western wars, but there are Eastern wars as well. But and all of the Westerners wanted to get involved in the Eastern wars.
Yeah.
And that shit started in the 40s.
Well, that's the point.
That's all the banking. That's all the banking. That's the whole reason why there was an economy built on after a crash is to build a war. Right.
Well, put it this way: if you take away where most of the people came from, and you make them all delirious and shit, and then you rape and bomb and pillage the people, then you have this. What is happening now? It's
we're actually in the aftermath of all these world wars that we have stories about. It's only 100 years. It's only 100 years.
They're doing the same thing to America right now. We're ruled by
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. The whole point is you look at it's called the Bucharest Agreement of 1912. So that is recent history documented. Have a look what it says. The Bucharest Agreement, 1912.
So we all know the military is guarding DC, right? They're your standing army.
Yep.
Articles of war, they can take over our government and not allow our government to say shit while they battle for our nation. And they don't even have to tell us. By articles of war.
Yep. So you can be involved in a war and not know about it. You'd be like, why is this happening? Why is LGBTQ happening? Why is this Black Lives Matter thing happening?
It's all war.
It's a subterfuge.
Yeah.
But they're fighting to control, the land taxes. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get across.
That's what it is, man. Social conditioning. They've been
real
doing
quick,
this
guys.
for the last
Real quick,
40,
guys.
50, 60 years, man.
You guys said splashes of reality, flashes of truth. So I put a Netflix little clip, and if you look closely, it shows flat Earth puddles. I just put that in Livestream. That was interesting. And then I couldn't give you the whole episode, but she flies down to one of these puddles, and she's on Earth, basically. So that's trippy. Check it out. I put it on Livestream. It's like 19 seconds.
Good.
What's the name of that series?
Cowboy Bebop. It's new on Netflix this week.
Man.
I don't know, man. No ancient Greece, that changes everything.
Well,
I
this is the
don't know,
thing,
man.
The thing is, every time they need to translate something from so-called Greeks, they come to Macedonians. I really, to me, baffles. It boggles the mind.
The old saying is it's all Greek to me, right?
That's exactly. That's because why do they say that? Exactly, bro. Why is this saying it's all Greek to me? Because you don't have a fucking clue what it is.
No,
because the Greeks don't know Greek.
What?
Because it's not Greek.
That's what. All Greek to me,
Ante, wante, Macedoniante.
I just showed up.
And again,
how dare we write down those theories and those angles and fucking calculate all those things?
I don't know, guys. We got to get to work. Rewrite all these history books.
Yes. But we build off the principles. We build off the principles of what's already laid out.
For absolutely nothing.
Everything. It balances the scales, bro. That's an inversion of what war is about.
Yeah. I try to do it with love, bro, but sometimes it doesn't work. You can't.
Well, they want you to think no good can come from war. Now, If you have a righteous mob at war with the evil mob and the righteous mob wins, is that war absolutely worthless? Hell no. It was done out of love. Love of their generations to come. That they not be
100%.
ruled and subjugated by evil men.
Yep. It's
comfort fucking stole all that. War and comfort. Come on, they brought war to the natives subdued. Then they tried to make them somewhat comfortable. Well, they thought, these were savages in the woods. They'll be cool with free healthcare. That's not really healthcare. They'll be cool with the shit's land.
Yeah.
A 30,000 mile walk of tears. That's no big thing. Now get to the fucking reserve, bitch.
Yeah.
Savage.
Hey, we gave you a holiday. Thanksgiving.
In the name of.
Be happy.
That's not our fucking holiday. That was what? That was a day of our end, not a day of Thanksgiving. We were like, oh, we were so fucking wrong there. They looked like they wore the face of love.
Hey, dude, I'm about to be starving.
They are cold-blooded fucking liars.
Potatoes? Potatoes.
Give me my turkey back, bitch. Don't touch them biscuits. That's my corn.
Why are we talking about Thanksgiving, man? Was there a
it's a made up
or what? It's a made up fucking bullshit, right?
Well, you know what Thanksgiving is to me? We gave you a portion of your land back. Give thanks, bitch.
Well,
yeah, who was it? Lincoln made it. He was a Jesuit. Was it Lincoln? Yeah, Lincoln.
It's called a reservation. What is a reservation?
We're all reserved for something. What's the government? Governs your mind, man. That's where we are.
What are reservations? I hold reservations about this entire fucking line of thinking.
Somebody that's asking questions about something is you're in doubt. So you put them in.
I don't represent.
It's an invitation to Thanksgiving.
How do we get pick perms?
Man.
Oh my God, he said
we
got a reserve spot at Thanksgiving. Oh, that is so funny on so many fucking levels. Here, marry my sister and give me some white natives.
We call them Wendy's.
My sister's half white. Come on.
I said, hey, Wendy's.
It's a little on the big side, but what kind of truck do you like to drive, bro? I'm really trying to marry her off.
You love
I'll buy you a new truck.
Oh, yeah.
Hell, you can get a Raptor if you want, unless you're a Chevy guy, queer.
Look at Raptor.
Queer.
Ford's a manly truck.
You gotta do
that. A battle mod.
Hey, what?
How I get pick perms?
How do you get pick perms? I don't know. You trying to pick my pocket or what kind of pick we talking about? There's many different picks.
Picture perms.
Permissions
for the pictures.
I say I fuck the motherfucking parking lots up every day with a pick.
You gonna show us triangle Earth, Iman? Is that what you're gonna put?
Yeah.
Oh, hexagon Earth, tetragrammatronic Earth. Even though you don't get the concept of the tetragrammatron, a reality within a reality within a reality. That's actually that's a representation.
And you get fucked up on it.
Listen, tetragrammaton's a representation of the matrix of ideals you were given, so you don't you live in fairy tales. You don't know reality.
Furniture, I know textures.
It's that simple.
That's what happens when you stare at the Mandelbrot for too long.
It's three words: tetra, then grammar, then atom. So it's all the same. People think they believe in a different God. It's been the same deceiver from day dot, and people just rename and give it a different label. Yeah, I know. I try to explain this, but people don't want to get it.
Hell, I could give many other forms of the same thing, but people would get offended. So I think you know what names you draw from Tetragrammatron.
Oh yeah.
I mean, these dumb motherfuckers call me Metatron, and I'm like, bitch, you're a Christian. That's your God. What the fuck are you talking about?
Bad.
And you know how many people, how many religious people are scared to research their word meanings? They get offended when you act like they should.
Yeah. You tell them, they're like, Yahweh, Yahweh. I'm like, a moon god. They're like, no. I'm like, bro, that's what it means. But
Yeah, the lunar god. Yeah. Well, the Exodus was a battle between a lunar and a solar deity. Plain and simple.
What about
It was a war of gods. And these weren't the creator god. They were the lords of division. They weren't even gods. They're lords you made into gods. A lord can be another word for tyrant, too.
Correct.
Nafal.
Sound like terrorists to me.
He's like
Lord Nafal.
He's gonna fall.
Yeah, Nafal.
Tyrantical lord.
Tyrant.
So you take a word that means tyrannical and a bully, large in stature. Listen, stature doesn't always mean your fucking body. It can mean your status in society.
Correct.
You take the Philistine army, largest fucking army on earth at the time, and you say, oh, it's not a reference to a great multitude. Oh, even they describe it. Even when they say his brothers were some of the worst fucking tyrants. Him and his brothers were the biggest fucking tyrants. It's right there in the story. You just got to define the word in the days it was used, not in modern Hebrew. That doesn't lead you anywhere. Modern Hebrew, Strong's 9 times out of 10 gives you a modern Hebrew translation. You got to go to other translations to get a antiquity translation.
Yeah, I went back to all the way to the root source. I went to Phoenician. So for me, looking at the Hebrew was easy because it stems from there. And people, are, Phoenicians about Phoenicians. Why are they bad? Everybody's like busting them. I'm like, why are they bad? What did they do wrong? I'm still trying to read at a place where they did something wrong, bro. They had their own beliefs. That's good for them. They didn't do nothing. They did trade. Okay, now what's the problem?
Hey, Michael, were you talking about David's brothers?
Yes.
And when Samuel came.
Well, no, actually, when I was talking about the Philistines, I was talking about Goliath's brothers.
Yeah, Goliath's brothers. But
who were said to be large in stature, just like him.
Yeah.
They had higher statuses in their society as the most tyrannical and vicious and evil people there. That's what Nafal covers: aggression, violence.
And prior, right before the battle, right? Samuel went to Jesse and said, "Hey, I'm looking for the most astute person to fight this battle."
I know.
And
it was none of the people that
it
was
was that
David.
it was like Jesse was like, "All right, I'm going to give you all my best sons," and he's like, no, these guys aren't the astute people I'm looking for. Is there? You have another son, don't you? He's like, oh yeah. Well, that's this little guy. He's out working in the fields. He's like, well, bring him here. And then Samuel anointed him.
Phoenicians, the Semitic language of Phoenicians, written in alphabet, was the ancestor of the Greek and Roman alphabets.
I like the way they left out Hebrew, because if you flip the characters the other way, it's
Greek becomes Hebrew.
Yeah.
There was no Greeks at the time, right?
There isn't. It's Phoenician. It's Phoenician. The alphabet is Phoenician. They've just modernized it. Same with the Hebrew. The alphabet is Phoenician.
On that point, is there some type of, even though with the modern text or ancient text, is there a flip? Like Western, Eastern tradition, even though it's the same, essentially same tradition, but it's just it's interpreted a different way. So we have Eastern and Western, right? Because it divides in Israel.
Well,
Israel.
it's
Okay,
just
well,
three gods: ISIS,
well, I
ISIS,
mean,
Ra, and El.
oh, I'm just asking a question. You guys continue.
Libertas, liberty and justice.
For all.
So the answer is yes, Ra is El, right?
Yeah. Well, Israel, yeah, is he?
Wait,
is Ra the El?
Israel?
He might be God to some people. That's the thing.
Okay, cool. So where's the division, right? But El is El, who is
El
God.
is a denotation. It's a status.
What language is that?
It's
really a
all of
name.
them, all of them, all of them.
They all stem from the same thing. Like, I've done my bit to learn Phoenician, so phonetic, and even
That's why it's phonetics.
yeah, exactly.
Right?
Everything's phonetics. That's why. Yeah, it's all sound. That's what phonetic means, sound. So if you distort a sound,
Phoenicians
if you
figured it
distort
out.
the word, if you distort the word, then the word becomes no good. It's the breaking of the words.
Oh,
So
yeah. If you break it up into divisions,
or you misrepresent it.
religions, then you're going to find yourself in a place that you're going to be like, I defend my religion because I believe this, because most of my culture grew up this way, and that's why I was wondering about the East and West. It's like, are they defending they're defending their is Ra El.
Listen, I like to look at it like this. Each one of them is a god of something, right? Life, magic, evil, and the Most High. The last one is just a status, the Most High, El, the god of the ruler of the gods. So
The
life,
creator.
magic,
Creator of mine.
life, magic, the ruler of the gods. It's a position. El. It's like a president, but
Yep.
It means what it means is the ruler of life and magic and evil.
Yahweh.
Isis, life and magic. Ra, the purest form of evil. And El, the ruler over. Say it backwards, because their shit is backwards. You read it from right to left. So the ruler over purest form of evil, life, and magic. They don't read left to right. They read right to left. So I like to do the same thing in the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. In the East, it's left to right,
In the Bible,
and the right in the West, it's right to left.
In the
right?
Bible, all
See?
names have meaning. If you write the names down in the meanings and read it left to right, it tells one story. If you read it right to left, it tells an opposite story, and it's still both coherent.
But
and
it's not opposite. It's not opposite, though. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not opposite. It's just a different story. I said different. It tells a
Yeah,
different
well, I thought
story.
you said opposite for a second there, but anyway.
No.
Continue.
Well,
you're exactly right. Go ahead.
Israel. So it's liar. See, that's what it says backwards. That's what it was trying to say. I think. I hope. Do you see the liar? Liar. See.
Yeah, liar. Yeah. See, do you see the liar?
They don't get it. I always rant on about it.
Pure evil rules your life through magic.
Yeah.
We can play phonetics all day with this. The Phoenicians taught us that.
Yeah. Damn.
But the Greeks were a fairy tale until a certain day.
Yep.
Oh, the
Right.
Phoenician, the Phoenicians, which there's not, there's only the Phoenicians as far as history goes only exist the Bible. We're not told about a lot of ancient cultures in modern history.
Well, I know. You know why? Because listen, there's a genealogy in the Bible, and they're labeled who's good and who's bad. So when one city state becomes another city state, and they change your name, an entire bloodline's just been hidden, because a nation is a people's. So when you change the name of a people's, they're no longer what they were in historical fashion. So Gog and Magog, good and evil. You got evil hiding as if it was good. For even Lucifer parades as an angel of light. Come on. So they hid their bloodlines. They're cursed. They walk among us like they're not. Like they're men. They're not men. They're the accursed. God made man and woman to walk righteous.
The Phoenicians were shipmen. They they actually
they owned the Silk Road.
They were in America before America ever existed.
They owned the Silk Road before Rome stole it.
Yeah.
Correct. They were
and the Silk Road is trade route. They traded with everybody on Earth. But these people figured it out. Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting that from? Well, eventually somebody on the boat told the story. They got paid for it. They paid them good money to tell them the story, and then they said, there's lands over here. We can go rape these people. How are we going to do it? Well, we'll just tell all these dumbasses that follow us and follow our rules and are brainwashed and programmed through our religious beliefs. Come on, the Book of Romans.
And that's what we're doing now.
Who the fuck would write the Book of Romans? The damn Romans would write it, but Paul wrote it, huh?
Dude, we're gonna have so much fun.
While he was in fucking prison, he wrote a book that said, "Give to Caesar what's fucking Caesar's."
Yeah, under duress.
Yeah, under duress. Yeah, this motherfucker gave us the truth in 800 fucking letters while he was in prison.
Yeah, the Phoenicians were conquerors, but the Phoenicians are
they
the
changed
Iranians.
If Abdul Bey was raping you in prison and he wanted money, he'd make you send letters home to your mom. First, you'd lie to her and say, you need money. Mom, I need money to support myself. And then if she didn't do that, Abdul Bey would just send a letter himself. We're going to kill your fucking son, and we're going to rape him for a long time before we do if you don't send us money. So there's two ways I can get you to lie to all the people at home. What? My brother's a prison guard, man. They do these prison scams. They won't just rape you; they'll rape your people too.
So where Michael, where was Phoenicia based? In modern land, where was it based? I mean, it's near the Mediterranean. It's near the Mediterranean.
If I tell you, it will be a controversy because it's not.
I don't give a shit. I want an answer.
Okay, so it's in modern day Turkey now, near Constantinople.
Sure, Constantinople. Yeah. Which I mean, and we're told that was Grecian control at a certain time, and then it becomes Roman. But that's not true. I think it's
Phoenicians were close to Aramaic and Arabian.
Yeah, they're Arabian, bro. Have been the whole time.
Well, who do you think America?
And it's Iran. It's Iran. Or Saudi.
Sumer.
No, not Iran.
Yeah, Sumerian uniform. I had to learn that.
Saudi. Fucking. Getting this shit wrong.
Yeah, I don't believe Phoenicians were Iran though. Where was
Yeah,
Syria?
I think yeah. So I was saying Iran at first, but it's more it's Saudi, because that's where the kingdom exists.
All right, guys, I'm gonna need some quotes here. IGZ saying Turkey. You guys are saying no. Why not?
All right. Well,
That's the modern day Turkey now. That's where they originated from. So hence the language. They're all the same people. This is what I'm trying to get across. The same people, same like battle bodies. The same people keep on getting raped, even though they'll give people language and whatever. So Phoenicia, Sumeria, Mesopotamia, it's all the same thing. There was a few, if you want to name them, nations or whatever.
Eastern part of the Mediterranean and the Gulf, the Gulf Sea, and the Black Sea, I guess. But they, for them to be the shipmen, they have to utilize what they have in the Mediterranean to, go across Earth.
Yeah. So
So we need a port.
if you look at if you look at just like etymology words, you'll see what they call Western civilization. You look at what that means. It's people who so-called came from the Balkans. That is so-called Western civilization, which is co-opted to mean, I ask people nowadays, so-called intelligent people, what does that even mean? Western civilization. If you define the West, it means people from Eastern Europe. It's retarded. I mean, you explain.
Yeah, I wouldn't even consider that West.
Yeah.
It's
but that's what it really means. So
here's another thing, though. Phoenicia wasn't just modern day Turkey. They had city states all over.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they weren't there. You can't. I mean, we can say one of the cities was in Turkey. Yeah, but Lebanon, Syria, Palestine. They all had Phoenician cities.
Yeah, Impella. It's that's what I'm saying.
They dominated the Mediterranean Sea. They dominated.
As far as I know, the so-called headquarters when it first started, the first so-called city-state was around where Turkey is, and then it expands. Obviously, with knowledge and people, knowing more stuff, getting a better way of life, whatnot, they expand till somebody comes in and says, my people are better than yours. We deserve this. Let's take it from you, and it's just a whole mess of a fucking thing.
Look at what I found. I mean, this is the wiki article.
Like the word, like people say, it's cuneiform. It's actually called coin.
Dude, I can tell by the language in this wiki article. We're gonna get back into the who knows who is a Jew.
Yeah, there you go. Better mod posted the thing. Yeah. So you look at the word, what they say cuneiform. It's actually called coin. So Koine. But I want people to type in Kione and see what the word means. It's just a bit different in the spelling, but it means something.
Sure.
Yeah, it's important. I think it's fairly important. It's germane to the.
Listen, you got to understand the Mediterranean was, if you owned all the port or you owned all the money.
Oh yeah.
Just like Muhammad, they started taking them over.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, the eastern ports there, bro. That's Israel. Phoenicia.
One of the main ports.
If you didn't pay them pirates, you couldn't get your boat ashore and sell your shit.
Exactly.
So you guys are saying Greek mythology is just a myth?
No. The Greek mythology
So
predates the other stuff we
does
were
it mean
talking
that means
about.
somebody that comes from nowhere?
Yeah.
But actually, I can go into the Old Testament Bible and show you how Greek mythology is,
It's
the
there.
truest thing.
But if you look at the Bible, it says Macedonians in the Bible, unless it's in the new versions where it might say Greek somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't buy into that shit. So that's what I'm saying. I can go in the Old Testament and tell you how
Paul went to
everything.
Macedonia. He didn't put the
It's
Greeks.
all
He said,
everything around
I'm on the way to Macedonia.
in the around the Mediterranean Sea, all that shit's.
It's labeled, but
I'm
what he's saying
I'm
is
trying not to get to do the J thing. We were being very bombastic earlier, but I'm trying to say the J.
well, that translation is certain words were translated to other words. That's what he's trying to say. So it's the same way with genealogy. So we translate them, we give a certain bloodline a name, but when you go back to the biblical sense, in their language, your name is still written the same, but we don't know who they are.
Hey,
Because
everything that we were just talking about, and this when I looked up Phoenicia, look where the where it comes from. That's Israel.
Yeah, maritime realms.
So I mean, you can take it for what it's worth.
It says in modern day Lebanon, but the truth was these people were for nowhere, man. They run that trade route. They run the sea, and they put up city states all around it. They got. I give you a different Wikipedia, but they had.
Oh, I can too. I can.
Yeah,
it's the
but you're gonna come up with the same result.
Yeah, but this is the co-opting of something.
Ami, Amir, all these Lebanon cities, they're all Phoenician, Syria, Palestine.
So you're saying they're not Greek gods, though?
Oh,
exactly.
Hold on. When it comes to gods, those have to do with what you observe in the sky. Those are planets and patterns of constellations and everything. Yeah. Those are gods.
But they're Macedonian gods, right?
No, they're everyone's gods.
Yeah, it's all the same principle, bro. But if you're gonna, say, well, I know what Timo is saying. Yeah, so the Macedonians had a few ways to try to describe what is happening in the natural world. The people who were saying the stuff knew that.
Yeah, let me give it context real quick. So basically, the idea of Greece came about in 1880, right? So everything we attribute to Greek, right, is
yeah, most of that.
Now the question is what did they make up? Did they make up a whole? You said they made up a language. Did they make up the gods too? Are they read? Was that generated in 1880, or is that an idea that predates them?
He was going to cover that the concepts that describe natural phenomena.
So IGZ.
Yeah, so it's the realization of the natural phenomena of the natural world. Now, people like to transliterate it, make it literal. People like to make idols from it, and that's, I suppose everybody's right to do so. But the point of it was to put it into context. So if you're going to define it, you have to give a description of it, because how are you going to define something if it's not descriptive,
Well, let me ask you this, Iggs.
Yep.
Who built the Parthenon?
So, Baal, those are Phoenician gods.
Sure, the gods. I mean, that's all descriptive or whatever. Who built the Parthenon? Who built that shit?
The native people there, they were Macedonians. There's quite a few of them. They just like to mention that one. There's more than one, bro. There's a lot more than one. If you look at, there's this one city, it's called Ohrid. It's like the size of probably the place where you live.
Okay, let me
Andrew.
ask a better
Hold on, hold on,
question.
hold on.
How did they
Hold on,
build
let
the
me just finish this.
Parthenon?
If
I'm
I
a
was to say
builder.
something,
I'm
I
a
would be.
builder. I mean,
I would be.
I know
I
how
wouldn't have a clue.
construction works. I'm asking you, how did these
Well, you know how
people build
modern
the
day
Parthenon?
construction works, yeah. So there's certain ones that we didn't know about at all, and they did come up with El, Balat, Adonis, Adonai. They're Semitic origins. What is Semitic? Phoenician.
Hey, Michael, who built the Parthenon?
Well, he just answered you, but how? I don't fucking know.
Nobody
How were
does.
the damn pyramids? That doesn't change the topic we're talking about, though. It really
Oh,
doesn't even.
timeline. It kind of it matters.
Well,
Oh, does it?
it's the
Because we don't know how a structure was built, it destroys a timeline.
No, I
So
mean
yeah,
it can.
are
I
you
mean,
gonna say that? Are you gonna say we don't know how this ancient structure was built, but the technology couldn't have existed in that timeline, or we don't know what technology they used, and we couldn't have been built in this period of time that they would have had allotted to them. We don't know shit about the construction, so we can't apply it to time or
okay,
timeline.
cool. Yeah, you're exactly right. So yeah, we don't
I
know who
mean,
built
I know
what.
how long it took to build the Brooklyn Bridge, but
That's a modern structure. No, we know
yeah,
that.
and that doesn't tell me how long America lived either, or how long it's
Yeah.
existed.
Parthenon is not the Brooklyn Bridge.
So I was going to say there's a place. It's probably the size of where you live. Yeah, it's a tiny place. It's the biggest natural lake in Europe. It's like I don't know, like 50 kilometers by 40 kilometers, flat as. And in the space of, I think it was. They say this is what has been passed down, through oral tradition, but even written down, you can read it. In the space of not even 30 years, they built a church for every single day of the year. Yeah, on this area with that only like 100,000 people live around a massive lake.
Here's another
So
god you probably know about, that Phoenician, bro. Dagon.
Dagon, yeah,
That's the fish
that's why the
god.
Pope. Yeah, that's why the Pope wears the mitre hat. Yeah,
Yeah, so
yeah, bro.
Dagon. It's Phoenician.
Yeah, it's a
Dagon, yeah.
Phoenician god. And as a matter of fact,
Even the Jewish rabbis wear it too. People don't realize that the Jewish rabbi, it depends what he wants to convey to the world. He will wear a certain headdress.
hey, I'll tell
There
you
is a
what,
mushroom headdress
you may or
that they wear too.
may or may not know this, but who was it that gave the Ark of the Covenant to the Phoenicians? And
Hey,
then
the one I like is the goddess Astarte. When they worshipped her, the young women would prostitute themselves in her honor. Give the
Yep.
money to the
So,
temple.
oh, you like that,
yep.
do you?
Temple. Yeah. We had, listen, bro, initiation, people don't realize some of the Bible, it's actually directed so you can know how to have sex properly. So in the old days, you couldn't just go around rooting. You had to be shown how to have a root properly. So you had temple holy women, or as people like to call them now, temple prostitutes. They were actually holy women,
Yeah,
and they taught
yeah,
the
sure. I
kids
mean,
not to.
throughout history, it
Oh fuck!
wasn't a big deal, I
You
guess.
know, another
In that
thing that
vein.
is mirrored in Phoenician, they say to get into a rite of initiation, you had to sacrifice your
Yes.
own son, just as God El sacrificed his son, known as Tophet.
When did they steal the Ark and took it to and set it next to their
Well,
Phoenician god, the Dagon? Which I'm trying to remember when they actually took that. And then David
what
came
is
and
the
and
ark?
stole
Is it
the
the
Ark
spark of
of the
knowledge,
Covenant. No, the Ark
the
of the
light of
Covenant.
knowledge?
Yeah,
No.
sure. Yeah, I
What
mean,
is an ark?
I'm just talking about the literal, in the literal sense. You know, when Christians like take it all literal and all that kind of stuff.
Well, they don't
Yes.
even know the literal sense, bro. I need to know what they think it means, because
Well,
literally it means to rule. It means to
okay.
rule.
Well,
That's what ark
anyway,
means.
so you know, in Phoenicia they had the Dagon, who was the fish god or whatever, and that's where all
Mhm.
that comes from. All of it, to me, it's symbolic, but if you want to take it literally, fine. But there was a
Well,
certain point where the Phoenicians actually stole the ark as as part of theirs, and if I'm thinking of this right, weren't that what they had the ark there in their temple to the fish god, and the whole temple just collapsed because the ark was there. If I remember it correctly.
well, the fish is not the. It's so in that time the sun, the star sign, was in Pisces, hence the fish god. And if everything is, if most
I,
of the earth
I
is water and
I
the air
understand
is
that.
fluid,
I'm
hold
asking
on.
I'm asking Christians if they actually remember how this collapse of the Dagon. I can't remember what book of the Bible it was in, where it was like the ark was taken. But sorry, Iggs, if I'm being rude.
I was going to say it's representation of so-called back in time. So in that time, it was say 2,000 years ago, whatever, 2,160 years ago now, or more than that. It's like close to 3,000 years.
Sure.
The sun was in the star sign of Pisces, and people didn't move on from that so-called sign of the time, the end of the age. That's why they say end of the age, not the end of time. That's the wrong translation. It means the end of an age. So 2,160 years.
An age, right?
A
Yeah,
new
an
t-
age.
a new age, a new time. Just like Zep Tepi.
Yep. Yep. That's why it says in the Bible, it goes, "What do we do when you're gone?" He says, so Jesus, so says, he goes, follow the man with the water pitcher. He's telling you to go into the next sign. So there's going to be a new so-called Ark of the Covenant, new rules for people.
This is in Samuel too. This is in the book of Samuel too. So yeah. Sorry.
There's more. Yeah, ark the rule. It can mean chief, leader, or ruler too. It can mean the chief, leader, or ruler of the covenant.
Yep.
And when
The
you
one who
take
makes the
the
rule.
rule,
See, check this out. 1 Samuel
you are
5.
the chief.
Hey, check this out. 1 Samuel 5. After the Philistines had captured the Ark of God, which is the Ark of the Covenant, they took it from Ebenezer. Which Philistines were, same. It's just we were using a different word earlier. Philistines and Palestine, all that kind of stuff. Ebenezer to Ashdod. Then they carried the ark into Dagon's temple and set it beside Dagon, or Dagon, however you pronounce it.
Well, they give the right to rule to those people. Yeah.
All right. So when the people of Ashdod more rose early the next day, there was Dagon fallen on his face on the ground before the ark of the Lord. They took Dagon and put him back in place. But the following morning, when they rose, there was Dagon fallen on his face on the ground before the ark of the Lord. His head and hands had been broken off and were lying on the threshold. Only his body remained. That is why to this day neither priest of Dagon nor any others who entered Dagon's temple at Ashdod step on the threshold. So yeah,
You know what that is a passage from
it's 1 Samuel
that
chapter
book
5.
I know it's a passage from the Apocalypse of Abraham. I just read it.
That's a good one, Alan. People don't read this shit, but
Yeah, so it's a reference to idolatry. Because this God, they went in, the God was face down on the floor. In the ark of the Lord, the ruler of the Lord showed, just like Abram did, that this God wasn't really a God. He could be broken. It was just an idol.
Sounds pretty gangster to me. So they went and they took
I know
this.
it gets more gangster if you keep reading.
They went and they took the crown or the whatever that this other guy
The right
had.
to rule. They took the right to rule.
They took the right
gave
to
it
rule
the
from this
people
other
who
guy,
worship the God.
which means they probably killed that guy. And when they killed that guy, they went back home, and next thing they knew, their buddy's head.
No. What actually happens is the Philistines were like, we stole the ark, but we don't want it anymore. We want it. And that's when David brought the ark back to Israel, and that's when he was dancing the street in his pajamas and shit. Anyway,
Yeah.
again, the moral of the story is there is a bunch of people who want to rule you and not to set you free. When has somebody gone to the so-called ark and said, "He has the knowledge, be wise, be free"? No, it's always about somebody influencing somebody else.
And usually they're worshiping gods who are not immortal or not real or not true, have no authority. They're into idolatry like Baal.
Yeah. They make up names. You stick a name on something, you label it, and you say, this is what it is.
Oh,
But I
this
like
is the
Buddha.
god of gold. But that link I just posted, that's the Apocalypse of Abraham in PDF form. I just started reading that. Iggs gave it to me.
I'm gonna check
Abraham
that out.
has his own book. I read a condensed version, but it doesn't give the footnotes to tell you what was missing. This tells you what's missing. It tells you it's written in Slav or Slavic.
Yep. So that's another name that they use for us, Slavic.
Yeah. And in here, Abram is given the stuff that's referenced in the Bible where Abram says, where people say, "Oh, Jesus said before Abram was I am," and Abram was given a prophecy, and God tells him, the great eternal mighty one says, He will send one. You will consider him from me, and he'll take a beating as he goes from the lost to the saved, from the lost to the saved. It's not the lost that beats this guy; it's the people who are supposedly saved. Because they're not happy with the fact that he's making the unrighteous equal to the righteous.
So this is Slavic. Is this what you shared?
Humiliated by the heathens, and I will burn with fire those who mocked them and ruled over them in this age. And I will deliver those who have covered me with mockery over to the scorn of the coming age, because I have prepared them to be food for the fire of Hades, and to be ceaseless soaring in the air of the underworld. Yeah, and it says that they abandoned me, and they glorified an alien God. So this is part of the prophecy that God is given to Moses, and at this time he's viewing the end time, the time when all this will happen. And
this is really interesting. I'm scanning
a
through
lot
it.
of people. So a lot of people say that they're going to give us an alien God because it's said in Revelations, and when it's said, it's a reference to the Apocalypse of Abraham, where Abraham was told they'll glorify an alien. They'll tell you an alien was your God.
This is why I get upset, bro, when people try to sell me my own fucking, so-called religion. That's why.
Exactly. So, we tell them to go back to the beginning and get the full story. They don't want the full story, but I can show you right in here where the apocalypse to Abraham is made into the revelations.
Is this
of
sort of?
somebody else?
Let me
Somebody
ask
else
you,
wrote
Michael,
the
and
revelation is the revelations that the mighty eternal one gave to Abraham. When Abraham realized, hell, all my dad's idols, these aren't gods. That one's stone, it can be smashed. That one's wood, it can be burnt.
well, let me ask you, Michael. I know you're on a rant, but is this similar to what the Gnostics were talking about?
No, this isn't Gnosticism.
It's not. So this is not a Gnostic.
It's not a Gnostic tech, no.
It was a figuring it out for yourself.
This is. I mean, this guy. I mean, Rabinowitz. I mean, it sounds like Polish or like not Scandinavian.
It's Macedonian, bro.
Macedonia.
The so-called Slavish language was
Slavic. That's what I was looking. I was looking for the word.
Oh shit! I had this zoomed in and I didn't realize there were 2 pages. I was only reading 1 page all the way down. I was getting half the damn story.
Yeah, man, I'm scanning through it. I'm like, there's some good shit in here, bro.
Well, not only does it like
there's a lot of
you can apply it to modern day, but it's sort of conspiracy, like giant conspiracy happening back in the day. Sounds familiar, you know?
Yes, exactly, bro.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you're giving people wrong information, bro. We're trying to, correct people here, and these stories old as time itself. People telling other people not to think and accept something. We're not saying that. I'm not saying for anybody to accept no religion or nothing. Faith is personal.
No.
It's personal, bro. Nobody can tell you about it.
Right.
And eventually, in your spirit, that's the only way it can work.
Exactly. Because you can't force faith onto anybody. You can't make somebody have faith. You can't have somebody look inwards. They have to do it themselves. People are always looking outwards for something that is inside of them, as well as outside. It's everywhere. But you need to first look inside.
One of the most interesting conversations for me is people that have lived with this book for a long time know that there's something there and are trying to figure out what's real and what's not, right? Like what's been translated in so many different ways, and what is
what religion should I follow?
Yeah, well, what really kills me is I was raised Seventh-day Adventist. We're Torah here, and one of the biggest thing of Adventists is research. We don't stick to a canon. Adventists are not canonical Roman Catholics.
Canonical. Yep.
Right. We don't stick to the Roman pagan religion, unified religion for Rome. We study every scripture there was because God gave to us the Holy Scriptures. And in the Torah, when God says, these words shall never pass, he meant his word. His word came in Holy Scripture form. It's not a copyrighted book owned by a man. I mean, the LGBT owns the NIV. Come on, copyrighted it. They own it. They can do whatever they want to it. They can change any word in it. They don't have to even translate it. They can just say that's what the fuck it says.
Oh yeah, I love the Vatican doing their own Bible.
Yep.
All the time.
So the king did that with the bishop's Bible, right? And the Peshitta. Yep. So the New Testament, the Peshitta New Testament reads way different than the New Testament that you read nowadays.
Yeah, there's a lot of Bibles out there for sure.
The bishop's Biblica, because they weren't Bibles, it was the Biblica, which is a group of writings, a collection of scriptures. Like the Apocrypha Biblica, it's a record of all the scriptures known to man, put in one group. It wasn't a Bible, it's just a group of scriptures. Well, they call it there's a Bible because it doesn't conform to what a Biblica is.
That's why we use the word. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not an unadulterated collection of Holy Scripture. It's a unified, authorized, religious only, specific to their doctrine, their form of Christianity. I would rather be a follower of the way.
Revelation sort of feels in that same mold to some extent, and so does Genesis, I guess. Like you were just saying, here's an example of the origin of a story in Revelation.
Yeah, they're all like Genesis is a condensed version of the Gospel of Adam, the Gospel of Eve, Cain, Abel. They all had books.
Yep.
There's a bigger story to Genesis. Genesis takes on a whole new fashion when you read the entirety of the story. They don't keep it from you. You just don't seek it. He who seeks shall find.
Shall find, yep.
Ignorance? Well, ignorance is what it is.
It's how evil begins.
Yep. It is. Ignorance is the root to all evil. They tell you money is. But the truth is, ignorance is. How can you know what good is, real good, if you're ignorant to it?
Yep. If you're given a concept of whatever.
I like that quote
and none of us
you gave me.
that one, yeah.
I'm going to share that.
I've got a few of those quotes just like that.
It says, ignorance is the mother of evil. Ignorance is the mother of all evil. Ignorance leads to death because those who come from ignorance neither were nor are nor will be. I'll share the image.
Yeah, you guys got me with the Greek thing, man. Jeez.
If you just type it into Google, bro, you'll have a look when the so-called nation was founded. It'll even have it on Wikipedia. Their flag is exactly the same as the West Indies Corporation, except it's blue instead of orange.
Nice.
It's simple.
Yeah. It just gets me thinking more of the origins of other, places in Europe, Spain, London, French. Some of these people definitely don't feel native to those places.
Somebody's asking me for help. I'll be back in a minute.
Cool.
Oh, okay, bro.
So yeah, you have any other great origin stories for, say, some of the Euro nations?
Well, if you look at the people, as in people, the same people keep on. Some of them fight, some of them go away. There's sort of like a division. So when, just say, there's something going on, they make a deal. Some people leave the place of birth or their original native lands and go a bit elsewhere, so they can sort of start and because they don't know if the war's going to end up being if they're going to win the war or not. So Scotland are the same people as Scot means a traveller where I'm from, a traveller, a travelling person. So they're the same people, the Scots, Irish. When the battle in Egypt was going on with the Romans, there were ships being sent down towards so-called England, and they settled there, and they made so-called places of worship, institutions, and all the rest, and everybody was free. Even people who were there before.
So the Roman
some people
Empire,
like to rule.
So the Roman Empire was real. We can't dismiss that.
Yeah, but it's portrayed a bit differently. Rome was an idea. So if you got the word Rome, it's actually Roma, which backwards means amor, which means to love. So it was built on principles of equality. But again, you have these spastic people that come in and try to fucking destroy it. It's a yeah, it's disturbing and interesting at the same time, if you know what I mean. That's why I can't, like, oh, the Romans this, the Romans that. It's like, all right, you've read from one book that the Romans were this, but really, do you know what they were, who they were? It's
So
an
you're
idea.
saying
It's a
no,
group
the
of
Romans
people.
weren't real as far as what I know of the Romans. It's all nonsense.
Yeah, it's a group of people that had an idea for something good. Yeah, as far as I know, and I need to pull up documents, but those people were not from Rome. They were from all places of the earth, trying to make something better. But it got corrupted, as most things do, which is very sad.
All roads lead to Rome. Is all roads lead to love?
Well, they should, but there's not much love left there, bro. If you get me, yeah, they've squeezed out the love. It's just now all roads lead to Rome. They've taken out the love bit, because the most perfect thing in the whole Bible, when Jesus speaks, he goes, "I leave you with this one commandment: love your brothers love your neighbors like your brothers, and love God. Love the Creator." And people can't seem to follow one, little axiom, bro, of truth. If I love you like I would my own brother, which I do, there wouldn't be any problem if there was love instead of fear. With the concept of Rome, you have a whole group of good people coming together. As you see now, it's called globalism now. They've renamed it globalism. So it's people from everywhere around the world coming together to make a decision for you and me and what's going to be good. Does that make sense?
Nations. The United Nations.
Well, that was instituted and founded in Rome, but without love. That bit was left out. They forgot to leave it in there.
Yeah, the Vatican.
So it's the same group of people, bro. Yeah, it's the same group of people. There's good people up the top, bro. I can say this because I have certain knowledge of it. And I've been told, he goes, as soon as the people down the bottom wake up and they're not as greedy, he goes, we can make a good change. He goes, we can't make a change without you guys. That's why you see, people say, oh, look, they fucked up. No, they didn't fuck up with the bloopers on NASA. They put it out there on purpose so you wake up.
Yeah.
These people have technology and money and everything, and you're going to tell me they're going to leave that stuff in there. You know what I mean? To me, it makes no sense.
Well, it's the idea of the source, right? Like, who are we ultimately pointing the finger at for all of this calamity? The wars, the chaos, the treachery, the tyranny, the brainwashing. And when you start recognizing the scale of it, you recognize how many people are involved, and you can't just look at that many people and say they're all bad. You just can't do it. It's not,
exactly.
That's not reality. The reality is most people are good, and they do care about other people. And
100%, bro. I say
it's just obvious
all the time. It's like me saying, "Oh, every single American is a terrorist because they go around bombing people." No, you didn't go around doing this shit.
Exactly.
It's a group of people that think they have the right to do this dumb shit, and it's all in the name of God, like Bush. Yeah, God says these people are bad, and God, will protect us, and we'll go bomb the fuck out of them. It's always it comes back to that, bro. That's why I get irky when I hear, people peddling certain things.
Yeah, there's a lot to this, right? Not just the shape of the earth, but where does it all lead?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
That's why I don't have a concept, bro. I can't, the only time if I'm going to explain to somebody, because I don't label myself, Christian, Muslim, whatever. Like, religions, these are my personal thoughts of people who haven't matured yet. But when they ask me, what is, they go, what is your God? It's like I have a different God to them. It's ridiculous. But I would say, because I can't put him or her in a box, I say it's love with no conditions. It's like, I love you, but there's no buts in there. That's the only way I can fucking explain it. Love,
Yeah.
no conditions.
I recognize pretty quickly, you know, when you get into this topic, how quick people are to judge, right, and put people in boxes. You're one of them, you know. And, you're like, oh shit.
Heretic.
Absolutely, absolutely. Don't want to be one of them.
Nah, bro, how dare
those
you?
people. Woo.
Yeah, well, they don't even look at their own script, bro. Their own script. Jesus was a heretic.
Right.
Didn't he say, you know, I'm with the Father and the Father is with me? Like he's a part of God and God is a part of him. Like that should be intuitively, you know, it should come to you. He was a heretic. You know what I mean? But people like to leave out these important bits because of doctrines, you know, institutions.
Well, what we're told, right? You know, how it's translated, how it's portrayed. Yeah. But I definitely,
100%,
definitely enjoy learning about all the different aspects, including the religious one. I think it's something we should all try to get an understanding of, you know, what role that's plays currently and has played the past. I think everybody's pretty surprised that the globe actually came from, you know, religious origins. You know, the idea of, you know, no God is actually from, you know, the church. I think that's pretty fascinating.
Correct.
You know,
and it's all the religious institutions. It's not just, you know, they think, oh, we're going to blame the Catholic Church. No. That's the headquarters for every single religion in the world. Like it or lump it, it's a fact. It's written down in documents. You can look this up yourself. There is no division in the religions. Only in your head because you want to stick a label on yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. It's a huge game being played for sure. And destroying those ideologies or those images of, you know, differences of people. And, you know, when you go to Europe, it's kind of weird because everybody speaks a different language when they're just a couple hours away from each other, you know. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, bro. You drive like 4 or 5 hours and
fine,
you
right?
can't understand. Yeah.
You know, everybody, you know, gets along just fine. You know, they drive to all the different countries and take the Euro train or whatever. And, yeah, you know, go wherever you want and get along just fine.
Yeah. That's the problem, bro. Like, again, so same with America. The spirit behind, you know, the Declaration of Independence is beautiful. The how do I put it? The intent behind it was good, even though it got perverted very quickly. And some people still hold to those ideas, you know, like I can tell, like yourself, Battlewood, and other people, you know, that each to his own, whatever image in, you know, of his own creator. That's cool. That's your personal thing. But everybody is free. Nobody is above anybody. Nobody's below anybody. You know, that was the beauty of it.
Oh, it is beautiful. But yeah, you know, you're discounting who am I telling myself I'm free from, right? So obviously that implies that there's somebody else in control of the shit. Like, okay, if I gotta, and then two, you know, the rights that supposedly were given to this entity to, you know, trounce over the natives and conquer on behalf of it, you know, like. It didn't just stay to this one nice little village on the East Coast or anything, you know. When it was created, it was just a small little, you know, couple towns on the East Coast, you know.
You're the first person to bring that up, and I've tried to say this, but people don't get it. So I'm glad you're a hero. Yeah, it was a little small place, and everybody lived in harmony. There was no fucking about, no nothing. But then there's evil people that keep on doing the same shit and came along and said, you know what, these motherfuckers are moving away because we're subjugating them over here. Let's go fuck them over there now. You know, follow them. We'll follow them, and we'll fuck their shit up over there too. And people gloss past that.
Yeah, this is a better system. People actually think they're free, so we'll get more out of them. You know, over here, you know, they got their kings and queens, and they're, you know, put in their place, and they're a little oppressed because of it. They don't, you know, they could never be royalty, right? They could never be equal to these magnificent people of Pope and royalty status, the kings and queens. But over there, they're free. They can be, you know, as big as they want to be. They can be president of the United States.
Exactly. Trump had to go kiss the Pope's ring, bro. Biden has to go do it too. Why are they doing it? See, fuck, man. If you haven't realized it, then I don't know. You're still delirious to the situation.
Pretty much ignoring what's being put right in your face is kind of hard if you give a shit at all.
Hey, would you prefer the ignorant masses to have this idea that they're free?
Oh
no,
yeah.
I'd rather tell them that they're face to their face.
Okay, well, I mean, you can tell them
personally.
whatever you want to, but
I mean, I would like them to know. Sorry, excuse my.
Sure, but can they know? The ignorant. I'm talking about the ignorant masses.
Well, you said if I prefer, I would prefer them to be knowing that they're slaves.
To be governed, because they're ignorant.
So being
not to be governed.
How are you going to let the ungovernable ignorant masses free from whatever they think they're governed by? How are you going to let that happen?
So being free is a self-realized actual thing, right? Like
that's what I'm saying.
So to recognize, to have someone
they're ignorant about what you're talking about.
Yeah, so some authority to pronounce it for you is, declaring that basically you aren't free, right? Well, if I got to have someone else tell me I'm free, I'm not free.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so that's pretty much what we're under in America. We have a government, and if you look at the Act of 1871, blah blah blah, all that kind of shit, which is declares the United States of America as a corporate entity, and all that kind of stuff, and states still have rights though under states constitutions, right? I mean, and if you're a member in that state, you have certain rights, but you're still covered under the Bill of Rights, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
but
because they have a right to bill you for your security. That's why it's called a Bill of Rights.
I get that. I get that. All of that I get, but
you've been charged.
If none of that existed, can people govern themselves in a way, because they're so used to being governed? I mean, can it all of a sudden just not be something that exists anymore?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I wish I could, project all that out, but I think the idea that we need government is just an idea, because look at how inept our government is, and we still get along, right? We still find a way to get along. So
exactly,
I don't think there's any need to be governed, but yeah, people need structure.
No.
Find structure in our lives, and in many different ways.
One of the Timur, I'm one of the oppressed, so I totally get that, but I'm more scared of people not having that structure in place, because I don't know what they're going to do with it. Weird to me. Try to just to try to think of hundreds of thousands of people all of a sudden, which it can't happen all of a sudden anyway. But but if it wasn't there, I mean, this is the Walking Dead scenario, I guess. In my mind.
Yeah, it's the whole idea of what if tomorrow everyone woke up and stopped lying? Just no one told a lie for a whole day.
Yep.
Let's hear it.
Exactly.
Let's see what happens.
No, I would prefer not to see that happen. That's what I mean. It's like, as much as I hate government, I'm glad it's kind of there for now.
Sure.
But this is the thing: people's feelings get hurt by fucking words, bro. That is a problem. Since when did telling the truth, become damaging? That is freeing. They've made it the opposite of what it is.
100%.
I might not like the truth, but the truth is there. Like you can't escape it. It is
That's
what it
what
is.
it's just like, yeah, I mean, just I'm gonna be redundant, but yeah, I mean, imagine the general populace as plebs to the state. All of a sudden, the state doesn't exist anymore. What the fuck are they gonna do?
They'll come to. This is the thing. Everything needs time. Yeah, they'll be running around like headless chickens, but they'll come to sooner or later.
Okay, yeah,
That's
I mean,
my
I would prefer that if I trusted that they would actually be able to understand it. I mean, like in the precious metals talk today, they were asking, all right, so what is your how is well, the question was, what is a perfect society in your mind? And I've been an anarchist for a long time, but anarchy cannot work if people don't participate and understand anarchy.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Sure.
Yeah. Again, people need to understand what anarchy means. It means complete freedom with no oversight. But people think anarchy is chaos, which is, again, it's the inversion, it's the perversion of what it actually means.
Yeah, and that's
People
what
get
they
scared.
told us. They told us if we don't have government, then it's just going to be chaos and everybody's going to be killing each other. Which that's not what anarchy is.
No. It's far from that, bro.
It's the idea portrayed as the purge, right? Like,
yeah, right. I mean, it's just like, that's why they put these fucking dumbass movies like The Purge out. And it's just like, if it's anarchy, then everybody's just gonna freaking rob everyone. Which, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. That might happen. But hey, in America, we have guns. It's like, freaking come up to me. I'll either shoot you or beat the shit out of you if you're trying to steal my shit. But that's just defense, It's just like, all right, if we all of a sudden had anarchy, bro, I'm gonna defend everything I got.
Yeah, without politics, you could argue that there would be room for growth and prosperity, meaning less people would need to steal. So,
well, sure, but even but people say capitalism is evil. Not. It's actually how shit works. But
it's
don't
just an idea, right? I'm not saying that.
Yeah, it's a principle. It's a principle. It's not a thing. But as far as for trade, you need capitalism to exist.
Yeah, but the word capitalism means to decapitate somebody. It means to take away somebody's knowledge and to use and abuse it. Again, it's been perverted from its original meaning.
I love those harsh words that people think are real. Like, man, when I figured out what gravity was, I was like, oh, that's a bogeyman right there.
Right. Well, it's just like, gravity and capitalism might as well be the same thing, because free trade is a thing. We can actually trade amongst each other, and we don't have to use terms like gravity or capitalism, to exist here on Earth.
Yeah, free trade. I'm all for that, bro. You should be able to, if you want to, go from America to Australia to wherever and do business, and without having somebody punching in the head and telling you can do this, you can't do that.
On that point, though, is it okay for someone to be rich in anarchism? Can someone be affluent?
Yeah, if he's rented, yeah.
I think that only the problem of capitalism, it was not built on industries of potatoes. For example, UK is not rich because of industry of potatoes or I don't know what. UK is big because of capitalism of all
Well,
these
shit,
years.
I can be an affluent potato farmer. Everybody
but I'm
wants
telling
my
you,
goddamn potatoes. They want my potatoes,
okay,
and so I
Helios.
trade potatoes.
Yeah, that's great. But let's speak then about all this capitalism, what was taken, in the name of
the capital
capitalism.
that was so the capital that was taken in the name of capitalism. That's what I was trying to say. So you've got potatoes. I
Yeah,
come,
sure. Yeah, I
I
get
beat
that.
the shit out of you, and I take your potatoes and say, this is capitalism. I've just capitalized.
Yeah,
Because I've
good
beaten
fucking
the
luck
crap
getting
out of
my
you.
potatoes because I have guns.
or
Just,
whatever.
You're gonna try to
For
steal my
example,
potatoes, I'm gonna fucking shoot you.
or you can start with that famous petrol. You don't have the machinery to take out the petrol from the ground, but I will come to your country because I have all that stuff, and then that petrol will become mine. Because I can take it out from the ground.
Yeah, everything starts to go haywire when they say, "Well, we can print the money for you," right?
Oh well, that's what the fuck.
Your
Money.
potatoes are worth.
Are we getting back into the JQ thing again? All of a sudden, with money. I'm just fucking around.
Those printing presses. You're talking about counting beans now, not potatoes.
Yeah, we're talking about counting beans. Oh man, it always. I guess it always does come back to that. I guess it does. And so,
again,
so maybe they're right about that. We need money.
Well, money's a concept too, bro. You can trade in fucking potatoes. You can trade in seashells, in rocks, whatever you want.
Sure. No, yeah. I mean, money's a means of exchange, but at the same time, to profit from that means it's like I'm a distributor of cash and money. That's where it's like my only job is to be the middleman, and which, dude, it's very convenient for the people on both sides and the person in the middle, right? So it's hard to really argue against it. It's very thing because I wouldn't mind paying someone to facilitate my potato farm. I'll pay him a little bit of money, and it's like I'm going to give him $5,000, and he's going to hold it in the bank while people buy my potatoes with the same kind of money, and I'm going to make $3,000 off my $5,000 investment of potatoes, and they're investing in the bank as well with their carrots, and they're growing carrots, and they have $5,000 worth of carrots, and both of us are going to make money off of our investment in the bank, and we have a facilitator. It's a very easy means of exchange. I'm gonna do this.
It sounds good, but what we recognize is that over time, our candy bars are no longer a nickel; they're no longer a quarter. Now they're $1.50.
That's
right?
where it gets pretty. That's where
how
it gets
did,
pretty gross.
How did the dollar I got for my potatoes all become? I need 20 potatoes in order to have $1. You know what I mean?
But if you imagine like that anarchism, a little bit like a communism, but not like a imagine that everything is free. You are doing your potatoes. I am doing my carrots. Somebody is making cars. You are doing only your job. You are not getting money because everything is outside free.
Yeah, well, there's nothing's free. So,
but Helio, everything can be free if you are doing only your part of your life. You're producing whatever you can produce, and you put that on. You're
always gonna have to involve yourself with someone else. I mean, even if you're good at growing potatoes and you're like, yeah, this is a good potato. You can't fucking eat potatoes all day. You have to
but
collaborate
he's
with
speaking
other
about something
people.
else.
Helio, I'm again saying you are making potatoes, but I'm making pictures.
Sure, yeah.
And Igor's is making cars.
But
And
I just want to
another
sit
guy
on Discord
making...
and talk all day. What happens then?
All right, cool. So then you're a photographer, you're a musician, whatever. There's that's like I'm saying. I mean, I'm not saying this is.
Well, put it this way, Helio. I'll give you an easier concept. Everything is free because everything comes from the ground. Yeah, you don't need to worry about food, water, even shelter.
Not when it
even
comes
now,
to
so
humans. Hold on. When it comes to humans, not everything that can be profited from, and even if you don't care about profit or whatever, that should or should not matter to you. That's your own thing. But if you're an artist, just like you were saying, someone's like, "Hey, can you paint me? Can you make a portrait of me? I'll give you 18 potatoes if you can."
Yeah,
that's a
nothing
huge
wrong with that, bro. You don't need to give him nothing, man. He will.
He'll just take it.
No,
he takes
man.
it because he's hungry.
Yeah, it's because
See,
potatoes.
he's laughing, bro.
Yeah, he's laughing. Yeah, everything is free. He can take the potatoes. He can take everything.
Yeah,
because you will take over.
Why is something that comes from the ground for free, bro? This is it's the concept that fuck. I know Sasha gets.
You get your money for nothing and your chicks for
You
free.
made potatoes that he can eat. He will eat, but on the end, you want fun. You will go out and you will listen to him because he will make you fun. Because he's I don't know dancer. Blah blah blah. You understand me?
Yeah.
You can just make jokes. You could actually just make jokes and people will give you money to watch you make jokes.
Yeah. Well, isn't
money,
that what's happening with Dave
need
Chappelle? Yeah, you don't need money. You'll just be given whatever it is there.
I like free shit. The jab is free.
Yeah, that's when you have pure love in your heart, bro. This is the system
He will not get money if he is making some show. He will not get money for that. He will make show to make you fun because you are making food.
Yes,
he's making
it's
show.
my gratitude. Yeah, I'm thankful for it. So I do this time, make everybody else feel happy or to have a laugh. Because you can't take anything with you after here, bro. You can't take it with you. What can you take with you? Nothing. Again,
hey, what we're doing everything right now. What we're doing all this for free for everyone. We're having a discussion about this.
Yep.
And it's
if
I'm having a good time. You guys having a good time here?
Yeah, man. I just that you brought up a big point though. There is no limited resources. Nature provides in abundance. Just get in tune with what is provided here for you. Just recognize that it's there. Go get it.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, man.
I've gone past the concepts, bro. Like I've spent full time, more than 10 years researching and learning about this. I mean, full time, and
what you're a full time bullshitter? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right. I respect.
I'm
I respect that.
I'm a full-time heretic, bro. I'm here to, make people upset. I'm waiting to get burnt at the cross, on at the stake.
I like it.
I'm just waiting for it.
I'm a highly tuned bullshit meter. That's what I got that.
My goodness, this is fun.
Radar fucking frequency tuned in, dialed in. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You know what I'm afraid of?
Roll it out, man.
Not afraid of.
Hey,
I'm weary of people that say, I'm here to help you, like the government, and I'm weary of people that say, I've got the answers to life and the afterlife. And those people I'm even more wary of.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them, bro.
Yeah, the person you should distrust is like, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. That's the people you should distrust.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
That goes same for religion, bro.
Unless you're involved, unless there's a crime, because if there's some type of dangerous crime, I want the cops to be there because it's their job, and I'm paying taxes, and they have to. That's their fucking job, If there's some major incident and I need the cops there, I need them to be there. But for the most part, I don't need them for anything.
Yeah, but imagine if
I was attacked.
Hold on. If I'm next to you, bro, because I give a fuck about you, and I see something happening, I'm not going to call the cops. I'm going to go in there, beat the shit out of them. If everybody did that one simple action, gave a fuck about somebody, we don't need cops.
Yeah, well, if we actually were like, this guy was coming against me and we beat the shit out of him, a cop's gonna have to be involved. No, there's almost no choice
because it's none of their business, bro.
Well,
it's not their business. They came on your property. Hold on, it's your property, your business. It's because you let them come in there. That's why that shit happens.
No,
if I decide,
no, sure, yeah, my property, my choice. Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
If they invade my property, then I have the right to defend myself if they have ill intentions. But cops are still going to show up, even whether I kill them or just hurt them pretty bad.
They can show up, bro, and I tell them to fuck. It's your choice, bro.
No,
you need to realize this.
Helio, listen, this. If you are living in community where you have the conscience that what is crime and everything, that mean I'm coming in your town to make some to kill people or something. That means all town will be against me in that situation if we have that kind of conscience.
That's what I was saying.
No, I'm saying if someone shows up with ill intentions and I hit them with the baseball bat a few times, they can either leave the property and go home and not tell the cops. But if I hit them too hard in the wrong place, I might cause some really hard damage if
that's his bad luck.
Accidentally. Well, I mean that's their bad luck. But I still don't want to fuck with the cops, bro. But I'm gonna have to if they show up here and I hit them with the baseball bat in the head or something.
You're missing the point, bro. Hold on. The point is, you are not gonna be alone. If I'm there and another 100 of us are there or 1,000 of us are there that are mentally switched on, you do not need them.
If we are living in society where we are,
you're talking about the other society that should exist, I guess. But
yeah.
Anyway, but if there's no governance, I mean, it's like, hey, this guy came over. I mean, who's gonna corroborate your story when you fucking hit this guy in the head with a club? And it's like, yeah, he just came over and he had ill intentions. He was gonna steal this or he's gonna rape my wife or something. And you tell your buddies, hey, are they going to believe you just because you're you?
Of course they are, because he's on your property. If you want to go into the legal aspect of it,
that's what's great about America, because not nobody ever, but most people don't invade other people's property because they have guns and shit. Because if you, and I'm sure it's same in Australia and shit. It's like, bro, if you step on my property and you have ill intentions, I got all kinds of resources to defend myself and family.
But always is that I don't know, violent thing, like evil thing. Somebody will, if we have some kind of, I am always saying this is always if that kind of society. That means that our conscience is so clean that we are on the, our goodness. We are all police,
Yeah.
If you say that somebody made Helio bad to you, that means I must to trust you, because you don't, because you cannot lie,
Yeah, well, if something like that happens, if someone comes onto your property and they have, ill intention, I mean, most thieves won't thieve when you're going to be there. They're going to make sure you're not there when they rob your house or anything like that. They're going to make sure that there's no confrontation there,
Well,
involved.
If they have
But if
any kind of brain,
if they fuck up, if they have violent intentions, they're either going to perform that against you or you're going to retaliate. And you always win, when you're on the defense, right? So if I have a baseball bat and I was like, "Why the fuck are you on my property? You have no right to be here." But hit him in the head. I mean, I don't want to hurt anybody. Nobody else does either. So it's just like, hey, let me exist here, right here, like right here, right now.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, as Themo said. What if everybody stopped lying? If there was a group of people that stopped lying, then 100% trust is instituted, and we all help each other. It's very simple. It's not complicated.
And that we were talking about the anarchist.
Yeah.
And very theoretical.
Anarchist idea, and I think Timur and I have talked about this before several times. But a real anarchist community. And I was talking about earlier too about like tribe. You can have tribal, tribes and communities where you can have councils meet and stuff like that. Which it still happens under our situation today. There's still like school councils and stuff. People meet and they have a certain amount of time to talk or whatever. And so and there's members of the council.
I get that, but then from on high, somebody can come along and say, "Fuck what your meeting was about. Fuck what you talked about. Fuck what you want. We're just going to put this into place."
To be honest, that's been happening a lot in America. It's like some of these school councils. These parents are going like, "I'm all right." So I get 5 minutes to talk. You motherfucker! They're roasting these fucking school counselors. Shit.
Yeah, it's natural, once you get to flat Earth, you recognize that, the system, there's clearly a system in play, right? And it's a big ass system, and you want to identify all the different things in play. And then you have to ask the question, well, what would you do different? And the simple one is the moral one, right? Like, I wouldn't lie to kids and tell them they live on a spinning ball. Like, let's start there, right?
Yeah.
And then you get into the more complicated ones like economics or
I
policing or law. Law is a big one. Property, well, that's an interesting concept too. What is property? And
sure.
Some of these other, grandioso structures like anarchy and whatnot. But yeah, we all want to make a difference. We all want to.
Well, I think a lot of parents. I think a lot of parents
some sort of stimulus for change, right, and improving the situation somehow.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's the dilution of the concept. To see beyond the concept, because everybody's got a concept that.
I think a lot of parents are getting very frustrated, in America, and it's probably happening in Europe as well. And more than likely in Australia is. People are just like, I'm gonna try to send my kid to school, and they have all these freaking rules and lockdown kind of stuff, and all our kids have to wear masks, but you're not there to help them, Like, I couldn't imagine sending my little kid to fucking school with a mask on, and if he doesn't behave right, with his mask, if he doesn't, it's like, this mask is, I can't breathe with this. Can I pull it down under my nose? Can I pull it over my nose? Can I put it over my eyes? No, what the entire fuck are you doing to our kids with these stupid ass masks? It's insane.
Well, and the idea of dumbing down, right, society. Like, I knew that was in play, but shit, these kids aren't even going to school. Like,
a lot of their schools online now, so it's like, So they get.
And I go back and forth. Is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? You know,
No, it's a bad
good
thing
in some ways.
It's a good thing in some ways. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's like
Less
thank
indoctrination.
God they don't have to go to prepare themselves to be a 9-to-5er like I am. Thank God for that. But yeah, but at the same time, if they do go to school, they have to wear this dumb fucking mask all day, and
I've got something for you here.
it's
Hold on.
it's fear porn. They're scared of the
Yeah.
air.
I've got something now. If this was explained properly to people, people wouldn't have a 9 to 5. So they tell you we have 7 days in a week. Now, what is the definition of a day, bro?
Sun up to sundown.
All right, is this a trick question?
Sort of. But Seymour said it properly. Yeah, it's sun up to sundown. But they sell you a day as in 24 hours, and they tell you you have a third of your day to work, a third to rest, and a third to sleep. Blah blah blah. But really,
Yeah,
you
it's
don't.
8, right? 8 times 3 is 8.
Apparently,
It's 24.
But they tell you, but what you've done is you wasted your whole day working, and you're doing nothing. So they're taking literally everything from you, and they give you like 1 or 2 days rest.
That's not
So
necessarily
really,
true.
a day is only 8 hours. So the daytime you're wasting because of the concept of a day
time
from
for your
24 hours
family.
into 8
Yeah,
hours.
well, hold on. You have 8 hours to spend time with your family, but you actually don't because
Exactly.
about four of the 8 in between is
travel, food.
Yeah, it's just like running around trying to.
Everyone does 4 hours. You do 4 hours of 8 aside 4 hours of pictures. You will have more hours.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's enough 4 hours.
No,
Everyone
I
is
know.
4 hours.
I've done some family shit before, so I understand. Yeah, there ain't no 888. There ain't no such
exactly.
thing.
4 hours for humanity and 16 hours for you.
For you, yeah.
No, for 20 hours for you.
Yeah, they're taking away everything from you. You know, you to be able to enjoy something or be with your family or whatever. It's work. Life is not for living anymore. Life is for working. That is the definition of a slave. I don't know how more easy I can put it for anybody.
Yep. No, you're right. You're right. Yes, life is for working, and unfortunately, they train, men and women to teach their children that life is for working.
Exactly. First thing they tell you, once you get out of school, you need to get a job. Yeah,
you need to go to school. You need to friggin' study this so you can get a job. 8, 12. Well, I mean,
yeah, that's tough, right? When you recognize
the smarter you are, the more you have to work. It's like if you get a doctorate, then you pretty much never get to sleep. The smarter you are, the more you have to work.
Yeah. What do you want to say, Timo? Sorry.
Oh, it's past now, but yeah, just these ideas of what the structure in the system is and what can we do about it, and moving past being judgmental of the system, but recognizing that there's a lot of things that are, if you're aware, you can take advantage of. Don't look at it as a negative or a positive. It just is what it is, right?
Yeah, that's true. Well, if we don't try to change it, it's not going to get any better. How are we going to make something better for the generations to come? As you said, you need to. It's not going to happen overnight,
You want it to, for sure, but
yeah, of course.
Are we always going to be the fringe? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, bro. Rome wasn't built in a day.
The show was pretty good.
What's that?
The show Fringe. That was pretty good.
Oh, I haven't watched it. What's it about?
Just sci-fi stuff. Yeah, it kind of reminded me of a remake of the X-Files kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
That was my entertainment growing up. X-Files. The first time I heard government conspiracy. What is a government?
Hold on. We're all nerds here. We're all nerds.
Yeah.
All right. So, have you heard the podcast, the X-Files podcast, the addendum to the X-Files?
No, I heard they did something like that, but what can you explain, like how long it is or what it is?
Oh, it's a whole season. I mean, it's like 7, 8 episodes. It's really cool. You should listen to it. It's good.
And it's just a podcast?
Yeah, it's a podcast. It's audio.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got to, and it's got both of the same people on it. It's got fucking Jillian and fucking what's his name? I mean, it's the same people, but it's just audio.
Yeah. I had to go back and watch episodes again because I knew Flat Earth was in there. I hadn't seen it.
Oh yeah, Flat Earth Sonic, bro. You gotta fucking listen to it. I can't fucking believe you haven't listened to it yet. I thought you brought up X-Files. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's a whole season of a podcast, just audio, and it's like with all the, it's not an audio book. It's it's a full audio experience. Yeah, you get to hear Jillian and what the fuck is the other guy's name? Fucking Mulder. I can't remember his real name, or whatever. But anyway, both of them are in the fucking whole thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'd sit around and watch the X-Files and totally trip out, and the internet just was coming out then, right? Early 90s.
Yeah, I watched all that shit.
And
I just found the X-Files podcast several months ago, and I listened to all that, and Mulder and Scully were in there, the original actors. It's really cool, and on just audio, with all.
I'll check it out.
Stuff. Yeah, you got to check it out, bro.
So yeah, after each episode, I'd type right in the computer all these different words I heard and all these different cases or whatever, and start researching. What is that? What are they talking about?
Dude, do you know what's really cool? Without spoiling it, it's after X-Files. So if you have watched X-Files, this is afterwards. So if you're a fan of X-Files, you should definitely listen to this podcast.
Yeah, the most recent
two main. Sorry, Ringo.
Oh no, I was just going to bring up the real quick the most recent release of the X-Files a couple of years ago or whatever. I really enjoyed the smoking man getting credit for staging the moon landing in the opening scene. I thought that was epic.
Yeah, bro, you got to listen to this fucking podcast, bro. It's after all the X-Files episodes, man. It's fucking pretty badass. So yeah, you got to listen to it.
I was just gonna say the two main characters in the X-Files, Mulder and Scully.
Yeah. Well, Mulder and Scully and the Smoking Man, they're all original actors on this podcast. All of them are there in the podcast.
I was just gonna say quickly the meaning behind Mulder and Scully. So you've got mold is the first word. Mold, you make an idol out of something, and then the other one is skull. A molded skull. They're just telling you.
Okay.
They don't put these names in there for no reason, bro. I'm trying to tell everybody.
No, sure. I get that. Yeah, of course.
That's awesome.
But I mean, yeah, no, it's David Duchovny. That's his name.
Yeah,
Gillian Anderson is the other actor. I told you it was going to come to me. Yeah, Gillian Anderson, Dave Duchovny. I don't know the Smoking Man's name, but I'm pretty sure he's in the podcast too. But you should definitely look it up. Listen to that. There's like 6, 7. I can't remember how many episodes. Like 7, at least 7 episodes, and it's after X-Files, and it's pretty badass. All I'm gonna say.
So it's not like a monologue. It's
no. It's actors. It's actors, and there's it's not just them talking. I mean, there's.
So it is an act. They're acting. It's a script.
It's audio. It's audio with freaking like all the sound effects.
Like a continuation of the show.
Yeah, but it's just but you're not watching it. You're just listening.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean there is effects in the background and everything when they're just they're acting.
Well, I mean, the key is in language, right? Like you can watch the news and identify the language they're using to decipher reality from fakery, right? Like that's the way they present the information.
I fucking love David Duchovny. He's one of my favorite actors, and so I like X-Files, but I've seen David Duchovny and other shit. But yeah, this is a podcast that they made. It's an addendum to the X-Files, but there's no video. But yeah, it's the full audio experience. I mean, all the sound effects, everything's there. You're just not watching it. You're just listening. It's good, man. You got to check it out. Let me see if I can send you a link.
Yeah, and then I guess the next one that sort of blew me away was The Matrix, right? That was.
There's a new Matrix movie coming out too.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Can't wait! I can't fucking wait. Man.
It better be better than the second and third one. Like the first one,
I loved them all, but even even with some of the redundant parts, I still loved them all. And John, the John Wick stuff too. Did you watch all the John Wicks?
Yeah, I guess there's parts of the Matrix in there, right? Like he's supposed to be Neo or whatever.
Dude, I think this new Matrix film is going to be fucking awesome. And I saw a preview today for a new Spider-Man movie that looked pretty freaking awesome.
The other one was hoping
Spider-Man movie coming out, man. And because I mean, like 20, this year, as far as like releases of movies and TV shows, it's been pretty stale. But dude, there's some new shit. I think it's gonna be.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna continue Westworld or not, but I always enjoyed that one.
Oh my god. I wish. Do you think they're going to make another season? Well, didn't Anthony Hawke? He's not dead, I guess, right?
He was out of the series by then, anyways. He didn't appear in the third one.
I guess we don't need him, but yeah, dude, yeah. Westworld is. I'm probably going to have to watch. I'm going to have to watch it again before. If they do put out another season, or if they don't, I'll still watch it again. Yeah, it's one of my faves. I love Westworld.
And then this Utopia just blew me away, man. I was like, you gotta be kidding. They really did that.
Did you watch Utopia yet?
Oh, yeah, I watched them both.
Oh, okay, cool. See, I watched the American first season. I was like, yes, I can't wait till season 2. And they were like, yeah, we're not going to do that. And then I found the English, the UK. I was like, oh shit, I watched that, and I was like, oh, and yeah, it's like everybody in here should watch that shit. Everybody should watch it, and you'll understand why. Nobody's gonna let people stick Q-tips in their nose or get jabs and shit.
I guess V for Vendetta was pretty solid there. Conspiracy movies or truth movies. I enjoy that shit.
I mean, V for Vendetta is great.
Yeah, isn't it?
It is. It's a great movie.
And it's pretty hard hitting, right? Like they're not really pulling many punches when it comes to.
It's like I'm blowing up Parliament. And I ain't got shit to say. What you gonna do about it, nigga? I'm blowing up Parliament. Anyway, so yeah, beef
corrupt politicians, corrupt religion, just corruption everywhere. Corrupt scientists.
It's like, but it's a love story, isn't it? You know,
Right.
Don't you love the villain? Because he wants to blow up Parliament because they're a bunch of pricks.
It's funny to watch Parliament on TV. I don't know if anybody's taken the time to do that. But,
Dude, do you remember that
they
Black
still do
Mirror?
that shit, man.
Do you remember
still
that
get in
Black?
there and they talk every day, and you're like, what the fuck?
You remember that Black Mirror episode? Did you watch Black Mirror on Netflix?
Oh, yeah, that one was pretty
the
good.
The episode where the dude had to. It was like, unless you fuck a pig in front of everyone, this is gonna happen. He's like, okay.
Maybe I missed that.
So the prime minister has to fuck a pig on national TV.
That's right. Oh my god.
That's
pretty
fucking weird shit, bro.
Yeah, Black Mirror is pretty solid now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I need to watch some of that shit again too. Not that episode necessarily. It's pretty disturbing because but to be honest, that dude, the prime minister as an actor, he was genuinely looked like he was like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to fuck a pig in front of everyone. And so yeah, it was a pretty good episode. So yeah, Black Mirror's pretty good shit. If you haven't seen Black Mirror on Netflix, it's a good show.
The Boys. I don't know if you've seen this one. I thought that was pretty hard hitting too. The Boy. Got these superheroes made by a corporation, and they're all kinds of fucked up people.
We've often been given shit. Well, hold on. I was listening earlier today to Jose JG's live stream where they have a bunch of Globers saying, they talk a lot of shit about us, but they're too scared to come over here most of the time. But anyway, I heard him saying that we use movies and television as our proofs for flat or globe, which for the most part, what we do. If Jose is listening, which he's probably not listening, Jose, we don't use the propaganda that they feed us for as proof of flat or globe. We utilize the information that we're fed to help you to understand that you're being manipulated. That's what we do. But on top of that, we also appreciate we appreciate their talent in and how they manipulate the general public. Now, I understand how they manipulate me or anyone else, but I'm not. I enjoy their art, but I'm not affected necessarily by it, and except for the way that I will express to other people how they've tried to manipulate the public and convince them of a lie that is not true. So, Jose, suck it.
Yeah, it makes me think of going back and watching Star Wars after I looked at Flat Earth, right? And right there in the very beginning scene, you see that text appear. And as it looks like it's going away from you in 3 dimensions, you recognize rather quickly, oh, look, it's the science of perspective. He's creating a horizon. He's making things look like they disappear. And he's showing you he's well aware of how we see and how that works, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But Jose was like, hey, all you guys watch TV too, and you like the movies. And when we bring it up, we're bringing it up. We're trying to point out how they've manipulated you into a propaganda idea. And are you gonna lie? I love the fucking stupid propaganda, but I see it for what it is. But you are trying to say, well, all the flat earthers are watching, which most of the flat earthers aren't watching a lot of the shit that I watch. I watch a lot of, but Jose, I heard him fucking talking today, saying all the flat earthers, all they have is this, the scientists will bring up fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson, which, yeah, we use Neil deGrasse because
that's who's
as a propagandist. Yes, of course we're going to talk about him. I mean, this is ridiculous, Jose. Get some better arguments and fuck off again. And by the way, yes, I watch a lot of TV shows, but it doesn't make the Earth a globe.
Holly Weird, always delivering.
Oh, well, I mean, it's at a certain point, if they're doing the Holly Weird shit right in front of your face, that makes it more interesting.
Right? Like, who is in the know? Holy shit, how much do they know? When did they know? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like with some of the shit that Jose and whoever the fuck he was talking to today, they were acting like, no, none of this shit matters. You should just accept all that. This is what I felt like he was getting at. It's like all the flat Earth. I don't even know why they even talk about flat Earth. Why the fuck are you making a flat Earth channel against flat Earth? Fuck off, Jose. Why are you gonna just like go live to do anti-flat Earth? What if flat Earth isn't a thing? Why the fuck are you making videos about it?
Yeah, GZ, you seen 9/11 and Back to the Future? I share that video a lot.
No.
Yeah, I have, bro.
So you think they knew in 1985 that the Twin Towers were coming down?
Yeah, they knew before that. Yeah, 100%, brother.
Isn't that crazy? Like, they put it in a fucking movie in 1985.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, and that was like the feature bit of it. They even told you when it was going to happen, 9/11, in the background.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Yeah. These people, I keep on saying it, these people have plans like 300-400 years in the future. And they've got their immediate plans are between 20 to 50 years. So, I don't like them, but I respect them. There's a difference. You know what I mean? I have respect for the people.
I do.
Well,
I hope that makes sense.
It's so well organized, right? To pull off something of this magnitude, you have to have influence in so many different arenas. And in order to gain that influence, you have to put time in, right? Like, you can't just show up and say this is how it's going to be. So yeah, the reach is vast.
Real shit, not fake shit, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the reach is deep, bro. Like, I tell people, like, and I'm not sure if much people think about it like this. Like, they say, the 2 buildings, the World Trade Centers, fell down. See, and people get sort of delusional when I say this. They don't get it. I tell them that those 2 buildings have got nothing to do with America. They're not called the American Trade Centers. They're called the World Trade Centers. Why they're called World Trade Centers?
Hey,
There's a reason.
what replaced it?
The One World Trade Center.
One
Again,
World Tower.
here we
One
go.
World Tower.
So it's about getting the so-called East and the West together to control from a central point. And when you look at, New York, you've got what is it, the UN building is there. You've got the
UN's
bank.
down the street. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got the what is the World Bank? You've got the other one, the other World Bank for settlements, whatever the fuck it's called, I forget now. But it's all there.
You're in Australia, I'm in America, but I've never been to that city. But what's it called?
Where I am, Melbourne.
Oh, what is the name of the city?
What city? You confused.
Oh God, I mean New York.
New York. Oh yeah,
New York.
I thought you were talking about me. Yeah, New York.
New York, which is a body of Yorkshire, which is it's England. It's from England. It's New York. It's not Old York. It's New York.
Yep. That's what I say to everybody. I go, if there's a New York, there has to be an Old York. So I find that about the so-called, York before the old, and people just don't want to look at these things. It's kind of they're just pointing to the air and saying, "Look," but there's, it's just air.
Hey, do you know the date that the Twin Towers were built?
Oh, not off the top of my head, but it was exactly how many years?
It was 1968, and you know when they were taken down?
33 years later.
Yeah, 33 years later in 2001. So, in New York, and then they built the Freedom Tower.
Yep, you're free to be dumb as much as you want. Dumbness is free.
What the fuck is in the Freedom Tower anyway? Are there more business? Is it the same businesses that were in the twin towers? But they're consolidated. They're
consolidated. Yep. It's like a fucking big fucking, what's it called? Consolidation. What's the other word for it? When you fucking just
I
forget the English term for it.
I don't know.
But when you just
I don't know if this matters
everything.
to anyone or not. You guys know who Pete Davidson is?
No.
He's a comedian on Saturday Night Live or whatever, and his father may or may not have died in 9/11. Because he was a rescue. He was a fireman rescue thing, and he's from Staten Island. Pete Davidson. He's a popular comedian, and fucking he's hilarious. He's one of my favorite comedians. But anyway, I just saw yesterday on Facebook that he's dating Kim Kardashian now.
Oh, fuck.
Holy fucking shit.
So he's dating a man with a woman with a
fucking dick. Kim Kardashian. Holy shit.
Or maybe he's getting fucked.
No, well, it's Hollywood shit, but it's weird.
Yeah, she's handsome.
Look up Pete Davidson, and I think I saw it on Facebook. I was just like, and he's not a stud or anything. I mean, he's a goofy comedian, But I heard he hooked up with Kim Kardashian. It's fucking. This Hollywood shit is weirder. It gets weirder and weirder.
That's a dude.
Yeah, being into no planes a few years after 9/11 really prepared me for what was to come with flat Earth and trying to talk to people about that. Because man,
But I'll
telling
tell you
people
what
there was
though.
no planes was tough, bro. And
I'll tell you what. I mean, I like Pete Davidson. You know, as far as like funny people go, he's funny as fuck. If I was Kim Kardashian with no real personality, I would hang out with Pete Davidson. That's all I'm
Helio thinking about himself as fucking Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, Kim Kardashian has no personality at all.
I was
So.
Kim Kardashian. Yeah, I'd do that.
Yeah, I'd hang out with Pete all day, bro.
She's
Even
very
though
handsome.
he's ugly, I'd fucking hang out with him because he's funny as shit.
Yeah, but she's handsome though. He's ugly and she's handsome.
I don't give a fuck. We'll figure it out later. I don't get it. I don't care.
We'll figure it out later. When it comes bedtime, she lays down next to you and she pokes you in the behind.
Oh,
Like, what the fuck
well,
is
I mean,
this?
she's already put out a fucking sex video. Did you watch her porn video?
Helio, as long as I don't see you.
I did. Yeah, this is no.
No cross dressing, Helio. Just leave it alone.
Anyway, but I don't think she's gonna put another one out with Pete. I really don't think she's going to.
You're watching way too much media, man.
I
What are you
already
watching?
told you that. I watch a lot of fucking
What
shit.
is this? TMZ or some shit?
No, well, yeah, some of that, but for the most part, no. Like TMZ, like popular, like slow-mo videos. I mean, I use Facebook a lot, so that's where I come up with this information. Like Pete hooking up with.
Oh, you're one of those people.
That's where I saw it, you know.
You're a
And I'm trying to picture Pete because I'm a fan of Pete Davidson because he's fucking funny, and I'm trying to picture him with Kim, and I'm trying to picture them on a date, and so
who's got the bigger dick?
Oh, man.
You'll know when the person pays for the bill, right?
Yeah, whoever pays for dinner has the bigger dick. Oh my god!
It's part of the ritual, bro. You get together. There's a special, ruler that's been blessed by the high priest, and you measure each other's dicks. And then whoever's got the bigger one pays for dinner. It's a simple concept.
Hey, I'll tell you what. The only part everyone here knows who's Kim Kardashian is, but none of y'all motherfuckers know who Pete Davidson is.
It's the son of David, bro. David's son.
Oh, see, we're all laughing and joking, but he's one of my favorite comedians. But none of you niggas know who Pete Davidson is. He's funny as hell.
I'll take your word for it, bro. I'll listen to him.
Yeah, I was turned off when you said he's a victim of 9/11. Like, come on, man. Fucking bullshit is that?
He's funny, man. I mean, he's a really good comedian. You guys got to fucking check him out, Pete Davidson.
I think we know who's paying Helio's wage. Pete Davidson, shout out, bro. Thanks for paying our boy.
Shout out to Pete Davidson from Staten Island.
And you can send money to his GoFundMe for his father ad.
No, don't send any money to him. He's on Saturday Night Live, so he's already making.
He's got enough. So. I'm saying he should pay you, bro, for you plugging him in here.
Well, it's fine. You already know that I watch TV a lot, but I don't watch Saturday Night Live. I just know he's on there. But I watch a lot of his stand up and shit. He's a really good roaster. Like you guys ever get on and watch roast of Hollywood actors and shit? Pete Davidson is one of the best roasters.
He's
Well,
so
I think to get into Hollywood, you need to be roasted from both sides, though. Otherwise, you can't go into Hollywood.
Just send me the clip of him talking about his dad dying on 9/11.
Yeah.
I want to see the clip of his talking about his dad dying on 9/11.
He does talk about that a little bit, but but he's a really good roaster when it comes to.
So, what was he a part of the rescue people, or was he inside the building doing work?
No, wasn't. He didn't get burned up with metal, as far as I know. But I mean, he's in Hollywood. I mean, as far as I know, it's just a story. But I'm just saying, Pete Davidson is funny. That's all I'm saying. God damn it!
Yeah, I get you, bro. The whole point is this 9/11 thing. They haven't put out any documents, which they have to if they have proof of all these people dying.
I'm not investigating
saying
Pete
you-
Davidson's story about his dad dying in 9/11. I'm not investigating that. I'm just a fan of Pete Davidson. I like to listen to him talk because he's funny as fuck.
I like candy. Yay.
I thought Barack Obama was pretty funny.
Yeah, he's a fucking character.
Him and his Michael. Him and Michael are the best. Me and my Michael.
Michael Jackson?
We're doing a transvestigation.
Yeah, Michael Jackson is a fucking character as well. Great singer, but when you hear him talk, you're like, the fuck did you say?
What's up, Sword? Good day to you.
Yeah, good day to you guys as well. I'm just chilling.
That's cool, man.
Hey, don't mind me. I'm way out there.
We're all chilling.
Love the expressions. People don't even get it. Why don't people say you don't brain me? You say you don't mind me. Don't mind this. The mind.
Wait, are you saying Americans say that?
No. I'm saying the expression is there for a reason. The mind and the brain are two separate things. That's why you say don't mind me instead of don't brain me.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm trying to say or not?
I do. I totally get it. I totally get it.
What's up, Helio? How you doing?
Don't mind me. I'm just hanging. I'm just hanging. So,
He's just hanging.
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just
Cool,
hanging
cool,
out.
cool.
Just don't brain me.
Jenkins, you gotta work on the mic, bro.
Oh shit.
Just out looking at the stars and the moon again.
Really? You're outside looking at the star and the sun, moon, and stars moving around the Earth?
Oh yeah, I could share a photo I took of some stars earlier today. I'll put that in the live stream. Hopefully you can see it. But yeah, just outside smoking my pipe as usual. It keeps me outside for a good 15 minutes.
Token. Keep them butters token.
Good photo.
What you doing, Mike? I thought you was gone. No, I didn't think he was gone. You always. But you always let me make a fool of myself.
You're a free man, Helio.
I am. I am a free man. I'm free to make a fool out of me or you.
Bring it on. Let's go.
That's the meaning of freedom. Free to be dumb.
You bet.
Yeah, that's pretty harsh, isn't it? That was freaking fuck. That was dog diggity.
It's real fun. Instead of using just the word free, they put free TUM.
It do what it do.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Have you encountered any
Those images aren't necessarily helping us. I mean,
Yeah, no, those didn't
they're
go up well.
not turning out. So.
Yeah,
They're everywhere, Jenkins. Those globe believers, they're everywhere. Like everywhere I turn, there's more globe believers. I can't believe it. It's like
Yeah, but Jenkins, don't feel bad. Yeah, I mean because, bro.
Yeah,
I was out
they
looking
look
at
better.
the clips last night and I didn't see it, but I know it happened.
Yeah.
So even though your images aren't ideal, what are you taking? What are you trying to capture here?
Helio, did you just say those little white dots aren't ideal?
There was a good photo I took. But for some reason those don't represent exactly what I was.
Sure, I mean I see a lot of stuff in the sky that I can't reproduce on my phone. Fine. What are you trying to capture? Explain what you're trying to capture.
Oh well, I did post a photo which actually showed at least a bit. It was about 8 or 7 different stars. I'm going to try to do that right now.
Okay.
So let me see if I can get that.
But the major is that the moon that you're.
Oh no, it's a
Venus.
constellation or no, it's Orion's belt.
Oh, Orion. Okay.
Yeah, let me see if I can get that right now. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, look at Shinzo. The moon right in the middle of the day. I don't know how that doesn't get people thinking. You have the moon in the middle of the fucking day, man. Oh yeah, that's normal. Yeah, of course it is. Fucking idiot.
I felt like such a moron. Like looking at the moon. I was like, oh my god, man, how did I miss this? Like, yeah, it's there every damn day. Like, come on.
Come on, man. Come on,
if
man.
I can get this
man.
photo, you'll see exactly what I'm saying.
I'm gonna tell you something. Most people can capture Orion.
Well, if I can show you this photo, I'll show you exactly what I'm trying to portray, but it's not coming out exactly in the photo. It's not getting the 3 stars.
Are you talking about the 3 stars that line up with the 3 pyramids
3 stars,
in Egypt?
and there's a symmetry between them. I can't get them perfect. So I'm just gonna have to show you.
You're not gonna be able to capture them from North America.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to show you a few different ones here.
Okay. What are you trying to show us?
Well, just this certain pattern of stars that I really. Shoot, that doesn't do it.
You mean the same pattern of stars that we all see when we step outside?
Well, no, it's one particular set of stars, but I can't. My phone doesn't pick them up for some reason.
I know the reason. I know the reason is because the aperture is very, very tiny. That's the reason you can't take a good picture of the stars.
Yeah, it's because it's from my phone. But
no shit, I just said that.
Fucking hell, idiot.
Like, look at these white dots. Look at these white dots. Check them out.
Hey, but you know, let's have a conversation. Yes, I mean you can show us many your small aperture pictures from your phone all night. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what we were talking about earlier.
So why do you think the Earth's a globe, Helio?
Oh, why do I think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with you, man?
Dude, that was a really good question because I don't think the Earth is a globe. I used to, but I don't anymore. That was
we don't allow monkeys on here, bro.
Oh, you don't? Oh,
Hey.
What changed your mind?
Dude, my mind was changed. My mind was changed like
bananas.
5 years ago. But anyway, I could pretend like I just found out about it yesterday. We can do that if you want to.
No,
you stopped eating bananas, did you? I eat them sometimes, bro. It's all right. You need to sometimes. Sorry, brother. Sorry.
How many iPhone pictures can you take from your phone before you know that the Earth is not a globe?
I don't think the iPhone does it justice. That's kind of my point. I tried to take photos and they don't show up.
What are you using an iPhone? Was that an iPhone that you were showing those images from?
No, it was a Samsung.
Samsung. Hey, I have a Samsung. I mean, it has an excellent camera, but yeah, you're not going to capture really good images by pointing it at the sky. You're not going to.
I did. I had a great photo, but for some reason my data changed, or my what was stored in my.
Dude, I've tried it before. I have a Samsung, man, motherfucker. It's not gonna work. You're not gonna be able to zoom in on the moon or capture, Pluto or whatever. You could be like, hey, I caught Pluto, or not Pluto, Jupiter. You're never gonna capture Pluto. I promise that. I captured Jupiter. But it's just gonna look like a little light on the screen. It's like that's Jupiter.
Wait, are you saying Pluto's not a planet? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you're never going to capture it in your Samsung phone. That's all I'm saying.
So it's not a planet.
And you're not going to see it with your naked eye.
No, you can buy. It's called a monocular, and you can even shove it on top of your phone. It's got pretty good zoom. They're not that much. They're not too expensive.
And if I'm wrong about seeing Pluto with the naked eye, prove me wrong.
I'm trying.
All right, well, look it up. You're never going to see Pluto from planet. You're never going to see Pluto from planet Earth.
I'm looking up. I'm trying to see it.
Pluto is a god. Pluto's a god, not a planet.
Wait, I thought he was a dog.
Okay. Well, you can capture Pluto with a giant.
What is the story of
Pluto? You can capture Pluto with a giant telescope. Pluto's a god.
But tell us the god story.
Wait, he's not a dog though.
Dog god. What's the difference?
Just backwards.
Tell us Pluto's god story? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, Pluto's a story. You'll find out if you really research it. You'll never be able to see Pluto. Doesn't exist as a place or a planet. When you really look into it, you're not going to find it like as a physical place.
What about the asteroid belt? What about the asteroid belt?
We want to know about Jupiter, the god. Tell us the story, bro.
Yeah.
Are you talking to me? I mean, I can fucking Google the asteroid belt or Pluto story. I mean, in my opinion, I think Pluto's story is an ancient god. But I'll tell you what, Pluto does physically exist as a itty bitty thing in the sky See, man, it's a secret. Don't tell anybody I told you. Pluto's really, really small. And it took a very long time for the astrophysicists to find Pluto. It's this little dot in the sky. It's part of the galaxy. Pluto.
How did Pluto become a god?
That's what I'm. That's my problem. How did Pluto exist before they could detect it with radio telescopes?
Yeah, that's the only thing. Yeah.
Because Pluto is a god in ancient cultures.
How ancient? What are we talking here?
We're talking like 2,000 years ago, bro.
But Pluto wasn't discovered 2,000 years ago. I thought it was recent.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, bro. See, so does Pluto exist?
I mean, not on my phone.
Well, it doesn't exist on. Well, actually, it exists on my phone. Are you using the wrong app? Because I can find Pluto on my phone.
No, I'm saying when I
Find it in the sky.
picture, when I try to take a picture, it's not there. Like I tried to show you.
Hey,
I can
go to the largest telescope place. It might mean Lucifer. If you're in Italy, you can go to the Lucifer telescope there at the Vatican and see if you can see Pluto through that big ass telescope.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I was out in the desert in the middle of nowhere and could see the stars like I'd never seen them before. And it blew me away just how many lights are in the sky, right? It's amazing.
Yeah.
And there's only 7 that don't stay perfectly, relevant to each other. Like everything else moves in unison, but there's only 7 of those lights up there. Of all those lights, the billions of so-called whatever that move different than the rest of them.
They have free will. The others don't.
Right. Like, that's it.
What the fuck is Pluto? What the fuck is this?
Wait. Hold on. Here we go. Stay on the subject. Now we've got 7 stars in the sky.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
And these seven got minds of their own.
Yeah, bro. They go backwards, forwards. They fucking do all sorts of shit. Free will and freedom. The other ones are stuck.
My very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas. That's how we know the distant. That's how we know the planet's distant, not distances, but areas between the sun and Pluto. Pluto's the last planet, right? Which they dropped that shit off, a few years ago, and it was like, well, it's not a planet anymore because it's secondary. So my very educated mother, right? So Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, right? My very educated mother, that's Jupiter, right? Which is the savior of the world, because all of the giant asteroids that would destroy Earth, they're absorbed into Jupiter because it's so big and it saves the Earth from disaster. My very educated mother just served. Oh, Saturn. That's the pretty ring planet, and there are some meteors and asteroids that are absorbed there, so that saves us from Earth as well. Just served us. Oh, Uranus.
What about it?
Yeah, it has rings as well, but there.
Yeah, it's only got one ring. Just to pull out of.
Oh, just one. It has one ring.
Yeah, that
So-
might have been the coolest thing by far that NASA's done, though, right? Was discovering Saturn's rings, what they're made of, and then launching that satellite into Saturn. Like that was some cool shit, bro.
How do you fucking? How do you, wait a second? Hold on. How do you sit there and look at that shit and go, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
and I
any
completely
point, any
I
point
understand.
between my very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas. You guys can fucking just roast the shit out of it anytime. It's okay because that is how I was taught about the or the solar system, not the galaxy. The galaxy is another question. But.
Yeah, look at the live stream. I just put on the song, like a bit of the song from REM. You can sing it for us. If you believe they put a man on the moon.
If you believe they put a man on the moon, yeah, bro.
If you believe there's nothing up my sleeve, nothing is cool. And then you've got fucking Newton in there, like
Yeah,
Moses.
that's a flat
with,
Earth
yeah,
song,
with the
bro. Yeah,
with the stuff of wood. Yeah. Newton got beamed by an apple. Good. Yeah. It's fucking hilarious, bro. I love.
That's not the only Flat Earth REM song.
Oh, I know, bro. Those guys are awesome. I love REM.
They're now face no. Think about direction. Wonder why you haven't been. Stand in the place where you live, bro.
Yeah, the video is pretty good on that one too.
Yeah, REM killed it, man. So yeah,
I like On Top of the World video. That one's pretty good too, with all the Stanley Kubrick shit in it.
Yeah.
Dude, I wish we could play some of that shit on here, but we can't because they'll freaking make
People
it
will melt.
we can't live stream it.
Yeah.
We play some REM on here, but
it's good as well. The Losing My Religion from REM.
Oh, losing my yeah, I love that song. I love that song.
That is the best.
Oh yeah. It's just like at a certain point in my life, I love to hate REM, but you can't deny the 3 songs that we just told you about. It's REM is the shit. When it comes to some of these. Losing my religion, taking my confession, trying to keep an eye on you, but you are not me. The things that let's go.
I would go through.
Oh no, I said too much.
I haven't said it all.
Yeah, I fucking love that song. Thought that I heard you laughing. Thought that I heard you scream. Hey, is that my bro? I fucking love that song. I used to hate it, but I fucking love it now. It's fun. I thought I saw you smile.
Well, yeah, they've got so much truth in there, bro. That's that's why I give artists respect. They're all demonic. Nah, bro. Some of them are good people, and they try to tell you truth the best way that they can.
Yeah, I was blown away. I was like, "What? Flat Earth's all over music? What? How'd I miss this? It's everywhere. Like all these fuckers are singing about it. Like what?
Yeah, like the other song that I keep on singing by Prince, "Controversy." That is loaded with stuff. You just read the lyrics, and fuck. Like,
it sucks so we can't play that shit on here, man. That's fucking good. I wish we could play a lot of those songs.
Yeah,
but
that's
we're
what,
talking about. Oh, we can't play, but we can't play them because they'll get the channel shut down. That's fucked up.
And they're highly played ones, right? There's ones that just get played over and over on the radio. They just don't click until you get into this topic. Like, we didn't start the fire; it's been burning.
We didn't start the fire. Oh, that's another good one right there. And that's an Australian group, right? Right?
Yep.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that's a good one, man, bro.
And it's just a whole laundry list of conspiracies that he's talking about in the song.
We start the fire. It's always burning since the world's been turning.
It's just, he talks about everything on that. It just like drops the bomb, like he just goes, "Poof, here you go, deal with it, motherfucker. Take it and run." Most people don't listen to the lyrics.
Is that Midnight Oil? Midnight Oil?
Yeah, it's Midnight Oil.
Yeah, they have several good songs. I fucking love Midnight Oil, man.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
It's
and
most people,
and of course NXS, you know.
NXS,
yeah.
He died.
Nah, he didn't.
He died because he was having a wank while fucking
yeah.
you know, trying to nick
Same
himself.
as Robin Williams, right? You know, I mean, I don't buy that shit. I think it's total bullshit.
People do it. I don't know. He was a bit of a nutcase, that guy. He was dating Kylie Minogue, but he was a bit of a nutcase.
I'll tell you
what a way!
What
a way to go, bro.
That
Wait a
motherfucker
second.
could sing his ass off, though.
Yeah, but what a way to go, bro. Like, wouldn't you think about, you know, all right, I like doing this, but what happens if I fall down, hang myself, and I'm caught with my dick out and my hands on it?
Nah.
What would I look like?
I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it.
David Epstein.
I ain't buying it with Robin Williams, and I ain't buying it with that mother. What's his name?
Epstein?
No, well, the singer for NXS. What's his name?
Oh, forget his name, bro.
I can't fucking remember his name either. But I love his voice.
But yeah, who was the other dude? Who was the other dude that hung himself with a red handkerchief on the doorknob? It was some famous dude. I'm like, how the
Are
fuck do
you
hang
talking
yourself?
about Chester Bennington? I don't know.
I'm
There's
not
all
sure,
kinds.
bro. When I heard it,
There's all kinds of fake Hollywood or actors or whatever. I mean,
yeah, I know. But
Chris
the point
Cornell.
is,
That's not even his real name, but Chris Cornell didn't hang himself.
no, but just the thought process, bro, to accept that somebody went out there, bought a special red handkerchief, tied it up on his doorknob, on his fucking doorknob, and hung himself.
That sounds like Chester Bennington. He was the singer for what's the fucking name of that band?
Bro, unless the guy is like 30 centimeters tall.
Lincoln Park.
Lincoln Park, yeah. Unless the guy's 30 centimeters tall, you can't hang yourself on a doorknob. I'm just saying.
What I'm saying. None of these guys. I mean, nobody choked themselves and killed themselves while they're having a wank. Yeah. Nobody did that, and I mean, this is some Hollywood propaganda bullshit. You know, it's fucking crazy, and nobody does that. You know, and that includes Robin Williams. I don't care who the fuck thinks that I'm crazy for not believing Robin Williams died by choking himself while he was, having a wank.
Is that what the story is? I didn't realize that was the story. Oh, that's all.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, that's too funny.
That's not funny. It really pisses me off that a lot of the people are just brushed off. It's like, oh, they hung themselves, and no matter if they say that they were wanking off while they hung themselves or choked themselves or what while they're masturbating or whether they just dropped from a ceiling. I just don't buy into it, man. I just think it's bullshit. These guys aren't just gonna fucking all of a sudden hang themselves. Fucking ridiculous.
You don't get to that position by being weak, bro.
Yeah, the stage
after going through.
Well, it's like Chris Cornell. Look at Chris Cornell. It's like, oh, I was about to see him for the first time live 2 weeks before I was about to see this motherfucker for the first time. Been a fan for for a very, very long time. Oh,
it's always personal, man.
It is personal because I wanted to see Chris Cornell, but at the same time,
well, it's like Kobe Bryant. Right?
Hold
like,
on,
I always laugh.
Hold on. Chris Cornell hung himself. That's the story. He's like jumped off a freaking pallet or something.
A dildo.
Hung himself. He might have jumped off a dildo. I don't think it's real. I mean, he's probably on Tupac Island with Tupac. But anyway, I'm just really pissed off that I didn't get to see him live. But at the same time, he's not the only one that has these type of stories. It's like oh no, I was going to say prior to him hanging himself, which I don't think he actually did. There were several pictures that he had with Soundgarden, the band, and he had a rope around his neck, like just for pretend. All right, so and then all of a sudden, 2 weeks before I get to see him live, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I've never seen Chris Cornell live before. and he fucking hangs himself. And then I look, I'm like checking out all his shit. And it's like, oh, he's just got like, like those band pictures and shit. And then he's got a fucking rope around his neck in one of the band pictures. And I'm like,
Yeah, in another band, he's got like his dick in his hand and he's having a wank. Another one with a rope around his head.
Not that. No, that would be that. No, I haven't seen one like that. But I wouldn't be surprised if Robin Williams had one of those images. But Chris Cornell definitely did have a band picture with a rope around his neck, and more than one, several pictures he's taken with a rope around his neck. It's just like, hey, we're Soundgarden. I just happen to have a fucking rope around my neck. Oh my goodness! I just happened to die by fucking hanging myself.
I woke up.
I'm Chris Cornell, and that's not even my real fucking name.
I think we've hit a soft spot here.
Yeah, one of his heroes let him down. I know the feeling, man.
Yeah, he did let me down. That was bullshit. I was really I wanted to see him Soundgarden live so bad. And
he's pissed off because his ticket got cancelled. He's like, "Oh,
no, I am pissed off about that." But I'll tell you what, that motherfucker didn't hang himself. That's bullshit.
Yeah. There's so many cases of these things that looking into them is just always a trip, right? Like Michael Jackson, some of the more famous ones, and you see him at his own funeral kind of thing. You're like, what? Come on, come on,
And then you have Davey Dave.
It's like Tupac singing about Machiavelli, right? Like Tupac singing about being faking his own death prior to faking his own death. Wow, surprise.
Surprise.
Yeah. But yeah, learning that it's not illegal to fake your own death. You can do whatever the fuck you want. So more power to these people, right? Get out of this high-profile position. You won't have to propagate the nonsense, right? I can imagine the offers Kobe Bryant, the amount of influence he had, was getting to propagate the nonsense, right? Disney knocking at his door every day. All these different fucking corporations wanting a piece of him. I can imagine wanting to get away from that nonsense.
Yeah,
made enough money.
I was looking at the thing just before he died. They did a commercial for something, and in the commercial he was in an airplane and he dies.
The helicopter and the fucking
I was watching. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like literally 10 minutes before the guy died. What the fuck? And then they're like, we'll take this away.
Timo, are you sure it's not illegal to fake your own death? I think it is.
No. So when it becomes illegal?
So it's illegal when you create another identity. Is that what it becomes? Well,
no, anybody can change their own identity. So the only thing that would be illegal is if you would take money from insurance claims. That would be fraud, right?
Shit!
So if you were to go out there and
all right, no more talk about this. I'm considering this.
There you go, Helio. We need a new persona.
He just a light bulb just went on in his head. He's like, "Ding."
Shut up!
So long, motherfuckers.
But we even have more recent
just-
ones,
I'm
right?
just
Like
kidding.
Rob Skiba, right? Like, do we want to go there? Do we want to say Rob Skiba is hoaxing his own death?
Yeah, I'll say something.
No.
I know.
No.
Yeah. Wait. Hold up. I know the procedure to do it.
Yeah.
Put it that way. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just one of those things. So be it. If that's what you choose to do, that's what you choose to do.
I'm just saying what you're talking about is truthful because I can do it without telling anybody what I'm doing. It's not, as you said, illegal because you're not a name. It's a corporate fucking bullshit. And if you know how to change it without so-called going to the authorities,
This is why, if you're considering it, everybody should shut up now because we're on live.
Well, yeah, I'm not allowed to talk about this, but yeah. I didn't study law from the City of London to tell this. It's not the point. Continue.
A lot of games being played, though, is basically the bottom line. Your level of discernment has to improve if you're going to want to figure any of this shit out, like who's lying to you and about what. But they do make it pretty obvious if you're looking for it.
I wish my cat was as nice as these cats. My cat only wants to be pet when he wants to be petted, and if you try to touch him when he doesn't want you to touch him, he fucking just lashes out and freaking makes you bleed, and he starts hissing and runs away. He's of
course.
I have the weirdest cat.
Freedom, bro.
All right, before I drop the Rob Skiba thing, I just have to bring it up. You guys did see the Prophecy Club and the vaccine talk Rob Skiba had on Russian vids or Flat Earth asshole recently.
Oh, I don't like that guy. He's a fucking sodomite. Continue.
No, I actually haven't seen that, but what just give a brief summary.
Well, Rob Skiba was on let's say, some sort of network television broadcast for a prophecy club, a religious thing, right? His prophecy was the coming of a pandemic that would require people to be vaccinated.
Shit! I knew that shit a long time ago.
This was his prophecy.
I knew that shit before Rob. Whatever. Anyway, so what? Is there?
Well, when did you know, Helio? When were people going to be aware of the?
I fucking knew this shit before Flat Earth. I knew
mandatory vaccination.
Yeah. For the most part, as far as like the programming, everything that was going on, the Flat Earth didn't. Flat Earth was just a more. There was an addendum to everything I knew that how they were manipulating people across the world through propaganda and media. Yeah, sure. I was quite aware of how they were going to use vaccines, and to manipulate the population. Yeah, I didn't Flat Earth or Rob Skiba, none of that really
I think it's fair because of the other things that were happening, right? SARS, bird flu, swine flu.
Yeah, I didn't need Flat Earth to tell me about vaccines are bad.
Exactly. Some of this stuff was starting to come down the pipeline. And, in history, it's not the first time that they've so-called vaccinated the public, right? They've had this in the past as well.
Yep.
So
they've been doing this.
This is an incredible foresight. I just thought it was, rather ironic.
Hold on, though. I mean, I thought you were going to say something about Rob Skiba, which when I actually was trying to deter it, but now you want to talk about it. you want to talk about Rob? What
Themo,
was
go, bro.
going on?
Well, I think I covered it, right? Just the idea that he did this
Okay.
prophecy club.
Fine.
And, he's on stage talking about this stuff. Well, well before he's known as a flat earth personality. So it's debatable whether he was not.
Yeah. So Rob was on the
conspiracy
same page
circles.
as I was for a long time. Yeah. I was quite aware of that they were about to push this freaking nonsense.
Were you on religious channels declaring it a prophecy?
No.
He was a prophet.
It doesn't have anything to do with religion. Doesn't have anything to do with religion. It's predictions based on what you experience. Dude, I've freaking been looking into this shit since the late 90s, bro. I'm 20 years into this shit. It's not like this is not anything new to me, bro. Like, I haven't had.
So people faking their own deaths is nothing new, right? Like,
yeah.
This is old news. I got you.
Dude, freaking, fake news, fucking fake school shootings and shit. Yeah, and fake bombings and shit. Yeah, it's just like run of the mill.
Right.
Weapons of mass destruction.
It's amazing how many different events there are, though. It's a wide spectrum.
Especially in the past 30 years, huh?
Yeah. There's always something going on that's suspicious.
Yeah, bad, bro. Look, for the past 30 years, if you look into all the dumb shit, it's like, what the fuck? It hurts your brain. It's, too much.
For sure, man. One event after another. It's crazy. Train derailments, you name it.
Well, is it too much or is it a fair amount of propaganda? Is it a fair amount?
It's over the top, bro, for me anyway.
Yeah, I know. That's why
Cox thinks it's just
I
right.
participated in it so that I can expose it, or at least as much as I can expose, people that actually believe the bullshit. I try to expose the people that are throwing out the line. And so what they do in the propaganda machine, they throw out a line of bullshit like a fisherman, and then they hook people in, and then you have people like us saying, "Hey, there was a certain point in my life where I actually bought that shit. But you found us. Hey, I'm gonna take. Don't fucking buy that shit. Don't fucking take the bait." Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Or if you're gonna eat it all the way and no.
Just eat it.
Eat
Michael
it.
Jackson song.
Just eat it. Yeah, so if you're gonna eat that fucking, if you take the hook, you better go all the fucking way.
Helio, what do
How
you
to
think
go
that
home?
bait is?
Can't hear you.
Like, if someone were to eat that, what do you think that would be?
Well, what type of bait would you eat? Are you talking about the Chris Cornell, Robin Williams bait? Are you talking about the Flat Earth bait? Are you talking about the Sandy
what I'm
Hook
asking you.
bait? I mean, which
That's what I'm
one?
asking.
That's
That's what
the
I'm asking
9/11
you.
bait. I mean, which one are you? Which
No,
one
that's
do
what
you
I'm
really
asking
want
you
to?
is like what is that main bait that you don't want people to take, or if they do take it?
No, to be honest, I think I want everyone to take every form of bait as far as truth goes, because they when you see Earth and propaganda for what it is, and the bill of goods being sold to us. It's like you don't have to. It's a small hook, and you might slip out of it. But it's cool.
Yeah, take the bait on the flat Earth, right? Because that's something you can prove. There's a lot of speculation when it comes to things, and your level of discernment. So stick with something you can prove. That would be a good place to start. And from there, you can sort of branch out into these other things. Study body language, language in general, infraction. How are people saying things? What are they exactly saying? And deciphering what you're seeing versus what you're hearing, and all that kind of stuff can come later. If you just stick to something you can prove, you can sleep well at night knowing that you figured something out.
Well, what can you prove?
I want to know who took the Alex Jones.
All right, yeah, let's do flat. Let's do
seriously.
flat.
Hey, I got a question. Recently, a couple of days ago, there was a story about Alex Jones. So who took that bait? So I'm gonna say what the media is saying. You tell me if this is true or false. Alex Jones was found guilty of defamation. Is that a true statement or is that a false statement? This was the story on all the headlines. That is exactly this false. A default judgment was entered against him and he was found liable, which is a lot different than being guilty of defamation, right? One is a criminal thing, right? A default judgment means you just didn't defend the lawsuit and you were found liable. Completely two different things. So why would they say that? Like, why would they splash that in the headline on all the mainstream media?
Yeah, India, we've
you to
said the
think that
same
you're going to go
exact
to
thing.
jail. Hold on, they want you to think you're going to go to jail. It's a criminal act to say something contrary to the Sandy Hook narrative. That's the impression they're trying to create in people's minds.
Yep.
That's some dirty shit, dude. Yes, me.
Yeah, I was speaking about this before. Bro.
We have
Exactly
said the
thing.
same exact thing here in this platform. We've said the
it's
same
summary
exact
judgment, which doesn't mean nothing. It's to get people as
It's a
India said.
default. It's even less than nothing because it's not even a summary judgment. Summary judgment is a judgment on the merits. Default judgment means you just didn't defend it. And like you can come back and say, well, I didn't defend it for XYZ. There could be reasons where they can get rid of the default judgment and you can come back and start over. Default is you just defaulted. You didn't show up to court. That's what
you
they
didn't rock
found.
up. Yeah. But then, same. I'll get to that.
Summary judgment where like you didn't enter, like they actually, it's a judgment on the facts. So that's completely different.
Yeah, but on summary,
on the paper, basically.
Yeah.
So there's two pieces of paper in front of them, and they go, well, the facts in this piece of paper, and the facts in the defendant's piece of paper, well, that's good enough, and we don't have to have testimony because he didn't dispute facts. Yeah. So, but it's a default is like the defendant don't even have a piece of paper.
Hey, India, what is the argument?
The scare.
I don't even know. It was defamation, right? Defamation of character.
Defamation because he said that
but here's the funny thing.
The SH was
But here's the funny thing about defamation. Everything you say can be 100% true. It's the motive behind your speaking. So if you're trying to say what you're saying just to hurt the other person with malice or ruin their reputation or hurt them financially, then even if everything you're saying is true, it doesn't matter.
So is your channel compromised now?
Well, I was reading a little bit about this defamation of character thing, and I guess in order for Alex Jones to get out of this, he would have to prove that what he was saying or what he said was true. So
you can do it easy, bro.
Truth is a defense, but if they can prove malice that you only did it for an evil reason, then it doesn't matter if what you said is true.
Yeah, that'd be I think it's another liability of defamation or whatever. But I think that the trueness of the statement is important in defending yourself, like you're saying. But
oh my God, this is so weird.
If
It's
you look
so
in,
weird. We just have to say SH. This is fucking weird.
What's weird about it, Helio?
well, I got a question. Would the case have to be presented by just a attorney, a representative, or would the actual people have to file the case? You see what I'm saying by that? Because there is some question about who these people are that claim they were defiled, right? They're supposedly parents of whatever.
The thing about the legal system, it gets really iffy when it comes to lawyers. Like,
I'll tell
for
you
some
what,
reason, chill, dude. Chill, man.
I will chill. My bad.
Okay, so a lawyer can come in and say they represent you, and the court is not going to question that, even if they don't represent you. People have actually gone to jail behind this. Like, someone has come in and like, I'm the lawyer for so and so, and they do the whole thing for them, and then they're like, the defendant comes like, that wasn't my lawyer, and they're like, too fucking bad. You should have been here. Yeah, so it could be something like that. Yeah, like anybody can, any lawyer can represent anybody. I don't even think they need to have knowledge of it, quite honestly.
Because I think that's a big part of this too, right? Like when you're questioning the event itself, you're questioning everybody involved. I mean, this is the so-called parents as well, and it's a big question mark to see what it's making people believe that these people actually exist, right? Like somebody was actually offended by what he had said. I don't know if those people actually exist. I don't think they do.
There are hundreds of thousands of people that are offended by what Alex Jones says. What the hell are you talking about?
No. Hold on a second. Yeah, well, you listen. Connecticut passed a law where you can't look at death certificates. They passed that like 6 weeks after Sandy Hook. So forget that angle. We're talking about. I think he's talking about suing. Like, who is actually suing? Are these actually injured parties, right? So, how can we find out? Like, you could go. You have to look in Texas. You have to actually look at the actual lawsuit and see if there's an affidavit in there and says, yeah, Alex Jones said such and such, and it hurt me this way and that way. Opposed to a lawyer could have did it and said, there's like two ways to do it, right? You can have the affidavit of the actual injured party, or you can have the on information and belief of the lawyer. So where you never actually have to like produce any evidence initially. Obviously the defendant can demand, hey, we want the actual injured party. But whether that's actual, like, who sued? Is it like a group? Is it like an individual? Like, who are the named plaintiffs?
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure who they are. Who were they? Was it the state?
All right, cool.
Let me look into it and I'll get back to you. How about that?
Okay.
All right, cool. Hey, check this out. As a peaceful discussion here, since we're discussing it here, Indio and everyone, do you want to get involved in the discussion?
What discussion is that?
The one you were just talking about.
I am involved in it.
All right, cool. So should people from the Discord get themselves involved, in the live discussion on YouTube and the influence that we have. We're not a huge channel or a Discord or whatever. But is this something we should be involved in? I'm just asking that.
Involved in YouTube and that the nonsense that goes on there?
So I think,
Jesus Christ, I'm talking about Alex Jones's weird fucking debate.
No, I was just using that as an example of, like, you were talking about, like, all these, various conspiracies and like rabbit holes that you can go down.
Oh yeah,
right?
well, but
how they
isn't that
conspiracy
what,
a minute?
Isn't that what? How this can with the Sandy Hook stuff, what you were talking about yesterday? This is what Alex Jones has been. This is the whole fucking court thing is about.
Well, as just talking about it generally, right? So we have all these conspiracies, right? You got Sandy Hook, 9/11, JFK, you got Gulf of Tonkin, pick one.
We don't have to
And
do
I
this.
think there's little groups that fixate, like certain people, like, yeah, 9/11, this is super important. I'm going to do something about this. And they make internet forums and they have protests and they do this, that, and the other thing. And then some other group of people says, Sandy Hook, no, this is the most important thing. But we all know that the media is just full of shit. But we dilute our power, our message, because we're all fighting these individual battles, these individual issues.
I'm going to decide right now.
We just do a flat Earth, and that's it. Because I think flat
We're
Earth
not going to do this.
in a way.
We're not going to do this. You guys can talk about it, but I'm not going to do it. So I've made a decision. Boom, we're not going to do it.
Do what?
This fucking Alex. This Alex
We're beyond
Jones.
Alex Jones. We're already beyond that. Alex Jones was just an example of the overall of one issue as far as like quote unquote conspiracy theories. He's just like one little branch of the tree.
It can happen very rapidly, so we need to be careful. So anyway, so continue, gentlemen and ladies.
Listen, all I was saying is he's just like he's one little branch of the tree, and anything that comes over the media about him is bullshit. Now people get all up in arms about, yeah, the media is lying about him. Well, the media is lying about everything. So like, let's stop fixating on individual issues and maybe go, hey, the media is lying about everything. What are we going to do about that? We don't need to point out 1,000 little things and, get the torches and pitchforks for Alex Jones, Sandy Hook, or everything else, right?
I like that.
Get the torches and pitchforks for the broad spectrum of bullshit, the idiot box that's just brainwashing people.
100%, bro. Well said. I agree with that.
What was the document? What was the document? Sorry, IGZ. What was the document created that legalized propaganda rather recently? Like, it's been legalized recently.
The Warren Rule
is that legal?
One more time.
Legal. Well, I think it's always been legal. Yeah. Well, remember during what was it? They had the Office of Informational Awareness, and then they were going to do so-called government propaganda, and then they got found out. This is from the Department of Defense. Then they tanked that, and then they changed it into some other, branch of the government, and said, no, we're not doing that anymore. But all they did was change the letterhead.
Yeah, I think it was from the Warren report, bro. What he's referring to, but it's not illegal to lie; it's illegal to perjure yourself, as Indio said. It's not illegal to bullshit.
Yeah, but they're never under oath, so they can say whatever they want.
Yeah, I was about to get pissed off about that before me and Indio got too into other things.
Look, Seymour. Okay, so
and see what happens.
There was a case. I can't remember the name of it. The government wasn't involved in the case, but it went to the Supreme Court. They filed a Friends of the Court brief from the U.S. Solicitor General. Ted Olson was the one who filed it. So his wife died on one of the planes, Yeah, right. She's the one that made the seatback phone call when, you can't use the goddamn phones. She said she made a collect seatback phone call from one of the seatback phones in the airplane. She said she made a collect call to the Department of Defense, right? So guess what, dude? Those phones don't work. You don't even get a dial tone until you swipe them with a credit card. So I don't know how she did that, but that's neither here nor there.
Hey,
right?
Indio, and everyone else.
Damn, Can you let me finish what I'm saying?
This
trying to answer
really
his question.
Interesting. Go ahead.
Trying to answer his question. I just want to answer his question. So the argument the government made is that the government has the right to lie to the public, right? This is the official policy of the United States government now. When they argue in front of the Supreme Court, that's the official policy. We have a right to lie to the public for their own good. Right? So this is the official policy of the government is we have a right to lie to the public for their own good. So it's always been their policy that they can lie to us. We're not talking about under oath. We're talking about just when they get up on the podium and Trump says blah, 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 he can lie his ass off. He's not under oath. He can say whatever he wants.
Indio, listen, I want to interrupt you for the sake of the same argument. I've just listened to a podcast that the same exact scenario for plane crash, all of that shit. It's the same exact scenario.
Well,
They
here,
they
let me.
they they were they have the right. They have it involves the CIA and fucking FBI and all that shit. All of that. It's like almost like as soon as you said it, like I just listened to the fucking whole podcast yesterday. It's like you were bringing up the same thing. But is that real? Or
Well, Helio, let me ask India this. India, why do you think that is? Why do you think that the government would lie to the public? What do you have any idea why they would want to do that?
Check their own ass. Because listen,
Well,
government. We say government, right? As
why
if the
would
government. Hold on a
but
second.
what
You speak.
what is
We all
their
say
own
government
ass?
as if the government's a person, as if they're like some
Yeah.
human being walking around. They're not, right? There's a bunch of people doing things, saying we're the government, and because I did this as the government, I'm not responsible, right? So the government chopped my legs off, but it was really some guy that chopped your legs off. But he says I'm the government, so he's not responsible for chopping your legs off. Right?
Well,
The
have you
government
ever
is a
been in?
third-party shield that they use in court. I was doing this as my official duty, right?
Well, have you ever?
Like, so why would they lie? To cover up their own criminal fucking acts.
Well, have you ever been in the military, or do you know anything about that?
Have I? No, but I have tons of friends in the military. Like everyone I grew up with ended up joining the army. They tried to get me into that shit. Like, no way. Like, you're just trying to get the bonus on the
Yeah.
recruiter.
Well, so what happens is when you get into the government and the military, and there's things that are top secret, and they end up lying, or they end up saying you can neither confirm nor deny. There's certain things that you can't disclose because you can't explain it. There's things that
Yeah, of course.
if you were to try to talk about it, it wouldn't make sense. Or if you were to describe it, it would cause more problems than, you'd end up having more questions than answers. So the whole thing is you don't want to say anything, because the more you say, the more answers there are going to be. And, you don't really have, there's going to be more questions than there's going to be answers. So
yeah,
Well,
but
the military doesn't
to
answer.
be honest, the
Well,
more you
that's
say,
awfully convenient, right? So we're gonna take the entire U.S. military and stick them in a foreign land and have them kill some people. And then we'll say, well, we can't tell you why we're doing that. I mean, that's real
no,
convenient.
there's gonna be answers to that, but there's
well,
not
I
gonna
was
be.
going to say the
What
more
is the answer
you
for the
say,
invasion of
actually,
Iraq? Tell me that answer. Tell me the answer for the invasion of Iraq.
I'm sorry.
When they knew there was no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. That's provable. How about the Gulf of Tonkin? What's the answer for that? Where the Secretary of Defense has come out and said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident never happened. Was that because it was classified? What's classified? The fact that they're lying? Or we can't tell you they were lying because that's classified.
Well, when something's classified, it means that there's going to be more questions than answers. So that's why they don't say anything about it, because you can't really say anything, because the answers that you give are going to be polarizing, and it's going to become political.
Well, then how do you discover unlawful activities if they just
Well, I mean, there's
classify the unlawful activity?
Well, there's FOIA requests, but the thing is,
And then
you don't
then they
really
break the law with that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's all fucking
That's why you
redacted.
don't say anything. That's why you don't say anything, is because
So
you don't want to make a bigger issue out of it. You want to, it's like it's not happening. It's because if you were to start talking about it, it's going to become a totally different issue, and you're going to have more stuff to deal with, and you don't really want to do that.
You think they torture people in Guantanamo Bay?
Yeah.
What?
You think they tortured people in Guantanamo Bay? Legally tortured people in Guantanamo Bay. The people that they dragged there.
I couldn't say.
Okay, well, they did. There's no doubt they did. There's like gazillions of witnesses that they did. But like when they've had trials, when they've so-called tried these people in Guantanamo Bay, and they've used the confessions of the people, and the people tried to say, well, listen, I was tortured. They've said, well, that information is classified, and you cannot admit it at trial because that's classified. So they classified their own criminal acts.
Yeah.
This is
How
why.
do you correct the criminal act? Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, we're talking about criminal acts, not justified classification of material. We're talking about the unjustified classification. Criminal acts done by people.
Well,
and they use the mechanisms of the government to hide their own criminality.
Yep.
I mean, if you consider that what's happening with the rest of the world, it's not that. I mean, it's not that bad.
Oh man, you didn't go there. Come on.
Wow.
The torture of human beings ain't that bad, bro.
The torture of the Saudis, the freaking torture we do is nothing.
If you consider what's going on,
we do light torture.
The
they got severe torture.
I mean, there's people that get a bullet to the head for nothing. So what we're doing is, nothing.
It's okay.
To that.
Yeah, of course.
So two wrongs make a right. Great argument.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, if you can actually consider it,
Where's your
what
parents?
we're actually doing, there's so much going on that, it's
a good story. It's a story, right?
Look, two wrongs don't make a right, right?
It's
so like,
well, yeah. I mean, there's too much going on to really talk about it.
So, India, I was talking about propaganda in a little bit more direct term. I guess it was called.
We just heard some. Anyway, go ahead.
the Smith-Mundt Act. I guess this was in place after World War II for propaganda issues they were concerned about from overseas and whatnot. But I guess they finally now allow, repealed it is what they did in 2013 or 14. Now allowing propaganda to be legitimately used by the United States government. Now, what do you define as propaganda, and how far is that reach allowed, so to speak? But yeah, I think
what type of propaganda is it? Is it like this is? Hold on. As far as I remember, it was like this: the government did some like quote unquote public service announcement. They had to disclose that it was from the government. Meaning, like, say they did something like get your vaccines, right? They had to have at the bottom of that thing that said, sponsored by the U.S. government, or this is a message from the U.S. government, or whatever. That's what I thought the restriction was, that there was no, like, they can do propaganda, but they have to say, yes, this is our propaganda. They couldn't hide it. They actually got in trouble for this a lot of this stuff came out during 9/11 because they were sending these, like, things about the military to news channels, right? They would send them a videotape, say, hey, broadcast this. But they weren't saying that this was like a Defense Department produced video. And they got in some sort of, got in trouble, as in they got told to stop doing it. That's the version of getting in trouble. Where it was actually against the law, they were just like, don't do that anymore. They were like, okay, we won't. And that was the end of that. But that was why they got in trouble. And it wasn't the message itself. It was the fact that they didn't disclose that they were the generators of the message.
Right. Like all language, it's all in the detail, right? I haven't looked at the legislation and what their definition of propaganda and what it entails. All I know is there was legislation in place that supposedly stopped propaganda, state-sponsored news, I guess is the best way to put it, right? Information and the distribution and the mechanisms of distribution. We heard about the CIA getting tried or asked in court, are you involved in the mainstream news, right? Like, and they were guilty, right? They just pretty much said, yeah, we did that, but we can't talk about it.
Yeah, that's classified. We got to take this to executive session.
Exactly. We understand your concerns, but it's none of your business.
Look, even if they even if there was laws that said we don't do it, and they said we don't do it, I wouldn't believe them anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you really think about making these things open to the public, it's going to cause more issues than solutions.
Who cares?
Yeah, that's the argument. Don't tell people about flat Earth; they'll be better off, right?
Are we all to just run around sticking our head in the sand? Like, let's just stick our head in the sand and just pretend.
Let's ignore the criminal behavior. It's not that bad.
Well, you can see what happens. I mean, go and do it and see what happens. But I'm just saying, if you do it, and I've done it before, it really just causes more problems than solutions.
Well, that isn't really the hill I'm trying to die on right now, because if you haven't figured out you're being propagandized, I don't really know what to tell you. Like, it's obvious to anybody that's paying attention.
No,
you don't want to know at this point. You're willfully ignorant if you haven't figured it out.
No, it's great to wake people up. I mean, I'm all for that. But when you bring up issues such as Guantanamo Bay or weapons of mass destruction or flat Earth to people, you're going to get a lot more contradictory feedback than you're going to get people who want to actually think about it with you. You know, there's going to be a lot less people who want to think about those issues, and there's going to be more people who want to fight with you about it. And that's the whole reason that we have classified documents in different levels of, security. Because the more you get into these things, there's going to be a lot of polarity with it. And that's the whole reason why we don't really talk about these things with the general public.
I work in classified facilities, right? There's no foreign nationals that are allowed there. They drill out the cameras on your phones, all that nonsense, right? And I would say nothing in there needed to be classified. Like, you can't do anything with the information. It's like, yeah, so what am I going to do with the electronic schematic of, some fucking weapon system? Like, what are you going to do? You're going to sneak into the factory and, like, redo the PCB and, like, what are you going to do? Like, this information is classified for no apparent reason. I would say most information that's classified has nothing to do with national security whatsoever.
It's all criminal.
But there are some classified information that only exists to hide criminal activity.
Yep. Everything that's classified, from what my research was told me, it's all criminal.
Yeah, I remember being enamored by WikiLeaks there for a while, and the Julian Assange story, right? That's a good story. But just the idea that, all this information is being declassified, whether you have a search engine to search it or look through it or whatever. But I found it, like, most of it, like you said, useless, nonsense information, like uncredible, not relevant, not pertinent, not specific, nonsense.
It's the baffle them with bullshit. Just classify as much as possible, and then there's some needles in that haystack, but you're never going to find them because there's buried.
They might not even be in there.
yeah, might not even be in there at all.
But it is amazing to point at things that are well known, like Guantanamo Bay. It's not a secret. Like, you think we're bringing in Guantanamo Bay to people? We're that topic is something that we're introducing people to. I mean, that's not at all. Like, everybody knows what Guantanamo Bay happened there. Like, It was told. It's been disclosed, right? Now it's up to us to deal with that information. What do we take from that? That it's okay to torture people, that no one's going to be held responsible, that this is the new way of things for America, right?
Well, listen, and this is where we get into the criminal act, right? So this is the clever thing they did, their lawyers did, right? So you classify them non-enemy combatants, right? So when they're non-enemy combatants, they're not part of a foreign nation, so they're not covered under the Geneva Convention. So now you can torture them. Because now it's no longer torture. Because you can only torture enemy combatants. You can't torture non-enemy combatants. I don't know what you call it when you torture a non-enemy combatant. Like, I don't know. And, oh yeah, enhanced interrogation. That's what it's called. Enhanced interrogation.
Enhanced interrogation.
Well, then it gets really crazy.
I wish I was making this shit up, but this is the stuff that came out of their mouths, not mine. I'm just quoting.
That's what they called it. Enhanced interrogation. What the fuck?
And then it's the short leap from that to what they define as a terrorist, right? Now you have no rights as a terrorist. This has been drawn into law. Like, you don't have to go to court. There's no due process. If you're deemed a terrorist, you don't play by the rules that are written. It's a whole different game.
Yeah, so instead of the people that did it, right, instead of them ending up in The Hague for war crimes and being executed, they, on their own, renamed the people to be non-enemy combatants. And no, that no longer applies. So now they're not war criminals because they changed the wording, right? The same action, right? The same act, but I changed what I call them. So now it's not a criminal act. But we're going to classify it anyway because why? Because if it's a non-criminal act, why are you classifying it? Like, they know what they're doing. You got to be a big ass. You got to be a dupe not to figure it out. You got to be a sucker. Epic proportions.
Yeah, it's like they classify it as in it falls under the domestic law, and then you can say it's for national security. Yeah, it's a whole fucking.
And that's like this is like a major flaw in the legal system, right? Uber. Uber's a fucking taxi. Oh, we're going to call ourselves, we're a ride sharing. We're not a taxi. We just changed the name. We're not a taxi. We don't have to apply to those regulations anymore. We changed our name. This is silliness, man. I don't know how this stuff has been going on for so long. And like, the courts are just like, I don't know what the issue with the courts are, because this is where the stuff that's supposed to be fixed is in the courts. And they're not. The courts aren't doing shit.
Yeah, they're propounding the issue, bro. That's the problem. They're making it worse instead of dealing with the problem, with the issue, whatever.
They're doing nothing. I don't know if they're lazy or what the fuck it is. They're just doing nothing. They're not doing their job.
Well, imagine yourself in the position of handling that classified information.
Well, bro, they get paid. That's their job. You got training, bro. If you can't do the job, get the fuck out of there. There's somebody else that's more competent. I'm sick of hearing that. Oh, the president's got people there, and he's got specialists. Well, if you can't do the job, if he's not good at it, piss off. That's the whole point of, the whole point of somebody being there, because he's competent. If he's not competent, then he should be thrown out on his ass.
Yeah, what is the Supreme Court doing? I remember, growing up as a kid, we learned about a lot of Supreme Court cases. This is where things were decided that, the impotence of change overall for the nation. And yeah, man, it's quiet, isn't it? There is no real direction when it comes to improving the rules in the favor of the people.
Yeah, it's not designed for the people. It's designed for the people who are part of the bar association. It's their club. It got turned away from the People's Court. Well, I'm not even sure. I'm not sure if there's a proper Article 3 court. I think the Article 2 court's just for commerce. It's ridiculous. It's like a show.
Sort of reminds you of Congress. What are those people doing?
Yeah.
What are senators doing? Congressmen? Isn't there a whole bunch of people in Washington supposed to be making shit better?
Yeah, bro. All they do is they collect money like getting kickbacks, they legalized that by calling them lobbyists. So it's okay for some dude from a company come up to you and say, he's this and he's that, he's this much money. Yeah, that's lobbying. But if I was to come up to him and say, hey, I'm not from, a corporation, here's money, then it's illegal. It's retarded. Like it's in the language and people don't think like, oh, lobbyists, that's okay. Well, it's the same thing as me bribing the dude. What is the fucking difference, man? I don't get it.
You don't like the word bribe. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bribe is,
like
too full on.
Let's do something else.
I think we've used up the word bribe too much. It's been used too much. It's got a bad connotation attached to it. We'll just use lobby now for that word, for bribery. It's
a lobbyist.
Yeah, it's like a professional briber.
Exactly, right? Here's what I need from you. Here's what I'm going to give you. Is it a deal? Like that's how this shit goes down. And the guy going, well, you just want me to say something? That's all I have to do is say what you want me to say. All right, no problem. Let's go. Where's the camera? I'm not liable for anything I say. Like hell, I'm using a fake name and nobody knows who I really am.
Yeah. I say this all the time on here. I don't think much people get it when I tell them you are not a name. It flies over the people's heads.
Well, the whole Jesse Ventura thing shows that legally, Obama, the same thing, right? Legally, you don't have to provide a legal name to be a politician.
Yeah. Most of the people that you see up there, that's not their proper name.
How are they getting away with this? All these fake names.
As I said, bro, I've got the mechanics to do it. It's only a certain few people can know the procedure, and that's why they do what they do. They go, how can a whole, a group of people control? Because they know the mechanism of which the system operates, and they don't tell anybody. Everybody's stuck on a few things that don't go, deep enough into it. Today you can be Bob, tomorrow you can wake up and be Jim. Doesn't matter. They know how to do it,
I used to watch a lot of news. I used to watch the news quite a bit. I don't know, man. Where do you get your news these days? Where do you get your information from, your updates? Social media? Facebook posts?
I was wary when I started listening to the language in the news before they were called reporters. And when somebody did a report, the dude on the other side was a correspondent, which means a report means like not a reporter, I mean a journalist, means a dude that has a journal and a list, and the correspondent is the dude that has first-hand knowledge of the incident, not hearsay. And then they changed the word to reporter, which means no port, like nothing to be said. So in a report, when a reporter says something, he's just babbling hearsay. It's like, third, fourth-hand information. You know what I mean? It's not from the source. It's like way down the line. It doesn't matter. It's like, when I read into that, I was like, oh, this is just shit. What the fuck? Again, the changing of the name. Because before, even now, they have that, what's it called? It's like their own Hippocratic oath. But once you change the names, as we were talking about, bribery is not good, but lobbying's bad. Lobbying's okay. They did the same thing with the so-called news. They went from journalists, to reporters.
It's a big difference, right? Now you've got crisis actors, nobody verifying the information that they're being given. right? Reporters had a different set of standards or rules that they operated by, right? And to verify the information. Yeah.
Yep. But now the reporters, as you said, you can have an actor and it doesn't matter. He can claim ignorance. Like, I don't know. He said, she said over there, they told me this, and I just reported, I'm just regurgitating what somebody else told me. I'm not checking nothing,
Yeah, this guy at the scene says a 200-pound gorilla just set a fire and was roasting mashed potatoes, and it looks like there's a fire over there, so we'll go with that.
I think one of them had a marshmallow, so we're going to have s'mores today at the station. It's feeding time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you recognize like the depth of the fakery on the news, and it just mind-boggling. Like, how can they get away with all this stuff? And like you said, it's in the language, it's in how they've changed the wording and what you're hearing, and it's no longer a journalist, it's a reporter. Oh, that's a big difference. Well, why is it a big difference? Well, because they don't have to tell you, that they verified any of the information that they've given. Oh, okay, well, that seems like a big deal. Why wouldn't they do that? Because they don't want to. They don't have to. That's what they chose to do. They chose to be entertainment rather than news. That what we consider actual journalism or, investigative journalism.
Exactly. The reason why I went on this path, I'm being straight honest here. So I'm going to start off quickly just to say a few things. This white privilege bullshit. It's been bullshit the whole time. 2,000 years of white people have been slaves. And this is documented, yeah? Before so-called black people were slaves. Way before. So now I come here to Australia and I'm classified as a idiot because I'm from Eastern Europe, because when when the English look at us, we're somehow different and we're denigrated. And I was like, I'm here, I'm going to be, conduct myself as they do because I'm in so-called their land, whatever. And I went into it to learn how to speak properly and know what is what and all the rest of it. And that's how I went down this line. Like, I had to sort of know these things. I actually worked in the court. So, there's a lot of bullshit being spread out there, and it's a difficult road to go on, to undertake. It takes quite a bit out of you, and there's so much lies, bro. Like, it's painful to when you research stuff and to find out certain things. A little bit from inside of you kind of gets taken away, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you can lose yourself in this stuff too. Like, I remember feeling so lost when I got into flat Earth. Like, holy shit! Like, where am I? I don't know where I am. Like, and that's fundamental stuff, right? Like, from there, that's the biggest, sort of ground yourself in a hurry kind of moment. Okay, we gotta start over. Let's go. And yeah, man, it can be really overwhelming, and I get why there's so much emotion, that is played into all this, because it's a fucking roller coaster, man. Like, you feel great about knowing reality is for what it is, but you feel awful that society and people have to, operate under this lie or this guise that's been put up there, and there's nothing you can do to change it. Like, you can't fucking unbrainwash people. Like, that's not in your capacity. You don't have their attention span. You don't have their focus. You don't have that time. Like, you know how long it took to put these ideas in people's heads? Like, it's everywhere, man.
Yeah, from day dot. As soon as you're born, the first thing your parents say to you is a negative word. No, don't do this, don't do that. And when they tell you no, you don't get an explanation. because I said so, and then because I'm the authority, and then that propagates to school. Now, when you go to school, whatever the teacher tells you, that's it. So you've been indoctrinated to take orders from day one. Day one. Because I looked into the psychology of it, and they've made the system fucking. I've got no words, bro. Like it's.
Well, and it's the tuning of the system, like the story Indio brought today, right? These subtle changes in perspective. Like we'll start hearing about this angle, right? Like we're grouped in with the anti-vax movement now because of the propaganda, the subtle news stories that grouped us, people that think the earth is flat or know the earth is flat, with other groups, with people that think other things. And these subtle things that are being done to sort of tweak the overall psyche. It's amazing. I remember the police thing. I mean, wow, that was a huge psyche adjustment. How everybody was talking about police violence, police brutality, and it became a black thing, right? Like, you don't think fucking white kids are getting shot in America by cops every day too? Like, come on, people. Like, let's be real.
People don't get it, bro. These people up the top don't give a fuck if you're white, black, pink, purple. Get the fuck over it. You're not a part of the club, motherfucker.
Well, and there's the ghettos in every city, like white town, black town, don't matter. There's ghettos, right? Like shit going down. White gangsters, black gangsters. What the fuck are you talking about, right? But yeah, as far as seeing these psychological operations in effect, like reading about MK Ultra as an operation back in the 60s is one thing. Seeing it for yourself in real time is a whole different ball of wax. It's mind-boggling. Like it's a lot to take on to digest for yourself and then find a way to communicate it with other people. Like, do you see that you're being brainwashed as we speak?
Yeah, you should try to see if they're still up there on MK Delta. That's even more fucking more retarded.
Yeah, another declassified operation.
Yeah, but I heard they were trying to take it off. I don't have the stuff on me. I don't know if you can do a search, see if you can
pull some up.
Bring it. Yeah, I'm actually curious to see if they've fucking removed it. That's another, it's fucked up. It's fucked up.
Yeah,
I've got a few.
Was it the Tuskegee experiment? Just good stuff.
Yep, they did the same thing in England where they purposely, knowingly, how much thousands of people fucking put certain things in their water. And they said, yeah, we did it. Oh, but, we thought, we'd see what will happen. That's all right. We just, we're scientists. I don't know what to say, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Well,
we needed to do an
what
experiment.
you'll recognize is that sort of mentality, right? So we did it. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, man? Like,
exactly.
It's done. Here you go.
I'm trying. Yeah, it's hard to explain.
It's the whole idea of weapons of mass destruction, right? Yep, no weapons of mass destruction. What are you going to do about it?
But they don't get the implications behind it, bro. Now they can say to you about you or about me, oh, he's got weapons of mass destruction. Let's go fucking kick down his door and fucking beat the shit out of him and, torture him. Or what was the terminology? What was it? Interrogation?
You know what I did about it? They said chemical factories. They even vaccinated us for chemicals. That's where Gulf War syndrome comes from. I didn't sign back up. I let my service run out.
Yeah, you can stop participating in the system. That's yeah.
That's what I
You should try do a discharge, bro. Because I've heard. I'm not sure. This is what I've heard. I haven't fully looked into it, but if you don't discharge it, not dismiss it, discharge it, then you're still like, I don't know, they can call you up and hold you to certain, I don't know, their sort of construct or something or other. If you don't discharge.
I thought about suing the government.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was wondering about that too. Like, how far could you
Yeah,
go in court against NASA
Well,
or the education system, or there's lots of ways you're getting screwed, right?
well, they couldn't prove any of the premises behind why we were sent, so I could have fucking said wrongful deployment and sued them for anything I occurred, like PTSD.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I went to service with my friend from high school. We both went and did the same stuff. He even followed me when I went to MARSOC. So, because the Hummers weren't fucking armor plated under the body, when we ran over an IED on patrol, I watched him die, So, I thought about suing for just having to go through that.
Yeah.
With
You can sue them
no
without going
valid
to
reason.
court, bro. You can sue
Yeah,
them without
without
going to court. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can let them try to. We can try to mediate it.
Yeah. I usually go
Come
directly
to
to
a
the.
mutual agreement.
Yeah. I'd usually go directly to the insurance company because the government's insured, and
Yeah.
you present the papers. They've got 72 hours to come back with any
Well,
rebuttal. Usually they don't.
lifetime. Yeah, lifetime mental damage has a compensation rate.
Yep.
Yep. Already set.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because, well, one, blaming an entity for what happened over there is tough. You want to find the individual or individuals that were responsible
Well,
and
that's just
hold
it.
them accountable for what happened there, right?
That's
Because it was
just
people
it.
that made the decision, not the entity. And the
No,
money,
it's the entity. It's the entire process and the premise by which we went. So we gave a bunch of propaganda in the news. The entire political system backed it, and they had ulterior motives and ulterior agendas. But they couldn't prove the premise under which we went there. We didn't find any chemical weapons factories.
Well, and it's an interesting dynamic because Congress didn't officially declare war, right? So it was a different operational deployment than usual, and that I don't know what that would do as far as this case goes, but it is an interesting difference as far as how this was done.
If Congress doesn't declare war, then they can't be held because they were brought up in the UN for it. So if Congress doesn't declare war, then officially the US, not the USA, but they're two separate entities, but the US can't be held liable for war crimes. Do you get what I mean? Because you haven't declared that they're your people going there to do said harm.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's why I wasn't going to sue for war crimes.
Oh, I'm just saying for them to be put out to for war crimes for the Hague Convention. That's what they do. You won't do it under war crimes. You'll do it under you've got a million things.
But
yeah, go on, bro.
Desert Storm and Desert Shield had a formal declaration of war, so I was in Desert Storm, which turned into Desert Shield. And we did have a formal declaration of war.
Well, say this is the thing. We have these people up the top, as when India was here, we were saying, the system is a bit bugged because the people, and I use this word specifically, that are charged they have a charge, so it's their duty. It's an obligation to fulfill their role, are not doing their thing by holding to account their. Doesn't matter if it's the government, the people in the government, the military officials, all of them. People, it's not being done because it's a big ass control mechanism. You've got it there written on paper. It's a formal declaration of war. For whatever reason, it wasn't. They have to get, I think, approval by treaty from other countries to be able to go in war, and they did not do it. So there's a lot of them. I can list like 50 million things on here. It's just
Yeah, this
the
is
people
a
aren't
tough
doing
one.
their job. Yeah, bro. It is a tough one.
Yeah, yeah. And especially the personal nature, like I said, holding somebody accountable for that type of tragedy is, oh man, it's so hard, right? You want to point at some sort of leadership, some sort of decision that was made by somebody, but it never works out like that, right? And
It depends how you do your paperwork. You can. I say to people, go for the person that is closest to whoever told you, and then you can actually go one by one and sue every motherfucker up the ladder. You can do that, and you go direct. You sue them directly because they're all bonded. You go for it's called the indemnity bond number, and those guys will be kicked out on the street, won't have a fucking job, and will make the other person that's coming into that position think twice if he's going to do some dumb shit, because he can either end up in jail or lose his house, his wife, his jocks, and his socks, and be homeless.
Jocks. I
Sorry.
don't want jocks. He can keep them. They're of no intrinsic value to me.
I love you, mate.
That's what. Yeah, that's what most people don't understand, that almost all government entities have a legal bondment, and you can sue their bondment. Cops fuck you over. They go outside of legality to perform illegal actions. You sue their bond. If you take their bond, they're no longer bonded. They can't be a law enforcement officer.
100%, bro.
Prisoners do this in prison all the time. Guards are bonded. You sue that bond, man, they won't bond them again. They're a liability. They're an economical threat. So they gotta go. They can't be a prison guard no more. They can't have bondment.
Yeah, I've done this, bro. Like,
all government
terrible.
entities are licensed legal contractor.
Yeah, they're there to provide a service. Hence, if they're not providing a service, fuck off. That's the way I see it.
Under licensed legal contract, you have a systematic set of rules you have to follow too. You know that it has to adhere to law.
Hello,
And
officer.
that's to
What
ensure
service are
that
you
the
providing?
government is bonded. Well, if it's outside of the law, and you can, constitutional law, federal law, it all applies. Now, they police U.S. code, but they're bound by constitutional law. Doesn't matter what they're policing. It matters what binds them, because that binding is attached to their bondment.
Yep.
That's why they're bonded, right? Because they're bound.
Yep.
And the bond is in case they go outside of their legal boundaries. You sue the bond.
That's why you ask them, what authority are they claiming? Because to claim an authority, that puts you in bonds under particular laws or articles, whether it's, as you said, federal, state, constitutional, international, treaty. There's a whole different things, if you're gonna.
Yeah, state law, common law, federal law, treaty law, articles of war, Articles of Confederacy. There's a whole list of authorities.
Yep.
In what capacity do you serve?
Yep. And they have to have a writ of commission too, bro. And I always ask them this, and they
Even
shit
a
themselves, bro.
judge.
As soon as I ask a policeman, first thing I ask a judge is for that, bro, because I was in the system. I go, where the fuck is your writ of commission? Dun, bye-bye. See you later, motherfucker. Can't produce it.
I like it, right? You get a flat earth, next thing you know, you're a lawyer. Just one thing leads to the other.
Yeah,
It
because,
does.
bro,
That's
once
the
you understand
prison
flat
that.
earth,
Yeah, you understand you're bound by a matrix of law.
Yeah. And then you realize that when there is a creator, you know, the so-called gods, they're bound by law. So if they're bound by law, you are bound by law. And all these people up the top know this, and they use these principles. I don't care what anybody says. They use the principles. Not that they use them in a good way. They still use them, though. And I've tried to explain this, but people call me a fucking Satanist for saying, oh, why, or whatever.
Oh, and it's
Well,
amazing
dude,
how many
I'm
different
here.
languages you learn too, right? Like you're learning the language of space. Like what are they talking about when they're talking about outer space? Right? You learn the language of law. It's a whole different language. There's all these different ways they're talking about things that you're finally aware of. Like, oh, I get it now. Okay, that's what that means.
You can also file a writ of commission on a judicial advocate.
Yep.
Or you can have him under complaints of misconduct, incapacity.
Correct. Most of them are, they're called, it's a French word, they're called puny judges. And the definition of a puny judge is somebody who's subhuman and that does not have the intellect to form any opinion. He's like of a lower animal species or something. And these are the people that are adjudicating, bro. So in the definition of said man or person, whatever you want to call him, he is defined as a fucking moronic, idiotic, disgraceful man.
Mandamus. Mandamus. A writ of mandamus.
Oh, read a
Right?
man down. Yeah, that's shit.
Bitch, you're an inferior court. You're not even.
Exactly.
You don't judge in this capacity. You don't. You can't. You're not even commissioned to make a legal determination.
Exactly,
Move me to
bro.
a higher court, bitch.
Yeah.
And if you refuse that, then habeas corpus, motherfucker.
I said to one judge, I go, so who are you? He goes, I'm Judge, whatever. Just say Bob. And I'm like, what is your full name? He goes, what do you mean? I go, what's your full name? You're contracted here. I go, want to know your full name. And he goes, Judge this. I go, so your parents named you Judge Bob. I go, your first name Judge, your second name is Bob. And then
Yeah,
he was
your
started to fumble.
jurisprudence is dependent on it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, bro. And I did this like unconsciously when I wasn't fully aware of these things like back, ages ago. And then when I delved into it, I was like, well, there was something inside of me that spoke and said, something's not right. Just ask a question. Don't throw an accusation. Ask a question and it's okay. And they can't hold you liable for asking a question. If you make an accusation, then yes, you can be held liable. But asking questions is okay, and people need to ask more questions, I think. Anyway.
Careful, you might not like the answer.
well, it'll just lead you to another question, and then you'll come to either you know the next question or you don't.
Yep.
So ignorance, that's ignorance. So either you be subject to evil by its roots, or you won't. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, the the idiot judge makes a lot of sense in the sense that you don't want a judge making any determination about anything. You want the people to, right? It's supposed to be a court for the people. So they're not supposed to be there for, making any rulings or judgments. They're supposed to be there to make sure that everybody gets their chance to speak and follows the rules, right? So he's supposed to be
yeah,
in some ways.
You look at they're called Star Chamber courts. They're actually illegal because you can't have one judge to rule on a subject matter because he's biased to the court, to the government, to the attorneys. So you cannot have one impartial person making a judgment. It's actually, they're called Star Chamber courts.
Yeah, that's why when it comes into complaints of misconduct, a commissionary committee reviews that.
Yeah.
And those are the people who actually commissioned you, or the
Correct.
agency that commissioned you as a judge.
Yeah. They're giving him money, so hence the word commission, so he can perform his duties. And if he's not doing what he's meant to, then they'll repay his commission. And
Is Hank in here?
No.
Not that I can see, bro.
Well, we made a decision on Phil. We could have him here for focused debates. Hank said he'd debate him. I too would like to debate.
Who's this?
Professor Phil. Professor
Oh,
Phil.
okay. Yeah, we were
So
having.
if it's gonna be like that, where people are gonna be like, "Oh, you can only have this guy here because we don't like him," basically, for things they do. I mean, no offense, but a lot of our flat earthers, we DM Globers. We talk to Globers. I know people that when I'm talking to them, they think I'm too aggressive. They go into Glober's DM and they start talking to them about a flat earth. But if a Glober does it about something they believe in strongly, then all of a sudden it's something harmful here. Really, I don't see it as that. You can DM whoever you want. I don't even have to be on a server to direct message you. All I got to do is be your friend. We shouldn't be policing direct message. But anyway, I want to reopen the arena and start having focused debates again with some of our best debaters. Leave all the bullshit aside because it's a positive thing that we reopen the arena and quarantine some of these people that the vast majority don't want here. But some of us who are at a level to actually have an academic, I mean, come on, me and Indio don't enjoy having educations and vast researches and not being able to debate with people that we can't use it on. And there's others here that do the exact damn thing, You laugh, but I know you know what I mean. A lot of you have knowledge that you'd like to take up against academia. We can we can do this and get people to help me. When we started the damn arena, I had 2 other people that helped me run it, and we started it. But
I'll help you, bro.
Well, Helio will fucking he'll live stream that shit. So I'm just saying we can have focused debates with whoever we want. And it'll be back in a situation where we're not going to let that guy out in the open server. But if you guys want to debate him, you can have him in the arena. So since they put it on that level, I got no problem respecting everybody else's opinion. You don't want him in the open server, but you got to understand both things are useful to us. An idiot, because they display what we deal with every day for a person with understanding. They see this and these people just keep repeating shit. Like if you say it 3 times, it makes it true. Well,
the
people
power
get
of 3,
that.
bro. It's the Trinity.
Of course he did, right?
Yeah.
There's no place like home. Click your ruby slippers together and go there.
Yeah, right. And well, I think it's a good thing. Hell, it only keeps it keeps members here, so it makes it larger. So they're restricted. That's cool. It doesn't trigger my buddies. Regardless if we don't get along or don't agree on everything, most of these people are still my buddies, you know?
Yeah.
So
I would have him on here, bro.
I don't want to piss nobody off. So, yeah, I thought about it. So it's just a good reason to, since my season is ended, to start the frickin' arena again. Some of us love that debate, that aggressive debate, and the aggressive debate style and the hyper people. Because, listen, I know Phil. Me and Phil can have an aggressive conversation that two other people won't enjoy. But it's on an academic level, and when we're done, we'll be calm. We'll still say we'd go have a beer together if he was in my neck of the woods or if I was in his. It's not about us. It's about the information, you know? And I just think we could use it. Fuck it. Let's get the arena going again, boys.
Yeah, I'd say so too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll work on
I'd like to
getting
hear
that
more. Yeah, I'm more up for hearing more in-depth things, and because I try to speak about more in-depth things, and you kind of stuck on a certain
I'm having
level.
my nephew build me a tower for gaming, but that's just because I want it fast and good graphics and shit. But I'm going to use it to live stream so we can start doing legal live streams. We got a lot of people that know a lot about the law. We could have focused conversations. We can do like Karen and them do with the bitches brew. We can have the dudes bitching, legal bitching session where we all just sit around and group think about law.
Yeah.
I like to tell people this. I don't care what book you're reading. If you look at it from a legal sense and you start defining the words in it as they pertain to law, you'll get a whole nother story. I don't care if you're reading Alice in the fucking Wonderland.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get a true etymology of it, you find out the rabbit hole is fucking law.
Yeah.
And you're stuck in that fucking rabbit hole. And then the mirrors become the dualistic nature of law. It's not this, it's that. In other words, we charge you with breaking an entry, but you didn't force in. So you point that out, and then we say, well, you still entered without permission. So you're still guilty of something. Okay.
Correct.
The police give you disorderly, or the police give you, I don't know, right? An assault an officer, but you didn't resist anybody. You never assaulted them. There's no physical assault. You can't assault an officer by complaining while you're getting cuffed. So you beat that shit. You beat that shit, and you want them to throw it out, and they're like, "No, you should just plead guilty to disorderly conduct." Because wouldn't you agree? This is your prosecutor. Wouldn't you agree you're disorderly? I've been in this, and I'm like, no. The fact that I argued against unlawful arrest is not disorderly. It's actually orderly. I'm trying to maintain the orderly flow of legality. Well, wouldn't you agree you shouldn't argue that with an officer? No. He's the arresting officer and he needs suspicion. Where's the suspicion where you just arrest me for disagreeing with you? What did you suspect me of doing? Because they don't make legal determinations.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was saying this the other day, bro. You'll find this funny.
Listen, I want to get this out. So because they can't make a legal determination and resisting an officer is illegal, is a law, it's against the law, they can't determine you're guilty of that. They have to suspect you of that and collect evidence of that and then arrest you if it's an arrestable offense. And a nonviolent offense isn't arrestable. They're supposed to ticket you and let you go and send you to a magistrate in an orderly fashion. Unarrestable offense, they're supposed to take you straight to a magistrate.
Correct.
But habeas corpus, see, people don't know. That was their way of getting around that. Because now you got 48 hours to arraign me, or 72 hours to arraign me, and 180 days to try me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now they don't have to take you to a magistrate. They got 72 hours, so they can be fucking lazy. They don't even want to afford you the law as it's stated. Well, you got to take, if you suspect he did this, you got to take him to a magistrate where the magistrate makes a legal determination if there's enough evidence or not. If there's not enough evidence, then he throws it out and says, I can't detain this guy on that alone. In other words, a crime that you're considered guilty of, just because a cop said, I say he resisted, that's not enough evidence.
Yeah, or he didn't want to answer a question, so therefore, I get to lock him up.
Right, you got a right to remain silent. You don't have to even talk to him. You can
Of
say
course,
I don't answer. You can say I don't answer questions.
that's what I do.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I don't want to. I don't want to get past that though. So, yeah, what I was gonna say is I'm gonna be collecting people for two things. I want to get going. Well, it's my winter. I want to teach the debate classes in the most modern arguments, so QE can quit with that. I don't know why you guys aren't covering this, and because he's right on a lot of things. Listen, when we started this, we started with level water, but we've moved so far past it. We don't even like hearing level water no more. If level water was a valid evidence of anything, then we would have won the argument 6 years ago and it been done. We're not into repeating the same stuff over and over again. Just like if hot air balloons and high altitude footage was gonna win the argument for us, and then we'd already won, but we haven't, so we're not gonna send up any more hot air balloons. You know what I mean?
yeah, for sure.
Insanity is, same shit over and over again, but you expect different results, right?
True, brother.
So we're trying not to be insane, even though we're dismissed. We don't want to be insane, but I want to do that. We've been wanting to get we call Flat Earth University 101. Want to get that going, where if you want to teach something, you can say, yeah, I'm going to hold a seminar on it, and it won't be questions in the middle of your presentation. Everybody comes, they listen, then when it's over, you can take questions. That way,
That's
I
good.
want it set up that way so I can tell people to take notes. I got a notepad right by me every time I'm debating in the ink pen. When I really want to crush a dude, I will take notes. I'll let the and you guys got to learn this shit. Let these motherfuckers talk, man. Stop
Yeah.
over talking them. Let them talk. Remember everything they fucking say. And when they're done, you can spend 15, 20 minutes berating them about the dumb shit they said. It's easier. Listen, it's easier to win a debate when you afford these motherfuckers 5 minutes to talk. They give you everything they need. But now you're trying to crush a guy who hasn't said a word and you don't know a damn thing about him. It's just like if you're going to talk shit about somebody and you don't know them, what kind of insults are you going to sling? None.
Yeah.
Because you don't know nothing to attack about him. You let a man talk for 5-10 minutes uninterrupted, and, well, normally you will have what you need.
Yeah.
I would like people to be better prepared. I would like to make the voice chat as welcoming as it used to be. I would like to make our community that. I believe, first and foremost, that's what we were trying to put together here. We were tired of text debating and talking in text. We wanted to be able to come in here, see images of people, You can share a picture. You can show your damn picture. You can put it on your profile. We can hear you talk in your own voice. And first and foremost, we all get that same bullshit when we talk about this in public. We're not supposed to get that bullshit here. And most definitely, we're not supposed to be the ones giving it to each other. Now, if you think somebody's a fake, that's different. We shouldn't call them out right out in the open unless, I mean, it's obvious. If it's obvious, then yeah, let this dude know we're not idiots. But if it's not so obvious, just communicate with your other members, get eyes focused on them, and then we can do it quietly. It doesn't have to be done in VC so people can't judge us on it on live stream, you know? But first and foremost, it should be a welcoming environment for our people, a place where they can talk about this or other things without being called a retard, an idiot, or a crazy motherfucker. That's what's welcoming to us. And a lot of people that don't agree with us on the flat earth will come here because we don't discount anything. We'll listen to it and see if you have evidence. We used to let people talk about so much stuff. And this was the best intellectual conversation you could find on the internet, you know. Some of these people, there's Glovers out there that can't have a conversation about any of this shit like this with their family. They don't give a shit. They're trying to be kids. They got to work. You know, they're running a business. They ain't got time to put deep thought in the shit. We give people, deep thinkers, a place to conversate about deep thought. And it used to be so welcoming to both sides. You know, there's people that are so offended that we banned them. They love us. They come troll us just because we won't accept them into our damn community. They don't hate us. They love us. They want to be a part of this. There's guys that done made 300 accounts and got banned. Why? Because they're just mad because they never got to finish their damn sentence. This is their reasoning, and I would like people to consider this. If you can consider that everything that's ever said to you was a lie, and that the world might be flat, then why the hell did you shut me up when I started talking about a conspiracy that people have evidence for? And I mean, if it's not one of them that get us taken down for disinformation, then I agree with them. We're flat earthers. We shouldn't be discounting people unless they can't build a case for what they're saying. And
we should be above that.
Yeah, and when we stop cutting people off, forcing them, and we've had Glovers that hung out forever that we didn't make defend their globe, but now we got people that come in here, you're a Glover, start talking. Man, that's rude as shit. And then we tell people not to be rude to us. We need to take a look in the mirror. And we're at over 30,000 people. We can grow to 50, 70,000 people. We could have more people to talk to if we were less picky about, you said this, so you got to be banned now. How many people come in here that just ridicule me from the get-go? That you guys have seen me, I give it back. A lot of people don't like that. But when you let me do it, I treat them the way they treat me. And then at the end of it, I say, hey, we can continue to insult each other all day long. I'm not going to ban you. Or we could just have a civil, normal conversation like human beings. And normally those people end up to just say, fuck it. These guys will talk to me. I ain't got nobody to talk to. And they talk civilly.
Yep.
Like that dude the other night. When I got done, and he actually started being civil, I talked to him for 5 minutes, and then I muted my mic and let everybody else talk to him. It's all in. You got to figure we're challenging everything a person believes. What's your first reaction when somebody hoes your life or Jews your life? Well, this guy's full of shit.
You're not gonna fuck with my mind. Don't mess with my
Right.
head.
Right. So we should be considering that. That's all I'm saying. I want to get past children are the only people that get kept here. We don't have to be scared of academic level debate. Those of us that can't cover it should just leave those people here for the people that can. Because one day I'd like to see flat earth go academic. Now, if other people can't see the value in that, well, I really don't care. Because academia is the one that controls accredited information.
Yep.
And then we could be mainstream. If you don't see the value in making flat earth go mainstream, critical mass and all that, then I would say you're not on my team.
I'm on your team. I love that. That's couldn't have said it better myself.
I don't. There was a
We've
time
definitely had
when
we've had a lot of different personalities that are doing their own thing come through here, right?
Oh yeah.
But that let's call it content creators for flat Earth. A lot of them come through here. A lot of them speak here and are on here like regularly. And,
a lot of them
there is
come here
no
for new premises, and
Sure.
they took one or two premise that we came up with. You know, my boy Indio. You know how many fucking points he gave us to argue? This motherfucker reads nonstop. I'd give him some shit I read, every piece of it, right? And I'm pretty good at downloading information. You know, I've done a lot of research in my life. My career and my love keeps me reading, keeps me paying attention to details. If you miss a detail when you're reading a schematic or a blueprint, you know, you're going to fuck shit up and you're just not going to fix shit. You're just going to fuck it up. So, but I've read shit that I give to him, and this motherfucker comes back after reading 2 articles and telling me shit I didn't know. And I'm like, wait, what? Where'd you get that from? He's like, from that damn article you gave me. And I'm like, how did you get that? And he says, he's reading the article while he's every premise that he doesn't understand or isn't aware of. He's Google searching that shit as soon as it comes up. Oh, this? I don't know what that is. Let's do it, you know? Me, I define the words and then I move on. So he gets more. It probably takes him longer to read a fucking scientific diagram than I do, than me. But he downloads more information. And this is what I mean about we here have taken this from we didn't have an answer to a lot of things. And the biggest problem with flat earth, the biggest wasn't answers. It was we was trying to give answers for things we really didn't need to give answers for. They weren't proven, they weren't demonstrated, they just don't apply. They're non sequitur. So we've gotten so good at just destroying the shit we don't even have to argue. So when I first came here, we'd debate a guy for 5 freaking hours, you know? Now we destroy that shit, the non sequiturs, the non proven facts, the undemonstratable bullshit, from neutrinos all the way down to tectonic plates, you know? And we didn't have an answer for any of that shit. We set the forefront. And there's people who came here and took in our concepts and then come back and tell us they were the first one talking about it. Indio was on this angle of resolution and how eyes work on fucking YouTube 6.5 years ago. And I got a guy I didn't even know 6 years ago, never heard of him in Flat Earth, comes in and said he paved the way. Nobody started talking about this shit till he put it down. And if you want to know about it, you got to buy his book and read it. We're not. If I wrote a book, man, I'd print that motherfucker out and send it to any flat earther that wanted it for free. Anybody outside that, you know, they'd have to pay for it to support our movement, which would be the free sharing of knowledge. I don't think you can own a thought.
Exactly. Yeah. We spoke about this yesterday. Exactly, bro. That's the whole. That's why we're in this mess, bro.
Yeah. That's because they say, "Well, I came up with the thought first." Well, yeah, you got to say you got to say first because thought works the same way, and
The
somebody else.
monetization of ideas.
Yeah, and somebody else. You're leaving out the ideal that somebody else would have came to this, and while you were patting it, probably 1,000 people were already recognizing it and starting to think about it. But here you patent it, so now it's yours.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as free and independent thought when we all work on the same matrix, on the same ideals, on the same knowledge. Now
100%, bro.
there is if you've kept knowledge along the way, and then now you have a new train of thought based on all this hidden shit.
Well, I love this place because I know when I come back, I'll find Battle Mod somewhere around here sooner than later, and yeah, a lot of different characters have come through. I guess the one direction I would say is that think of it as a radio show, right? You've got a lot of different personalities here, but basically that's what we're doing. We're broadcasting a radio show. So the more structure you give it in that sense, of a radio feel would probably be beneficial or more productive. Shape the topics sometimes, and that's why Ladies' Night is a success. We know what to expect. We know what it's going to be about. What's going to be happening then. And,
it attracts a lot of men.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's unique, right? It's a discussion.
Oh well, I didn't hold nothing from the women. None of us did when we said we wanted to do it. And we told them, hey, I hate the wording, but we're pimping you for members. You know that, right? And they're like, oh yeah. I'm like, there's 1,000 guys out here can't talk to a woman. They never leave their damn room. So the idea that they could talk to a woman is very pleasing to them. And they're like,
there's a lot of flat earthers out there looking for a woman to talk to us about because there aren't many of those out there either.
Right. The women understood that before we even said anything. They said, yeah, Mike, that's why we're agreeing to this. We know. I tried to tell them to send me photos to my DMs. We'll make a calendar. We'll make y'all. We'll run it through filters. We'll give you all sex appeal, and you can be famous.
The Flat Earth calendar. Bam.
Hey! I told them I'd trade. They could put me on the calendar. I don't care. I'll even flex. For it. I'll work hard that week, and then on Friday I'll give them a good picture. I won't ask you to do nothing I wouldn't do myself.
I think
centerfold.
I ran out of,
that flat earther is in the centerfold. No. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I'm on a whatever level I'm on. I think I'm a bit wacky and demented compared to most people, and I'm really thankful there's a few people on here that I can have a deeper discussion, whether it's academic, spiritual, law, or flat earth. We bring up things that most people don't think about. So it's composition of water, which people have stood there yelling at me for half an hour for me questioning what is water.
H2O my ass.
Exactly. Bro, I got ridiculed. This one dude yelling at me, calling me a retard for 30 minutes. Get was on. I was like, dude.
That's where I want to get back to. Somewhere in this server is somebody that somebody else can make a connection with, and then a following. If we weren't so damn constipated, stuff would flow better.
Yeah.
And then I could do my Paul Harvey version of Flat Earth. This is the Flat Earther Paul Harvey with the rest of the story.
Yeah, I really enjoy being able to ask people that have done their homework questions, right? You know, there's a big difference. So you know when somebody's actually done some research into something. Yeah, I probably asked people here millions of questions, and that's so refreshing when you actually, you know, hear truth because you can pursue it. You have a foundation, right, to do research of your own, to figure it out for yourself. When someone on here tells you, you know, all you have to do is this. Well, they're saying that you can do this yourself. You know, they've summed up all this research and all this, you know, accumulation and said, just go do this. And it should be that simple for people.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why, you know, a lot of people don't stick around long. They just figure it out for themselves so fast because, you know, a lot of people around here are doing such a good job explaining it. But yeah, definitely fun asking all the deeper questions because this research is so broad. There's such a breadth to it. Not a lot of people have the time to get into all these different aspects.
Yeah.
Yep.
And see, you're very well. You articulate that very well, and that's why I go out of my way to try to shut people up to let you be heard when you're feeling it.
No worries. You don't have to fight for me, Mike. But I appreciate it. I know
No,
you fight for everyone around here, and that's why
yeah,
you're the battle
you know
mod.
what I mean. You know what I
Yeah.
mean. There's certain people here that never speak, and when they do, they're fucking feeling it, and that's when you should let a person. The sun
Absolutely.
shines on a different dog's ass every day, but if one dog's talking every day, well, he's not going to be spreading light. Not every day.
Yeah,
'Cause
people
the
are going to
sun,
tune that shit out. Absolutely.
yeah. I tried to tell the guys that when I see the older guys here, I'm like, man, they're missing us. But the same people, we always run the platform. There's certain ones of us that are always talking. Well, we should all be aware that this is an extensive place that a lot of people call home. When those people come home, they ain't been here in a long time. They should be able to roll their hooter up, take their shoes off, kick their feet up on the table, take their socks off, sit down, relax, and play their best album on their home stereo. You know what I'm saying?
Feeling it. Yeah.